To get 250 points over in Valorant, so we'll see how that's going to play out for them. But Apex is a very interesting one, Glitter.
Yeah, very different from what you guys have kind of been seeing on your stages. When it comes to Apex, it's obviously done, and the winner was Unlimit. Now, that's important because Unlimit is not participating in the club championship, so those points gone out the window. But the teams we are paying attention to are Team Vision and Sentinels in second and third, who did manage to get some points on the board for their club. However, now we're going into week 2, and looking forward to that, we have Freefire, right? Now, this is kind of where my stage ties into your stages a little bit more, because this year the teams that we're looking at are Team Falcons and Vitality, funny enough. Now, Falcons won Freefire in 2024, however, they did not last year around. And Vitality even outplaced Falcons last year in Freefire. So now those are the teams we're going to be looking at, and Falcons actually are a team that are expected to do very well this week. So we'll have to see what that means in the end for our club championship, but it's going to be exciting.
It sounds like the teams that we are keeping our eyes on this week is going to be Sentinels. They're also competing on the League of Legends stage for us. We also got to keep our eyes out for Vitality because, of course, they are in the running. Virtus Pro with a lot of teams across a lot of different titles. And for us on the league stage, AGAL. This is their debut here at EWC. They have a lot of teams competing. We're going to see how this week pans out. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to be back to you guys.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, Esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Bonjour, it's Yuso and welcome to EWC 26. Right next to me is our player Razia from Evo's Divine, and of course here's our beautiful translator as well. So, to our first questions, being the champions of EWC 25 and getting back here again, are you willing to rewrite the history or making something new at this moment?
Jadi sebagai champion tahun lalu, adakah tahun ini kamu sudah bersedia untuk melakar lagi sekali sejarahnya?
Yeah, I'm really confident right now because we're gonna ready to back-to-back champion again.
Very confident, and I love that. They would love to get the championship once again. But here's another question. We have Team Secret right here. As you guys all know, Team Secret SWAG got their championship at the Freefire World Series 2026 spring here in Vietnam, and they're also here to compete with Evo's Divine. So, how do you think about them?
Jadi kan ada tim secret kan.
Jadi champion Evo's Divine Russia. Russia interview.
I'm feeling like I want to prove to them like EWC is our place. EWC is mean Evo's World Champion, not Esports World Cup.
Oh my god, wow! I feel the intensity is really much here, but overall, that is all we can hear from Russia, and I would love to see more from Evo's Divine, and of course, other teams right here in EWC 26 Free Fire. See you guys later, and thank you for listening.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire at Esports World Cup 2026 live from Paris. We're finally here. By the way, my name is 7WG. I'm going to be your studio host, and I'm joined by some amazing talent, none other than Conchita and Neptune. Neptune, I'm going to start with you. How are you enjoying Paris so far?
Oh, it's quite different. This is the first time in Paris, and we're really loving it right now, especially the energy that we have right now.
I mean, yeah, we're next to some other stages, and boy, we can definitely feel the crowd energy. How about you, Conchita? How are you enjoying Paris?
It's also my first time in Paris, and it's been amazing. I just can't wait to see how the competition goes this year, and yeah, having a great time so far.
I mean, you know what? Let's just dive right into the competition because we have Evos returning, and they could be back-to-back champions here at EWC, Neptune.
Oh, have to see though, because on the regionals, it seems like they're having a lot of trouble. So I don't know if it's just a setup so that they will not be known, their strategy will not be known up to this level, but hopefully it's for the best of them. Because again, who doesn't want to see them to be back to back?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if we're talking about Epos Divine, let's not forget we have Russia, the youngest player, also the MVP of last year. I'm pretty sure that today he's back with a vengeance and he is going for redemption. Honestly, I think Epos Divine is trying their best to perform well at the EWC because I just said before, the regional wasn't so great for them. They were having a bit of a time. They struggled, but yeah, I think things are looking up, so I'm pretty hopeful. As an Indonesian, I can help but feel hopeful.
Well, let's find out how hopeful you guys are before we move on to another team. Are they going to make it directly to the finals, or are they going to be going to survival?
Ooh.
Conchita, if you want to go first, or Neptune?
Can I go first?
Go ahead.
I think I'm gonna sound a little biased because again, Indonesian, I can't help it, but I really want them to go straight and not go to the survival. Not because I have that much confidence, but also I'm a little worried actually. I'm a little worried for them to go into the survival stage. So it might as well be, do it quick, do it better, do it perfect, and then go straight to the next stage.
I don't know though, because even I think they're confident enough, despite of the record of not having performed from regionals. They're confident enough that if they are being thrown into survival, they know exactly what needs to be done to get into the grand finals. That has been the storyline that they have, even in Southeast Asia. And that's one reason as well. When it comes to the numbers, that looks like they're struggling. But now that I'm thinking about it, how well they are recovering after those instances. So I guess they might be able to do it again, even in EWC.
I mean, sometimes some teams actually benefit. I know this sounds crazy, but sometimes teams benefit if they end up getting that little extra oomph in survival. But the thing is, as you said, it is scary in survival because only the top 4 will be moving on to the grand final. So I don't know if they want to put themselves in that position.
True,
but
especially as the reigning champion.
Yes, that's very true. You don't want, I don't know if they want to feel that extra pressure there in survival. One team that's looking to not go to survival and qualify directly to finals is Buriram United.
Yes, I'm very proud of Buriram United. I think winning the global finals in 2025 really gave them the confidence they much needed. And EWC is something they've been looking forward to finally have in their store, because it's something that they don't have yet. And Wasana, I think Wasana has been showing a bit more maturity in the way that he's playing, the role that he's taking. I hope that he can be one of the best players that we can see at the EWC 2026.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Misana being consistent, being the best rusher out of the team, and also the chemistry out of the team right here has been built for so many years. Even if they haven't grabbed any title or has failed in EWC, we've seen how well they recovered on the global finals. And it's not as if they made a lot of change. The strategy is pretty much the same. Slow in the beginning, mid-game, towards the end game. That's there where they get all those elimination. And pretty much that's also the same in Champion Rush because you don't have to rush that much in the first instance, in the first stages. It's just that Huya needs to be taken where it really matters, and that is for the last day.
And I think it's like a perfect Cinderella story, I mean, they finished 9th in the last year of EWC, but then slowly trying to build themselves up. They show consistency. They finally won the World Series and in the global finals. It's just a perfect run for them. This would be a full circle moment for Buriram United Esports.
Oh, they're just missing that EWC championship.
I know.
Another team that's actually missing that one too, that I know a lot of Brazilian people are going to be happy about, is going to be Fluxo. Fluxo's coming in with one of the MVPs too out of the region in MT7. We'll wait and see what that squad's going to be doing. But out of Group A, when we're looking at it, we also have Falcons in there, right? And that's a Nord that has won before here at EWC Freefire. They only have just one.
EWC ম্যাচ শুরু হতে হতে মনে হচ্ছে যে চারটার সময় ম্যাচ স্টার্ট হয়ে যাবে 15 মিনিট মনে হয় তারা এর কিছু অ্যানাউন্সমেন্ট চলবে আর প্যারিসের কোন জায়গাটার নাম হয়তো জায়গা হচ্ছে সেটা বলা যাচ্ছে না দেখা যাচ্ছে এখানে তাদের ইন্টারভিউ ইডব্লিউসি 2024 চলতেছে 2024-2025-এর ইডব্লিউসি চ্যাম্পিয়ন ছিল ইবোস ডিভাইন। এবার দেখা যাবে নতুন কোনো চ্যাম্পিয়নের মুখ দেখতে পায় নাকি না ডিফেন্ডিং চ্যাম্পিয়ন যারা রয়েছে তারাই এই ইডব্লিউসিতে আবার 2024 চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপ তাদের নামে দখল করে নিতে পারে। আর গত 2024-এ তো মনে হয় FFW আছে, FFW যেই ম্যাচটা ছিল সেখানে তো মনে হয় সৌদি আরবে যে খেলাটা হয়েছিল সে সৌদি আরব নাকি না, সরি মাই ব্যাড, কোথায় তো খেয়াল নেই।
So I think it's a bit of an unpredictable situation when you talk about Falcons.
সেখানে মনে হয় সেখানে বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড চ্যাম্পিয়ন হয়, এখন বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড তো আবার এই ইডাব্লিউসিতেও রয়েছে। এখন আমরা কি বোসকে চ্যাম্পিয়ন হতে দেখতে পারবো নাকি বুরিরাম ইউনাইটেড? এখন যেই টিমগুলো রয়েছে, যে 24টা টিম রয়েছে, তারা কিন্তু একটি থেকে কিন্তু আরেকটি, বাংলাদেশ থেকে কিন্তু 2টা টিম চলে গেছে এবং ইন্ডিয়া থেকে কিন্তু রয়েছে 3টা টিম। বাংলাদেশ আর ইন্ডিয়া কিন্তু একটা রাইভেলি এটা ম্যাচ হবে বাংলাদেশ আর ইন্ডিয়ার মধ্যে। আমরা বাংলাদেশ থেকে 3টা এবং বাংলাদেশ থেকে 2টা এবং ইন্ডিয়া থেকে 3টা টিম। আমাদের এইবারের আশা যে তারা এত অনেক অফিসিয়াল, যেমন টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব অনেকগুলো অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্ট বাইরে গিয়ে খেলে এসেছে, তার জন্য আমরা আশা করতেছি যে এই টুর্নামেন্টে তারা একটি ফাইনাল এর ভিতরে এন্ট্রি করতে পারবে, ফাইনালে তাদেরকে দেখতে পারবো। কারণ স্ট্র হার্টস কিন্তু এই প্রথম একটি অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্ট খেলতে কিন্তু ফ্রান্সের প্যারিসে চলে গিয়েছে এবং যেখানে কিন্তু আমরা ফ্রান্সের প্যারিসে কিন্তু তাদের ফার্স্ট অভিজ্ঞতা হবে। তাদের কাছ থেকে আমরা যতটুকু পারবো ভালো কিছু করার আশা করবো, কিন্তু আমরা টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাবের থেকে আশা করতে পারি যে তারা যেকোনো একটি কিছু করবে।
I'm pretty sure that they have a little bit of their back pocket that they can bring in, because this is some of the teams, the aggressive teams coming from India, and it's tough to say if what they've shown already is what we're going to expect, because they have been preparing for this after a lot of rest out of esports scene from India. I'm really looking forward to what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, and once again, it's the EWC. Of course, it's gonna be different. The spirit is also very different. So yeah, looking forward to see how they are performing this year.
Yeah, Southeast Asia's used to dominating EWC. I know a lot of the other regions, once again, Brazil wants to see if they can finally get that championship, Fluxo especially. And then we have other regions as well, right? We got Pakistan, we got some of the other ones.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the teams from Group A, and I'm going to go with you, Neptune, on this one. Which team do you
আরে
think can surprise us?
কি
We just
কোনো
continue to talk about consistency, right?
প্লেয়ার কি ওয়াচ পার্টিতে নাই নাকি কেউ নাই?
Is there any squad
ডিসিতে
that you're
যদি
like,
কেউ
okay,
থাকতো
man,
তাহলে
that
তো
one might end up surprising us with consistency?
ডিসিতে কোনো প্লেয়ারই নেই।
Teams really that hasn't shown that much from the previous competition. I think AJAL is one of the team that has that confidence right now, especially having that clash squad. So it's a different game mode overall, but the team after getting that championship, they have been in good chemistry up to this point.
Yeah, I have to agree with Neptune on this one because AGAL, they have been showing amazing performance, and I think Dew is in the right place, right space, and yeah, it's always beautiful how he and Saifa would do a teamwork and play so well alongside each other. So I'm just really looking forward to see what AGAL will bring to the game this year.
Oh man, all right,
Oh.
you agree with it too.
After all.
Okay, now I'm gonna put you guys on the spot because I just want to be
আচ্ছা
able to see
কয়জনে
your
ওয়াচ
score,
পার্টি
and
করতেছে?
it's none other than
এটা তো দেখ
who's gonna be
ওয়াচ
taking
পার্টি, আমরা ওয়াচ পার্টি করতে
of the day.
Oh my God! You really have to ask
It's
this.
just one of those like close your eyes and
We have
start.
we literally just started the show. Okay, I think I'm gonna go Buriram United Esports.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. Neptune, come on.
I don't know. I mean, some of the teams, the best teams, I would say, doesn't show up that much. So I'm going for Aurora Gaming at this point from Group A. Coming from Malaysia, also a first contender in here. I think they will be on fire right now.
I thought you were gonna go with Evos. I'm not gonna lie. She stayed with Buriram. I was like, for sure he's gonna go with Evos. But let us know in the comments below for everybody watching, who do you think is gonna be taking the first booyah? Because this is day one of Freefire at Esports World Cup. You know what?
হ্যাঁ
Let's
শুরু
get
দেবে
started.
মনে হইতেছে, ধারণা। কাউন্টডাউন টাইম শুরু হয়ে গেছে। কি ম্যাচ শুরু হওয়ার কাউন্টডাউন টাইম নাকি টিম এন্ট্রির কাউন্টডাউন টাইম, আমরা এটাই দেখবো। কাউন্টডাউন টাইম শুরু হয়ে গেছে। এখন আমরা একটা লবি দেখতে পাচ্ছি এখানে। এই তো আজকে যেখানে খেলা হবে সেই মঞ্চটা। ওরে জোস, কি একটা এন্ট্রি রে ভাই! রোল এন্ট্রি হচ্ছে লাইটিং তার সাথে। আর কি সুন্দর একটা এন্ট্রি রে, এখন টিমগুলো এন্ট্রি এখন টিমগুলোর এন্ট্রি আমরা দেখতে পাই। Oh no. Ish. ফাইট আর নাচ একই সাথে। এখানে আমরা ফাইট আর নাচের একটা কম্বিনেশন, দুটো কিন্তু দেখতে কিন্তু একটু অসাধারণ, যেমন স্ট্রিট ডান্স আছে না, স্ট্রিট ডান্সের মতো একেবারে। একেবারে স্ট্রিট ডান্স কি ব্যাপার। জায়গাটা কিন্তু একেবারে সুন্দর মতো সাজিয়ে রয়েছে, আর সিট গুলো এইবার একেবারে অনেক সুন্দরভাবে যাতে হয়েছে যে চারটা বামে মাঝখান দিয়ে মনে করেন যে তাদের জায়গায় এন্ট্রির জায়গা, আর দুই পাশে চারটি চারটি করে টিম।
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gadir City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb.
150 million players for these two
yes, 24
play these games every day. But today we will have the 96 best player coming from all around the world.
That's right, from all corners of the world, ready to go toe to toe until they are the last team standing. My name is Barney Banks and I'm your host alongside the incredible Luti. And without any further delay, it's time to introduce your first 12 teams to the main stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, of course. Like there is so many young players and they are coming from all around the world. And you know what?
8টা বাজে মনে হয় ম্যাচ স্টার্ট হবে, যতটুকু ধারণা দিতেছে। মানে এখনো 4টা বাজে না, মনে হয় 5টা বাজে স্টার্ট হবে, কারণ হচ্ছে এখনো তো প্লেয়ারগুলো এন্ট্রি করে নাই। প্লেয়ারগুলো এন্ট্রি করবে, তাদের ইন্ট্রোডিউস করানো হবে, তারপরে কারণ এই এর নাম কি
Titan Esports Club.
এই যে বাংলাদেশের একটা গেম টাইটান ক্লাব চলে এসেছে মাঝে। বাংলাদেশের গর্ব, বাংলাদেশের মান সম্মান তাদের এখন তাদের হাতে টাইটান স্পোর্টস ক্লাব। কোন দেশের টিম এটা তো বোঝা যাইতেছে না।
Buriram United Esports.
এই যে অল গেমার্স গ্লোবাল, এজি গ্লোবাল, প্রত্যেকটা টিম চলে আসছে আমাদের মাঝে। অরোরা গেমিং তো মানে ভিয়েতনাম নাকি কোন জায়গার?
Dynasty. DS Gaming.
টিমগুলো এখন একটা একটা করে আবার চলে আসবে আমাদের মাঝে, আসার পরেই মানে চলে যাবে।
Team Apex Gaming. And your reigning Esports World Cup champions, EVOS Esports. We've got $1 million on the line, a legacy to forge, and a champion to crown. So today is your only chance to make a first impression. Make it count.
The first day of Freefire in AWC Paris begin now!
How hard is it to claim the throne? To rise above and be the best.
To end it, Russia with the final elimination! The Wonder Kid gets the job done!
And how hard is it to stay at the top?
Secret WAG rips away the Booyah and Bermuda.
It requires strength, resilience, the ability to thrive under pressure. It requires consistency.
4 Booyahs in a row.
And as the kingdom grows, so does the number of contenders. With familiar faces returning and entirely new forces knocking at the gates. But in the end, there can be only one king, one champion, and one Booyah. And no king rules forever.
যেমন যে বলে ইডব্লিউসি এর মেডেলটা যে ইডব্লিউসি এর যে টাইটেলটা দিবে ব্যাপারটা সেটাই। প্লেয়ারগুলো তাদের নিজস্ব সিডেই বসে গেছে, কারণ বাংলাদেশের খেলা কি হয় বাংলাদেশকে আমরা দেখতে পারবো। বাংলাদেশের থেকে আজকের দিনে আমাকে শুরুর যে গ্রুপ এ রয়েছে, গ্রুপ এ তে মনে হয় টাইটান্স ক্লাবের খেলা রয়েছে, আর বিতে মনে হয় বিতে মনে হচ্ছে কি আমাদের স্ট্র হার্টস বাংলাদেশ থেকে দুইটি টিম দুইবারে খেলবে। এইদিকে আমরা মনে দেখা যাইতেছে পডকাস্টার যারা রয়েছে, এদিকে পডকাস্টার প্লেয়াররা পডকাস্টার প্লেয়ার করিতে এক্স অনেকগুলো টিম রয়েছে এখানে। এই যে গ্লোবাল কিন্তু এখানে রয়েছে আমাদের মাঝে। হাতে যে আরেকজন থাকতো বা দুজনে মিললে কাস্টিং করা আড্ডা দেওয়া সিঙ্গেল বসার মন চাই রে ভাই যদি নিজেরা যায় খেলতে পারতাম ইডব্লিউসি এই ড্রিমটা ফুলফিল হবে নাকি তাও সন্দেহ। ডব্লিউসি প্যারিস তার প্যারিসের দর্শকের যে গ্লোবালের সমর্থকরাও অবশ্য রয়েছে। মেডেল ডব্লিউসি মেডেলগুলো এই বছর দেখলাম যে ট্রফিটা নিয়ে ঢুকতে, কারণ গতবারের চ্যাম্পিয়ন তো তারা ডিফেন্ডিং চ্যাম্পিয়ন, তার জন্য মনে হয় তাদের হাতে মনে করেন যে চ্যাম্পিয়ন ট্রফিটা মঞ্চে ঢোকানো হয়েছে।
Yeah, it's really exciting when you think about that because it's such a different moment, right? It's a different pond. Yeah. It's a different capability. And again, there are also, whispers about these new teams coming online. The differences in regional styles of play, whether or not you can adapt to that. That day one, trying to figure out, like you mentioned, right, the drop spots. Are we going to be taking the early fights or are we going to be avoiding these teams? So those are the questions.
ভাই হেডফোনটা দিয়ে দেন, একটা হেডফোন যে হেডফোন তোমরা লাগাইতেছো এই হেডফোন যদি আমার থাকতো ভাই খুব তোর কাজ করতে পারলো। এদের সাথে কে কে রয়েছে, বাংলাদেশের টিমগুলো কোন জায়গায় বসছে?
at the Southeast Asian
এক
Clash
জায়গা থেকে
Finals
আরেক
as
জায়গার
well.
খেল
But that's Clash Squad. In Battle Royale, they have been doing absolutely fine for
কোনো
themselves as
সুযোগই নেই
well,
কোনো
right?
সুযোগই
Just
নেই
very quickly climbing up the ladder, but they have not achieved a championship in VR for themselves just yet. Second at Sea Spring 26, second at even the Freefire Max Asia Invitational, where we threw in a bunch of super teams from Southeast Asia up against the South Asian teams, where they also found dominance at.
Yeah, and I think that when you are in that situation, you are trying to think,
না
okay,
না
how
না
exactly am I going to be
তা হতে
matching up
পারে
against
না
other players? Some of them are very, very new. I would say
কোনোভাবেই
mostly
সময় যে
our
ইভোস
local players have a
ডিভাইন
little bit more drive. They're hot-headed, they're hot-blooded.
Oh,
They
yeah.
want to go for these early fights.
Yeah.
But in this situation, when you go high risk,
স্লিপটার
the
নাম কি
high
মেমো
reward
স্লিপ
moment,
মেমো
if you
ফিঙ্গার
lose it,
স্লিপ
you
নাকি
lose it all. And in this situation, you want
এইভাবে
to avoid
অফিসিয়াল
being on
ডিভাইস
the very
তাদের
bottom of
সবগুলো
that
সবার
ladder.
জন্য তো এক
What
সেমই
can we
ডিভাইস
do to make sure that we don't go super high risk and not overheat?
Well, if you do end up at the bottom today,
সবগুলো সেম
the risk
ডিভাইস
is there, but
Yeah.
fairly low.
এই যে
However,
ট্রফি
you definitely have to avoid it at all
এই
costs, but
ট্রফিটার দাম
obviously,
হচ্ছে কি
not
12
every
কোটি
single team that
84
you're
লক্ষ
gonna have
টাকা
some winners, you're gonna have
কে
some
জিতবে এই
teams
প্রাইজ
down at
মানি
the bottom who are gonna be
ওটা
at
কিন্তু
risk
অনেক
of
বিগ একটা অ্যামাউন্ট
relegation. But I'm looking at the rise of the underdogs here, mainly at the
Right.
Esports World Cup, right? Because this is where dreams
এত
are
বড়
made.
অ্যামাউন্ট
Again, this guy,
তো
he
তো
dreamt
আমাদেরকে
for
দিল তো
many,
পারে
many
ভাই
years.
আমাদেরকে তো
I'm
কিছু
not so
দিতে
sure
পারো
exactly what he's trying to do right now, but he's dreamt for many, many years. He's trying to think of a hand sign that he wants to flash on the screen
Yeah.
the moment he gets a booyah. And AJL's just the kind of squad who's capable of walking with a booyah. And
Yeah.
speaking of which, this is Group A. Many have termed this group the Group of Death
Yeah.
because of the number of titans that are in this group.
Right. And I think that when you think about Group of Death, there are so many situations that, for me personally, I think last year we had this conversation, right? We were saying, hey, it's going to be the rise of the Brazilians this year. And we were knocked out of the park and we were surprised. And
Yeah.
it wasn't at all our expectations. Now, for
Yeah.
this year, the capability of that happening again, and the favorites getting knocked out, is going to be happening. I would say is because there are so many teams that we haven't dealt yet, we haven't seen quite yet on the bigger stages.
Yeah.
Maybe regionally, we haven't seen their prowess because maybe regionally wise, maybe they're not the best there. But some teams excel on the global stage, and that really, really surprises so many people, including us.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's just such a interesting factor that the teams that perform well on the global final stage, the titans of our competition, just don't find a good run here at the Esports World Cup. You look at Buriram, you look at even AGAL. I mean, this is their third year here, and both of the Esports World Cup in 2024 and 2025, they've placed fifth.
Yes.
It's weird that they are not able to take a step forward, but the underdogs, on the other hand, they always manage to rise up to the occasion. I wonder what's the difference going to be like this time around, right? Because
Yeah.
you look at the teams, yes, the teams have grown, yes, the mechanical skills of these players have definitely been sharpened up, but we also have to take a look at the meta. This is the season for the snipers to rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, the snipers have been buffed, and I think that what's really good about this as well, I think there were whispers about the Indonesian squads running that double sniper. Seeing that is going to be fun, but again, as we go into this first game, I am curious to see what exactly is going to be happening. Is it going to be double snipers? Is it going to be a different kind of meta? What do you think, AJ?
Well, I think everybody's going to be aiming for peak this time around because of the high tier loot zone, or it could also be a potential avoidance of these high tier loot zones for the underdogs of the competition, just so that they avoid early annihilation from these lobbies. But one thing's for sure, we're going to spot quite a number of hot drops because of the fact where we haven't built dominance on these compounds just yet. Day one is going to be a very messy day, and I think we already see a couple of hot drops out there.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a very interesting moment here.
Man.
Where we are looking at Mars, Electra, and Pochino just completely full of players. Circle coming up toward the middle central side there. So the rotations coming in from southern side is going to be fun to see, especially AGL from Sentosa.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gun Dynasty up against Aurora. And this is going to be a little tough for Gun Dynasty if they don't manage to overwhelm the Malaysian squad, who has been performing extremely well in the recent past. And you've also got the team of Team Apex Gaming from India. Now, speaking of Aurora and the players of GD, let's see if or not they'll be able to knock each other out or very safely avoid each other after picking off a couple of points. Azrael Mac 10 in hand for medkits. No glue walls. Getting stuck in a battle could be deadly. But he does have the time turner on him, keeping the active skill alive. Let's see if or not they'll be able to engage well. Vega, on the other hand, already has the M82B in hand. Two players from the side of GD actually holding back And David 444 moving on in, bringing the full squad for the attack. Jun's about to be in trouble here. David has the P90 as well, quickly avoids the engagement. And Aurora does not want a straightforward fight. A little mistake here from Azrael as he hops on into the battle. David won't fight him. Zuez for the backup. And the Mag 7 shines for the side of Aurora, but they've already lost 2-3 players down on the ground.
It's a chaotic moment here right now as Jun also gets knocked down quickly. Shumi comes through and somehow steals it away. Aurora Gaming eliminated too soon. Weren't able to tie down the last few moments. As we walk over on this side, TAG crossing over. GD will be waiting on the other side here, but they haven't been spotted out quite yet. If the rotation is good, I think that they may be able to come on to the screen right now as DRS is just completely annihilating PDX right now.
Yeah, Paradox up against DRS. 3 eliminations in hand. They started off really hot, but it looks like Paradox will have to back away from this equation here. Snipe with the VSS is going to be standing by to distract the players of the Rail Soldiers. Was his buddy makes it away from the compound, looking for the revival on the rest of the Paradox squad. Alu and Pratik making sure they don't make a mistake here. The Valiant Dash takes down Snipe's defenses. They pick up their 4th point. A great start for DRS.
Yeah, DRS just walked up and just took the area like it's nobody's business. Snipe back into the game as Madara does get knocked down here. EVOS, he does try to make a move onto the enemy team on the other side here, but they weren't able to find an opening toward them since DP does have the upper hand, drops down, but Abax knocked out of the game already, and the rest of the team completely collapsed as EVOS run away into the other compound here. They're trying to just crunch them from different areas. Ray cannot hold on here. Rasha does get a pickup of his own, but DP doing a great job of just annihilating EVOS.
Oh, it was a great start here from Demon's Pride, taking on the reigning defending champions, and EVOS Divine trying to take them out of the equation, but it's not gonna be that easy. The White Tigers of Indonesia rising to the occasion, instant pickups from their side, and they turn the tables on Demon's Pride, showing them who the true demons of this competition are.
It's honestly insane because the start off was just so in favor of DP as Rasha gets picked off by Falcons. Limit, a big pickup here already. Right timing to just catch him off guard before EVOS was even able to reposition.
Ricky,
From Russia,
the Russian,
the battle up against Demon's Pride
are I got a team alive. Titan is there.
And here comes Gun Dynasty yet again in another battle, but their prime play with David 444 down on the ground.
Step down is multiple.
Gaming needs a
Are
very
a team eliminated.
up against the Latam Giants.
Type from Paris.
Man, we already have 2 teams already out of the game, and EVOS in trouble as Falcons just clean up house, eliminated so quickly.
Demon
Pride as
Pride.
well out of the game fairly soon, and these are the big
Team
numbers. We
Daniel.
talked about this in the pre-show about what we were sort of expecting to see from
Watch
the
out.
games.
Yeah, I mean, very messy
Can-
game one on day one as expected here. Most of the
Need to go
teams
to-
just do not know what to expect from the others in terms of drop spot, in terms of rotation. They'll have to stay on their tippy toes and sneak around these compounds as best possible. And if that fails, well, just go all out with their gunfights, just like what EVOS did earlier. But I'll have to say, Demon's Pride was not as big a threat as Falcons. Pete with the car 98 takes down Aim God. Could just out of nowhere. TEC joining the party as well. 2 teams beating down the players on the side of EVOS Divine. The reigning defending champions might get taken out of that bit too early here.
It's honestly insane. EVOS come back into the game, immediately gets
she
completely
team group.
annihilated, and now over on this side here, Falcons on a rampage. Limits doing the damage.
Olé.
Obviously, DEC, the pressure is on, and DEC can't do anything about it.
Titans Esports Club, what do you have in you? Have your wings been clipped? The Red Hawks of the past have not been able to fly very far, but this time round, picking up some crucial early points. They do have the vending machine beside the final surviving player, but it looks like it's going to be a rough one as TEC bows out as well.
there's just so many things happening around the map right now as we're looking here. Loud and Evos in one compound in the corner. GD trying to rotate into the zone as well as it's just slowly dwindling. But the northern side is hectic right now.
Rough fight here for GD. They take on the champions of the Esports World Cup 2024 in Falcons. But GD themselves, they're very sound in terms of mechanically able squad in the world of Free Fire. This battle is going to be a rough one for them. Now they're trying to sneak outside the compound of the blue zone here. They get scanned out by the binoculars as well. Falcons does have a tad bit of information, but David 444, again, the most lethal player on the side of Gun Dynasty.
Oh, man.
Rushing on up, Raja versus David 444 is going to be a rough one for Raja, but they do have the electrotherapy on their side. Valiant Dash breaks down their defenses. Raja with the M590, but David again, lethal with a Mag 7, pops his head. Vega takes out On Fire, and let him showing you exactly what they can do on the world stage.
This is crazy. That circle rotation meant that a lot of fights are going to be happening as this rotation comes through. Middle circle full in control of Loud here as we look at the Falcons try to find their way into the zone, and they're not stopping. That sniper is just doing so much damage in the hands of these players. Pina found by GD already and quickly annihilated. Amazing work coming from the Limit alone as Vegeta comes through. Limit tries to find a pick-off here and he's down and out.
Yeah, I mean, David got taken down once again, but he's the rusher. He's very aggressive. But the backup from Shiru, the backup from Blame, it is absolutely perfect. Now, we used to see David 444 play for Zeus Esports on the Free Fire World Series USA, and the guy was lighting up the battlefield. Recently acquired by Gun Dynasty for a good reason, to stomp down these squads out here at the Esports World Cup. Let's see how far they can go. But Falcons are not out of it just yet, completing their full revival spree here. Back to a full squad, but can they loot up and be battle ready before the next circle?
Speaking of that as well, I mean, EVOS had so many close calls throughout this entire game. I think it was 2 times.
চারটা টিম ইতিমধ্যে বিদায় নিয়ে নিল। কয়টা টিম রয়েছে? 8টা। বাংলাদেশের টিমও এখান থেকে বিদায়। পয়েন্ট কত রয়েছে? এন্ড পজিশন
On Fire just had no
ঠিক
chance.
গডলে
Just swooping on and spotting a little prey and showing
সেন্টিনো
that
কি
they can be
13
a prime
কি
predator. But of course, that was a
ফ্যালকন
2v1.
7টা কিল
It
করছে,
is an
ইকোসে
unfair fight now. A
5টা।
team that has been keeping very quiet is Buriram. They've managed to build a lot of respect for these other squads, especially here on the Esports World Cup stage. Can this be their year? The third time here at EWC, and maybe the third time's the charm for the Thai squad.
Loud versus Evos.
Last movements now, we are seeing still DRS and PDX still very much outside the zone, really taking their time here. But DRS is slowly moving toward Pina, and it's making me a little bit nervous for them.
Loud. They definitely are a Loud squad out there. Very constant organization on our global stage around the 2021-2023 timing. But they've been missing the past couple of years. Now back with a brand new roster. And On Fire, man, Falcons just can't catch a break, can they? Gun Dynasty showing them exactly who's going to be ruling these lobbies from the get-go. On Fire again. Just outnumbered the players on the side of Falcons. Yes, they did manage to run around getting those revives, but the team just spread out too thin on the battlefield.
Yeah, they weren't able to play together in these situations. You know, you're seeing a lot of respect.
That's it.
As immediately Takuri finds Limit. And Falcons, that's it for them. Not able to come back into the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was just too broke. Even if he got to a vending machine, which is quite far in that situation, wouldn't have been able to bring anyone back. He was looking for those coins, and Takuri found some coins out of him instead.
Yeah. Now, the southern side here is very interesting, AJ. Look at the amount of teams here. You have EVOS hanging on, PDX as well. I wouldn't be surprised if a big fight were to happen around here, and it's going to be fire, because GD right now is so comfortable northern side and alone.
Absolutely. 5 teams out of the equation already. Paradox still alive and kicking alongside the Rail Soldiers. Speaking of the Rail
আমাদের
Soldiers,
টাইম মেইনটেইন প্রায় ঠিকই আছে।
some hot soup and they're about to get cooked.
আরেকটা ফাইটে জড়িয়ে গেছে ডিআরএস এ ফার্স্ট টাইম কি সুন্দরভাবে খেলতেছে। টাইটানিক্স ক্লাব এগুলো কি
And Loud interfering in this battle. Can they walk away as the best third party for day 1, game 1?
ডিআরএস এর
Dynasty with your final
কি কোন জিডি কোন টিম এটা গড লাইক নাকি গড লাইক তো ডি গড লাইক গেল কথা
Do anything in this situation.
পুরো ডিআরএস এর কয়টা প্লেয়ার তিনটা নাকি তিনটা প্লেয়ার নাকি
But in this situation here, DRS do the upper hand just because they have a
জিডি 15 কিল ডিআরএস এর 8 কিল তিনটা প্লেয়ার
Had the vehicle, got
Goes.
sniped, quickly hopped on out of it to play the recovery. Now going to be tanking the damage from
আর
the but
অস্থির
he's looking for
ক্যাম্পিং
the vending machine. He's got enough coins to bring the
কোনো
full squad
প্লেয়ারে
back.
আসবে না
All he needs to do is just run out of bullseye, but the problem is he's right in the middle of the bullseye of the crosshairs of the opposite teams who are looking for an extra point and an extra team to eliminate.
and how PDX is moving here. They're just trying to find a way into the game here. PDX should probably come through into the peripherals of Loud as well. Now Russia, big kill there onto a player and even sneaky
পিডির
somehow off the mid.
একটা প্লেয়ার
Gets,
লাগে
knocked out as well.
ফাইটিং সিনগুলো করতে আসেন মিডিলে একবারে সেন্টারের জন্য
Sneak on in. They're
কোন
in great position
এই যে গ্লোবাল
here.
এখানে
This is
সামনে
having too
সামনে
close to the
যাচ্ছে
edge of the current zone, which
গড
is
লাগে
moving
সামনে একটা প্লেয়ার
aggressively. The problem is going to be DRS for AGL as they try to rotate in. They do have a little bit of compound cover. But Gun Dynasty full
Oh
revive,
no,
clutch
revive
play.
this.
The squad is back, but the circle is small, getting fished out of the skies. It's a big
এই বছর পজিশনটা করে সুন্দর এই বছর সামনে কোনো প্লেয়ার আশেপাশে কোনো প্লেয়ারই নাই রিল্যাক্সের জোন সার্কেলের ভিতর মুভ করে ঢুকে যাবে আরে
Rotations
বাস
coming in. Well, DRS very
পরে রয়েছে
comfortable
আবার
side area as well.
পুরামি
And we
নাকি
see Snipe getting knocked out here by Trap. Immediately is sent to
করতে
the
পারছে না
lobby.
কিন্তু
But the
স্পট হয়ে
Lobby
গেছে
is the one that takes away that point.
স্পট করে মনে হচ্ছে গিয়ে আমাদের
The reigning defending
অ্যাবেক্স
champions, Esports, can do.
স্পট
It has
করেছে
been
এখানে
a
উপরে
rough start for
ওই
them,
যে প্লেয়ারগুলো রয়েছে সব
but recovery has been solid
স্পট
for
করে
Esports.
নিয়েছে স্পট করেছে
Just 6 eliminations, not too high, but it's not about the number of eliminations for EVOS. They just want to get to that final
Aye.
circle, safe and
র্যাম
sound,
ইউনাইটেডের
just
কি
like what
সুন্দর
Buriram is
পজিশন রে
doing.
বাবা
And I feel like
একেবারে
that is
উপরে
gonna be
উপরে
the
থেকে
sound strategy if you want to
ওর
get
থেকে
to the
আর্সেনাল
grand finals as well as walk away with the championship at the
তার
end of the
আশেপাশে
day.
নিচের দিকে
The game
তিনটা
has turned
এদিকে
around.
তিনটা
It's no longer about pure
রাশ
domination
করে
or
তার পিছে থেকে রাশ
eliminations.
করতে
It's
পারে
all about
ফাইটিং
can
কোনো
you
কি
get the
সিন
point
আমরা কি এখানে
when you
দেখতে
truly
পারবো
need it
নাকি
and you
পারবো না
gotta start practicing early.
I agree
Rush
with you. I
it.
think Brum United has always liked that approach, right? They find that last
Aye.
possible moment, just really come in, steal away the booyah and those
Get.
extra few points in the last few
পুরো আমি
battles.
গেট হাই
We
কিন্তু
can see a few players taking a bit more damage.
এডাব্লিউ মাতিনি কিন্তু বস
GD comes through here, will cross paths with DRS. BN is already at the bottom side, even
Oh,
Vision as
Vega.
well.
Oh, David. Unfortunate for him. They have to pick him up. They have to defend David at all costs here. It's going to be tough. Nameless spraying down Moshi with a snipe from across. AWM solid. Barros taken out of the equation as well. AGL's currying around. Barely any points on their side.
যে গ্লোবালে মাত্র 2 কিল
The pressure is on
মানে
them.
তারপর
They try
2
to
কিল
loop
করলো
around
আরে
that circle,
কি করবো
and they're
মাত্র
gonna
2
make a
কিল
wild rotation round.
টাইটান টাইটান কত নম্বর রয়েছে টাইটান রয়েছে বর্তমানে কিন্তু 8 নম্বর পজিশনে রয়েছে
But
টাইটান
they're going to be pressured with all of the glue wall melted.
ওরা রয়েছে কিন্তু 12 নম্বরে ডিপ
From the high ground advantage
আই
as well. On the
আই
opposite side, Loud doing a number on the rest of the players out there. Buriram fighting
এটা কি
the
টোটাল
players.
পয়েন্ট কি
Things
তো
are
এখানে
getting messy.
ক্লিয়ার করে দিতেছে নাকি পয়েন্ট টেবিলগুলো অন্যরকম ভাবে এটা তো বুঝাইতেছে গ্লোবাল রেটেড
Benel has kept
ইবসদের উপরে এখন ফুল প্রেসার জোন থেকে মুভ করতেছে
but can he continue to pull in more numbers?
প্রেসার ইবসদের উপরে
They are in a great
এটা কি পজিশন পাইছে নাকি
move on into the
আরে হ্যাঁ পজিশন তো পাওয়ার কথা এই জায়গাটায়
attack. DRS.
আর একটু
On the other hand, lightning
গেলে সামনে সামনে যেই আর একটা কভার আছে সেখানে যেতে পারলে
out of Gun Dynasty if we've ever seen one. And through the lightning zone, there is a big advantage here. Loud on the other hand, just not stepping on out too much. They
এই
will
যে
take
এই যে
the
হার্ড
win
কভার এই যে
against
হার্ড
the
কভার কিন্তু ধরে
lightning
নিছে
zone, but nothing that they want to worry about so far.
আরে লইট রে তোমাদের নিচের দিকে তো মনে হয় আরেকটা টিম আরেকটা টিম রয়েছে নিচে পিছে একমাত্র ইবসদের উপর কিন্তু সবাই ওদেরকে টার্গেট করে নিচ্ছে ইবসরা তো ওপেন ফিল্ডে তো
EVOS in a pinch and
আইস
eliminating them from the lobby.
Yeah, EVOS is now out and down for
Yeah.
the count as DRS arrives.
ডিআরএস এ ফার্স্ট টাইম আসে কি খেলাই দেখাতেছে
Find a way to stay alive and stay healthy. They do. As Loud trying to find a way to just really find an
চারটা
angle
টিম
onto Brum United.
টিমের মধ্যে লাউডে 4টা বোররামের 4টা ডিআরএস এর 3টা আর ইডের 3টা প্লেয়ার অ্যালাইভ রয়েছে
Buriram,
ইডের 3টা প্লেয়ার অ্যালাইভ 3v 3v 4v 4v 4 সুন্দর খেলা
David 444 still alive and kicking, but now their super savior still alive and kicking. Gun Dynasty looking absolutely solid to build their dynasty here, right here on game one. Loud on the
এই কিন্তু লুইড কিন্তু তাদের পজিশন চেঞ্জ করে নিয়েছে আরে রে রে একটা প্লেয়ার স্পিডের টিআরএস তেরো কি
13 eliminated the Nepali squad. Absolute wonder run so far on game one.
Yeah, and Loud has made a huge, I would say, tactical retreat.
টেস্ট থেকে পয়লা টিম যেতে পারে মনে হয়
Cover as well built, but it doesn't stop the damage. Trying their way their best to stay alive right now as BRU
24টা যেহেতু টিম
onto their team.
15-16 মানে গ্রুপ স্টেজ এরপর 18 তারিখ মনে হয় তারপর 18 তারিখ মনে হয় নকআউট স্টেজ
Already on rampage up to 5. Loud 6 eliminations, putting the pressure onto Buram United. Not happening, staying alive despite the chunk of damage coming through for the util.
Yeah, Trap just playing true to his name, man. Bringing in the thrill of battle with the A124, trapping in Buriram. They could not use their active skills and they actually had to wait that out. Quite a number of seconds lost already, but Buriram quickly recovering from that thrill of battle attack. Loud played the timing well, but Buriram had the extra layer of defense with those fences. And now here comes Takuri. God name, Guaka finds Moshi. The sniper of Buriram's out of the equation, and Takuri can do a number on them. Can he nade out the full squad of Buriram? It goes wide a tad big. Now Takuri needs to become the
কার পজিশন ভালো ওই দিকে দেখা যাচ্ছে লুইড আর ডিআরএস এর পজিশন কিন্তু অনেকটা বেটার এখানে মনে হইতেছে কারণ তাদের তিনটা টিম অ্যালাইভ রয়েছে এখানে তো মনে হচ্ছে লুইড কিন্তু এখন টোটালি ট্র্যাপ নো
Yeah, it's insane now. With Buram United waiting in the wings. Strokes trying to find a way to chunk down the damage on Buram United, but they have built a fortress.
6 মিনিট খেলা চলছে পুরো 18 মিনিট খেলা চলতেছে
Through, trying to find a pickup, but he's not able to do so.
এটাই হচ্ছে স্পোর্টস
Finds the members of Buram United. They're all knocked out.
18 মিনিট খেলা 18 মিনিটে ডিআরএস ডিআরএস
They move on in. They've already taken advantage with the initial knock. Takuri has got the cord in hand. Rate of fire up close and personal is going to be deadly. But if Loud continues to close down the distance, those M590s are going to be popping some heads for sure. Trap once again. Thrill of battle locked in. And you cannot use your active skills to take them on. But that knock buys them a little bit of extra time. What can
আর ডিআরএস এর নক করার পর রাশ করে দিত তাইলে হয়ে যেত তিনটা লাইক
up on the side of Loud. It's a 3v1 easy play here. As Strowex jumps on back. Loud says absolutely not. They take away the
আউট
first round.
স্নিকার্স এর কাছে বয়ে চলে গেছে
Making a lot of noise here on the stage.
খেলাটা না দিছে ভাই আউট স্নিকার্স
Dominant, and they know
ঠিক
exactly what they're doing, knowing exactly when to attack and when to go for those tactical retreats. They built a massive wall for safety and kept the distance from them and the other
ডিআরএস ফার্স্ট টাইম এসে যে খেলাটা দিচ্ছে রে ভাই এটা অন্য কোনো টিমে ফার্স্ট টাইম এসে তো ভালো কোনো খেলছে নাকি এটা একটা বিষয় কারণ তারা কিন্তু এবার কিন্তু অফিসিয়াল কিন্তু প্রথম কোয়ালিফাই করছে এই প্রথম
Circles around these teams. Again, Taj, I mentioned during the game, it's not about how many eliminations you get. It's all about strategizing your way towards that final circle, surviving long enough, and taking advantage of the right situations. And that was executed perfectly by this Brazilian squad.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see them as well. They weren't too flashy super early.
Yeah.
And we saw too at that mid-game, they made so much noise.
Oh, yeah.
They start to get really active. They start to really move around that map. And they're tactical on which fights they wanted to take
Yes.
and which fights they decided to just leave alone.
And I have to say, it's Trap that was the mastermind of that battle, constantly pulling the timing perfectly for the side of Loud. If it wasn't for them, I think Buriram would have had a
আরে ভাই একের ডিআরএস এর মতো যে খেলা হইতে পারে তো মানে ডিআরএস এর ফার্স্ট টাইম এসে যে খেলাটা দিচ্ছে একেবারে কিন্তু ইনসেন লেভেলের একটা ম্যাচ ইনসেন লেভেলের ম্যাচ একটা বের করছে তো একেবারে পজিশন কিন্তু 2 নম্বর পজিশন কিন্তু প্রায় একটু জন কিন্তু বয়টা মিস করেছে ম্যান পাওয়ারের অভাবের কারণে নাহলে কিন্তু ডিআরএস কিন্তু বয়টা নিয়ে নিত কি খেলারে দিছে রে ভাই
phenomenal mechanical skill, phenomenal timing. Everything went well here for Loud, but I have to say that was a really messy lobby. Because again, that's exactly what we expect here. Day one, game one, you barely know where your opponents are going to be dropping. I mean, you can go in and do a little bit of research, but it's really a toss of a coin at the end of the day.
মাথা নষ্ট এখানে মাথা নষ্ট গেম প্লে করা হয়েছে এখানে
Out there really fine.
Yeah, and I think what's really exciting exciting as well for me personally. I thought
তো
I could
যারা
do
যারা
this
এডি
live
প্রোডাকশন
for
ইন্টারন্যাশনাল
live
ইউটিউব চ্যানেলটি সাবস্ক্রাইব করে নেয় তারা চাইলে কিন্তু এডি প্রোডাকশন স্পোর্টস চ্যানেলটিকে সাবস্ক্রাইব করে রাখতে পারেন। সাবস্ক্রাইব করে পাশে থাকা বেল আইকনটিতে অলে ক্লিক করে দেবেন, যাতে করে যে পরবর্তীতে যতগুলো ট্যুর রয়েছে অথবা যতগুলো আমরা লাইভ স্ট্রিম করবো সেগুলো কিন্তু আপনারা সরাসরি দেখতে পারবেন।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
বাংলাদেশের কোচ
Entire city
টিমে
built to supercharge it. Kadir City.
এবার যদি ভালো কিছু না করতে পারি রে ভাই, তিনটা অফিসিয়ালে কিন্তু বাংলাদেশের একটাই কোচ সেটা হচ্ছে কিন্তু ডুকার গেমিং ইয়ার। দেখা যাক ইন্ডিয়ার যে ডুকার গেমিং যে বাংলাদেশের এই টিমটাকে আজকে কি লেভেলে নিয়ে যেতে পারে।
Translate us as well. Okay, well, Sana, welcome back to EWC 2026. It's so great to have you back. How does it feel to be back, and how is the preparation leading up to the World Cup?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอยินดีต้อนรับน้องวัฒนาฮะแล้วก็ทีมบุรีรัมย์นะครับเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน
সকল দেশেরকে ফুল সাপোর্ট দিতে ফুল সাপ
อยากสอบถามว่ารู้สึก
সকল
ยังไง
দেশ
บ้างที่ได้กลับมาเล่นในรายการนี้แล้วก็พร้อมขนาดไหนฮะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่ได้มาเล่นรายการนี้ก็เป็นหนึ่งในรายการที่พวกผมอยากคว้าแชมป์ไม่ได้ครับแล้วก็การเตรียมตัวพวกผมก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมครับเต็มที่เลย 100% ครับ
Yep, I'm very happy and excited to be back on EWC stage, and we are so ready. Our preparation is like so. Can't wait to be back on the stage.
বাংলাদেশের যে টিমগুলো হচ্ছে তাদেরকে আরো গেম প্লে আরো আপডেট করা দরকার, কারণ হচ্ছে কি এই পজিশন কিন্তু যে কোনো ডিআরএস কিন্তু ফার্স্ট টাইম নেপালের টিম ফার্স্ট টাইম কোয়ালিফাই করছে। ফার্স্ট টাইম কোয়ালিফাই করার পরে ইডাব্লিউসিতে তারা কিন্তু যে লেভেলে খেলাটা দেখাইলো প্রথম ম্যাচে, বাংলাদেশের টিম যদি আজকের যে ছটা ম্যাচ হবে সেই ছটা ম্যাচের ভিতরে যদি এরকমভাবে না খেলতে পারে তাহলে কিন্তু মনে করেন যে কোনো কিছু যে ফাইনালে যাওয়ার স্বপ্ন কিন্তু বাংলাদেশের স্বপ্নই রয়ে যাবে। কিন্তু আমরা বাংলাদেশে একটা টিম বর্তমানে খেলতেছে, দ্বিতীয় টিমকে দেখার চেষ্টা করবো। দ্বিতীয় টিম স্ট্রহার্স তারা কি লেভেলে গেম প্লে করতে পারে। একটা টিম দিয়ে তো আমাদের বিবেচনা করলে হবে না, কারণ বাংলাদেশ থেকে কিন্তু দুইটা টিম গিয়েছে। ইন্টারভিউটা শেষ হোক, আমরা একটু ওয়াসানার ইন্টারভিউ দেখবো, ওয়াসানা কি এরকম ইন্টারভিউ দেয়।
Good to go, well adjusted, even though, yeah, of course, it takes a lot and a while to get here. But speaking of contenders, who do you think is the biggest rival that you have on the World Cup right now? Because if we're talking about EFOS Divine, yes, they are the reigning champions, but it hasn't really been a great year for them.
ก็อยากสอบถามว่าคิดว่าทีมไหนฮะที่จะเป็นว่าแบบเป็นอุปสรรคหรือว่าเป็นตัวที่แบบว่าเป็นทีมที่ทำให้เราเข้าถึงจุดที่เรียกว่าเราได้แชมป์ได้ยากที่สุดครับ
สำหรับผมก็ไม่มีนะครับเพราะว่าส่วนตัวก็คือน่าจะคิดว่าเป็นที่ตัวเองมากกว่าถ้าตัวเองในวันนั้นเล่นได้กันทุกคนก็น่าจะไม่มีปัญหาอะไรครับ
ম্যাচ শেষ হইল মাত্র, সাথে সাথে উইটে ইন্টারভিউ দিতে চলে আসলো। আর কাহিনী কি এত ফাস্ট চলে আসতে হলো, ইন্টারভিউতে চলে আসলো।
Ooh, that is a great answer. I love your answer, by the way. Love the confidence. Is there anything you'd like to say to the other team that are also competing against you today?
มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมอื่นๆที่จะเล่นกับเราในวันนี้บ้างไหมฮะ
ก็วันนี้ผมขอจองท็อป 1ไว้ก่อนนะครับ
Well, top 1 is mine.
Ooh, my God, I'm so excited. I can feel the competition already. Thank you so much, Wasana. Thank you for having this interview, and thank you for watching us.
Welcome back, everyone. We start off our first match today hot and loud as Booyah is the one to get that first Booyah of the day.
It's nice to see the top 4 teams within the first game in itself be from 4 different regions out here. Everybody's hungry, but what has been
কয়টা টিম? 12 এদিকে চারটা ছয়টা, এদিকে ছয়টা আর মানে অন্য পাশে 6টা টিম। কিরে ওয়াসানা তো আবার বসে গেল, এত ফাস্ট কেমনে বসে রে ভাই? রহমত কেউ আছে নাকি ইন্টারভিউ দিতে চলে গেছে? মাত্র দেখলাম যে বাইরে ইন্টারভিউ দিতেছে, সাথে সাথে এইসব বৈশাখ পড়লো সবকিছু সেট আপ করে।
definitely worked on their rotations a lot. I feel like this is one of those teams we have to look out for, looking like a solid team to make it into
তো যারা যারা চ্যানেলটিকে এখনো সাবস্ক্রাইব করেনি তারা কিন্তু জলদি চ্যানেলটিকে সাবস্ক্রাইব করে দিন। এডি প্রোডাকশন ইন্টারন্যাশনালকে আপনাদের বিভিন্ন রকম টুর্নামেন্টের আয়োজন করার এবং প্রোডাকশন হাউস এর একমাত্র মাধ্যম হচ্ছে এডি প্রোডাকশন ইন্টারন্যাশনাল। এডি প্রোডাকশন ইন্টারন্যাশনাল চ্যানেলকে সাবস্ক্রাইব করে পাশে থাকা বেল আইকনটিতে অলে ক্লিক করে দেবেন এবং এডি প্রোডাকশন ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ডিসকর্ড সার্ভারে কিন্তু আপনারা জয়েন হতে অবশ্যই ভুলবেন না। সেখানে কিন্তু আপনারা চাইলে আপনাদের টিমের জন্য কিন্তু অর্গানাইজ টিমের জন্য কিন্তু প্রোডাকশন পার্টনার হিসেবে নিতে পারেন।
They can survive all the way to the later stages of the map.
Yeah, I feel like, in this game, what sounds easy is
ডিসকর্ডে লোক নাই, ডিসকর্ডে লোক থাকলে আড্ডা দিয়ে দিয়ে কাস্টিং করলে সেই একটা মজা পাই।
talk about how important the decision making and the
করা লাগতেছে একা একা
but DRS pulled off these things
একাদের একা আসার জন্য কিন্তু এখন সমস্যা। এটা কিন্তু মনে করেন যে একা কিন্তু এতক্ষণ কাস্টিং করা যায় না বলেই চলে।
timing were absolutely perfect. They have great numbers behind them, and it's a bit of a shocker for me because we definitely saw their performance at the Freefire Max Asia Invitational, and they didn't really give us a lot to talk about, right? They had some good games, but fairly inconsistent with their run. But a game this explosive up against a lineup of squads that's, global level, superstars, multiple time world champions, it's insane.
Yeah.
And you got to respect that out of Nepal. Now, the big question is, of course, going to be whether or not we're going to see the consistent plays out of them.
Yeah, and I think what's really, important to think about not only is just consistency. I'm a big believer that you gotta fail in order to do well.
Yeah.
And I think that now that you mentioned the DRS didn't really have a good run, maybe they learned a lot from it. Maybe they
For sure,
picked
yeah.
up the weaknesses and made it way better for here. But again, this is after all the first map. It's still, I think, a heat check for many of these teams.
Yeah.
They're trying to figure out where the drops are, how each team plays, how the rotations are gonna go.
Yeah, and also if you look at it from a standpoint of how much of pressure these squads are under, the bigger your name is, the more your achievements, the bigger the pressure is going to be.
Yes.
Because everybody expects you to perform. And if you're a team like the Real Soldiers, DRS, the expectations are fairly low. They have got nothing to lose,
Exactly.
right? It's the first time they're here on the global stage. It's one of the regions that we have brought in to play on a stage like this, and they are shining right now. They have to make sure they don't allow their nerves to catch up with them. It's going to be rough if they do. But if they continue on with this momentum, I think it's going to be a solid run for DRS. They might just be the underdogs that we have been looking out for all of these years. But again, consistency on a stage like this is very difficult to hold on to. We have even seen teams like Fluxo kind of flunk out. So what more DRS, right? But if they do
এখন কি পয়েন্ট টেবিল শো করবে না, কেউ বুঝতেছে না। দেখুন পয়েন্ট টেবিল তো শো করার কথা, পয়েন্ট টেবিল কি শো করবে আজকে এখানে এই ম্যাচে? তো পয়েন্ট টেবিল শো করার
completely lose their cool.
Yeah.
And the thing is, when you have nothing to lose, when you are on a big stage where you're just saying, hey, here, have a great time.
গ্রেট ফ্রি ফায়ার। দ্বিতীয় ম্যাচ, আবার দ্বিতীয় ম্যাচ শুরু হয়ে গেছে। দ্বিতীয় ম্যাচ কোন ম্যাচ? সোলারা নাকি? সোলারাই তো মনে হইতেছে, সোলারা।
Team Apex Gaming earlier, the team from India, got knocked out with
আইদের টেক ল্যান্ডিং করেছে, এত ফাস্ট ল্যান্ডিং করে কি দরকার রে ভাই?
and I feel like this is one of those teams
এই যে গ্লোবালের সামনে যাইতেছে।
perform a little bit better here on Solara. As we hop on in, these slide rails are going to be attracting many teams to your compound. I think the third party
পয়েন্ট টেবিলে টেকে 8 নম্বর টিম রয়েছে।
extremely exciting to watch, and
টেক কোথা নামছে রে ভাই? টেকে ফাইটিং এ চলে গেছে। আরে এস বিস্টায়
up against the Malaysians. Aurora Gaming, Eco Drain,
মিডল ল্যান্ডিং করতে তোমরা কে বলে রে ভাই? এটা ল্যান্ডিং তো সাইড থেকে ল্যান্ডিং করে ভিতরে ঢুকলে তো তোমাদের পারো না কি? মিডলে ঢুকতে হইব।
Other than Delta Isle. Delta
Yara,
Isle
yara.
also is, I think, very, very hectic. Now, in this situation there, I am wanting to see how GD is going to be handling this. As Fuse, we're rushing forward already, barely alive, as Astra already had turned on that time turner.
Yeah, this is a 50-50 early hot drop. Aurora does have a chance in here if they manage to flank around and
ইভোসের সাথে ফাইট হইতেছে। হটশট আছে নাকি? হটশটের লোগোর মতো লাগতেছে যে আগের মতো।
Axel nails him down with a headshot off of the AUG, and it's a great start here for the Malaysian squad. Maybe
ইভোস আইতেছি, ইভোসের ম্যাপে তো দেখাইতেছে। ইভোস কে আসবে নাকি ফাইটে?
kicking them out of the lobby.
আর নো ওর
Banel again, the super
রে
saver of the
একে কি
squad.
কিল করছে না? কে টেকে একটা বসাইছে।
Making sure even if Gun Dynasty falls early here up against Aurora, they will stay in the lobby. But the White Tigers, they smell blood and they want the points.
Yeah, they're coming in as a third party here as well. Gives a bit of space for Aurora to go.
দেখছে ডাবল ভেক্টর নিয়ে বসে রইছি রে। ডাবল ভেক্টরের সামনে যে কোনো টিকবে তো কোনো কথাই না।
Aurora leaving away from the area. GD, you got to
vector in hand. Rate of fire is there. The damage questionable for sure. Spots one out. It's the cord, and it looks like he's gonna be gagging himself. And beautiful valiant dash. Aim God hopping on in with that backup, and they definitely had the advantage on their side with the numbers.
এই যে টেকের
AGAL up against EEC.
ব্লেডের
Like AGAL just weren't having a good run up against them.
No, it's just so
এটির একটা প্লেয়ার সামনের দিকে নাকি স্পট কি করছে নাকি স্পট করার কথা এই গাড়ি দিয়ে খোঁজার চেষ্টা হ্যাঁ রিভাইভ বেন্ডিং মেশিনে এমগুড কি নোটিস করছে নাকি আরে দেখে নিস ক্যাশ প্লেয়ারকে রিভাইভ দিতে যায় আর নিজের মতো পড়ে গেছে
They've entered the compound already, but Nell's in a tad bit of trouble, to say the least. Woven back and away. Team Apex Gaming, can they take the fight up against the 2024 Esports World Cup champions and walk away with the victory here? There is a vending machine in play, and you can see the Apex player already camping away at it in case they need to pull in. A quick revival. Raja on the hot side. Jad has been spotted out already. Woven sticking his head out. That is a bait on fire. Flanking around from the right hand side. Max 7. His own glue wall keeps him in a way. And Woven with a timely time turner to keep himself in the run.
Oh man, and here comes the firepower from the Falcons, knocking a majority of the DAG players down here. 2 eliminations already done and out here. And now they go for more. DAG is stuck in a corner. 3 players crunching him all alone. The way from On Fire is here. A 2v1 swing out means that he cannot survive.
Man, Katie God, I don't know where he is, but he was in a fantastic spot to punish the players on the side.
Connected him down.
Very double knock, but the recovery from your 2024
take একটা প্লেয়ার এলিমিনেটেড হয়ে গেছে
absolutely swift. Katie God in trouble now. Team Apex Gaming.
কে কি করলো তিনজনে মিলে ফুল টিম ওয়াইপ আউট আই কি পিডিএক্স এর ওয়াইপ আউট করে দিছে
Just to put a little bit of extra pressure on them. The nade is in his hands. Pina on the chase. Katie God will stay safe still. And now he has an advantage as he hops off of the slide rails, takes another shot straight to the back. And Pina with the mini Uzi looking to see if or not he can take him out of the
আরে ট্যাকে তো হিট লিস্ট ব্যবহার করা দরকার আছে কোন
right beside. It's a 1v1. Katie God has the better gun in this situation, but Pina absolutely sneaky, just hopping on from the back of the glue wall, taking the shots quickly, hiding away. And from having a disadvantage with the gun, Pina turns things around.
Oh my gosh, that was a hot chase from the other side of the map all the way till here. Movement was insane coming from this guy.
Oh yeah. Gotta respect Falcons this time, hungry for those points. They obviously wanted a better run in the earlier game, did not find it for themselves. Got kicked out of the lobby with just 10 points on their side. Very aggressive game 1 for Falcons. 7 eliminations, but only 3 placement points. You just have to make sure the same mistake is not made here on Solara. But so far, so good. You see the coins on their side, absolutely stacked up. And TEC, one of the favorites from Bangladesh, alive and kicking with a ton of elimination points already on their side in this Solara game.
Oh man, Barrow's putting a damage on the 12-16.
GG. That's
Takes
it.
a lot of damage, almost getting knocked down here, but moves around the area, cannot survive, and knocked out as well.
Yeah, Barros, great play on the 1v1 thrill of battle pop in a timely manner, locking him down. And a swift elimination right after. AGL on the prowl, looking for some extra points. But Cypher's gonna get caught out here. Jazzy Aswap and the smooth criminal Cypher quickly getting away. Barros looking for the backup and the bait and switch. Barros now holding back. Jazzy taken out of the equation. Barros, you monster.
That was the biggest nope I've ever seen in my life, and Cypher is the one to turn things around there. Aswap down and out. Gonna try and see where exactly can go in this situation. Coming in terms of rotations here, a lot of players already inside of the zone, mid-side area. I'm really curious. I'm seeing AGL and Loud there.
AGAL, again, this is their 3rd EWC. Just like Buriram, perhaps third time's the charm. David 444 taken out early here. This is one of the prime players out of Gun Dynasty. And Buriram hunting them down one after the other. You messed around with us in the previous game. We could not get to the Booyah. And this time, we will take you out of the lobby early. Buriram says, but can we see a recovery again? Benel, the super savior of Gun Dynasty, keeping them in the race.
Honestly, getting that pickup right as the glue wall goes down is just diabolical. Now, the zone has shifted a little bit more here. And in this situation, most players are already coming back into the game.
Man,
মাত্র একটা টিম এলিমিনেট
well, this guy.
He has most revivals.
Yeah, he's definitely got the most revivals so far. And it is absolutely brilliant to see him pull off these amazing saves in such an insane lobby on a stage like this. I wonder how is he managing to get things done, and how is he having so many coins on his side? We got to check that out later. He was divine though. 3 eliminations, aggressive start this time around, but they want more.
টেকে কোন জায়গায় আছে টেকে
DRS up against Falcons. They had a phenomenal run in game 1, and Falcons are trying to deny them of that in this game 2. Pina down already. Strowex, fantastic shot. He eliminates Pina from the equation. But no glue wall, but the time turner on his side allows him a quick recovery. K98 in hand. Anybody that takes the slide rails up against Alu might be in a tad bit of trouble, but Falcon's not going to make that mistake just yet.
Look at the due diligence here, dotting their I, crossing their T's as well. And I think DRS is doing, fairly wise to just really back away from this fight.
Yeah.
Now for Falcons, they brought back Pina into the game. That's more firepower once again on their side here. The southern side here, DP and AGL looks very interesting right now.
Falcons understanding that Alu would probably pop their heads if they took the slide.
তবু কিন্তু ডিআরএস
Trying to just
পপ
cut the distance down with the vehicles. On the other side, Demon's Pride, top 16, tagged up already. Then Moko giving away his position, and it's too easy for Dew to go in for the follow-up. Super Sniper turned Russia in the situation, connected with the electrotherapy. This is the result of too many clash squads.
And in this situation as well, I think everyone is just sort of like kind of moving away on that western side here, just trying to find a way into the zone, making sure that they don't get sniped out as they take that slide rails. We saw so many of that happening way too soon. Well, it is fun for us viewers to see it, but for them, it's probably a very, I would say, high stakes, heart attack situation.
The Clash Masters competitions have forced the snipers to play a closer range battle, which means more shotguns, more SMGs, and it is having its results shown beautifully on the Battle Royale scene. And that's just going to be making these snipers so much more deadlier. Long range, short range. They're now becoming all-rounders. But this next circle, though, looking deadly. Falcon scanning out the area of Team Apex. Sahil Jad gets caught in the binocular scan. Pina Racha not waiting. They sustain some shots, but they're going straight in for the elimination. And a 4-man scan here, potentially by the White Tigers. EVOS Divine and a double scan. Probably Aurora as well as Loud. EVOS in trouble, as 2 teams have got the information on them. Team Apex Gaming, on the other hand, already scanned out by the Falcon squad earlier on, but Falcons are the ones who are in a tad bit more trouble.
Ooh, that's
Sahil Jat
Yeah.
for the revival, pulls Shoto back into the race, but he sacrifices himself in the same run.
I mean, what can you do? Just really survive longer here.
That's it. Katie God in trouble. Out of the pan, into the fire. Running straight. Oh! EVOS Divine does not spot him out.
They don't know.
This could just be that survival play, but Tech is right behind him, so this is going to be a tad bit difficult. Oh, now Thriller Battle, GG, bro. I don't know if or not that was super intentional, but Katie God now clipped on by the Thriller Battle, has got no way to use his active skill. But EVOS Divine not making the mistake of looking for 1 extra point and potentially sacrificing 2 of their players. They know the players of TEC is right there beside them. So moving to find an extra point might put them in a little bit of trouble, and the veteran experience of EVOS Divine keeping them alive and kicking. But the Rail Soldiers hopping on in as well. This is about to become a rough 3-way battle.
Yeah, coming through here as well, because Katie got finally knocked down as well. As CEC, their compound is being taken away. DRS gonna try to really hunker down here in this situation. Maybe wait out those fights, or hoping for an opening to either go in for the fight or just go for a tactical retreat.
Playing on the meta, the AWM, the BSKs, they've got the long-range weapons perfect for Solara. And I will not doubt those M590s are on standby for the pop as well. Great rotation by EVOS Divine, avoiding the initial engagement with DRS. And just taking the position right below the players of Titan Esports Club. This means Bangladesh is going to have a rough time to get out of their spot, but thankfully the circle's still with them. The next zone is going to be crucial to see which teams get caught out here on the rotation. There is a high chance it moves towards the conglomeration of the three squads here. EVOS Divine, TEC, as well as DRS.
Yeah, Rest, you're being very, very patient, but the problem is right now you go toward EVOS, there's a potential of getting knocked out by TEC from that top side of the building as well.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a situation where you have to wait on things.
Nice play, and now it's just all-out annihilation. Messi, as multiple teams are so close to each other. Gun Dynasty does not manage the ambush, but Demon's Pride are swapped too low. And the final bullet by Vega takes him out of the equation. David's picked right back up, and again, Gun Dynasty's gonna be a bit of a troublemaker in the final circle.
Now the wait happens here, as we already see that for Aurora surviving a little bit longer this time, and they want to go for this fight against GD. In front of them, they already got it at one pickup here.
Oh.
Aurora doing very well, fighting the players of GD, but they still have 3 more members to worry about on the other side.
Yeah, to snuff out Gun Dynasty, you gotta take Benel out of the equation, because that man is a miracle worker for these revives. Somehow, he always brings the rest of the team members back in, but without him, they're gonna crumble one after the other. Vega taken out of the equation as well, and it looks like Gun Dynasty, that's the end for them. Aurora and Loud, this is gonna be a rough rotation for them, as everybody else has hopped on in, as anticipated earlier on. The next circle finds EVOS, TEC, as well as DRS, but now they've got one extra contender. AGAL have found safe haven here in the next circle already. Teams like Falcons, Loud, Boot It Up, Aurora, they're gonna have to battle it out before stepping into the next zone.
And it is annoying and a very rough area here to the side here. Guangsa does fight one, and here comes the nades as well. The reposition is good. Trap doing huge damage onto the members of Buram United.
One more, baby. And that's just gonna keep them at bay. Get high Excel, looking for the pickup onto Asana. But now outside the zone, he has the electrotherapy though, and that keeps his buddy alive and kicking.
No way.
AGAL on the other hand, annihilate DRS Gaming finally. DRS had stayed in there for long enough. They were keeping an eye on EVOS. And AGAL with the backstab took advantage of that situation. Wasana's gonna get snuffed out as well. And it looks like Buriram again not gonna have a fantastic run at the start of our Esports World Cup. Third run, Team Falcons out. The Thai squad dropping like flies one after the other. But AGAL...
কি টাইটানিস ক্লাবে কি এখন রয়েছে নাকি? আরে টাইটানিস ক্লাবে এখন এলাবে রয়েছে 4টা প্লেয়ার। টাইটানে কিন্তু কোনো রকম টাইটানে যদি মুভ অন করতে পারে তাহলে 4টা টিম সবারই 4টা টিম এলাইভ রয়েছে বাই, যে কোনো একটা আই বুয়েডা আনতে পারলেই পরে ভাই, বুয়েডা না আনতে পারলে ভাই টপ 2 কিল পয়েন্টগুলো কালেক্ট করো ভাই, কিল পয়েন্টগুলো কালেক্ট করলে হয়ে যাবো। নকডাউন হয় না, নকডাউন না হলে হইব। 4টা টিম ট্যাগ লাউড তো এর আগের মতো ছিল। লাউডের তো মনে হয় এর আগের ম্যাচেও তো ভালো পারফরমেন্স করেছে। ইভোসের এই যে গ্লোবাল আর হচ্ছে গিয়ে ট্যাগ, দুইজনকে এখন দেখতে হবে। আরে ট্যাগের নিচে ইভোস, এই যে ডিউ কিন্তু তারা অলরেডি রাশ করেছে। ইভোস এই লাউডে পজিশন নিয়েছে তো, লাউডে তো পজিশন নিয়ে নিছে। আরে ট্যাগ রে ভাই, ট্যাগ রে, তোর আগে পজিশন নিতে রে ভাই। এই যে গ্লোবাল এখন মাস্ক মিডলে পড়ে গেছে। আরে কি এক অবস্থা, আগে পজিশন নিলে হয়ে যেত। লাউডে কি 4 জনে 4 গাড়ি নিছে নাকি? এই ইভোসে পজিশন নিয়ে নিস, তোর কাছে ভালো একটা মার লাস্ট প্লেয়ার।
The pickups were solid, and now the battle between EVOS and Loud. take the fight straight up. They understand that they are going to be a problem. Ain't gone to the N590. Valiant Dash already used up, and he finds BZB from around the
Paisa na
blue
da
wall,
Evo Sinians.
annihilates BZB.
React se kill niya ni
He was
Tekir.
looking strong for the booyah.
It's looking so good right now. I have 15 eliminations already. Guaxa and Nick already knocked out of the game.
আরে টেকের আরেকটা প্লেয়ার কই গেছে বাল
Still alive. What are you gonna do here as AGL Nameless still managing
4
to
নম্বর
win one more Elim.
তখন সার্ভাইভ করে কোনো লাভ হইল
For the count as EVOS, they know exactly where Nameless is. Where are you gonna go? What are you gonna do here? A triple man push, but there's still one more player block to worry about.
Amazing run from Titan Esports Club. But ain't God now looking to clean up house. Nameless found, Thriller battle pop. Nameless has no chance, and they all gang up upon him. Playing the game of numbers, looking for the final loud player out there. No back-to-back booyah for Brazil. EVOS Divine, the reigning defending champions, will say. And the wonder kid Russia does it again with a final elimination.
Russia putting in the damage and pressure to every single one of these teams. EVOS have been so proactive
কি খেলাটা খেললো
maintaining the aggression.
জোস একটা খেলাইছে জোস জোস
Final fight.
This is what you want to see from your reigning defending champs. Not taking it lying down, but rising up to the occasion and showing everyone not just rotations, but mechanically they're still sound. And yes, questions have been asked. What is going to happen to EVOS? Because after winning the Esports World Cup last year, they have been dormant. They have just been hibernating. They have not been a massive threat in any of the but this is not that same EVOS Divine. They are rising up to the occasion.
ডিফেন্ডিং চ্যাম্পিয়ন শুধু শুধু হয়ে যায় না ডেডিকেশন রাখতে হয় দোস
Look at these names, man. I mean, they were
আর নো
instantly snuffed out the
ঢাক
of Titan Esports Club.
You know what's really interesting? In so many interviews, they said, "What is our secret weapon?" It was
রাশিয়া যে মুভমেন্ট
We saw that pressure coming in
Russia.
from him. But Ray as well is putting in and showing us why exactly he's also part of the team.
You know, a big problem that I had with the EVOS Divine run in 2025 is that without Russia, I think they would have lost out in many of those lobbies. Just like what Benel is doing for the side of the players of Gun Dynasty. We saw Russia being that backup player, that sniper that continuously revived the rest of his team members. But this time, they're not putting the responsibility on the shoulder of their super sniper. They are all playing their role. I think the rotations are so much more tighter. The teamwork is looking solid. And I feel like it was not like any of those players were bad. It's just that strategically, they were trying out a flavor that perhaps did not favor them, and it required multiple clutches from Russia. This time, if they continue this run, they don't need Russia to clutch it out. They are going to annihilate everyone.
Yeah, it's always important to talk about like how each player is individually important, right? Right now, match standings look so good. EVOS with 41 points, matching up with Loud Sneakers so quickly as well. We've only seen 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great equalizer here from EVOS. But again, shout out to DRS Gaming. The real just showing us that when you give a underdog team a opportunity on a stage like this, they will not let it go. They keep up with the pressure that the competition brings, and they are delivering on every bit of expectation from the Nepali. But here on the second page, you see it's a small little problem. India definitely has got one of the biggest crowds in terms of fan
আমি
base.
তোমার পাওয়া দেখবার লাগে কইছি একটা কারের সাথে বোঝাইতে একটা মিনিট
Let's see exactly what the interview has for us. Tash and I will be right back with you.
Hello guys, Carol Bombshell here, pleasure to be here, and especially with Trap, team's captain for Loud. Okay, Trap, você começou o dia já, o time da Loud já começou o dia com buia, e especialmente com a Buriran no top 4. Como é a confiança de você estar nesse momento? Vocês ainda conseguiram chegar num segundo lugar nessa última partida? Você acha que isso tem sido importante para o time de vocês?
Acho que a confiança nossa está lá em cima, de acordo com os resultados que vêm durante alguns meses. Estamos evoluindo a cada dia, a gente quer muito representar o Brasil bem nesse Mundial. Já começamos muito bem, um top 1 e um top 2. É isso, estamos amassando, manter mais 4 quedinhas aí pra cima.
Yes, of course. Starting the championship, started WC 2026 with Abuya was very important for us. Our confidence and our security, it's way above. And right now, to get Abuya in a second place, we feel like we are in the right path and to reach the finals. O time de vocês, o time da Loud, vocês conseguiram ter uma boa performance durante o Campeonato Brasileiro? Você acha que vocês estão no caminho certo para voltar a colocar a Loud no topo, para de fato vocês voltarem a ser os reis do Free Fire no Brasil?
A gente veio pra isso, a gente voltou pra fazer a Loud ser campeã mundial, que é o objetivo da Loud e o nosso. E a gente voltou pra colocar a Loud no topo, assim como nós também queremos ficar no topo.
Yes, of course. Performing that well in Brazil brings us such great confidence, and we are here for that. We are here to bring the old Loud that you guys haven't seen before, and right now we are gonna put Loud for sure on the top again, but not only in Brazil, in the world, and that's why we are here at AWC 2026. For us to finish our interview, I would like to ask, vocês terminaram o Mundial de Free Fire no top 5, né, no ano passado. Quão importante foi isso para vocês? Jogarem internacionalmente, obviamente que vocês estavam em outro time, mas você acha que esse resultado de um top 5 trouxe mais confiança para vocês performarem agora aqui no EWC 2026?
Com certeza, assim como no Campeonato Brasileiro que a gente sempre joga um campeonato e quando ele acaba e o desempenho não é tão bom, eu sempre solto uma frase que eu falo com o Joker, eu falo: mano, aqui nós aprendemos a jogar esse campeonato. A partir de agora, nós só vai desempenhar bem. E eu acho que foi o que aconteceu no último Mundial. Quando ele acabou, em vez de mim ficar triste e de cabeça baixa, eu falei: a partir de agora, nosso time aprendeu como jogar um Mundial.
Wow, that's very special. Okay, so reach the Free Fire World Series finals last year in the top 5 gave us such a great and important understanding in what we should do in Free Fire right now. And I told my coach, okay, so right now we are learning even more to play Free Fire. We are in the right path, and I think we are more than prepared to take the world right now, and that's exactly what we came to do here at AWC. Thanks so much for your time. Good luck in the next match. Make the L. And I'm back to you guys at the studio.
Thinking about we're gonna lift the trophy together. I don't know, I don't think that much when that moment. That was my first international game, so that was quite easy for me to get the MVP, and yeah, very lucky.
What made them strong in 2025 was the wonder kid called Rasia. You know, he's been in the circuit for many years. And for many years, he could not play on a stage like this because he was underage, their best sniper. And I think that was their secret sauce to success. If you look at him, he is the most humble kid you'll ever come across. You know, bright eyes. He never ever underestimates anyone. I think the most important thing is he wants to prove himself out there as well. And the moment he got the opportunity to do that, he did exactly that.
অবশ্য অফিসিয়াল যে টিমগুলো রয়েছে তাদের গেম প্লেগুলো বা যে পজিশন গ্র্যান্ডিং যারা করে আইজিএল কল, সেগুলো ভালো একটা নলেজ পাওয়া যায় যে কীভাবে ইন্টারন্যাশনালে খেলতে হয় বা কীভাবে মুভ জোন রোটেশনটা মাস্ট বি দেখতে হয়। আর কার্টেনিস ক্লাবের একটা ফল্ট ওই জায়গায় করছে গিয়ে যে সেটা বলে ফিরি যে যখন তাদের পরে ক্যাম্পিং ছিল, যখন জোনটা শিফট হয়ে গেছিলো তখন কিন্তু ইভোস কিন্তু সামনের দিকে ছিল, ইভোস কিন্তু আর পিছনের দিকে তখন মুভ করে নাই, পিছনের দিকে কিন্তু টোটালি কালি ছিল। তখন যদি তারা পিছনের দিকে মুভ করতো উপর থেকে না করে না থাকে, তাহলে কিন্তু তারা সুন্দর মতো কিন্তু তার একটা পজিশন গ্র্যান্ডিং করে নিতে পারতো। আর পজিশন গ্র্যান্ডিংটা কিন্তু টোটালি জরুরি ছিল এই জায়গার মধ্যে, কারণ হচ্ছে আমি যেটা মনে করি যে উপর তখন কিন্তু এজি গ্লোবাল কিন্তু সামনে থেকে কিন্তু টাইটানিয়াস ক্লাবের দিকে আসবে, আর তাদেরকে কিন্তু অবশ্যই পিছু হতে হবে। কিন্তু তার আগে কিন্তু ইভোস কিন্তু পিছনে গিয়ে পজিশন নিয়ে নেয়, কিন্তু টাইটানিয়ার কিন্তু আগের দরকার ছিল, কারণ হচ্ছে কি ইভোস কিন্তু নিচে থেকে কিন্তু এজি গ্লোবালের সঙ্গে ফাইটে জড়িয়ে এই ভুলটা যদি না করতো তাহলে কিন্তু ম্যাচের সিনারিওটা একটু অন্যরকম হয়ে যেত।
Kalau buat saya sendiri saya tidak perlu memikirkan banyak hal tentang
বেশি কিছু না বলি, তাদের নিজস্ব গেম প্লে, সেই গেম প্লেগুলো আমরা উপভোগ করবো। তাদের নিজস্ব গেম প্লেগুলো কীরকম হবে।
karena ini EWC bukan turnamen
আহ
lain.
EWC 26
Sejarah-sejarah kita di turnamen EWC
ট্রফিটা
kemarin.
দেখতেও
Nah,
সুন্দর।
makanya kalian hati-hati aja yang ngegangguin drop zone kita.
For anybody that was wondering how Evo's Divine was gonna start Freefire at EWC 26, boy did we get an answer because they came in hot. By the way, yes, you saw one more person added.
কোন ডিসিতে এডিও প্রোডাকশন ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ডিসিতে কিরে নেদাতে আবার লাইভে কি করে
And you were wondering how they were
এটাই
gonna do
বুঝি
it. All of us were wondering
এর
how they were
চ্যানেল
gonna do
লাইভ
it.
স্ট্রিম
They're doing pretty damn good.
They're doing pretty well. I'm kind of relieved actually because EVOS had so many close calls throughout the whole entire first game, and it got me worrying. Not something that I want to see, obviously, but at least they slowly climbing the elimination points ladder, and they fixed what could be perfected on the first game. Because hey, come the second game, they know exactly what they need to do, and we see Russia obviously as a pivot sniper. He's gonna need more room for him to do dynamic movements, and that's exactly what the support gave him.
ফ্রান্সের
So
মেয়েদের
it works well
ইন্টারভিউ
for them.
ফ্রান্সের
EVOS
মেয়েদের
is
ইন্টারভিউ
finally finding the rhythm that they kind of lost the first time. Again, maybe opening game, of course, the nerve is something that maybe we cannot explain. It's something that's always difficult, always hard for anyone at the EWC.
Yeah, they've got that pressure on their shoulders, you know what I mean? They're like, oh no, we've won, we've got to do it again. So like that's got to add on top of this as well, and I guess we saw that in their games too.
Yeah, but now
That's
leading the
standing up.
standing with 41 total
Ingrid.
points and 23 elimination points. I mean, that is crazy.
কোসের
Even
নাকি
he
আবার
had to
ডাউন
admit
বলছে
that.
বলে নাকি
It's amazing, not gonna lie. Seeing the players just chilling back there after
আকে ব্যাপার না প্রবলেম নাই
probably wondering
তো
which keys are we gonna be crushing now. But talking about teams that might be possibly crushing some keys, we gotta talk about Loud, because my goodness, Loud was another team that started off hot. You could say the first win was a bit given, but boy, they took advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
টাইটানে কত পয়েন্ট মাত্র টোটাল পয়েন্ট মাত্র 19 এখনো 8 নম্বরে কি রে ভাই 8 নম্বরে থাকলে তো হইব না ভাই টপ টিয়ার 6 এর ভিতরে ঢুকে এই মোমেন্টটার ভিতরে বলছিলাম যে এই মোমেন্টটাতে যদি তখন তারা পিছন দিকে মুভ করে তো এই যে পিছন দিকে কিন্তু মুভ করে তো এই ইবোস কিন্তু মুভ করে এই জায়গাটায় করা দরকার
rotation was not
এই
favoring
হয়ে যায়
them, and even Launchpad was not on them in that final moment. So it was tough for them to make that
একের
rotation.
কয়েড
It
কি
definitely was.
একের কিল
One thing, I mean, we've been seeing some of these squads now being able to perform well, right?
ব্লেড
Earlier you were talking about
একটা গ্রেনেডে তিনটে প্লেয়ার কেন একটা মাত্র
team that is currently not finding their rhythm, though, Lace,
At-
is none other than
Force-ed.
Falcons.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about that pressure, and they've got the pressure of the club championships on their shoulders. So, you know, amounts of other Falcons, you know, in different games coming through. So, of course, you know, they're sitting in that kind of middle of the pack at the moment. They are trying to find those eliminations early on. There was actually a moment in the second match where we saw Team Falcons hunting down Team
দুইটা ম্যাচ দেখতে পারলাম একটা হচ্ছে গিয়ে বারমুডা দিকে নেক্সট দেন সোলারা পরবর্তী ম্যাচগুলো তাই পরবর্তী যে কয়টা ম্যাচ হইব নাকি চারটা বুঝতে পারছি কারণ ম্যাপ তো ফ্রি ফায়ারের ভিতরে ফ্রি ফায়ারের ভিতরে বর্তমানে 5টা এক্সিট করে র্যান্ডম ম্যাচ দিবে নাকি
these previous global series that they have. Sometimes they do incredibly well. Sometimes they choke and aren't flying like a Falcon should. But look, don't take your eyes off Team Falcons, guys.
গ্যারেস কত নম্বর আছে গ্যারেস
Capitalizing on those early eliminations, which are putting those points on the boards, and you know they're just looking for that
তো
booyah.
41 লাউড স্পিকার 41 সমান পয়েন্ট
I'm looking at number 4 here. Gundy, nasty. I mean, 32 points.
I
That's
mean,
not bad either.
fresh.
Yes,
Gareth.
Gun Dynasty, that first game was definitely
Well,
something. I did not expect them to do so well. I mean, they have been consistently showing amazing strength and courage and the skill to back it up. So I am just at awe at how amazing Gun Dynasty is performing at the very first game. And sitting at 4th with 23 elimination points surely isn't bad.
টাইটান
But I also kind of want to
বুরাম ইউনাইটেড আছে 25 পয়েন্ট টাইটানের আছে
it's like they're not fully being themselves. I don't know what is happening actually, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from what we've seen in AJL and Buriram, they're trying their best to study their opponents just yet. Again, it's some of the teams are in here quite fresh.
Yeah.
They haven't met them in Southeast Asia or some of the global tournaments that they have. So they need a little bit of time to study their opponents. And that's what they're doing for most part of the game. First half was just silent, and then towards the end, that's where they try to put in a little pressure. But at some point, there's still a lot of teams surviving towards that final circle. So third party is Buriram United's one's weakness.
Yeah, I agree, because when I see Buriram United, it's like they're trying so hard to match the Brazil's gameplay, but somehow it bite them back in the process. So it's definitely something that we want to see from Buriram, either from AJL.
Yeah, and I was talking to Lucifer, actually, one of the casters, that you'll be able to see later on today. And I was asking him about tag. You guys were mentioning tag, how they're just currently not performing too. This squad, he was telling me that this squad tends to start slow, but they picked it up on the second day. Now, earlier, let's rewind it back. You were talking about consistency, right? That's not the consistency that we want to see out of these teams. So now that we got 2 matches done today, we got 4 matches left for this Group A. What are your expectations for tag?
Actually, my expectation is that they could somehow learn from the mistakes, obviously, because the first 2 games, boy, oh boy, they were a little all over the place, if I can say that. I'm really sorry again.
It's okay. It's our job.
I
It's
always
our
feel
job
bad
to
to
point
say
out.
that, because I really want them to do well. I mean, obviously they have quite a name, that a reputation they need to upkeep. So this is just something that I feel very sad about seeing from them. I just hope that they can bounce back and do better.
Well, we'll have to see though, because judging from that story, if you really need plenty of time, and we're only talking about, what, 4 days overall, then you'll be a loss already at first. And you don't want to be in the bottom 2 of that leaderboard, because true enough, after 2 days, you'll be out.
You'll definitely be out. And you know what? I want you, Lace, to put in your coach mentality. If you're looking at VP from Pakistan, I mean, this squad, a lot of people expected them to do well, especially all the crowd from Pakistan. Right now, they're in last place. If you're the coach, what are you going to go over there and tell them?
I'm telling you to get a boo freaking yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying.
I can tell that there's something Lace really want to tell them, but she can't say it on camera.
I gotta be broadcast friendly here, okay? Let me let like the Australian out, please, guys. Let me let it loose. But look, those teams, and this is what we talk about when you say, you know, the mental capabilities of these teams. When you sit at that lower of the leaderboard, it is hard to sort of pick it back up and get to those sorts of spots with our AGLs and even like our GDs and stuff like that. It's going to be a little bit of a trek, but obviously 4 matches. Purgatory's next. Yeah. I heard Neptune say it. This is heaven or hell. So can they maybe get the heaven than Purgatory?
Okay, Purgatory coming up. What are we expecting, Neptune?
I'm hoping for a skewed flight path and a rough circle. Sorry for the teams out there. I know you want to get it easy right now, but
just like Aurora.
Yeah, I should be asking for the other one, for the reverse, because what I did to Aurora right there was just definitely jinxed it.
I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, okay? We got 2 more matches coming up before you probably end up seeing us. Overall, 4 more matches here for Group A. Would you like to change your pick from Aurora?
Oh my god.
I gotta give him a chance.
I'm scared for you, really.
Yeah. Would you like to curse any other team, sir?
Actually, I don't want to curse any teams anymore. It's very getting very dangerous right now. This is a big stage, and if I'm being blamed of them not getting into the next stage, so I don't know. But I'm still cheering on for Aurora. Hopefully, this time it's just a first game jinx, and then the rest will be quite well. Because even in game 2, we've seen it perform well. So first day jitters or first game jitters, that's what they might have felt. But yeah, let's see if they can get that booyah.
That's exactly
I see you
what
smiling
I
on it. She's like,
yeah, I mean,
only প্ল্যাটফর্মে একটা ইউটিউবে লাইভ হইতেছে ফেসবুকে লাইভ করা হইতো এটা কানেক্ট করলে তো হয়ে যেত রে খেয়াল নাই তো দুই জায়গাতে লাইভ করো
forgiving on that. it's a great place for a reset. So I'm just so excited to see what the teams are going to bring.
And we have seen some of the other squads, right? Especially going back to the first
এই
game.
এটা কি স্পন্সর কি ক্রাঞ্চি রোল নাই ক্রাঞ্চি রোল তো মনে হচ্ছে এটা এনিমির একটা প্ল্যাটফর্ম স্পন্সর কি তারা স্পন্সর দেখাচ্ছে নাকি কোন নিচে দিলে কোন রয়েছে সেগুলো মনে হচ্ছে অতদূর মনে হচ্ছে স্পন্সর হ্যাঁ সিটগুলো প্রতিটা সিট খালি নাকি সিটের ভিতরে লোক আছে এটা তো বুঝতে পারতেছি এত বড় একটা টুর্নামেন্ট
team booster that we have, the out of zone buff that is available, say they will be able to soak up in there, just get their position, because do really need that time to get information as a sniper of the squad, and also the launch pad, that's the angle that we need to take right there, was just difficult, especially if you have, what, 6 or 7 teams remaining on 4th or 5th phase of the circle.
So what are you saying? We're seeing AGL probably follow their same format coming out of match 1 because, like, you know, they did land uncontested in like our first map, and then they, you know, GD that we saw, who's just an absolute heavy hitter. They were kind of like sneaking on down, and AGL's like, no, we need a little bit of space, so that's what you're saying.
ফ্রান্সের মায়া কি আর সুন্দর সুন্দর
Okay, you know what?
জায়গা
You're
নাকি
lucky, because I was gonna have you pick a team,
Paris.
and I was gonna see if you would end up cursing the team, but I'm being told Game 3 is ready, so why not? Let's send it to AJ and Tash, and maybe they'll be willing to curse it.
এই উপর থেকে তার স্ক্রিন দেখতেছে
Yeah, thanks, Seven. You know what? I don't think we're going to be cursing.
উপর থেকে স্ক্রিন দেখতেছে নেক্সট ম্যাচ কোন জায়গায় হবে তো নেক্সট ম্যাচ পরগড়ি মনে হচ্ছে পরগড়ি নেক্সট ম্যাচ পরগড়ি লেটস গো
He was divine as well as the Brazilian squad loud.
নেক্সট ম্যাচ কি শুরু হয়ে যাবে নাকি এখানে তো 6টা টিমের দেখতেছি আর বাকি 6টা টিম কোন জায়গা বাকি 6টা টিম কি পিছন দিকে নাকি এই যে নেক্সট ম্যাচ শুরু হয়ে গেছে 3 নম্বর ম্যাচ ওরে তারা ল্যান্ডিং করছে পিএক্স আই রে মত হাউসের দিকে আর আজকে ল্যান্ডিং পয়েন্ট রাইট আজকে বলতেছি টেকের PS5 sponsor Ramco কোন জায়গা নামতেছে কথা হচ্ছে এদিকে নামতেছে টেকের সঙ্গে একটা ক্ল্যাশ হয়ে যাবে বলতেছে প্লেয়ার আছে ক্ল্যাশ কোন জায়গায় হইব আর ট্যাং এর সাথে কি ডিরেক্ট ক্ল্যাশ হতে পারে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি
They've got the binoculars used up already. Scanning out multiple players. Falcons scanning the area as well. On fire and Racha just at the perimeter looking to play third party.
এই কুটির চারটা ভিতরে একা ঢুকে গেছে
Blessing that Team Apex Gaming is going to get from this equation. Maybe having Falcons a little bit closer to Gun Dynasty will give them an advantage to survive this initial battle.
And you already bought back into the game quickly. Shoto barely alive.
Tags out?
Live, yeah. Oh man.
How in the world did we lose Titan Esports Club before even hopping on into the game here?
যাও কি সুন্দর খেলাটা দিছে
And they do not have anything from this game. But Gun Dynasty on the other hand, they're going to go in here for the annihilation.
কি সুন্দর একটা প্লেয়ার আছে একটা প্লেয়ার মারতে পারলো না তিনজনে মিলে তারা লোড করে ব্যস্ত খেলারে ভাই ক্ল্যাশ হওয়ার কথা ছিল জিডিআর ট্যাং এর এখানে এখন এলিমিনেট হয়ে গেছে টাইটান ইসুস ক্লাব ও
and this offensive by Rasha could be nasty for the Falcons players.
Team Apex Gaming, all the blessings in the world. See, I told you, panel, we were going to bless them, not curse them. With all the blessings in the world, they get to avoid the initial encounter. We thought Falcons was going to be a little bit of a problem to deal with, but the White Tigers have dropped on in to say hello. You turning the table on them. Aim got taken out of the equation already. Apex, the electrotherapy is on connection, but unfortunately for the rest of the Falcons players, they will not be able to get out of this pinch. Shoto now tossing in the grenade. Can he find more? And it's just gonna be the ice grenade that gives him a little bit of an advantage here. What a knock off the Ray. Shoto, Team Apex Gaming not running away, staying and
taking the fight straight to them.
কোনো কম হলেও টেকে 10 নম্বরে 11 নম্বর নামবে 11 নম্বর নামবে
Yeah, Chuck Day, India, baby. Shailjaat, though, knocked down. Shiru fighting him from across. Can they get more? Gun Dynasty trying to take a little bit of a revenge here onto Team Apex Gaming. 2 players out of the equation already, but on the other side of things, TEC, it was the battle up against Paradox earlier, and Windy did a number on them, connected with the electrotherapy, was down, almost taken out, but he got the triple on them to knock them out of the lobby early.
That is almost surgical when you think about it, how they're moving around together as a team. Meanwhile, Tag already on 6 eliminations here. Wolf is now back into the game. All eyes are on GD here, as Falcons as well is in trouble. There we go, Pina now out.
Shout out to production. I love the fact
ট্যাগে এখনই কয়টা কিল করছে
and it's great to see Africa
7 কিল করছে
gameplay out there. But Team Apex Gaming talk a little bit about some step up out there, baby. 7 eliminations already, and they're looking for more. Boot it up, finding the players on the side of DP. Madara straight down to the ground. Taken out of the equation already. Get high and Moshi looking for more. Top 16 though has got the vending machine right behind him. But does he have the coins to bring back his buddies?
Now in this situation here, Jonas was barely alive, trying to stay here. But even then, look at his rotations. I dig that for DP, the easiest way to move around this is just really stay alive and move away from the area.
Okay, to answer my own question, he did not have enough coins. Madara's not going to be brought right back in. But the stealth bites helps him to reposition, catching up with Aswab. The players now looking to find a little bit of a reset. You will find Paradox, sniping down, snipe himself. Pun not intended. Windy gonna get the wind knocked out of him. Pun definitely intended. And AGAL getting a number down on them. Paradox, can he continue to survive? And Panel is up to it again, continuously reviving the rest of his team members. He's pulling a Russia on the rest of the world here for the LATAM squad.
You know, I really am curious, like toward the end of this tournament, how many Benel would have, revived, and would it be a world record to see how many he would be able to do so? Now, the rest of GD also back into the game as well. Look at this middle side of the map here. That's like, 4 teams hanging around there? Buram United, PDX, Aurora, even DRS somewhere close by, DP, AGAL. It's a cluster of fights.
Man, Azrael, wrong move there, but that was desperation for sure. Up against 2 players. Jumped on into the vehicle, but the VSK snaps him right out of it. And Aurora in a pinch. But maybe the interference of Buriram can help the Malaysian squad here. Alu now focusing on the players on the side of Buriram. Electrotherapy connected to the rest of his buddies. But if Alu gets taken out early here, DRS is going to be in a little bit of a pinch without their support player. But Pratik is in a great position with the Car 98. Should be able to have a tad bit of an advantage here. But the angle's just not working out for them. DRS wants to reposition. And thankfully, Buriram is actually not going in for the hunt. They're looking to reposition and find a safer haven for themselves instead.
Yeah, Buram United always like to prioritize surviving super early as well. AGL Saifa does get one over on the other end. Got me a bit nervous for Buram United when I saw some shots coming toward them. I think Loud was really hot at their heels right then. But Buram United, if they do move forward there, they will be running up against DP. Loud on the other end, just putting in damage toward the PDX and AGL players.
Again, shout out to the team in the back. The observers have been on fire. Thank you very much for making sure you guys catch all of the action out there, because it is hot on the lobby today. And like you said, we've got too many squads in this next circle, and that's exactly what Purgatory has been able to give us for quite a bit. Stroex and Rasya leading the eliminations, and Benel actually keeping up with them. With the damage out there, I mean, Benel, what a superstar. Super survivor, super rescuer, reviving the squad multiple times. Also one of the rushers of the squad, bringing in the numbers through eliminations for the LATAM squad. This is the best that we have seen out of them, and I feel like they're giving us the consistency that we usually look for. But Team Apex Gaming, great start. Can they continue against the champions of 2024? Falcons right in front of them, but Falcons are spread out. This is a big advantage for Team Apex Gaming.
Yeah, this is really great at just really finding its openings. And you can tell they're very, very hungry. They've been hot on the Falcons' tails for quite some time here. Even Shoto on fire right now. And the rest of TAG wants to collapse onto this fight. They've taken away the space, but Falcons has a little bit more space to prepare.
They gotta be careful here. They don't have information. They're rushing straight in. Team Apex Gaming needs to slow down the pacing here. Get that info and then play their positions well. Because the flank on the side of Falcons might just be exactly what gives them the victory over Team Apex Gaming. And as requested, Team Apex Gaming says hasta la vista, putting a little bit of a distance between themselves and Falcons. Pina, a sliver of health on him, but no finisher just yet. The Mofo tagging them up. And India, they do give away their positions, but Woven, perfect Thompson play, knock it down on fire. Raja with the M590 looking for the revenge, but those glue walls played perfectly by India.
They kept him away. He wasn't able to follow. He cannot come in. And now the rest of TAG wants to go this fight. Here Raja has a low in the corner. On fire's back in the game already. Rushes forward. Raja in the corner and taken down and out. Eliminated already here, but Falcons brings him back in quickly.
Yeah, boy, Shoto's on fire. And Team Apex Gaming right back in it. But they gotta make sure they finish what they started. Corora right out there. Pina with the support play. Wolven knocked down already. And this is still trouble time. Team Apex Gaming, they've got the vending machine out here outside the circle. They need to clean up their act right here, right now. The eliminations are looking good. But Falcons are not gonna get taken down that easy. Shoto with the flank. What a headshot. Shoto's on fire. And Team Apex Gaming will survive.
I love Shoto, how aggressive, how confident he was in taking up that space, knowing how exactly to play with the information and position he has.
What a recovery. The revives are on point as well. And Team Apex Gaming on purgatory. We talked about them having a little bit of extra room to breathe. And with that extra bit of oxygen in their system, they are on fire. And Falcons now on the revival spree, but with 1,300 in his pockets. Double revival, no problems at all. Falcons though on a little bit of a reset. Buriram close to their compound. But I don't think the World Jams will be looking to take the fight up against them. Falcons scanning out their area with the Dinoculus. A counter Dinocular used here, potentially by either EVOS or Buriram. As the players at the side, the DP slowly makes their way in. AGAL looking for that backstab. Not intentionally, they gotta find one, but they're not gonna second guess their movements at all. They want to take DP out of the equation here before they take away their defensive spot as well.
I am curious to see how exactly the rotation is going to come in for TAG. They're so far away from everyone else, but this late rotation could potentially benefit them. Letting everyone take this fight early. Benno quick to find Alu here as well.
TAG Indian team naki. WAG to share Wang. Pero वापस आरानी. And video got like injured. Got like. DRS last play. DRS को before that DRS और मत DRS होने.
All alone now for the side of the Rail Soldiers in Gun Dynasty under the crosshairs of Team Loud. The recovery is going to be close to impossible here for Gun Dynasty. If they pull it off somehow without Benel, it is going to be a miraculous run for sure.
Just really waiting things out right now. Kiroro is here with Falcons. They have like a nice, I think, off angle to play with, but not even close to get into that circle. You have to take this fight against EVOS, which is going to be so annoying. Even Strowax, look how far back he has to move away from the area just to survive.
A little bit of a slower pace. And scanning out 4 players on the side of EVOS as well. Good Dinocular once again from the side of Falcons, but what can you do with that extra bit of information? You can't flank around too far off to the left and tank a lot of the damage, putting yourself out in the open. So Falcons are going to actually go in for a direct approach here. And clearly Abex, the M249X in hand, will not worry at all about losing his bullets. He can spray, barely needing to pray for Team Apex Gaming. I hope you've said your prayers already. You're coming close to one of the biggest dominators in the competition, who are not really on fire just yet. So maybe that's gonna be the blessing here. Shoto, Superman for the side of Team Apex Gaming, looking for the shutdown. Wasana, looking for those names as well. And for the time being, the ice grenades tagging them up. But Buriram not going anywhere. They want to take this fight, and they're waiting for Team Apex Gaming to break down those glue walls so they can have an advantage.
And meanwhile, over on this side here, Evo.
Katie God!
The Falcons out of that circle. Pina finds this angle, puts the damage onto Aimgot, reposition, but hard to do anything as Evos collapses onto the members of the Falcons. On fire, barely alive. One member knocked down as well. Moving together to see the double swings are too much to deal with.
Yeah, that's what I said, man. Falcons can get all the information they want off of the binoculars, but they were just in a rough spot positionally. Could not flank around to the left. EVOS would have sniped them out of the waters instantaneously, had to take a straightforward fight because of the damage of the circle, and EVOS just had the better position. The Rail Soldiers, on the other hand, there's nowhere else to go. Gun Dynasty still alive and kicking with the two players. No revives possible for them, but they're now trying to play the placement points. Aimgod looking for the reposition. Rasya tagged up already. Stroax single-handedly trying to take down as many players as possible from the side of EVOS, but the jig is up. The moment Gun Dynasty closes in on him, DRS might just be that extra point that Gun Dynasty needs.
Here comes Ray as well. Stroax taking a lot of damage already hanging in this corner. He's stuck here. Either you go down to the zone or you go out in the open and you crunch between two different teams. But he's not gonna stop trying though. He spots Rasha, goes a bit too wide, and the rest of EVOS, they're just gonna wait for him to come out in the open.
Yeah, he's got the mini launcher on his side. He can quickly reposition, but potential to be sniped out of the air is high here. Now the zone's going to catch up with him as well. He's probably not running the team boosters, and he's going to sustain a ton of damage off of that, but still playing it safe. One with Mother Nature, finding some cover right behind the tree, and this is so much the tree can do for you, buddy. The grenades are going to find the tags onto him, forcing him to use
Oh no, position এতটা খারাপ না 9 নম্বরে মাত্র আরে ফ্যালকনে এতটা তো ফ্যালকন আছে
AGL had taken a lot of fighting players out here as well. Now EVOS just kind of just moving around the zone right now, trying to see
এই ম্যাচটা খারাপ করতে পারে এটাই দেখার বিষয়
stay away from these fights. We got fights here. BRU up against AGAL. The only thing separating them is just this wall. Cypher that's taking
ম্যাচ হবে 6টা তো নেক্সট এরা হবে 2টা ম্যাচ একটা পরবর্তী ম্যাচ হবে নেক্সট এরা এরপরে কালাহারে পরে আবার নেক্সট এরা এসা বল মেকার ভালাইছে এই জুড়ে 15 মিনিট খেলা রানিং 15 মিনিট চলতেছে খেলা তিনটা টিম লাইভ
Nameless get knocked down here. Nasha goes for two.
Ay, it is he was আশাইটা কি করলো বুঝলাম না এক করে স্নাইপারে করে পুরো টিম রে ওয়াইপ আউট করেছে একদম তিনটা শেষ করে দিয়েছে লাস্ট প্লেয়ার রাশিয়ারে ব্যাকআপ দিলে বুরাম ভার্সেস ইবস ডাব্লিউসি চ্যাম্পিয়ন ভার্সেস এফডব্লিউএস চ্যাম্পিয়ন Last player, Russia. ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ডে কোন ম্যাচ চিল্লানি শব্দ শোনা যাইতেছে রে কোন ম্যাচ চিৎকার করে আরে ভাই কোন দল সাপোর্ট করতে যেটা বল না তাহলে তুই যায় এই মনে হয় বুররামের কোনো ম্যানেজার না হলে মনে করেন কোচ হতে পারে ম্যানেজার না হলে কোচ দুটো থেকে একটা হইব এটা এরকম চিল্লানি দিতেছে সিডের ভিতরে তো আর আমরা বাংলাদেশের টিমগুলোকে দেখানো হচ্ছে না কেন বুঝলাম না আর আগে 6 জনের বসার ব্যবস্থা করছে নাকি আর 6 জন এক পাশে আর 6 জন অন্য কোয়ার্টারে নিয়ে গেছে Oh.
in toward EVOS Divine, and I thought they have high capabilities of turning around the tides.
Yeah.
But Brum United, knowing this, did not give them that chance this time and completely decided to just completely collapse at the right timing.
Absolutely. Three-time world champs, right there for a good reason. Mainly Jonah, who I think is the most decorated player on that stage as far as his career here in Freefire Esports is concerned. And they are the ones who have everything on their side in terms of rotations, IQ plays, perhaps a couple of hiccups here and there, but nobody can take away the fact that they are definitely one of the favorites out here to cause a lot of trouble. But can they get all the way to the end? Because EWC hasn't really been very kind to the squad so far.
No, I completely agree with you. There are just so many times that I think the Southeast Asian talent, they always say Brum United is going to be the one at the very, very top. They always start off very, very hot, I believe.
Yeah.
But then after a while, you start to see them waver a little bit. I'm wondering how this year would change for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, towards the end, it was more of a hunting game. The players just looking for those shots. And Moshi, as the sniper of the squad, just not holding back at all, right? Just taking the fight straight up to them. The M82B got a little bit of a bump recently on the OB update, and these guys are not doubting it at all in terms of usage. Now, we've got a few commercials to play. Dash and I will be right back with you after the panel catches up with you guys.
Alright, hello everyone, it's Yuso and we are live in Paris here in EWC 26 Free Fire stage. And right next to me, we have our two co-streamers who are so popular in Vietnam. Introduce to you, Bad Gao and Cyrus. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, thì không biết là hiện tại là mình đang ngồi đây trên sân khấu tại Pháp thì mọi người đang cảm giác như thế nào vậy ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn nha. Rất là hồi hộp các bạn, và không khí ở đây gọi là tuyệt vời và chưa bao giờ mà thấy một cái sân khấu mà lớn như thế này các bạn ơi. Mình không biết là áp lực của các tuyển thủ sẽ như thế nào nữa.
Sau đó thì cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ em có thấy là vui ạ.
Vui thôi hả?
Dạ.
Mình bay rất là lâu tới đây mà chỉ thấy vui thôi hả?
Em cũng trải nghiệm được nhiều rồi.
Trải nghiệm được nhiều. Alright, overall the stage is really hype, big. They have never seen any stage like this. Very special to them in this Free Fire scenes. And overall, a very overwhelming feelings, happy when they're here in Paris to attend EWC 26 Free Fire. Okay, so I can see in the comment section thì không biết là từ nãy đến giờ mọi người theo dõi được 2 trận đấu rồi, thì không biết là cả Bác Gấu và cả Sarah cảm thấy là các bạn khán giả của mình comment như thế nào vậy? Mọi người có hưng phấn, có đang chờ đợi màn trình diễn của Team Secret của mình không ạ?
Wow, rất nhiều người ở Việt Nam và rất nhiều người khán giả hâm mộ của series WOG đang trông chờ màn ra mắt của WOG, và rất nhiều khán giả đang coi ở tất cả kênh sóng của Ghana Freefire Việt Nam đang rất bất ngờ bởi vì cái phong thái thi đấu của cái đội tuyển ở Latam hay là ở kể cả Mexico hoặc là Ấn Độ. Họ đánh giá thấp Brazil, nhưng năm nay Brazil trở lại khá là mạnh mẽ. Yes, sir.
Cảm ơn Bác Gấu ạ. Vậy thì Cyrus sẽ cảm thấy như thế nào về trong 2 trận đấu vừa qua đi? Thì Cyrus đánh giá như thế nào? Bởi vì bảng A cũng sẽ là một cái bảng rất là căng thẳng so với bảng B của chúng ta.
Thì theo em thấy thì sau 2 trận thi đấu thì em thấy cũng khá là khắc nghiệt. Nếu mà đội nào sẽ thi đấu mà gọi là xuống phong độ sẽ đội đó sẽ bị loại.
Chính xác là như vậy. So as we can see that of this coming tournament, here we have a lot of teams, Latam, India, and so many move on more. And very excited to see a huge circle of Free Fire all attending here to compete their best to get the champions at EWC 26. And overall, after 2 matches from Cyrus depends on him. Well, who got the weakness has to go down, obviously. And of course, I can see that everyone is really hyped, especially for Team Secret, as known as WAG from Vietnam, are also here to attend EWC 26. We'll attend the match in the Group B after this Group A end. Well, this is the end, and I love the energy of everyone here. Everyone looks so happy and very hyped for their favorite team, and I do hope you guys are also like that. Please continue to support your team.
Boy, we had to make sure we got away from some of our other analysts because I know they were hyped. That Buriram has finally showed up. They got that booyah, and this is what we were expecting out of the three-time world champs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's champions against champions right now. One taking the global finals, one taking the EWC. So you would expect really fire gameplay out of that final game, out of the final match, final circle. AJL though, I mean, I think like we just looked away, and then the moment that we look back, they were out. So the final two teams, 4v4, it was just phenomenal. But I'm also looking forward to how Lao is going to recover right now, because I think they were pushed down a little bit too hard this time. And Rim 9, after getting that booyah, they just catapulted themselves up.
Do you think they're going to be, especially for Loud, right? Do you think this is the next game? It's time for them to bounce back because we're seeing consistency once again out of Evos.
Yeah, I mean, Evos being the top 3 in 2 games or 3 games
যদি
already.
টাইটানিস ক্লাবে যায় আর একটু
If you want
একটা
to be
প্লেয়ারে মিললে তিনজনে মারে
easier ticket
কি
to
এক অবস্থা
stage 3, then that's what they need right now.
একটু
Compared
সেফ
to
খেলে
the
যেত
Southeast Asia, right? And they always go for the longer route, the longer days, like even not skipping a day because
Redox Gaming
they're the bottom going into elimination
তিনটা তাও Redox
before point rush. So I'm loving this version of Evo's Divine right now. Probably it's because of the crowd giving them more energy.
True, and this is the halfway point as well for Group A on day 1 of Freefire at Esports World Cup 26. Now, out of all the squads, right, we're hyping up the squads that are doing good. Let's talk about some of the other squads that needed to improve on that third game. And one of them that ended up improving, at least for my liking, had to be Tag. Boy, this squad was finally able to start putting up some eliminations on the board, and this is what we're expecting them. I know Lucifer in the back is expecting even more out of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were just talking about that earlier before the game started, and then we saw them perform. So it's a good thing as well that it only took them a couple of games before for their warm up, before they really bring it on. Because being in the bottom 2 or almost the bottom 2, that's not a place that you want to be, even if you still have another day to play. So you don't want to risk it. At least bring yourself halfway to what is intended, and then that's when you play. If you don't like, that's when you gauge. If you really don't want to show that much performance, just go in there in the skirts of what is needed to get the next stage.
Yeah, and the good thing too, like going in regards to Evos, in regards to Buriram United, now that are starting to get all these points, right? One thing that is going good for this squad, yeah, they're performing well, they're being consistent, but they're just sponging up all those points at the top. And don't forget, once we finish tomorrow from Group A, the top 4 will be going to Champion Rush Finals. And the last 2 will be going home, and in between they'll be going to
ফাইনাল চ্যাম্পিয়ন রাশ ফর্মেট হইব মনে হচ্ছে যা বলতাছে অফিশিয়াল ফোন পার্টনার কোনটা
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's difficult for them to really catch up.
এরকম ক্যামেরা কভার দিয়ে রাখছে
This is a huge lead that you have
এর
right
পিছনে
now.
সাদা আর
Like hard for the teams to really catch up.
এখানে কালো রেখে তার মানে এরা কভার ফোন
At some point, like you will see your team at the bottom trying and struggling that much to bring in the numbers, and then you see the top wherein you
এখান থেকে কয়টা টিম পরবর্তী নেক্সট রাউন্ডে যাবে এটা তো বুঝাচ্ছে না
at this point. You
তো
want to get closer and closer to
এই
where you intended to be. To skip one
ব্রাজিল রে ব্রাজিল জার্সি পরে কি রে ভাই ব্রাজিল তো টিম থেকে বিদায় নিয়ে নিছে ব্রাজিল তো টিমে নাই ভাই ব্রাজিল টিমে না থাকার পর ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ থেকে ডিসকোয়ালিফাই থাকার পরেও কলেজ যাচ্ছে ব্রাজিল জার্সি পরার বাংলাদেশে হইলে তো মনে করেন যে জার্সি ব্রাজিল জার্সি পরাই যেত না তাও যদি ঘরের ভিতরে পরা যেত না তাও কোনো অনুষ্ঠানে বা ফাংশনে তা সেটা তো ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ স্টেজে ব্রাজিলের জার্সি পরা
final circle, but at least the teams are treating it as if it's a skewed flight path. The early engagement that's happening, a lot of teams trying to go in and out for battle.
Ek sponsor
makes it exciting because they're just playing it with the
trophy
spirit of the map itself.
Yeah, and now
WC 2026 ট্রফিটা মধ্যে তালা আছে না তালার মতো দেখা যায়
earlier we were talking about
এটা একা খাইতে পারবো
see them being able to step up. I know we have a team from Pakistan as well that I mean we
ট্রফিটা রাইকা খাইতে পারবো খাইতে বা যদি কোনো কিছু খাওয়ার দরকার হয় তাহলে কিন্তু এই ট্রফিটাই ব্যবহার করতে পারবো ট্রফি যে রকম ডিজাইন করে বানানো হয়েছে কিন্তু এই ট্রফিটা অর্জন করা তো একটা বড় ব্যাপার
matches to either
24টা টিম, এক একটা দেশ থেকে অনেকগুলো টিম, এখানে কয়েকটি দেশ থেকে কিন্তু 24টা টিম চলে গেছে এই ট্রফিটা অর্জন করার জন্য। 12,84 লক্ষ টাকার অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্ট ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ ফ্রি ফায়ার 2024 ইডব্লিউসি স্পোর্টস ওয়ার্ল্ড কাপ 2024 এটি অনুষ্ঠিত হচ্ছে ফ্রান্সের প্যারিসে। দেখি কি স্লট খালি, সিট খালি নাকি
in terms of a Free Fire competitive scene, and they're
অডিয়েন্স ভিতরে তো কম কেন? অডিয়েন্স
don't
কোথায়?
know if this is the full
ফাইনালে অডিয়েন্স, ফাইনাল এবং নকআউটে
biding and waiting for the opportunity to bring the fire on.
I mean, they just gotta put themselves in that position where they can
ম্যাচ
actually
এখনো শুরু হয় নাই,
at that booyah.
কবিতে তারা বসে রয়েছে।
United Esports was able to do on that last one. Wasana was one of the players that I know could cheat.
তারা কিন্তু এখন লবিতে বসে রয়েছে ভাই। আইডি গুলো তো মনে হয় গ্যারান্টি থেকে দেওয়া হয় তাদেরকে খেলার জন্য। ফিঙ্গার স্লিপ না, ফিঙ্গার স্লিপ রাইকে একবার ফিঙ্গার গ্লাভস নিয়ে বসে যে গ্লোবালের এগুলোকে কোচ অথবা ওনার হবে যতটুকু মনে হয়।
Get high with a combination of Wasana would be really aggressive on their tip-top shape. And also Moshi in area, like staying in the back lines. Depending on the map though, if we go into a map wherein it's like favoring the snipers, we might see Moshi and Jonah pull away, try double sniper, or just get information in the early parts of the game, and then just leave the opportunity for Wasana as well as Get High to go for those elimination. And one signature that I keep seeing from Barrier United is once they get that knock, they pull out the launch pad and jump straight into the battle.
We have a lot of viewers that might be watching Free Fire for the first time. If you are one of those viewers, please let us know on social media. Use that hashtag EWC. Use that hashtag EWC26. I want you to explain to the new viewers that are watching Free Fire for the first time about that launch pad, because I absolutely love it, as we're just being absolutely sidetracked here by a dancing... Is that a dancing bull or a dancing cow?
Dancing bull, and I love the energy.
Yes.
I really love the energy on the stage right now. And
that Fluxo? I can't tell.
Yeah, it is.
It is, right? I'm like, I have glasses on and I can't tell if it's like you guys playing like three more games, okay? Your group is gonna be coming up. Hopefully you guys brought the drums, you brought that Brazilian energy, because we've seen it so far with Loud, but I know once we go into Group B, we wanna see Fluxo bring it.
Oh yeah, I mean, great potential for the team right now. And a great revenge storyline coming from them, because from what we've said, from what we've seen as well, there's a lot of disappointing run, and it was caused by these
কাহিনী কি
champions that
আর বক্তব্যই চলতেছে এতক্ষণ ধরে।
I love to see it. It's a good thing as well. It's a very different group because they won't have to meet them.
এখন পর্যন্ত বাংলাদেশের কোনো প্লেয়ারদেরকে আমরা পজিশন নিতে দেখাই নাই। বাংলাদেশের এগুলো হচ্ছে আমার টিমের সমর্থক মনে হয়, সমর্থক না হলে টিমের কোনো কিছু হবে এখানে, টিমেরই কোনো কিছু হবে। 1 2 3 4 5 6টা টিমের ব্রাঞ্চ দেখাই যাচ্ছে। তো বাংলাদেশের বাংলাদেশের টিমগুলো কোন জায়গায়? আরে ফ্লুক্সু রেখি গাই কাউ
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm very sure that the fans out there are excited to see their teams perform out here on the battles. But it is definitely a big question mark for some of the squads, right? You look at Paradox Gaming, you look at how they're doing out there so far. I feel like the gunfights in Purgatory were so much better, but they're still having their first day jitters full on. I want to see a little bit of an improvement as we head on into this game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about, you have how much space to really just warm up that engine, get yourself into the groove of the game. But as we go into today, yes, 2 days, but already for Group A, we're halfway through. 3 more maps to go before they go on a break for the rest of the day and then come back tomorrow. But then again, playing catch up against these teams is not going to be easy.
দেখতে দেখতে কিন্তু আমাদের 4 নম্বর ম্যাচ কিন্তু শুরু হয়ে গেছে। আমরা 4 নম্বর ম্যাচে দেখবো আমাদের কোন টিমগুলো কি করতে পারে। আই রে বাবা, সব টিম নেমে গেছে, পুরো বিমানে কালিয়ে গেছে শুরুতেই। আই বাবারে বাবারে বাবা, কি এক অবস্থা, সব টিম এক জায়গায় ল্যান্ডিং করেছে, সব একই জায়গায়, কোনো বাইরে কোনো কিছু ল্যান্ডিং এর জায়গা নাই, এক নামে ফাইটের জায়গায়।
So many different bits and bobs parts of this maps. Oh, how he's gonna go. And on top of that as well, we are still seeing, I think, somewhat of a hot drop here. Looking here, we have PDX, I think, toward the Deca
এই যে গ্লোবাল এবং কি গডলাইকের মাঝে করে
Russia leading the
মাঝখানে
leaderboard right now with
কি
elimination.
সুন্দর উপরে, আর একটু পরে ল্যান্ডিং করলে কিন্তু সুন্দর মতো জায়গা পাওয়া যায়। আর ল্যান্ডিং এ করবো কোন জায়গার মধ্যে, যেগুলো যেখানে ড্রপ ক্লাস বেশি হবে।
I think nobody else is going to be taking away the title from him. No one else has shown the kind of determination, the kind of hunger, as well as the performance that Russia has shown us ever since he stepped onto a stage like this. But Loud, once again, looking to do exactly that as they play a little bit of Clash Squad up against Falcons.
There's a lot of things going on over there as well.
এবারে ওল্ড সাউন্ড শোনা গেছে,
Position himself a little bit more further forward, keeping his head down here.
যখন ম্যাপ ভিউটা দেয় না তখন কিন্তু ফ্রি ফায়ারে ওল্ড যে সাউন্ডটা আছে সেই ওল্ড সাউন্ডটা কিন্তু শোনা যায়।
So if anything, he's just buying a bit of time, but his teammates, I think, shouldn't be a problem to bring him back into the game if he does go down fairly early. But if anything, the best case scenario for Falcons, well, you steal away one more kill before you get knocked down here. But BCP is tracking him right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Falcon
I guess it's not a full-on Clash Squad battle because Falcons, most of them.
ফিরে 41টা প্লেয়ার বাকি, যে 60টা প্লেয়ার কোন জায়গায়,
are coming on through, and it looks like Loud
60টা প্লেয়ার কারা এলিমিনেট হয়েছে তো বোঝা যাচ্ছে না।
the extra point off of the Falcon player.
এইদিকে
Catch up with them later on as Buriram spots out Demon's Pride, top 16, about to be tagged up. Jonah has got the M24 in hand, just no angles to work off of it just yet. Gun Dynasty, on the other hand, with a very early reset, at least pulling back one player back in here, and with a phenomenal flank on fire, finally taken out of position there. AGAL, one player down on the ground. The battle between them and Gun Dynasty does not end well here for Gun Dynasty. The recovery definitely needed once again, and Benel is on the case.
Yeah, in this situation here in AGL, they've always been so proactive with these early fights as well. Already 5 eliminations here. Saifa once more. Rahat is on the other end waiting as TEC already in such a precarious position, but his teammates able to be brought back into the game, but Nejat goes down to PDX.
Oh, Team Apex Gaming. Extra point for them, baby. If they can pick this up, Thrill of Battle popped perfectly. And a timely Thrill of Battle leads to Wolven picking up that extra point. But here comes Demon's Pride. They want the fight. They take this jump straight to the vending machine. Instant revival, but Madara sacrifices himself for that pick. Jazzy comes in for the save, picking up his buddy. No extra revivals needed. TAG, Team Apex Gaming, didn't finish those players off just yet. Catch a quick replay here in the middle of a very important battle for Team Apex Gaming. But it looks like they'll call for a little bit of a truce for the time being.
Yeah, just now, I think a lot of things are going on in that situation. I think they got cornered, if you ask me. Now, as we look at the main fight that's currently going here, TAG is still chasing the heck out of GP. Have Jazzy already knocked down as well. And I have to say, TAG doing a great job just cornering their prey, making sure that they can't reposition.
Almost got a little bit messy there. And obviously, the recovery was going to be important, and that's exactly what Team Apex Gaming finds for themselves. Buriram, they saw a player step into the compound of the Indian squad just moments ago. And as I say that, Wolven takes him right off the board. Get IXL is there though, and it looks like Buriram's taking a full-on fight up against the Indian squad. Team Apex Gaming might be in a little bit of a trouble here. Katie God brings Wolven right back in off screen, and Loud spotting out Gun Dynasty, who is looking for the recovery in this game. I don't know if or not they're ready for the battle. One player from the side of TEC is going to be stuck in this compound as well. It's going to get messy for them if they can't find the recovery for themselves.
Yeah, UAV is out as well. Should give away the position. Tried to get that. I think he tried to just jump and see if he can get some info, but he got tagged. If anything, in this situation here, Kutush might be in trouble next. And I have to say, Ben will do a great job of marking every single enemy around the area. Nothing gets away from this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. They play the Moko really well. And he had the M82B and the SKS as well. Great attention from that long range and the advantage taken. And Katie God keeping the Indian squad still in the game with a double revive. Buriram trickled in one after the other, finding Team Apex Gaming. But the Indian squad could not take these giants out. 3-time world champs for a good reason. They're just ramping up very slowly here, not showing their aggressive side just yet, Buriram.
I can see it, how active the map is right now. Loud's getting a few pickoffs as well. I'm sure DRS as well, while everything has been going on here. In this situation, I think...
No, Katie Gall.
কে টেক কি বাইচে গেছে নাকি বুঝলাম না টেকে কয়টা প্লেয়ার
Ran straight in at Buriram.
টেক কি বাইচে গেছে নাকি কেউ যদি বলতো
Out in the open. Just got spent.
পাওয়াটা যেহেতু টিম আছে টেকে কয়টা টেক কি কোনো কিল টিল করতে পারছে নাকি 44টা প্লেয়ার এলাই বেরোছে তো রাশিয়া
Nextera's just not their place. Limit
Aye,
will find one from afar. David 444 found as well. The players of Gun Dynasty flanked all around and
ইয়ার মরতেছে রিভাইভ হইতেছে টেক কোতে টেক টেক
in Gun Dynasty is just that fill.
আর জিরো কিল একমাত্র ট্যাগ ছাড়া সবাই কিন্তু অনেকগুলো কিল করেনি তো যারা যারা চ্যানেলটিকে এখনো সাবস্ক্রাইব করেনি তারা অবশ্যই চ্যানেলকে সাবস্ক্রাইব করেন
leaderboard here. EVOS has looking really good right now. They have a huge lead compared to the rest of the teams. And in terms of, I would say, positioning right now, they're looking, I think, fairly alive. If anything, throughout the entirety of this day, EVOS has been doing well in terms of positioning, in terms of looking for pickoffs, in terms of looking for fights as well. And I don't think this is going to change anytime soon.
Of course, Nextera has always given us a lot of eliminations thanks to number of vending machines, compounds that you can use for cover, not having to use up all of your glue walls too early in the matchup. And we're gonna see quite a number of survivors. Again, as I say that, the Rail Soldiers pulling in a double revive. Yet again, extra coins. Takuri making sure he brings back the 2 revives first. So great strategy played by him before he got caught out there. Unfortunate that he could not go in for that final revive. So 2 players down for the side of DRS once again.
AGL is really scary. If you think you managed to shake them off, you just really a false sense of security before finally being taken out. He's done his due diligence though. He brought his teammates back into the game, and I think bringing them back into the game poses a big threat to so many of these teams. Now, in this particular area where the Falcons was, you could see just now they were really looking for Jazzy. He's still very much alive, but they have to be very, very aware that Loud is close by somewhere in the wing. So this could potentially be a 2-way fight. It's looking really good right now.
Rough run for Demon's Pride. Yeah, Pride definitely taking a hit here on day 1. Still down at the very bottom of our leaderboard with just 10 points to their side. David 444 down on the ground. Instant pickup there, and the recovery is solid for Gun Dynasty. But they have been challenged all throughout this lobby. The only luck they have now is they're dealing with DRS, and they've got the numbers advantage in this battle as well.
Just really trying to find this bounty as well as really
টেকে প্রত্যেকজনে কিন্তু কিল শিকার হচ্ছে ডিপি এলিমিনেটেড হয়ে গেছে রে ডিপি 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 কামব্যাক করতে পারতেছে না রে ডিপি আই কি রে ট্যাগে উপরে উঠে গেছে কেমনে রে ভাই টাইটানে কি করতেছে এগুলো টাইটান ভাই রে ভাই তোর তো কম্বো গেল 50-60 পয়েন্ট তো কালেক্ট করবে নাকি রে একটা ম্যাচে ভালো খেলছস খেলা হইছে Falcon on fire. 5 from Paris EWC trophy. Falcon অবস্থা তো এতটা ভালো
but the pickups have to be the focus here. And Falcons surviving this one. Guaca too far away to back up the rest of his brothers, and Falcons will survive because of that.
I am loving the fact that Falcons really doubled down on this, and then Dedrick as well, just stuck in the corner, trying his best to survive. But Buriram United, they're saying no. So as much
দেখতে দেখতে কিন্তু টাইটানও কিন্তু বিদায় নিয়ে নিল এত অ্যাগ্রেসিভ খেলতেছে এটা দেখ অ্যাগ্রেসিভ খেলার পরে যে ফায়ার পাওয়ার টিকতে পারে না
southern side, EVOS has controlled this area. Toward the western side, you have PDX is sort of moving around the area. Northern side, Aurora, but middle side here, you have, I think, GD and AGL forward, and TAG just busting forward, looking for this fight eagerly.
Just with that game 3, Buriram has jumped into the top 3 already. Now you see the Moko tagging up the players on the side of Team Apex Gaming. This is a little bit of a pinch. AGAL focus fire. But Team Apex Gaming very smartly repositioning, just staying away from the crosshairs of both AGAL as well as Gun Dynasty. A sticky situation here for the Indian squad for sure.
But they're not really showing their hand either. They're just really hoping to weather down that storm. Because no team can really get too close to one another for this forward fight. Pina, somewhere along the lines there, does find Sherwood's eventually. Alu rushing forward. They're almost taking down on fire, but regardless of that, would have been traded. So now the blue
11 মিনিট রানিং চলতেছে কিন্তু 10টা টিম এখনো অ্যালাইভ
as Loud is slowly trying to recalibrate themselves.
Recalibrate indeed. The double revive coming on through. Full squad once again.
অরোরা উঠেছে টেকে এখন হলে নিচেই নামবে মিলাই নিন কারণ হচ্ছে পিডিএক্স কিন্তু এটা বলেছিলাম যে 4 নম্বর ম্যাচের ভিতরে 11 নম্বরে চলে যাবে 11 নম্বর টেস্ট
And Nix is gonna have his foot shot off. Abax with his sharp shot from afar. AC80 perfection once again. And yet again, the Brazilian squad on the back foot. This is just not their lobby. Recovery seems to be really difficult. And that's exactly what Nextera is. Lots of spots to hide away at. And we have got a ton of squads. So many players still alive and kicking as we approach the 12 minutes.
Yeah, Alu is not going to be able to hit the ground there. Going to just get knocked down so quickly. His teammate did try to give a bit of pressure there onto Buriram United. Not happening though. You know, like you mentioned, Moshi just so superb on the snipers.
Oh yeah. Buriram showing that, yes, we were ramping it up slow, but nothing impossible for us to catch up with. Rasha though, right below the bridge like a troll, up against Falcons, but gonna get caught all alone here. On fire, making the rotation. Rasha, can you survive this one? What kind of trickery will you show us? It's Gun Dynasty that takes advantage of that chaos! And the follow-up is solid. EVOS with the revenge. The players on the side of Paradox taking advantage of the situation as well. Enrique is gonna get picked right back up. And Falcons off of that rotation put themselves under the bridge, losing 2 players in that sequence.
In this situation, EVOS as well, trying to take away this positioning coming in from Aurora, but cannot able to come close to them at all. And EVOS is very, very patient here, trying to find an opening, an angle, anything, but also aware that Loud is close by. One moment your head is out there in the open, it's going to be instantly popped, and that's how it is for both of these teams here. And it's sort of a momentary stalemate between these 3 teams. You have to worry about PDX as well. You also see that they're trying to rush away from the area as On Fire tries to put in the damage.
See if Anon on fire can get this catch up here. Quickly repositioning right under the robo. And it gives them a little bit of cover for the time being. The launch pad, I think they were looking for a little bit of a higher angle as DRS Gaming gets taken out of the equation. Locked down by the thrill of battle. And Falcons needs to quickly reposition. They do not want to get stuck in a fight without their active skills. Riptide Rhythm from afar. EVOS will play some shots, but it's Aurora that takes the advantage with that shot. The Malaysian squad slowly sneaking their way back in here. Locked down once again by the thrill of battle. Potentially out of the Brazilian squad this time round. Grenade. What a tight angle. Played perfectly there. But Loud up against EVOS. That's going to be the appointment that they have to go through first before catching up with the Malaysians.
আর 8টা টিম
Insane high stakes fights as well. Just fighting for
15 মিনিট প্রায় কাছাকাছি চলে কিন্তু 8টা টিম কিন্তু অ্যালাইভ হচ্ছে 26টা প্লেয়ার এখন অ্যালাইভ আবার 26টা প্রেমে তোমার পসিবিলিটি দেখে পারেন না একটা সিঙ্গেল প্লেয়ার কোন জায়গায় বলে রিসেরে বুড়িলাম একটা সিঙ্গেল প্লেয়ার
Smart repositioning here by Loud. Put a great distance between themselves and the chaos that they almost encountered between EVOS and Aurora. Now leaving the battle between the Malaysian and the Indonesian squad. And the shots from afar, AGL putting the pressure onto both Aurora and EVOS. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses. Azrael sneaky. but he saw the Riptide Rhythm and quickly stepped away from the window. Ray, on the other hand, not doing that. AJL getting a couple of tags in. Ingot, the Moko tagging him up already. And it looks like he will sneak away. Ray, on the other hand, will not get the pleasure of doing so. Axel's gonna get caught out. Riptide Rhythm again putting on so much of pressure, taking advantage of this tight little compound. And Aurora again was snuffed out early.
You is doing great. It's really catching people in the mid of the rotations as well. Now,
Aimgot কিন্তু এখনো কিন্তু
God is alive, gonna hunker down the corner as Loud is gonna work their magic onto GD. Aimgot rushing through, but for the other side, there's gonna be a massive Nyx and Trap doing a lot of magic, but GD pressuring them, and AGAL also wants to join in on that fight. GD rushing forward, and now, right in the nick of time, you have AGAL find the last possible member from EVOS, not able to survive, so Aimgot down and out.
Yeah, that's it for EVOS. AGL spotted them out and they were just tracking them all the way through. And now Gun Dynasty trying to take on the Brazilians, but the interference from the Thai squad. AGL long range away and almost no cover at all except their glue walls. This is going to be trouble if a Skylar is in the hands of either Gun Dynasty or Loud. And they'll quickly take some cover behind the boulder as well as these trees. Great rotation, great defense from the Thai squad.
AGL being very patient here, stuck behind a rock, but definitely not a hard place yet. But now as GD wants to take away this real estate from Loud, cannot do so. Only 6 damage is done. Nice damage onto Trap, but no more than that.
Beautifully played here by Latam. Understanding the angles perfectly. Trying to make use of the utilities instead of taking a straightforward fight up against Loud, who do have the positional advantage in that sequence. Shiru though, caught in hand, looking for the flank, trying to play a little bit of pressure on AGAL to take AGL out of the equation here before they have to deal with Brazil. And AGL understands the little bit of a pinch that they are in, trying to close the distance down to take the positional advantage away from GD as the circle forces them closer in.
Shiro is just trying to really just come into the area, can go for this backstab. AGL does try to collapse forward, but the amount of
ম্যাচের 18 মিনিটের প্রায় কাছাকাছি আর তিনটা টিম লাগবে, তিনটা টিমের মধ্যে কোন টিম বয়ে নিতে পারে? প্রত্যেক 12টা প্লেয়ার লাগে, প্রতি টিমে 4-4টা প্লেয়ার। এর এখন বুয়াটা দেখি আমরা কার কাছে যাই, বুয়াটা দেখতে হইব। গড লাইক দেখছেন এবার তাদের ইন্টারন্যাশনাল স্টেজে ফার্স্ট ম্যাচ, তারা যে এরকম ভাবে খেলতেছে এটাকের কি বলবো রে ভাই। প্রবলেম নাই বাংলাদেশে কামব্যাক দিবে, বাংলাদেশে কামব্যাক হবে একটা। আর যেহেতু আর কড়া ম্যাচে 2টা ম্যাচে রয়েছে বাইরে, আর প্রায় 19 মিনিটে কিন্তু কাছাকাছি হয়ে যাচ্ছে, প্রায় 19 মিনিট। কার উপরে অ্যাটাক চলতেছে, কার উপরে গড লাইগার এই যে গ্লোবাল। বয়া লাউডে নিয়ে নেবো, বয়া লাউডে নিব, বয়া লাউডে নিয়ে নেবো। দেখো লাউডে নিয়ে লাউডে এই যে বয়া লাউডে নিয়ে নিস, লাউডে দুইটা বয়া নিয়ে নিস রে, লাউডে সব দুইটা বয়া নিয়ে নিস। আউট আবাস লাউড লাউডে দুইটা বয়া নিয়ে নিস কি ভাই।
Performance, we saw them pick up a massive number of eliminations off of Purgatory, and they have gotten into it, the final circle here at Nextera with the exact same performance. Great play, I have to say, from both teams.
You know what's really impressive about AGL? The fact that in the beginning of the game, they're all around the map. We come to them finally after seeing those initial fights. Something like, what? They already have 6 eliminations? Silent but deadly, but definitely loud toward the end as well. It felt like a bait and switch because GD was the one that had a compound, I would say, advantage in the beginning.
Yeah, and this was where it all came crumbling down for AGAL. They went in They took the house as their defensive compound. What they were not expecting was the play out of Gun Dynasty. And the play out of Gun Dynasty wouldn't have been forced if it wasn't for Loud. Loud started tossing those grenades at them. Gun Dynasty had to make a decision, and the only decision they could make was take the fight up against AGAL. And they played that perfectly, rushing straight at them. And again, I've always mentioned how David 444 is one of the most lethal rushes out there. And he took the fight straight up against them with the Mag 7, demanding a lot of points in that house, and he got it for their side. But towards the end, it just wasn't enough. AGL stood their ground really well with the defense, but they had to lose 2 players in that sequence as well, and Loud with the advantage just walked away with it towards the end. It's not always about the most aggressive. Sometimes it's about who understands the final circle better.
Yeah, you have the eliminations. You have to find that I would say balance, right?
Yeah.
Between getting to that last few points with those placements, plus also getting those eliminations as well. And AGL has, I would say AGL, Loud, Buram United have really good, I would say, grasp on being able to do all of this coming into the game. I think what's really fun to see as well is just the fact that for AGL, they know how to do the bait and switch, they know how to go for zone control, but I have to say that for Loud just now, they were just doubling down on that real estate. They know that they had the height advantage, they know that they can just really kind of keep out GD from their area and force GD and AGL to go for that fight, and all they have to do is just clean up house.
Yeah, and it's been very impressive to see this Brazilian squad so far, because yes, it wasn't a very aggressive purgatory game, but if you look at their positioning placement in all 4 games so far has been phenomenal. We're going to take a quick short break now. When we come back, the final 2 games of the day.
এক দিছেন নাকি মনে হইতেছে তো এটাই মনে হইতেছে তো এটা ব্রেক দিছে
Break out the drums because Brazil is showing up. 2 booyahs today for Loud, and my gosh, Neptune, this squad is consistent as heck.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, imagine 2 booyahs and 3 times on the top 3 out of 4 games. And this is just something that we don't expect to see, especially in day number 1 out of this kind of competition. Most of the time in this level of competition, there's a lot of stealing of those booyahs. There's a lot of stealing of those numbers as well in terms of elimination. So Loud is just doing quite well in positioning themselves and making sure that they are not out there being gunned down.
Yeah, and of course, Loud is so much better tactically when we compare to the other teams. They have the patience, they have the drive. Again, it's something so refreshing to see. But then again, it's a Brazil team. Are we even that surprised?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Brazil has been one of that contender that has been a bane when it comes to like a battle of Southeast Asia and Brazil and also other regions being introduced. And with the more regions in here being put in the mix, like they have that elements of surprise because the focus would be on the newcomers and they will be most of the target. And we were seeing that at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, we definitely were. I mean, I was going to be looking at the match standings right here. GD being able to put up some points as well. Out of all their squads, AG, how about that with those 27 points?
27 points, 18 elimination points, and I gotta hand it down to Du and Saifa. They're doing so well. This is exactly the teamwork that I actually wanted to see from EFOS Divine, because as an Indonesian, of course, I do hope that they can learn from the best. And honestly, I think that game, it really showcased the ability of Du and the capability that he has to lead the team towards victory.
Honestly, I thought AGA was going to take the booyah in that last match. Their positioning in the bottom of building, I thought, oh, surely they have this. Surely they've got this. But no, of course, you know, Loud's just sitting on top, and the way that they were they're able to accelerate and take more of positioning in the zone. It was exceptional. And I know, Neptune, you got something to say about that, don't you? Like, yeah, let's get loud.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of what they can do in terms of the number. Again, getting a booyah will add up for your total points, but elimination is at some point at this stage of the competition is even more important, because you have to bring that much to pull yourself at the top of the leaderboard, and booyah is something that is reserved for the team, especially with the champion rush condition towards the grand finals.
And I think looking at the overall standing, something that I'm really aware is that it is so scary for EFOS Divine in the very beginning of the competition. I mean, we started off really shaky, but looking at it now, we have 84 points and then 50 kills. That is not bad at all, even though we only have one booyah secured right now. I think what I said at the beginning of the show might come true. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to keep repeating it, but I do think there's a huge chance for EFOS Divine to maintain this position and actually be, I don't know, the next one to go to the next stage.
And the one thing that we were talking about earlier is that sponge between those teams towards the top, and it's starting to get even more and more. Once we see the overall, you get a chance to see exactly what I'm talking about in regards to those teams at the top, just making it even bigger gap to some of the other squads. Now, one thing I know has been sticking out besides the top squads, right? We gotta go to PDX. I mean, I was talking about earlier in regards to tag, that's a squad that needed to be able to step it up. They have since then, since we've mentioned it. I know you were looking at PDX, Lace.
Yeah, see, I'm looking at Paradox, and look, they're not sitting pretty on the top of the leaderboard, okay? You know, we're talking about the Louds and the AGLs. I feel like there's two games going on at the moment. We've got like the AGLs, the Louds, EVOS, you know, kind of having their own scuffles in the top of the leaderboard. And when you move further down, the tags, we got Paradox down there. I know Paradox had an accelerating run against Tag, but unfortunately fell like a little bit short in that match there. And it just seems like they're just not making the best decisions for their team. They managed to sort of get split. But when we were looking more into that final zone, Paradox, it was probably the first time I actually saw them group up and were able to put more eliminations on the board, and that's what we need to see from them. So I don't really know what's happening like in and amongst the early fights and stuff for them, but that was probably the best performance we have seen from them. But they are, you know, not being able to get those eliminations and those placement points on the board.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, the first few games, they're not that aggressive. And the signature of Paradox Gaming is that, the signature of Paradox Gaming coming from their regionals is that aggressive team. Like from Africa, they managed to clutch it towards the end and getting that qualifier on the EWC, and it's more of the elimination. So this is one thing that we were expecting at get-go. There's a lot of teams who want to show up strong, especially if they are new to this contention.
Yep.
But for Paradox Gaming, they need that time to recover. But what I'm worried about is if that time is running out, because again, that's already 4 games and you only have 2 more for this group.
Yeah, and speaking of trying to come off as strong, courageous, again, I feel with...
Thanks, girl.
Then we gotta add gorgeous then, girl, because you are drop dead gorgeous. Okay, anyways, speaking of courage, of course, we have to also talk about Gun Dynasty again, because finishing at top 3, it's just so amazing. It's making me feel like I need to know more about this LATAM team. I mean, that is just crazy. They are now at the 5th position of the overall standing. 69 points, 23 plays, and then I'm seeing 46 kills. That is amazingly huge for them, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, from the first and the last game, they managed to get 20 plus on elimination. It was a little bit slow though on that second game, and towards that third. I think it's because of the challenge they have on that game number 2 or the match number 2. Thus, they didn't get that much on the point. But I'm really looking forward to them to catapult themselves a little bit higher in this point right now because they're very close against Brazil United.
Yes, I'm about to say something that I might regret, but right now, I actually enjoy watching Gun Dynasty more than Buriram United Esports.
Oh.
I enjoy them so much. It's crazy. Like I found a new love today.
What's making you enjoy it so much? Because remember, Buriram, even though you didn't get a chance to talk about them earlier, they did end up picking up that one booyah.
Yes, they did, but I think it's just about time for a Gun Dynasty. I mean, you saw it on the fourth game. They were so amazing. And again, the courage that they have and the strength to back it up, it's just so amazing to see.
Yeah, I guess the difference between the gameplay of Gun Dynasty is in the beginning of the game, they show up.
Yes.
That's where more the hype is coming from. And compared to what we've seen in Brazil United Esports, again, the signature is you're invisible in the first half, then to the second half, that's where you get all those elimination. But at some point they're surprised. I'm pretty sure they're counting how many opponents that they have in front of them towards the end, and with 7 or 8 teams against you, you couldn't, or Brazil United couldn't really bring that fire and catch up with the numbers, but it's a good thing that they did get that booyah.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at their squads that they need to wake up, especially when we're going to be going into the final 2 games of Group A. Keep in mind, for everybody watching at home, you're saying, wait, final 2 games? No, we still got 6 more from Group B coming up, so make sure you stay tuned for that. But I mean, from some of the other squads that we're watching, we saw the Pakistan team, right? They're towards the bottom. They need to do something because right now, the top 4 squads, the cutoff is at 70 points, and that's not going to stop. That's just going to keep going because of the consistency, Conchita, that we're currently seeing out of their squads. What can we see out of those bottom squads in the last 2 matches? Because they need to wake up.
Yes, they do need to wake up. Unfortunately, I'm not really familiar with the way the Pakistani teams play, but what I see from their performance today is that there's a gap of capability that apparently they still have against the other team, and that is something that I hope they can catch up as soon as possible, because obviously being on the bottom 2 is not so ideal. Looking at it, it's still quite a climb that they need to do, but yeah, keeping my fingers crossed.
And then you have Aurora. Aurora is currently 40 points. I'm sorry I have to do it to you.
I won't mention their name anymore.
You can talk about them, but just don't mention their name. From that squad, I mean, you were talking about having eliminations earlier on. They only have 19 eliminations so far. We've seen squads being able to get almost that in just 1 match.
I think what Aurora game is finding right now is a balance of, because they failed in the first game. Yeah, I mean,
it's okay.
I'm thinking it's my fault, but they failed in the first few games. But since they couldn't bring the elimination, they couldn't bring the fire, so they're going back to the basic. Go for survivability, trying to balance it out, elimination and placement point. And that's why they're trying something different. Just go and try to catch up, or go for catch up on the placement point. Once they get the groove of how to find the final circle, then they can get those elimination.
Yeah, what I've been noticing is that every time they go into an altercation or try to take a fight, they come out as the losing team. It's down to 1 player, then they're going to have to make that revive and try and do that. So I do believe that, yeah, if they can continue that survivability, because eliminations will come in the end, okay? As long as you can make your rotation, you get to that final zone, the elims will come. So hopefully we can see that sort of progress into the next games, because they slightly started doing it in that final match, but the first couple of matches, every time I saw Aurora fight, it was them out, and it's not working for them. So they definitely need to adapt and change, because mechanically they're gifted, but they're not making these decisions correctly.
Yeah, I so agree, because individually they're great players, but somehow when it comes to the teamwork, something just isn't working. There is something that they not to change. I mean, it's like someone needs to step up, I guess, and be the role model for them. Yeah. No.
I might step out.
I'm sorry, man. I'm going to target you for this one. Yeah.
No need to do that. I mean, in regards to eliminations, one squad that has been stepping up is Team Apex Gaming. They have been able to put up those elims. At the beginning of the day, they were struggling a lot. Even Lucifer, one of our casters, is going to be coming for Group B. He was saying they're slow starters. He was actually expecting them to do better in the second day.
Yeah.
But you can't be mad. Honestly, Neptune, you cannot be mad at the way that this squad has now been able to put up those eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of elimination geared. Apex
It's the complete opposite, right?
Complete opposite of what we're going for earlier. Like placement point, they like no regards of placement point. All they have to do is early on the get-go, they want to get all those eliminations in, and at some point for teams, they're treating it as a 50-50. Like it's a double-edged sword. But for Team Apex Gaming, they want to bring down the sword against the opponent. Whether they lose, I think they can carry over those eliminations in the following round. The risk is they're losing the balance of finding the final circle. And again, there's still importance of that booyah. Probably not this point of this stage, but if you're really catching up in numbers, you have to do well in both.
Yeah, because 29 elimination points is not bad at all. I mean, from what we see out of the 4 games that we have just watched, Apex really is trying to fix the mistake they have on the first game. And yeah, I think things are quite looking up for them right now.
You can see they got fans right now here in the arena live from Paris. This is Freefire at HWC. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into the last 2 matches of Group A. Get those squads stepped up like we've been wanting to see, or is it just going to be too little, too late in this last 2 matches before we go into tomorrow? AJ, Tash Bunny, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. Man, it has been an exciting one here for sure. We expected Nextera to deliver, and Nextera did exactly that. 121 eliminations in that lobby. It was explosive end to end. But now we head on into Kalahari. We head on into the map where the snipers usually rule. Let's see exactly which sniper.
It's
always very fun, right? I think you've already kind of
straw heart
which players you want to see.
আর কি করে লোক কি করে বুঝলাম না
Russia as well.
তাহলে গেমিং এখন তাদের ম্যাচ হবে নাকি এটা বুঝতে পারতেছ না
Kalahari of the day. I'm wondering if it's going to be a slower start.
এটা তো আগে তাদের ম্যাচ না এটা তো দেখা যাচ্ছে যে গ্রুপ এর ম্যাচ কিন্তু কথা হলো কি এখানে তাহলে ওই টিমের লোক কি করে একের মধ্যে এই ডিপি এর 2টা প্লেয়ার 3টা প্লেয়ার রে চলে গেছে 3টা প্লেয়ার চলে গেছে আর একটা লাস্ট প্লেয়ার কোন দিকে আছে ফাউন্ডেশনে এনিমি নাই দা মেজে আছে ওল্ড হ্যাম্পটনে আবার ওই এনিমি রইছে এনিমি নাই গে এই জায়গায় কোনো এনিমি নাই অবশ্যই দেখতে পাচ্ছি আর টেকে চলে গেছে ফাইটে দ্যাট একে কার সাথে ফাইটে জড়াইতেছে ডিআরএস এর সাথে নাকি ডিপি এর লাস্ট প্লেয়ারে দেখা যাচ্ছে ডিপি লাস্ট প্লেয়ার ডিআরএস এর এদিকে আছে আর ডিআরএস এর লাউডের মাঝখানে পড়ে রয়েছে তিনটে টিম রে ভাই
I think AGL prioritizes this eliminations.
Sahil Jat is in a tricky position here. He does have the flank, but he cannot back up the rest of his team members. Just Shoto gonna get caught out here by Blade. The caught up close and
Blade ke pe gaise re bhai Blade ke pe gaise
extra advantage in that battle. Sahil Jat's finally going to show up, and that's just the wrong timing. He drops a little bit of a present here for Tech as he quickly tries to back away, but a quick recap here.
টেক কি পারবে না কি টেকের পিছনে কিন্তু আরো প্লেয়ার আছে আরো প্লেয়ার
The time turner actually saving BZP a little bit of extra time, but Jazzy only could get that knock off.
আউটে ফাইটে ধরে গেছে কুট্টুসরা দেখা যাচ্ছে
Running away from the compound.
আর ডিআরএস
Again starting off on the back foot here, but the recovery was solid through those
আরে ডিআরএস
Look that they had the upper hand in that fight, and now DRS has decided to join in on this fight, and DRS has been scary today in terms of positioning.
Oh no!
Here is Woman that will be the first one to fall as the rest of TEC waits in the wings. Nejat as well will be picked off somewhere else, and United also here joining in that fight. It is hectic over here at command post as well as Moshi finally finds a final nail in the coffin to a member of TEC.
Already crowded. Here comes Buriram jumping into the
on fight hota pare Buriram bas DRS Blade
sandwich. Gonna shut down the remaining players on the side of TEC.
Blade sandwich banai disse re ke river dise naki ai to perfect.
But it looks like he's not going to be able to walk away from
DRS red player
once again. And the recovery is going to be slow here from the side of DRS as they continuously are pressured by Buriram Takuri. Jonah finds him with the VSK and Strowex far away from the rest of the battle, but will Buriram be able to snuff him out?
Last player DRS sniper player ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ টাইটানে কটা প্লেয়ার টাইটানে মাত্র 2টা কিল করছে মাত্র 2 কিল কি কয় থেকে 11 তে রইছে PDX ওরা তাদের পয়েন্টই ছিল না তাদের কোনো পয়েন্টই ছিল না রে ভাই তারা কাম
It's just such an unlucky situation as Shiro quickly brought back into the game in this situation. And I think that in so many of these fights as well, we see one team having the upper hand situation and then suddenly the rest of the collapse coming in from so many teams. We start to see a systematic way for most of these teams trying to bring themselves back into the game. And Sypha, nasty shot coming in. And he's just going to bleed out here.
Yeah, Benel is definitely one of the super flex players out there. He is the Swiss Army knife of the GD squad and Gun Dynasty, just showing everyone that they're just not here to fill up a slot. They are here to rip away the championship. And if they keep this up, they sure as hell are going to be able to do that. First of all, getting into the grand finals is looking like it's going to be an easy journey for Gun Dynasty. But it looks like at Bayfront, we've got a little bit more of a tense situation as two Southeast Asian squads take on each other in a battle. Falcons versus Evos Divine.
Evos Divine in this situation, you just gotta wait things out. You just gotta find a window of opportunity to bring your team back into the game. I'm not too sure if Aim God is being marked right now is the question. Because there hasn't really been too much of movement from the rest of the teams as well. Now, you look at TEC, they've come back into the game. It started off really well for them in the early fights, but then the collapse coming in. I think the possibility of third parties today have been incredible for so many teams. We see it happening from so many different angles. And for Falcons, they want to try and take this fight against TAG.
A crucial rotation here from Aim God, looking to bring the squad of Evos back into play. If they get eliminated now, being overtaken by AGL and Loud is a no-brainer. The players on the side of Falcons, on the other hand, on their rotation, they spot out TAG, Team Apex Gaming in a little bit of a trouble. Riptide Rhythm's going to be breaking down the defenses. Islejar can't drive away. Wolven stuck. Time Turner is on his side, and he needs to hope and pray that Falcons make a mistake here, but the valiant dash of Afina is just going to put him in a little bit of a pickle, and now it's all up to KD God. He's got coins to revive the squad twice around, but can he get to a vending machine in time?
Yeah, it's just really scary right now. You have no clue or idea where exactly anyone can be. And granted, this map is huge. Everyone has a bit of an area. The high grounds are looking good as well. There we go. Evos back into the game as AimGod finds a way in here. As for the rest of the team, the reposition is going to be incredibly hard. They just take a lot of damage. Benel, oh my god. Nasty shot coming in from multiple angles. The Swiss Army knife for the team. Not only is he sharp, but also is he diligent. He revives and he kills as well.
But now you monster. But now in a 1v1 up against Rahat. Can you get the hit? David and Vega down on the ground already. But Benel looking like he wants to shine on his own in this situation. Doesn't have much of a choice, but Barros shows up in his radar as well. And Benel making the right move here to disengage from that situation. Rahat can deal with Barros, the player from the side of AGAL. Gun Dynasty in a little bit of a pickle, and Benel once again dropping back to see if he can save the squad. But the pickups are going to be solid here from Shiru.
এই যেগুলো বলে মনে হচ্ছে একটা প্লেয়ার দেখলাম উপরে হাত দিকে মুভ করতেছে মনে হচ্ছে ওইদিকে তো একটা প্লেয়ার আছে
Oh yeah, Rokady got in trouble. Takes a bit of chip damage, but nothing more than that.
রাতে দুইটা প্লেয়ারের নাম আইছে
They really want these
রিকল প্রসেসটা চলো
position drops down to the ground, but Unfire is refilling that space that's been left behind.
25 পয়েন্ট আর 1 পয়েন্ট লাগে আর একটা পজিশন উপরে তার একটা পয়েন্ট কালেক্ট করে না ভাই
cannot do more than that, and the Falcons are looking to hunt down the last few players.
Take it upper attack.
Nasty.
Wolven, the escape plan failed, but he did manage to pull in a final second revive for Team Apex Gaming. That's going to be their insurance policy for the time. Falcons, on the other hand, they found that one to be a little bit too easy based on the position of the TAG players, but Shoto just shining right before he got taken down. Katie God bringing Wolvin right back in. The recovery play is already in motion for Team Apex Gaming.
Falcons is doing great in terms of reposition. How they collapse is just so scary to see, especially if you're caught out here alone here.
Limit.
Now Falcons, nice
Falcon.
position here.
Mana
Fairly
limit
safe
ऊपर
away
है
from the
वैसे,
rest of the
mana
teams, but
you.
you have to rotate eventually.
अरे
As
भाई
TEC,
भाई
despite losing so many
बुर्रा में
players
संग
early,
फाइट
they
है
are
पतुरे
also very slippery, still very much in the game. Knocked down, Rahat does find Jonah in exchange, but Wasana
हाथ
wants
की
to
खेलता
avenge his teammates.
And he'll be able to do that with a valiant dash. Phenomenally done.
Great.
Timed perfectly. Captain
एक
Jonas
है
out of the
दूर
equation.
क्या वो पत्ते करीब दिया जिसे
Captain of
कैसे
the
इन
vending
तारे
machine
का
on the
प्लेयर
other
का
side
तरीका
get high. Once again, as usual, on the
एक
recovery
शाम
plays.
करेक्शन
Moshi,
ये तो देखो मोशी सामने
Moshi
बोस
Can he pull the final strike to take TEC out of the
मोशी
lobby
सामने
early
नेजा
here?
द्रिवाई नेजा नेजा नेजा
Focuses
के
towards
तारीख
the
को
right instead as
देख
AGL
डेक्स
shows up on the radar of Buriram, and that
तो
is
शो
the
फिनिश है
saving
करने रे
grace
भाई
for
कुछ
TEC, who managed to pull in at least one revive to stay in play.
Yeah,
Pero
Virtus
usted
gets knocked down somewhere in that process as well here. As the Falcons come through, I think there should be fairly clear
PDXM কোনো কোনো কিল করতে পারে নাই কিন্তু ট্যাকের দরকার কিল
I have to say TAG had so many close calls today. Shoto got knocked out I think twice already, but they're slippery.
Big advantage on the airdrop here. No other teams aiming for it. Falcons get a freebie advantage, rotating towards it, finding nobody there. So great in terms of decision making as well as a little bit of luck on the side.
এই ম্যাচটা
of
না খারাপ হয়ে
TEC,
করতে পারে সবাই
bringing more
প্রেডিকশন দিয়ে দিতে
champs. It's only Apex
আর প্রেডিকশন
in their way
আমার মনে
as
তো
they
সেই
will try to
ম্যাচটা
get
এজি
into
গ্লোবাল
Bayfront in a little. Can the Indian
Global.
squad punish the
Position
champions
দেখ
of EWC
কোন জায়গায়
24,
আছে
or will they get punished instead? The battle between Buriram and AGL still continues.
এজাত
As
কি
both
রিভাইভ পয়েন্টে
squads
বসছে
need
নাকি
to get into the next zone, and Jonah on the revive with the car 98 punishing Baros, which means the front liner
না
out of the equation. A little bit of an extra
আমার
advantage
যতদূর
for
মনে
the
হয়েছে
side of
নেজাতে
Buriram, and
রিভাইভ পয়েন্টে
AGL does
বসছে
not
তা
want to
সাবের
stay
এখানে
in
হ্যাঁ নেজাত
play.
তো রিভাইভ
They
দিয়ে
use the
তার মানে নেজাত
launcher to get themselves out of that sticky situation far away from Buriram.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good tactical decision as well. You're taking up too much damage already. Buriram United was in a great position, just really overwhelmed them as well. And I think if anything, if AGL can find a good position, they are the type of team that if they are prepared for it, they can take these fights and just completely dominate so many different
পুট্টু
areas.
সাবান
Now Buriram United will
কি
follow
এক
suit here,
অবস্থা
coming into
আমার
the
আগে
center zone as well. The southern side under
ভালো
the
জায়গাতে
circle
দেখে
is
দেখে ভাই
there.
নাম না
Loud is there. EVOS is there.
ভালো
TEC
জায়গায় দেখে
coming
দেখে
through,
নামলে তো হয়ে
TP
যাবো
on the wings as well. And it's going to be really nasty. I love where Loud has put himself. Look at this sniper. Buriram United don't
Loud
know.
The trigger
আউট
discipline
দেখে
there,
নিস
making sure he doesn't give away his position, which is a
সুন্দর
prime
এজি
one.
গ্লোবাল আবার নিচে
Wants to
নামতেছে
maintain the bird's eye view, stay out of trouble.
এরকম ভাবে
Then
টাইটানিক
strike
ক্লাব
when
নামতে
it's
পারলে
really
তুই
needed, but for how
এক মিনিট
long are you
এবার
gonna stay undetected
44টা
up
না
there?
তার মানে টাইটানের একটা
Loud
প্লেয়ার
definitely has
একটা প্লেয়ার
a
শট
big advantage for this next circle. And Southeast Asia battling each other
11টা
to find the next circle for themselves. This time it's going to be Falcons versus AGAL. The shot
ফাইট
is
কার
there.
কার
Aurora versus Gun Dynasty. Aurora, you cannot take this.
অরোরা গেমিং এর
Team
ফাইট
Apex
চলছে
Gaming
অরোরা গেমিং
interfering as well.
তার সাথে
Car 98 perfect
সামনে
taking
ইভোসও
off.
ঢুকে
Fractures straight down to the ground.
কয়টা টিম মানে ইভোস গড ইভোস গড লাইক এবং অরোরা গেমিং আরে বাস তোর একটা
Nothing much that Aurora can do in
এই
this
তো গড
situation.
লাইক
Up
অরোরা আর
against
হচ্ছে
EVOS as well
তাই
as Gun Dynasty.
Ezreal is barely alive right now, and I think the rest of the teams here know
Ezreal
that
যেগুলো
they
team
want to try and go in for this collapse. GD is close by as
The
well.
best.
Aim got marking them, making sure they don't come
কোঅর্ডিনেশন
close.
অনেক ভালো
Both teams are being
খেলে মনে
so
করেন তাদের
cautious of
রিকল
one another,
প্রসেস
but
কিন্তু
Loud
অনেক
decides
ফাস্ট
to jump in here.
খুব
Aurora
ফাস্ট
must be
রিকল করে
punched.
Close to 13 minutes, 11 squads
Titan
still
kun-
alive and kicking. Things are about to get very messy. Pandemonium about to break out here on the battlefield if we don't start thinning down these numbers. Loud with a phenomenal rotation. as
এরে
they
ব্লেড
able to keep
এলিমিনেটেড
themselves
মানে
safe
কি
For the time being, good glue walls pulled out, timely manner.
এর জীবনের ভিতর থেকে এটা বাড়াইতেছেন কি কথা ব্লেড তো ব্লেড আইজিএল এত ভালো তো
In a tight little spot, but they've got the
তাহা তো
advantage for the next
এজনে
circle.
They can keep an eye on the rest of the competition.
full team মনে হইতেছে যে এলিমিনেট
Someone is coming
টিম
through as well.
একে
Gonna try and break in
নেদারকে
as the rest of the teams here, Loud at the bottom side, Aurora on the top side. Aurora
Last
were to jump out. They're gonna fall straight
তো
into
কষ্ট
the
করে খেলার
arms
কি
as
দরকার
well.
ছিল
A
না
lot
কি
of damage coming in from Ray. A lot of, I think, a lot of pressure coming in from GD. So no one is really in the green.
Ay,
If
marat
anything,
to
everyone is out here for grabs. That
Power
FFA area free for all for the first person
Ay,
that
but-
pops out their
ay,
head,
yeah.
and everyone very cautious. And over to our Bayfront as well. The same thing is happening because TAG, you have Falcons coming through, watching straight for to attack, and AGL, you know them, you see them fighting. They're gonna try and third party you.
Yeah, but still, gate kept by Team Apex Gaming, and he's just trying to avoid the engagement with the Indian squad as much as possible. But will India take advantage of the situation? If they want a battle, they have to take it now. But as I say that, Falcons dropping on in. Team Apex Gaming holding their fort strong here. Peanut trying to break down the defenses, finds an opening, and with the Punisher takes down Shoto. A deadly shot, but the follow-up is slow. Team Apex Gaming again.
ডেভিড একাই 16টা গোল
Trying to
গোল
keep Peanut out of their way. And it looks like the players of Gun Dynasty will spot out this battle between the two, try to play third party from that high ground.
Yeah, and it's just really annoying to be dealing with all of this as well. KD got this with damage. Even Pina out in the open. Caught. Limit does find one. Wolvin eliminated as well.
Oh.
Forced out in the open. What can you do? You stay inside. You eat damage from the util. And now for
এক point
GD,
পাবো,
all they
এক
have to
point.
do is just
এক
pick
point.
them
এটা
off
কিন্তু
one by
পজিশনে
one
এক
and
পয়েন্ট
make
পাবে
those rotations.
Gun Dynasty, the biggest winner.
ঠিক আছে এখন পাবে 10 যতগুলো টিম সার্ভ করতে পারে কত পজিশন 0.5
The ambush by Falcons. Not
মানে
somehow.
কোন
That's how.
মানে খারাপ
Beautiful
পজিশন
play of a Gun Dynasty.
গডলাইকে দেখছ লাইক কিন্তু সে একটা পজিশন নিয়ে নিছে
Exactly who's in front of
আরে শাবাশ গডলাইক
Gun Dynasty taking the fight up against Team Apex Gaming.
এরে অ্যাপেক্স গেমিং রে পুরা গডলাইক দেশের টিমে
Too strong. And Gun Dynasty from being the third party to the Predators in that equation. And Team Apex Gaming had nothing left in the gas tank.
They have such good timing and such insane awareness. Now AGL, because they're on the lower side here, they have to wait through for this first fight to happen. And finally the stalemate is broken. DP now in the open out
PDX
and just fighting.
PDX
PDX as well in the
PDX
same situation.
এই
Top 16, taken one
কখন
already.
কোনো ফাইটে এঙ্গেজ নাই তারা কিন্তু পজিশন
Can be outgunned here by Gun Dynasty.
তারা এলিমিনেট টিম এলিমিনেট হইতেছে
Pushed by AGAL. They take the timing right. But now, super low. It's the lightning zone that gives them the extra bit of advantage as well. And EVOS has showed up out of nowhere. And Gun Dynasty.
পিডিএক্সে কিন্তু এখন কোনো কিলে করে না, তারা কিন্তু সুন্দর মতো পজিশন নিয়ে নিয়ে খেলতেছে তাই তাদেরকে কিন্তু এই খেলাটা থেকে কিন্তু অনেক কিছু শেখা উচিত একটি স্পোর্টস
Gun Dynasty looking
তাও ইভোস
no vending machines around them.
ইভোস এলিমিনেটেড আর কোনটা ডেমন প্রাইডে এলিমিনেট হয়ে গেছে লাউডের একটা টিম লাউডের লাস্ট প্লেয়ার লাউডও এলিমিনেট হয়ে গেছে চারটা টিম আর চারটা এই যে পিডিএক্স এই পিডিএক্স এর অবস্থা দেখছেন নি কোনো কিল তারা কিন্তু করে নাই তারা কিন্তু এই পজিশন নিয়ে নিয়ে কিন্তু মনে করেন যে এই যে পজিশন পয়েন্টটা যে 7-8 পয়েন্ট যেটা আছে ওইটা কিন্তু তারা সিকিউর করে নিয়েছে কি লাগে তারা স্পোর্টস তারা এত ভালো খেলায় পরেও কিল করার পরেও কি দরকার জানতে পারি আই না এজি গ্লোবাল ভার্সেস ব্রুনাম ইউনাইটেড রাশ করেছে সাইফা আরে যেটা বলছিলাম যে প্রেডিকশন এজি গ্লোবাল কিন্তু বয়ে নিবে এজি গ্লোবালের বয়ে নিতে প্রেডিকশন অন টপ প্রেডিকশন অন টপ এজি গ্লোবাল আই ভাই 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 এই ভাই এর কি করতে সেটা কি করতে এটা কি
by AG Global, but no booyah for them on that match. Buriram on the other hand looking to set the record for the day, and now it's a 1v1. The support up against the sniper, and the support player is stealthy on the front lines and deadly with the Mag 7.
সুন্দর প্রেডিকশন করলাম এটা মিস করে দিছে শেষ মুহূর্তে কি এক অবস্থা
The record set by AGAL.
Record breaking and second booyah of the day. This team feels unstoppable. There's just so many things happening right now, but they're so, I would say, aware
positions are gonna go, how the movement is going to be, and somehow they managed to find that last crucial kill at the very, very last possible timing.
It was Buriram that set the record for the highest points at Purgatory. 15 eliminations plus the Booyah. But they got matched up with that. Problem was at Nextera, AGAL just could not walk away with the Booyah. It was Loud that ruined the Uplands, walking away with the second Booyah of the day for Brazil, and kept them from breaking the record of Buriram, and Buriram showing exactly why they are 3-time world champs. Phenomenal play. Let's check out these replays as well, as Buriram pulled off that final battle sequence.
Honestly, I think that what's really exciting about this particular match was not just about Buriram United, but I think it's just more of like how they decided to just really double down this fight. Usually it's a bit more quiet by them early, right?
Yeah.
But this time around, you can feel like they're just starting to just get into the groove. They're starting to really feel themselves in this fight. Positioning-wise was also really good as well. They had so much control that high ground.
I mean, the comms obviously just cool, calm, collected, not panicking in that situation at all. And get high XL, man. This guy is one of the most lethal supports out there on the battlefield, hands down. And when you've got a support player who can annihilate the squads, you really don't need to worry in a situation like that. A good reason why Buriram sets the record is because they are no strangers to it.
Yeah, I think it's also really exciting to think about how, you know, Buriram United approaches this game. Sometimes they're going a little bit more slow. They have a lot of pages in their playbook as well coming into this game. But I am really surprised at how, I would say, aggressive so many of these teams are starting from that get-go. I think everyone's starting to get really confident coming to the game. Even TEC, I would say, had a little bit more spark in them compared to the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a great day for TEC. Managing to play a little bit of recovery on Kalahari was crucial for them, but you know, it's just gonna be enough to get them out of the danger zone, not permanently just yet, because they've spent too much of time down in the bottom two. Now, we have got a little bit of a breather here for the casting desk. We are going to throw you guys onto a tad bit of a break. We'll catch up with you guys in a bit for Game 6 later, the final one for Group A.
What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here. I know you guys are having so much fun watching Freefire, but there is a lot more going on here at AWC 2026 in Paris. So come with me, let's check this out. Let's go. Having to choose your outfit for today? No problem. There is a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy bears, even hats. Oh, you want to customize with your own name? Yes, there is a bunch of options here. What about your team is not doing so well? No problem. There's another options here, another teams that you can cheer for. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. We gotta cut this right now because I'm gonna customize my own t-shirt. Bye. Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo Stand. You can play games and also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I wanna try. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to help you. Oh, maybe I should get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come. Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of AWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1, stage 2, the most important stage for you. Stage 3, stage 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Kidia City? No problem. We got Kidia City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad to not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon.
And what an insane last match that was. I feel like that was probably the most chaotic end zone that we have had in these games today. I don't understand really what went on in these first original matches to then pop out with this. It's like all the teams switched on. Did any stand out to you?
Lace, what we just saw is actually a classic battle between Buriram United Esports and of course AGAL. We are practically seeing history repeat itself again and again and again. And it was so amazing to see Get High finally came out as the winner because boy, that was intense. I am so giddy inside. I'm so excited. And it's only the 5th game of the day. We still have one more game from the A group.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen obviously AGAL dominating at the time, but it's nice to see these sort of other teams take over in the mix. But I think if we sort of go back to that end zone there, I feel like these players are switching on. And they're like, you know what? We kind of didn't do, that great in these first couple of matches, and now we know it needs to turn up. I know we're talking about it the game, we're in game 5 coming up now, but like, is it a little bit too late? Is there a particular team that you found in that end zone? I know I did, and I was talking about them before, and that was Paradox, where I said they need to get better placement points. They need to turn up, and they were actually in that position in that final zone.
Yes, but also if you talk about the Southeast Asian teams, I mean, I honestly think that they are kind of dominating the points throughout the whole entire day, and it is so refreshing to see because usually we see that happening from the Brazilian team. Yes, I mean, Loud has been amazing. Loud has been a very powerful, but then again, it is the time for the Southeast Asian to really show the world what they are made of, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I mean, I'm so proud to see my boys killing it out there.
Yeah, I love that. Can I tell you a little bit of a story? And this was actually back to match number 1. Yeah. I'm going to take you guys back just a little bit here, but that is none other than Gun Dynasty and Banal, okay? I don't know if you saw me get out of my seat for this part, but they were making sort of a swift recovery, and then now pulls out the monster truck, and you kind of think that all fails and it's going to end there, but no, they sort of take that smooth transition to make that recovery, and the mechanical skill that Banal has for his team and the adaptation is simply exceptional. And if y'all missed that, obviously we got the replay, but they took this opportunity early to sort of maximize their eliminations, and I think they actually pulled up 17 elims in that first match. And what that obviously does for this team, and it sets them in a standard that is above and beyond the rest. Currently sitting more in the middle of the leaderboard, against our Louds and our AGLs, but that first match is something that I feel like these other teams need to follow suit because, consider me and color me impressed because I'm a Banal fan now. I don't know about you.
Well, same here, because you know what they say, right? The first match usually sets the tone, and that's exactly what they did. It was so amazing to see and so refreshing to see Banal. I mean, I said I just found a new love, and I think I felt it too. But then again, looking at the overall standing, AGAL, oh my god, 109 points, 70 elimination points. That is so amazing, and that is something that I'm so excited to see at the opening of EWC 2026. And of course, if we're talking about the top 5, we have Buriram United Esports as well as EFOS, Gun Dynasty, and Loud Snickers. That is, oh my god, that is what I expected and more.
Well, I know we're super excited here. I hope you guys are super excited at home because we're heading into our next match. Take it away, casters.
Man, I tell you, the day has been looking super solid, but I did not expect only a handful of teams to walk away from Kalahari with double-digit eliminations. But what happened was the teams that did walk away with a double-digit elimination, which by the way was only 4 squads, walked away with a ton of points, right? We're talking about 23 eliminations from Buriram. AGAL walked away with a total of 19 eliminations, GD with the 15, and Loud walking it with just 10. But that's still quite a lot for the squad because they're obviously looking to maintain their dominance on the leaderboard, and you're looking for the top 4 spots. But even with 2 booyahs, it's surprising how Loud is still behind GD. Gun Dynasty has been amazing today.
I know, I was going to say that, right? The survivability was really good, the aggression was really good, their proactivity
আর
was really good, their
সেদিনে
rotation
লাস্ট
was
ম্যাচ
also really
গ্রুপ
good.
এর লাস্ট ম্যাচ শুরু হয়ে গেছে, কারণ লাস্ট ম্যাচটা আমরা দেখবো নেক্সট ম্যাপের ভিতরে। নেক্সট ম্যাপটা আমরা আজকে দেখি এখানে কোন টিম আজকে কেমন লাস্ট ম্যাচে পারফরমেন্স করতে পারে। আজকে পারফরমেন্স আমরা দেখবো। এন্ডিং ড্রপ ক্ল্যাশ কোন জায়গায় আছে না, ড্রপ ক্ল্যাশ কোথাও হইতেছে না, কারণ সব প্রত্যেকটা টিম
20
প্রত্যেকটা
on
টিম আলাদা আলাদা
eliminations
জায়গায়
earlier
ড্রপ
on at
করতেছে
next era just to light up the battlefield. And I talked about how we kind of were lacking through these eliminations on Kalahari from a lot of the teams, but still it was the second highest with 102 eliminations. So I think some of these teams are definitely warming up, to say the least.
It's always very fun to see these things happening. And again, you know, how aggressive these maps have been. In the show just now, you said that some of these maps can go a bit
এদের ট্যাগের সাথে ফাইট হচ্ছে ডিপি
going right now. As Jazzy does get one quickly. Ray
ডিপি ডিপির বাংলা
I'm not too sure how much longer he can survive.
আরে ভাই হিল লাইফটা তো হিল তো করে নিতেন
In the end, does go down.
ইভোসের সামনে আবার
Points being stolen away by EVOS here, starting off real hot as Jazzy crosses the peripherals of the rest of EVOS, and you cannot get away by trying to play like that against them.
Demon's pride, getting their pride crushed out there, but they were not too arrogant to begin with. They were humble enough to acknowledge that this was going to be a very big stage, a massive challenge for them, for their region, but they're giving it their best. Their best so far hasn't been good enough. We did see a little bit of recovery play from Demon's Pride on the
ডিপি
Kalahari
সামনে
map,
আবার
and that has
ইভোস
been their best game of the day, where they scored 10 points. The rest of those matches were way lower than that. That's exactly what's keeping them at the very bottom of the leaderboard. But thankfully, they've got 6 more games to look forward to tomorrow, and a lot of these mistakes to recover from.
Yeah, EVOS is still on it as well, chasing the last
ইভোস আর ডিপি যে ফাইট নিতেছে তাই রে অলরাইট ইনসেন ফাইট
yes, but you're just giving up so many points.
বস মারতেছে ডিপি মারতেছে মারে ডিপি মারে
GD for quite some time. We're seeing how aggressive they are. PX is going to go down eventually by them.
Absolutely, and EVOS picking up elimination number 5. Well, thanks to AimGod and his thirst for a few extra elimination points. Jazzy out all alone. He's protecting no compound whatsoever. Madara's just dropping right behind him, and they're just going to be hoping and praying that EVOS does not go out hunting. And thankfully, EVOS looks the other way. They walk away from the potential point. But DRS out early though. This is not what I was expecting, but Aurora picking off the solid 4 points from the Nepali squad.
Yeah, I think that feels like DRS is starting to slow down just a little bit as well. They didn't get the deeper run that we saw in the beginning of the day from this team. Aurora though looking into playing a different tune here. They want to try and catch up to Kiroro. They can crunch him from multiple angles. Kiro in trouble. You see, he tries to do it like he does, but not for long here as Zeus finally chunks him down eventually.
Yeah, Kiroro just trying his best to get away. The stealth bites, but Zeus was just way too close. And he had the Valiant Dash as well to just break down those defenses instantly to get another point for Aurora, who's definitely having a much better game here. But Team Apex Gaming up against your reigning defending champions of the Esports World Cup, Freefire. Can we see India take down one of the most lethal squads out there? AimGod, the shield gun in hand. Won't be able to get aggressive just yet. Waiting for the rest of the team members to catch up as well. Woven going in for the tags, but instead the reversal and the backup from the rest of the EVOS members puts him on the ground. Shoto's gonna get caught out here as well. It's a 2v1. Valiant Dash still keeping Shoto alive, but the numbers play will catch up, and a disadvantage
DRS
for Team
eliminated
Apex Gaming here. Slowly the team crumbling. The vending
মেগে
machine
বলে লাভ নাই
inside
টেকও
Silent
একটু মানে
Giant
এলিমিনেট
can
যাবে
pull off some sort of a miracle here for the squad.
Yeah, but he's being marked by Rasha, who just
প্লেয়ার
desperately
লাগ
wants to take him
টেকের
down.
আর একটা প্লেয়ার
Damage here, it goes down. Rasha coming through as well.
টেকের আর একটা প্লেয়ার সিলেক্ট
He wins it out in the end. Perfect positioning, but still has to deal with the rest of EVOS.
I'll take that, man. I'll take that. Good enough from Team Apex Gaming. Sile Jad giving us some exciting tightrope walking survival plays off of the glue wall, just at the very edge of that platform there. But of course, he was Divine still with the advantage on the numbers. But what's important is the recovery play of the Indian squad. He bought enough time for the survivors to scurry on away, pull in those revives. And we're going to get to see if or not Team Apex Gaming finds that full recovery later on. Aurora, on the other hand, on one of their better runs so far. The most number of eliminations Aurora has pulled from a lobby today has been 9. They're already at 8, and this game is still fairly early. Can they continue their run, or will they fizzle out? Demon's Pride again Still no way whatsoever to recover their gameplay here as they're scrambled on the battlefield.
Jazzy taking a lot of damage as well. Limit putting in the damage. And there we go. Falcons clean up house there as well. Another point in the back for DP. Brought back into the game quickly. Somehow I'm surprised the AGL with only one player left. I wonder what happened there.
Madara, Aswab. Too close to Aurora. Easy picking here for the Aurora players. I see Tech in there as well. Potential 10-pointer best elimination game run here for Aurora on this next Terra map. Thanks to the players here from South Asia. The Dinocular will scan out the Demon Sprite players. Aurora's definitely on the hunt as they rotate around into Twin Bridge looking for Intellect Center. And it's actually Demon Sprite being the first team to make it into the next circle. Good on them, but scrambled from the very start.
Oh
Holy
my
mama!
gosh!
Rasia brought it to AGAL. That deadly shot.
He did it twice! Unmoved, undeterred, cool, and collected. Look at his reaction.
I mean, that's the best way to take the number one spot. Take the guys out of the number one spot and move on into where they stand. But Esports Divine, obviously, they need a few more points to climb the leaderboard. They were behind Buriram before the start of this match. Not by too many, of course. Catching up isn't going to be too impossible. Demon Sprite again, all their revives are just giving some extra bonus points to anyone that comes across them.
Yeah, TAG now in trouble as well. Buriram United bringing his teammates back into the game. Katie got to stay alive, but this shot from Moshi, there's nothing crosses this guy. Gonna be able to confirm that elimination fairly cleanly. Shoto's close by, Sahil Jet and Wolvin around as well. And for Buriram United, I'm wondering what the next steps are going to be. Are they gonna go clean up house, get the last few eliminations, or are they gonna go and prioritize the positionings instead? And from the rotations, they're gonna try and go northern side here because the circle did hard shift north side.
Damn, Moshi, you're good. The follow-up off with it. Riptide Rhythm is too perfect. Timely. But now, Gun Dynasty scrambling for safety as Falcons go out on the hunt. Vega's gonna get tagged up and Peanuts there for the finisher on the front lines, backed up by Limit. And the Riptide Rhythm causing a lot of chaos out here in the lobby. Just not from one team, multiple squads depending on that Skylar. And we saw the perfection out of Moshi. Limit showing us that he can work magic off of that as well. Shiru, Benel too far away from the vending machine. Shiru's gonna be chased off of it as well.
DP PDX report सब जा DP PDX as you global to be there and any DP re full support DP PDX आगे जाओ.
And that should be enough to contain the champions of EWC 24.
Should be able to bring back his teammate into the game as well. He kill, he heal, and he also eliminates
attack है शॉपर बहुत मिले मेरे पे attack है शॉपर
TAG once again brought back the teammates into the game once more as well.
full support DP full support DP PDX full support attack eliminated Shiu
one down. Man, I mean, Evos got into position in the perfect timing, but Benel survives, which means Dynasty gets to survive a little bit longer because the Super Survivor, Super Reviver will be on to his mission once again.
Falcon অবস্থা তো ভালো না one fire উপর rush করে
I've not seen a single narrow play after the nerf.
blade double back to Nenis
Unfortunately, we don't get to see those clutches.
They're coming through. Jump shots forward here, puts in that damage.
करण नहीं किचु करण नहीं
Gets caught out by Pina first in the end. Falcons now 9 eliminations already. Aim God will be found
aim
as
got
well.
married
May have been more than he can chew.
Rex no
barely
pichone
alive right now, feeling the pressure coming in.
ने सामने
From
shot
the other
दी
side there. Does find Pina in the end, but I don't think they
on
can
fire
do
or
more than
life
that.
night on fire or
Looking to make this their game of the day. Definitely their best run they've had in here so
X
far.
रहते हैं कि bro X down bro X
Looking
play
for the
करना
number one spot as they took out the team on that number one spot, AGAL themselves. But they're now on a recovery play. Apex on that revive. Falcons on the other hand. This definitely officially is one of their better games. Earlier on, they got 12 eliminations off of Solara, but only 5 placement points. They have to be careful because they were heated up on the Solara map as well, but dwindled down quickly when the circle was closing in.
It just seems like in this situation here, TAG stuck in the corner. Now looking at Falcons, they really took their time to come into the circle as well. Coming back to
पर
GD,
लेके दुईटा
David,
प्लेन
Vega also getting knocked down already. Benel just waiting for the right
LDP,
timing here. Just pop up
TAG.
his head, steal away those very nasty shots he's been delivering
PDX
to
full
this,
support,
I think, first
but
side of the
TX
game, first
tag
part
LDP.
of the map, excuse me.
EVOS fully recovered
But
already.
like full support.
Looking to take the #1 spot by the very end of the
TX
day for
full
Group
support.
A.
TX speed.
Can the reigning defending champions find that full recovery for themselves? TC on the other hand, quickly trying to play the reposition. Paradox, one of the teams that have been struggling, but definitely doing better than TEC at this point of time. Taking TEC out of the equation here. And give them a slight boost, and it's definitely a fair fight between the two, but Nezard with the monster god name and going in for the finish here as well. Has got the electrotherapy connected to him, but can he get the job done?
PDX है full support.
Pulls
PDX.
the pace down a tad
तो
bit,
कोई नहीं.
and that does not give
एक
them the
eliminate
advantage
हो
they wanted.
Yeah, their first reposition, go down to the lower ground as well. This is a three-way fight. GD is here, Paradox is here, TEC as well. But they're going to take this bit by bit. Decides to pick and fight TEC first. Blade coming in hot, has an angle to work with, but finally locked out of the angle. You have the time to
PDX.
run online. Denrick
Come on,
finds
PDX,
a different
PDX.
angle
तो पार
into
में भाई,
the air.
PDX.
The inhaler keeps him surviving for quite some
PDX.
time. Snipe
PDX,
goes
PDX,
down,
PDX,
Kutush,
PDX.
huge
तो
for
कॉल
them
बात
as well.
पाई.
Even Denrick is found in this situation. Blade also decides to end
PDX.
Denrick's life in the end. As TEC, the players are just getting dropped left, right, and center. As GD decides to join in the fight. Shiro here, found in the end, but TEC with the upper hand.
Big play there by a Blade. Phenomenal. And Benel is on it again. This guy is unstoppable on the revives. Yeah, definitely not the right kind of record to be holding on to, because you know your team's getting tortured out there, but they're also picking up some big points. TEC's out after that fantastic play. Shiru shut down by Moshi as he got revived, shot out of the air. And this is getting fairly dicey. Lightning Zone called out, and Aurora in a pickle out in the open.
Horse reposition rushes away with their lives. Look at the amount of pressure they are feeling right now. Finally, in the green from Semi, no. Has to wait this out. And if they do come in here, not too far of a jump, but it's okay. Gives a bit of space between them and the rest of the teams.
Holy mama.
Uzula.
Dynasty. Bloody
Kamu
impressive.
kaje
So many times tortured, so many times losing their players. But the recovery as well as the dominance with the mechanical plays have been unbelievable. They sure as hell are on fire, and even literally out there right now within the lobby. Can they pick up more for themselves? 15 eliminations and still going with 3 players still alive.
Here comes the wait. Jonah putting a bit of space between him and the rest of the team. I'm gonna rush forward here. Aurora gonna take this fight, I think, head on against Buram United. They're so aware that they're very close by. They're, I think, pressuring them with the nades as well. A lot of damage taken. Zeus is barely alive right now. The rush forward is good. Get high, does find Azrael here somewhere. And Wasana, the jump shots are just nasty. Zones them away, chasing the rest of the team, but still not able to completely wipe them out of the map.
Yeah, big mistake there from the Malaysian squad. Trickling in one after the other up against your world champs. That's just not gonna work out. This ain't no Bollywood movie. And the heroes, regardless whether or not it is a Bollywood movie, will always win out. And Buriram just that hero. Now the numbers disadvantage for Aurora. Buriram goes in for the finisher. Falling shot. Wasana M590 perfection. Get high with a backup. And Wasana cleans up the house. Pulling away. 13 eliminations in totality, but now they're gonna be pressured from the back. Gun Dynasty spotting them out. Loud's in the vicinity as well. And Demon's Pride surviving somehow and finding their way in here.
This is a really great round for them as well, surviving this long. And it's really exciting to see someone as aggressive as Jonah just really get up close and personal and just clean up the area. Shiru will be the one to go down next year. Falcons still putting in that pressure. The rotations are got to be very, very intense. Falcons does have a bit of a zone control to play with, but we are seeing GD come close.
It's Thailand versus Latam. Who's gonna get that #1 spot? Both Gun Dynasty and Buriram, full squad. But Gun Dynasty on that high ground, this can turn into a disadvantage. What is a massive advantage for them right now with the
DP है कोनो है लाइक DP कौन जगह कैंपस
if someone gets the god nade. It's going to be Benel taking Jazzy out of the side of Demon Sprite. A valiant run here for Demon Sprite. It's not going to be good enough to break them out of the 12th spot just yet. As we're left with 4 squads in the final circle. Loud, still Loud out there looking for their third booyah of the day.
Doesn't it feel like deja vu how they have been able to hold on to this top side of this compound once again? Now Biram United forced to just wait this out, taking a lot of damage from the players from the other side here. But Falcons want to go for this fight against GD. Can't do just that. So the most they can do right now is just wait out the utility, wait out the onslaught of bullets coming at them from different areas. Biram United going to cross by, taking a lot of damage from the other teams.
Yeah, big brain play, man. 3-time world champs for a good reason. Good call by Captain Jonah. The rotation is solid. They've got the compound cover and they will not get tagged up. And now they stand a good chance of walking away with the booyah here. It's all about positioning supremacy. And now the circle's going to be pressuring 2 teams. It's Falcons as well as Gun Dynasty. Gun Dynasty still on fire with the most number of eliminations in this lobby. Can they break the record set here by Buriram on Kalahari? 23 eliminations plus the booyah for 35 cracker points.
Yeah, they're forced out into the open where Falcons decide to take advantage of this situation. If you won't come to us, you will cross into our crosshairs. Falcons, clean up house. Gun Dynasty out of the game. We're down to only 3.
Falcon Buriram loud খেলাটা গেলে আজকে দিনে 2টা বইয়া এটাকে বইয়া নিতে পারলে তো 3টা বই হয়ে যাবে লাউডের পিছন থেকে ফ্যালকন বুরামের উপরে অ্যাটাক করতে ঠিক আছে ওকে আমরা আবার কোনো প্লেয়ার হাতে দেখি নাই বুরামের একটা প্লেয়ার নকডাউন হয়ে গেছে
Now they have a lot of space to work with. They're aware of where the players are going to be here. But Pina jumps through, lands the shot, not able to. And now they want to take the fight too loud. They're stuck, trapped, very, very low HP. Jumped away, the damage is there on fire. State is just so good. Trap, gone down already. And Guaca,
এই লাউডে প্লেটা কি করে তিনা একাই 3টে মারিস 4v4 বুরামে বয়ে নিতে পারলে বুরামে 2টা বয়ে হয়ে যাবো বুরামে বয়ে নিব মানে অসানা ডাউন হয়ে গেছে
Shutting down Pina with the AWM up close and personal. Looking for the final player, Kororo looking for that recovery. And they will be denied as Buriram pulls away the 3rd booyah of the day to take the #1 spot on the leaderboard.
It is incredible looking at Buriram United. Not only are they so confident playing with that playbook play, they don't have to really worry about anything. Positioning is key. And from that, the rest of the eliminations and the fights just flow to them as well. Patient as hell and okay with giving away that space.
I didn't even look at the YouTube chat today, but I am damn sure, I am 300% sure everybody would have been saying, washout squad, Buriram can't do well, blah, blah, blah. We've heard their rhetoric so many times because they've started off the day with 13 points in game 1 at Bermuda, 12 points at Solara, but what a way to wrap up their 6 games. They broke their own record of 27 points at Kalahari. The match that we just saw ended on game 5, and then here at Nextera, they cleaned up house as well for a back-to-back 3 booyah day to just show everyone that this time EWC, the championship, is going their way. But it's not done just yet. It's just day 1. This is just a preview of the first stage.
Yeah, and it's really exciting because you do this well on day 1. You're going to ride that high into day 2. And most importantly, you are going to put a big gap between you and your team, which allows you a bit more space to make some mistakes.
And you have to also acknowledge the fact that this was the group that was dubbed the group of death. We have so many titans in here, and to clean up a lobby full of titans, I mean, mad respect to the 3-time world champs, man. 2 times they've been here already on the Esports World Cup stage, but maybe the previous time the heat at Riyadh was just a tad bit too high. They did complain about the heat in Paris as well, but I'll have to say it's nothing compared to the desert sands of Riyadh.
Yeah, for real. As we come into this game as well, I think what's really exciting to see about them is the fact that not only really, are they the type of team that really took their time in map number 1?
Yeah.
Where you can start to see really amp and get more comfortable as most of these maps come by. You start to see Moshi, you start to see Jonah, you start to see Wasana just really step up, able to take up space. And most importantly, there's a lot of support and trust with each other for them to really go all in on these fights.
Yeah, but I have to say, Falcons, man, what a game here on the final one at Nextera to pull away 22 eliminations. This was by far their best game of the day. I mean, prior to this match, the most number of points they pulled away was at Solara with 17 points, and their second best was just 13 points. But they just finished Nextera with a 31 bomber. So if you are a Falcons fan, this is exactly what you want for yourself, right? For them to show everyone that they're still alive and kicking. But I mean, am I sad for EVOS? Not really, right? Because at the end of the day, I think they still will be able to hold on to their top 4 spot. They didn't manage to wrap the day up with the Booyah. As a matter of fact, it's only the one that they pulled away at Solara that they looked the strongest. On Purgatory, I thought they were about to pull away a back-to-back, but it just wasn't their day. We're gonna have a little interview here with the Buriram Esports player, so we'll throw you guys onto that. Tash and I will catch you guys tomorrow.
Hello everyone, we are back on stage. I'm Carol Bombshell and I'm happy to be here with this beautiful lady, Lacey. And we got Wasana from Buriram team here. Let's talk with him some very interesting things. Okay, so last year Buriram didn't perform as well as we expected, as the audience expected, and especially your own team at AWC 2025. How does this affect your team to come here this year?
ก็ใน EWC 2025 นะครับ performance ของทั้งของน้องวัฒนาฮะแล้วก็ทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยค่อนข้างออกไปในทางด้านของน่าผิดหวังนะฮะไม่ว่าในเรื่องของ performance แล้วก็ทั้งตัวผู้เล่นเองแล้วก็หรือว่าทางผู้ชมก็ตามคิดว่ามันมีผลต่อ performance ของเราในปีนี้บ้างยังไงบ้างไหมฮะขออีกรอบได้ไหมครับ performance ของเราในปี EWC 2025 ครับผมมันค่อนข้างออกไปทางน่าผิดหวังนะฮะคิดว่ามันมีผลอะไรกับในปีนี้บ้างไหมฮะ
ผมว่าน่าจะตอนนั้นน่าจะแบบว่าเล่นไม่ได้เองเฉยๆครับแบบเหมือนยังอยู่ในช่วงที่แบบฟอร์มตัวเองไม่ได้ดีด้วยคิดว่าประเด็นนั้นผมจำคำถามไม่ได้
Okay, let me repeat it again for you. No worries. ในปี EWC 2025 ครับผม performance ของทางน้องวัฒนาแล้วก็ในตัวทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยฮะค่อนข้างออกไปทางหน้าผิดหวังนะฮะคิดว่ามันมีผลอะไรบ้างกับปีนี้ครับผม
สำหรับผมว่ามันก็แบบเหมือนตอนที่ช่วงที่เราพลาดก็เหมือนให้ประสบการณ์กับเรามากกว่าครับก็มันทำให้แบบปีนี้เราโตขึ้นด้วยแบบมีประสบการณ์มากขึ้นว่าโอเคเราเล่นแบบนั้นไม่ได้นะเล่นแบบนี้ไม่ได้ใช่เหมือนแบบเป็นประสบการณ์ให้เรามากกว่าครับในช่วงที่แบบมันน่าผิดหวัง
Yeah, I think in EWC 2025 we are quite underperformance below our standard, but with that failure we study through it and we think that we study from the failure. That's what made it to EWC 2026 performance.
Wow, amazing. Great answer, Asana.
Well, I mean, you've turned things around now because let's forget about 2025 because we are here in 2006 and you guys have done such an incredible performance. Now, Asana, I want you to talk us through match number 5 when your team was in a 1v1 against AGAL, probably your biggest competitor in this lobby. How did that make you guys feel?
ก็อยากสอบถามในแมตช์ที่5นะครับในเกมที่5ในตอนที่เราเล่นแข่งต้อง 1v1 กับตัว AGAL นะฮะตอนนั้นมีอะไรเข้ามาในหัวบ้างครับ
ก็แบบว่ามันไหลมาทั้งเกมแล้วครับพอเจอไฟนั้นต่อให้แบบเราจะเสียเปรียบตอนเหลือ 4-3 แล้วก็มุมมันดีกว่าด้วยตอนนั้นไม่ได้คิดอะไรเลยเพราะว่าในทีมมันแบบใจมันกำลังมากันทุกคนเลยใช่ครับ
Yeah, I think we just like go with the flow of the game, and it's like I think we have a better angle, so that's what lead to the final result.
Okay, amazing. Okay, Wasana, for us to finish, I'm very curious to know about the teams that have tracked you this today, because we have like top 5 teams in Group A that are doing very well, and I want to know which teams can be a threat for Buriram.
ก็ในผลของการแข่งขันวันนี้นะฮะก็ท็อป5ตอนนี้เนี่ยก็ค่อนข้างผลออกมาค่อนข้างแบบว่าชัดเจนแล้วนะฮะคิดว่าในท็อป5เนี่ยฮะทีมไหนเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างน่ากลัวที่สุดในมุมมองของบุรีรัมย์ครับ
คือสำหรับผมทีมไทยน่ากลัวหมดทุกทีมครับผมให้ทีมไทยเป็นเต็งหนึ่งทุกรายการเลยสำหรับผม
Yeah, in my opinion, every single Thai team in this tournament is like one of the scariest teams. So I would say like every Thai team.
ใช่
Only Thai?
เราด้วยครับ
Brazil! I knew it. Well, I mean, look, all of these teams have had an exceptional day today, but of course, you know, Birmingham United, and we are here with Wasana, and you have showcased absolute brilliance throughout this entire match, and I feel like other teams should be scared. You should not be scared of any Brazil teams at this moment, you know, especially Loud. I know she's going to hate me after this one, but congratulations again on today's performance, and especially in that last match where you've just completely taken over, you know, the top of the leaderboard there. But I think, you know, we're going to get things off running. We're going to take a short little moment and, of course, be back with some more exciting Free Fire.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If there was any question, the reigning champions of the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 25 showed up today because they got 3 booyahs. Not just 1, not just 2, 3. Honestly, we were talking about consistency early on, right, Neptune? I don't think we were expecting this type of consistency.
I do agree. I mean, it's at some point, even in Southeast Asia, Burma doesn't show up this much in the first day. But I think with the failure they have, and it was mentioned in the interview as well, they failed so many times before, and they don't want to risk it. They just want to bring the numbers. So that's a 3 out of 6 and a back-to-back to boot.
I mean, Husky, how are you feeling about this squad?
I think, you know, BRU, like Neptune has said, right, usually on day one, they are the slower team. They're the team that goes into the science lab, they do a bit of litmus test, figure out the variables, come up with a hypothesis, and then they figure out how to win from the day 2 onwards. But maybe because you only have 2 days of group stage, they decide to come in, you know, nitro charge, kick in the gear 5, and just take over the lobby, which brings me back to BRU back in 2022 at their prime, where every single round, they are always going all out.
And I'm gonna go with you this one, Lucifer, because Team Falcons, I mean, this squad didn't look like they were gonna show up today, and on the final game, they definitely showed up.
I think it took some time for them to recover in the earlier games while we ended up seeing Gun Dynasty. They picked up big time. I think out of the box of a surprise, Gun Dynasty and especially Penel, he went all out. We saw his amazing hits coming through. He was the storm today that nobody was prepared for.
And I'm looking at 5th place, Loud Snickers. I mean, they ended up with 2 booyahs, but being that many points away from Birmingham, yeah, you are kind of close and you are outside of the top 4. Remember, the top 4 after tomorrow will be going directly to the Champions Rush Finals. How are we feeling about this squad?
I don't know. I mean, for Loud Stickers, I think they have the numbers. They brought in the consistency. They can get, 3, if not 4 out of 6 games that they can get in top 12. It's more of the elimination that they're not getting. They are still playing it slow. And I was expecting in the beginning, yes, that was strategy. But even towards the end, because of how aggressive everyone is right now, the warm-up is over. Like, first 2 games, the warm-up is over, and they was just stunned. They don't know what to do because there's a lot of teams waiting for them to final circle.
I mean, teams that needed to warm up but weren't really warming up how we expected them to are currently on the second page. Lucifer, we're looking at Team Epix Gaming. You're 43 points. Right now, I think they're going to have to start changing their mentality from going directly to the grand finals to now just wanting to go to survival.
I agree agree completely on that. I think Team Apex Gaming, they need that little momentum shift, which is not seen yet. But one thing did happen. There was a little surge that we ended up seeing where Shoto went on a head-on with Falcons, got that win. I think that has to happen a lot more frequent, and that is the reason when you asked me earlier, I was mentioning that Tag will pick it up, but doubtful of today because it is not an environment that they're used to. So now that they've finally had a taste of the Esports World Cup stage, they might pick it up tomorrow and might have a small challenge towards the top 4.
Oh, I know. India, especially Tag fans. Tag on top would love that. And I mean, we're looking at Evils, the reigning champions at EWC. Husky, they started off hot and they were consistent, but they just weren't able to meet what Buriram was able to do.
Yeah, but I think, for a lot of EVOS fans, this is considered better than what we've seen in the past almost 1 full year since 2025. After they won Riyadh, they had quite the slump. They went through a lot of challenges, and we even heard them talking during their interviews that they're just trying to figure things out. They're trying out different styles. So we came into today not expecting EVOS to do it that well. We were expecting them maybe to finish a top 6, and then maybe tomorrow they turn it up. But to finish in 4th place and have consistent booyahs, or at least getting one booyah, just one booyah, is already above beyond the expectations we have.
And it's kind of scary too, I mean, for some of the squads that are performing the way that they currently are. Because we talked about it earlier too, right? We talked about how some of the squads are just compacting and making sure that the top is very top heavy in regards to points. Sponging a lot of those points from the bottom teams. And somebody needs to do something tomorrow to make sure they stop them. We had one team with 3 booyahs. One team with 2 booyahs. And another one with 1. I mean, you need to find a way to get those booyahs.
But I think though, in spite of not getting booyahs, we're looking at Gun Dynasty as well as AJAL. I mean, no booyahs, no problem for the moment, for this stage, because they have been consistent in getting all those eliminations, especially with Gun Dynasty. They have been proactive every time, every match, and even if there's a risk, they have already stacked up a lot of those eliminations already and all those points. Although this first 6 games that I think they're risking, like they can risk at least 1 game to go down, and then following, they will still have that top.
Yeah, I think even coming into this, right, the meta has shifted more towards prioritizing sniper players. We've seen the ability Skylar and Morse being more of the popular ones, and we have some great standout sniper players today. Benel from Gun Dynasty, Limit X7 from Team Falcons, Moshi of course from BRU, Rasha is on his game today, and a lot of these highlight clips actually came from these sniper players.
I know you've been wanting to talk about the squads, and I'm so glad you guys joined me. Especially you too, Lucifer. By the way, for everybody paying attention, we are changing people around. And don't worry, Lucifer and Husky will still be around because they're actually going to get to cast on this 2nd series that's going to be coming up. Make sure you stay tuned. We're currently just wrapping up here Group Series 1, which was none other than Group A. Any surprises, right? You talk about AG. We've talked about maybe Falcons being able to step it up, and we talk about Tag not really being able to wake up. Whether it's good or bad, I want you to tell me one team that surprised you, and it's okay if it's bad.
I think, to be honest, Gun Dynasty is something that everybody is winging for, because none of us thought that they will be going outright like that, coming out from Latam and now picking up pace like this against Gens from the Southeast Asia. They've done big, and especially this group was most of the toughest teams out there in the lot of the 24, and they've been the biggest surprise. And adding on to that of how loud they've gotten their booyahs and how they've been on a stretch starting off in the very first game, I think that's where we have those highlights and surprises on day 1 itself.
Yeah, for everybody currently watching, I mean, I want you to keep in mind, top 4 will be moving to the finals tomorrow once we play an extra 6 matches here for Group A. But this is what I'm talking about, that group heavy. How that top is just going to be sponging up those points. You can start seeing now a bit of the discrepancy, even though we'll have 6 more games. Now, one team from you that you were kind of surprised whether it was good or bad, Neptune.
Well, I would say Team Falcon, because I was not expecting them to slowly build it up. Again, similar to what we've seen, Evosify. We talk about Evosify. They're and Buriram United. They're one of the team who doesn't want to show their full potential. But I guess they're trying to shift in 2nd, 3rd gear. Not the 5th gear, as you mentioned, for Buriram United, Husky, but just as 3rd gear, just enough to stay afloat for another day.
Well, Husky, I mean, we don't want to say that fifth gear just yet from Brurap. Save it for the finals. But what is one team that you definitely need to see that fifth gear, especially coming in tomorrow?
I gotta talk about Aurora Gaming, right? Malaysia, it's the last time a Malaysian team has been on the international stage was 4 years ago, back in Freefire World Series in Bangkok, Thailand. And ever since then, we have missed out even in regional tournaments. So to make it back onto the world stage at EWC 26 and the first appearance for them as well is a big moment for Malaysia. Of course, you can see the jitters in them. There were definitely some moves that even I was questioning, like, what are we doing here? But I believe in them, right? I think Aurora is a team that even if they don't make it to the finals by tomorrow, they will have a decent chance in survival.
Okay, well, hey, tomorrow, if you want to be able to even go to survivals, make sure you wake up. You could see it. You could hear it in the background. And those are the loud fans starting to get ready, because that's right, ladies and gentlemen, Group B is going to be coming up. So stay tuned, because you're actually seeing as your casters. And thank you so much, boys, for joining us. I appreciate it. Lucifer, Neptune, you gotta be stuck with me the whole time. And Husky, make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back.
What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest, I know a bit of a boring answer, and I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah.
Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family, I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like, I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh. What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I'd invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so...
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my traitor, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million? Up, 2, 3, 4. Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that $75 million is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is $75 million? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the $75 million to buy some skills.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as this is your halftime show before we end up going to Group B. That's right, I ended up running. So if I'm a little bit sweaty, I apologize.
I'm out of breath too, man.
Boy.
Sitting around.
I'm relaxing.
Well, Glitter, let me actually introduce you to the broadcast because you have been able to do all the club championship reports. How are you enjoying Free Fire so far?
Honestly, it's been really cool because we're focusing kind of on like these overarching storylines for all of the orgs, right? And obviously one of the heavy hitters I was going to be taking a look at was Team Falcons. And after what we just saw in the last match of that series, that Booyah, they just barely missed out on it. So close. Second place, that puts them in 6th overall. So that's big for CC side of things, as well as AGL being up there in 3rd. Not too shabby.
It's starting to heat up there for the club championship. But yeah, I mean, Falcons did good. They finally woke up for us, Lace.
Yeah, match 6. But yeah, look, I did sort of capitalize on that, you know, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, a lot of, you know, the club championships to sort of carry. And, you know, if we move back to 2025, it was like only until the last particular match that they were able to sort of capitalize for Free Fire for the club championships of Falcons. So they sort of came out a little bit slow. They were sitting in like that middle of the pack mentality. But you know what? They were like, wait a second, we got to be club champions of 2026. You know what I'm saying? So
they want to go for that back, which we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But right now, you know what? We're taking a little break from Free Fire at EWC 26. We want to have some fun here. I want to ask you, how's your trip so far in Paris? What is the best thing you have eaten?
Ooh, the best thing I've eaten?
Yes. There's so many good options.
There's too many good options.
It was that meat in the cafeteria yesterday. The beef.
The beef was really
Shout out
good.
to the cafeteria people.
Honestly, also had some really good pastries, like unmatched pastries.
Okay.
So a little pain au chocolat, you know.
Okay. I want a croissant. I haven't been able to get a croissant just
They're
yet.
everywhere, 7.
I know, but I'm just waiting for the right one that just looks at me and is like, eat me 7. I'm like, okay, that one. How about you, Lace? Which one? You said the meat at the cafeteria, right?
Day 1 I got here, okay? So I've been here for a week. Day 1 I got here, I was like, just really need a sandwich. And like here, a sandwich is fantastic. A baguette, and it had like, you know, different grains and seeds on top of it, and some Swiss cheese and ham, and I was in heaven, and I balanced it out with an eclair because, you know, I need to get those carbs in, but I was in heaven day 1, guys.
Oh my god! Wait, hold on.
You.
What was it? The one that you said? A what? A what?
A baguette.
Interesting.
I don't know where you has that.
You don't want to know. Let's just say I was running funny. But this weekend. Now, I want to do a challenge between y'all, okay? Because it is Free Fire at EWC 26. And there's been a lot of teams getting booyahs. I mean, Buriram was just able to get 3 booyahs in one series, which honestly, everybody was absolutely shocked. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be throwing this baguette at somebody.
Literally?
Yeah, I hope you grab it because I don't want to get up because then you guys are going to see how short I am in real life. But I'm going to be throwing it at somebody, and I want you to give me your best booyah.
Okay.
Okay?
I don't know if I leave my left hand.
Who's it going to be?
I don't know.
Who's it going to be? I want to surprise y'all.
Hot potato. At least I don't have to catch it now.
Why would you give the baguette to the best? Okay, which camera am I going to stare deep into? This one?
That one right there,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, she's getting up for
Oh, I
this.
can't compete already.
Booyah, baby! Ow! There we go. That was all I got.
Oh my god. I don't even want to go.
Do you want to follow that up?
I don't want to follow that up. I don't. Well.
Okay, well, you know what? I think we're just gonna leave it there because we will be getting ready for Group B.
Get up, 7.
I'm not gonna pick it up.
Booyah.
I actually am getting hungry just looking at that baguette. So hopefully Group B is getting ready. We'll be getting started soon. We'll be breaking it down. We'll be talking about all the awesome teams that are there and see if there's anybody out there that might be able to get through booyahs. And we might end up using that booyah at some point. Because Lace, that was something.
That was from
Stay tuned.
That was from my chest.
Stay tuned for Group B. Oh, hold on, wait. No, not quite.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Alright, hello everyone, it's Yuso and we're live in Paris here in EWC 26 Free Fire stage. And right next to me, we have our two co-streamers who are so popular in Vietnam. Introduce to you, Bạch Gấu and Cyrus. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, thì không biết là hiện tại là mình đang ngồi đây trên sân khấu tại Pháp thì mọi người đã cảm giác như thế nào vậy ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn nha. Rất là hồi hộp các bạn, và không khí ở đây gọi là tuyệt vời, và chưa bao giờ mình thấy một cái sân khấu mà lớn như thế này các bạn ơi. Mình không biết là áp lực của các tuyển thủ sẽ như thế nào nữa.
Sau đó thì cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ em có thấy rất là vui ạ.
Vui thôi hả?
Dạ.
Mình bay rất là lâu tới đây mình thấy vui thôi hả?
Em cũng trải nghiệm được nhiều rồi.
Trải nghiệm được nhiều. Alright, overall the stage is really hype, big. They have never seen any stage like this. Very special to them in this Free Fire scenes. And overall, a very overwhelming feelings, happy when they're here in Paris to attend EWC 26 Free Fire. Okay, so I can see in the comment section. Thì không biết là từ nãy đến giờ mọi người theo dõi được 2 trận đấu rồi. Thì không biết là cả Bách Gấu và cả sau đó cảm thấy là các bạn khán giả của mình comment như thế nào vậy? Mọi người có hưng phấn, có đang chờ đợi màn trình diễn của team secret của mình không ạ?
Wow, rất nhiều người ở Việt Nam và rất nhiều người khán giả hâm mộ của series WOG đang trông chờ màn ra mắt của WOG, và rất nhiều khán giả đang coi ở tất cả kênh sóng của Ghana Freefire Việt Nam đang rất bất ngờ bởi vì cái phong thái thi đấu của cái đội tuyển ở Latam hay là ở kể cả Mexico hoặc là Ấn Độ. Họ đánh giá thấp Brazil, nhưng năm nay Brazil trở lại khá là mạnh mẽ.
Cảm ơn các gấu ạ. Vậy thì Cyrus sẽ cảm thấy như thế nào về trong 2 trận đấu vừa qua đi? Thì Cyrus đánh giá như thế nào? Bởi vì bảng A cũng sẽ là một cái bảng rất là căng thẳng so với bảng B của chúng ta.
Thì theo em thấy thì sau 2 trận thi đấu thì em thấy cũng khá là khắc nghiệt. Nếu mà đội nào sẽ thi đấu mà gọi là xuống phong độ sẽ đội đó sẽ bị loại.
Chính xác là như vậy. So as we can see that of this coming tournament, here we have a lot of teams, Latam, India, and so many move on more. And very excited to see a huge circle of Free Fire all attending here to compete their best to get the champions at EWC 26. And overall, after 2 matches from Cyrus depends on him. Well, who got the weakness has to go down, obviously. And of course, I can see that everyone is really hyped, especially for Team Secret, as known as WAG from Vietnam, are also here to attend EWC 26. We'll attend the match in the Group B after this Group A end. Well, this is the end, and I love the energy of everyone here. Everyone looks so happy and very hyped for their favorite team, and I do hope you guys are also like that. Please continue to support.
Happy to choose your outfit for today? No problem. There's a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy bears, even hats. Oh, you want to customize with your own name? Yes, there is a bunch of options here. What about your team is not doing so well? No problem. There's another options here, another teams that you can cheer for. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. We gotta cut this right now because I'm gonna customize my own t-shirt. Bye. Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo stand. You can play games and also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I wanna try. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to help you. Oh, maybe I should get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come. Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of AWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1, stage 2, the most important stage for you. Stage 3, stage 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Kidia City? No problem, we got Kidia City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad to not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon. What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here. I know you guys are having so much fun watching Freefire, but there is a lot more going on here at AWC 2026 in Paris. So come with me, let's check this out. Let's go.
Welcome to AWC 26 Free Fire. I'm Yosol, and right next to me is PLS1 from Team Secret, as known as your favorite team WAG in Vietnam. Lần này đến với giải đấu AWC 2026 này thì không biết là PLS1 có cảm nghĩ như thế nào ta? Khi mà mình vừa hoàn thành xong Freefire CDC 2026 Spring thì có vẻ như là sẽ rất là căng thẳng như mình. Liệu rằng là mình có thể lặp lại cái chức vô địch đó một lần nữa ở đây không ta?
Dạ thì nói chung là bọn em cảm thấy rất là hào hứng khi mà chuẩn bị bước vào thi đấu. Tất nhiên là bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức để giành được chức vô địch lần này.
Alright, so we will try our best to get that championship once again, just like we did in Free Fire World Series C 2026 Spring. Alright, one more question. I remember in the Vietnam tournaments, you guys, especially for your coach, the Ghost, have said that we would love to say hello to the Fluxo. So, what do you think about them? Is your mentality okay when you have to face them or something like that? Because I heard that you guys were in the same bus on the way here as well. Thì ở giải đấu Vietnam League vừa rồi của chúng ta thì Du Xuân nhớ rằng là huấn luyện viên The Ghost có nói rằng là chúng mình gửi lời chào đến Fluxo. Thì mình cũng nghe nói là hồi nãy mọi người đi chung xe với Fluxo đến đây luôn. Không biết là mọi người có tương tác gì với nhau không? Có chào hỏi gì, có thân thiện với nhau không ta?
Thì nói chung ở ngoài đời thì tụi em là bạn bè, nhưng mà vô game thì là kẻ thù. Một mất một còn.
Một mất một còn. Vậy thì bên lễ một nghĩ như thế nào về Fluxo giải đấu hiện tại?
Em nghĩ Fluxo họ rất là mạnh về khoảng teamwork, nhưng mà nếu mà bọn em bắn đúng phong độ thì có lẽ cũng sẽ không thua kém gì họ.
Okay, of course, like outside we are friends, but in game, of course, we are enemies. One loss and one win. And overall, I think that Fluxo is very strong about the teamwork, but also the tactics. But if us, Team Secret, play our best, we are not going to lose them. Well, thank you, VS1 a lot, and this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for watching, and please continue your journey at EWC 26.
Welcome back to Free Fire at EWC 26. It's time. I wasn't lying to you. It is Group B gonna be coming in. I mean, we got some surprises in that Group A. I know one team. Conchita, you're back with us. Thank you so much for coming back.
Yay,
You're gonna be looking at RRQ.
Yes, it's so good to be back, and it's so good to finally see RRQ back in action, because I'm rooting for them, obviously. I've always wanted to see them finally get the trophy, finally get to be able to feel and experience how it's like to be number one. Because the case is almost like, you know what they're saying? Always the bridesmaid and never the bride.
Oh.
That is kind of the case with RRQ, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure that they're here to finally break the curse this year. Please don't make it a jinx. Don't make it another Aurora moment with Neptune over here. No, I'm not trying to jinx you, RRQ. I'm really rooting for you.
Oh, no. Maybe it'll be a blessing. Remember, AJ and Tash, they were able to bless some teams. Maybe you talking about RRQ will definitely be a blessing, because I know one team that Lays wants to bless is none other than Team Secret.
The underdogs. I love an underdog story. I'm always, going out for those, the people that sort of, don't have the massive names, what I mean? But Team Secret. Now in 2025, they didn't do good. Okay, so you're like, Lace, why are you picking them? Like they weren't that great in 2025, where they completely had a brand new roster, choked. Yeah, I'm using that. And they hit about 14th place, and it was only in the last couple of global series and online tournaments that they were able to win back to back to back. So talk about on the rise and the come up. Team Secret are going to be the ones you have to keep an eye out on, because although in earlier performances not that good, but it seems like something has come into the drawing board which is making this team definitely one to watch.
Okay, well, hey, we'll have to wait and see
No
if
jinx.
that's going to be a jinx or if it's a good call out and they'll be like, you know what, we really don't want to choke. One team that's going to be looking not to choke here on day one of Free Fire at EWC 26 is going to be Fluxo, because this is that one championship that they're currently missing. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to be like, Burram, come in and get 3 booyahs.
Oh, yeah, I'm expecting that as well, especially when the top dogs is not part of this. Right? We've seen the group of death from Group A. Group B right now is I couldn't say that they don't have that fire compared to what we've witnessed earlier, but it's a similar story from what we witnessed from RQ, Fluxo, especially after they were they were stolen of that global finals championship by Brim United. Everything was just going downhill. Well, not too much of downhill. They're just short out of being champions once again. So I'm really looking forward to that turnaround being brought in by Fluxo right now. And let's see though, because they still have the usual fire in them. And we were talking about Snipers, MT7 will be in there. So I would love to see him really perform.
I mean, the reigning MVP out of Brazil too, right? And if we're gonna be talking about players, what's one player, whether it's from RQ, Conchita, or from some other squad, because I know we're not biased to RQ here whatsoever on this desk.
We are not. We are not. I clearly just said that there's always time for them to be champions because, come on guys, number 2 is not good enough, and I think it is time for you guys to step it up. But yeah, speaking of players, I really want to appreciate how Dutz is doing so well as the captain of RRQ, but also something that really caught my attention is actually what the Vitality team is doing this year, because they are trying a new meta. 2 snipers, 2 rushers. That is something out of this world, and they are the strongest that they've been with this new formation and movement that they're trying to do, and it's just so amazing what a small change can do to a team.
Okay, Neptune, I see you itching over there. You're like, you're getting happy feet. You're like, yes.
He's trying to push me off the camera. He's moving so much.
Pretty sure you want to talk about this one too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like I've watched this team from when they were introduced to Southeast Asia in FFWS, and it was just a Falcon Hunters, and then they switched from Falcon Hunters to a Giant Hunters because they're just going against all the giants like Rip United, AGAL, and now bringing that into the conversation, double snipers. Back then they were just the ones trying to catch up. Now they're ones leading the teams to a different meta, and I don't know if someone will copy them. I know if someone will copy them quite well to counter them, but we know that Chris Jaw, the coach, has a plan in there. I tried to squeeze it out of him, but he's a lock.
Well, let's do a bit of a prediction, right? With what we've seen so far out of Group A and how you have seen the lobby play out, what do you expect from that kind of new meta, from that kind of formation? Do you expect it to maybe perform quite well and surprise us here like some of the other squads were able to? Or what are you expecting from having 2 snipers?
Well, there's a lot of aggression that you can put in. Like you have more information, especially when it comes to Kalahari, and even in those usual maps like Bermuda, Purgatory, you still have a long range of information as well as elimination capability. So, and from similar to what I mentioned earlier for Bird United, they once they get that knock, they already use the launch pod ready to go in for that shot, for that confirmation, and they know exactly if they will be third party, and they can pull out quite quickly. So that's what we've seen from Bigatron, or Team Vitality rather. They're quick on their feet. They know when to get in and out because they know how to choose their fight.
Yeah, and seeing how the train goes from the Group A, I think the lobby looks quite similar to what we usually see at the Southeast Asia games, right?
That is exactly what I was going to ask. I was like, that lobby was stacked. What are we in for?
It is so familiar, and the thing that I'm also noticing is that all the passive team are not doing so well in the Group A. So, yeah, I think it's finally the chance for teams like Vitality, who are trying new things with 2 snipers, to actually perform really well and become, take the center of the stage.
I mean, sometimes when you have that particular play, you are adhering to the strengths of each player, because in any sort of game, you're like, oh, I'm going to play support and just kind of sit in the back here. But no, I'm excited to see this because that is putting, probably everybody's strengths in the forefront. And yeah, it could turn out like a complete mess, but, to be one of the teams that are sort of only particularly running that sort of combination, this could be such an exciting match just to see this. And I want to see how many people copy it. I'm ready.
Oh my god, this is actually my very first EWC, as I told you before, and I am so moved by what I'm seeing today. I mean, can you see how amazing defensive Fluxos are?
I wish they were right behind us. I'm not gonna lie, because not only are they doing that stuff,
my hands up
they
too.
also had some drums. They had a bunch of energy. They're jumping up and down. They even have their mascot here. So, actually, is that right? Yes, that might be right. I'm hearing that the amazing Karen Bombshell has an interview with some fans.
energy. This is the atmosphere of Brazilians fans. I am right now at the Fluxo crowd. Let's talk about with Amoroso, who is responsible for all these people that came all the way from Brazil just to cheer for their favorite team, Fluxo. Okay, Amoroso, I know this is your first time here in Paris, the first time you're out of Brazil. How does it feel to be the first time you're out of Brazil only for your passion for esports and especially for your team? Eu sei que é a sua primeira vez fora do Brasil e eu quero saber como é que você tá se sentindo saindo pela primeira vez do Brasil, pela sua paixão pelo esporte eletrônico e para torcer pro seu time.
Cara, a sensação acho que é inexplicável. Não só eu, né, mas a maioria, 99% da torcida nunca nem viajou direito, tipo, não saiu do Brasil pela primeira vez. E tá todo mundo muito feliz, principalmente que a gente é uma torcida muito apaixonada. A gente nunca imaginou, né, porque tipo, a gente ia pra WB, né, pra FFWS Brasil de metrô, resenhando. Eu nunca imaginava que um dia a gente ia de avião assistir o nosso time em outro país, né, principalmente Paris, cidade maravilhosa. Então, nós tá muito orgulhoso do que a gente já construiu e eu garanto que a gente vai fazer história aqui, vai sair com esse título.
There's no words to explain what I'm feeling right now. It's such a special moment to bring all these people from Brazil, especially because we used to go to the regular season of Brazil by subway, by train, by walking, and these people could never imagine to get in an airplane and come all the way to Paris at AWC 2026. So right now, we are really happy to be here, especially to support Fluxo. That's our team. We love them. Okay, guys, make some noise!
I swear, I have better dance moves than this, but I'm not supposed to move that much.
That's dad
So
dances.
just
I have one question actually. Carol, can I be adopted by you? She looks like such a fun mom, you know, with the fans, with the drums and everything, the spirit. Oh my god, amazing. Girl
It
crush.
is. I mean, that outfit she's wearing too. She's sparkling everywhere.
I know,
You
I
see
know,
her
right?
walking, you'd be like, oh, there goes Carol.
That's my disco ball.
Yeah, a ball of energy for sure. Love you, Carol.
She's gonna. Yes, this is what I wanted.
Oh yeah.
I asked for it, and we got it. Hold on. Brother, I need you to come over here with that drum because I want to be able to bang on that drum at least once. But you know what? Since we have Fluxo here, earlier we saw Buram being able to get 3 booyahs.
Yeah.
Nobody expected that. I think it's safe to say that nobody expected that. So let's do the unexpected. Let's see, maybe we can cast her, curse them, or bless them in some kind of way. Lace, I'm gonna go with you first. Which team do you think, and don't let the teams behind us and the fans behind us influence your decision, that you think they might get 3 booyahs coming up in this Group B series?
I'm gonna get. I need some crowd control after this because I'm gonna go RRQ. Hopefully they didn't hear me. Yeah,
That's the
They
spirit,
didn't hear me,
girl.
guys.
Love you.
She sold you on it.
She really did. So we're double caster cursing, right? No, we're double given positivity.
Yeah, we double bless them.
We have a shrine at the
Hopefully,
back.
fingers crossed. Okay.
Well, before you give me your answer, before I go to Neptune as well, you were telling me that there is one player from RRQ that you really wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I kind of really want to see how Rans is doing because he's a rather new player. And what's interesting is that RRQ actually plucked him from the academy. So he's got a lot to prove. He's still very young and he's playing the role of a playmaker, which as we all know, usually is given to Abai. So it's something new that he's trying. I'm just really hoping that he can do his best and the stage fright doesn't really affect him because then again, being a new player, being new to EWC, it's a whole another pressure.
We call it new player, but it's a
Yes.
new dynasty.
Yeah.
You know, we have these seasoned players that have set in their ways, and then you get these younger players that come through that change everything. And then it is the absolute world. So new dynasty, not new player.
Yes,
not at all.
new dynasty, but
RRQ,
it is
baby.
something that we needed to do though. We gotta keep them fresh.
Agreed.
We do. We definitely do. And you know what? I'm gonna give you some more time because I think I have an idea who you might be picking, Conchita, in regards to the team that might end up getting 3 booyahs. So Neptune, you got some time. Let's see if you have been swayed to the RRQ, or maybe the fans behind us with Fluxo are swaying you, or you're just gonna surprise us.
Yeah, I mean, despite of Fluxo being behind us right now, I'm just going to numbers right here. But because based on like the qualifiers that they have, the regionals that they have, they're the ones that has the most booyahs, 14 if I'm not mistaken, and you won't be able to do that. They're not even. That's just even the first phase, the first league. So I'm really looking forward to them to continue that here on, because there's a lot of paying back that needs to be happening right now. Luxo is waiting for this opportunity, and guess what's missing when they are in EWC right now is the fans. But now we're getting that energy. We're going to get that energy as well, because if you go to Brazil, you can see how crazy fans get, how loud it gets. Now, not loud, but how Luxo hype up. That was like, which one you want to go with? Okay, Conchita, you have plenty of time.
Okay, I do. Should I talk a little slower then?
Which team are you gonna go with?
Well, obviously I have a special place for RQ in my heart, but if we're talking about distractions, I think one of the biggest distractions that they need to face and conquer this time is Secret WAG, because they are one of the strongest contender that we have right now in the Southeast Asia, and I do think that they have a lot to prove at this EWC 2026. But again, if you ask me which team are most likely to replicate what Buriram United Esports has just done, 3 booyahs, I think I'm gonna have to go with RRQ. They just deserve it, you know. It's just, I really wanted this to happen for them. I genuinely do.
That's a crazy long way to say
I'm really sorry. I tried to be neutral.
That's a professional right there, my girl.
She took us on a roller coaster of emotions.
She's gonna change it?
Oh my God, she's gonna change it. No, we're coming back. Okay, it's actually
but all I'm saying is that it's not without distractions, it's not without challenges, because I know that RRQ, it hurts me to say this, it pains me to say this, but a lot of people has been saying that they have this choke, that they haven't really found how to be rid of that yet, you know, the stage fright, I don't know, something. Yeah, well, let's just call it a curse, okay? Just, they need to break the curse right away.
It happens. Honestly, we've seen many teams in different battle royales. We've seen teams being able to do it here at Free Fire too, where you get to this kind of position, where you get to this kind of event, and the comfort of your home is no longer there.
Yeah.
The comfort of having close relatives to kind of support you if you have a bad day is not there. Even though sometimes we do have family traveling with some of the players, it's just a completely different atmosphere, and sometimes players do tend to choke. Sometimes the pressure does get to them. What I want to know, Neptune, is if you are one of those players, let's say 3 games not really going your way, right? What can you do as a player to just snap yourself out of that mindset?
Again, one thing that pressures the team is because they're not enjoying the game. And that's basically like, that's a basic when it comes to playing the games. All you have to do is enjoy it, because that's where everything gets clear. Whatever you practice would be coming back to you. There's no more pressure of the opponents, no more pressure of the crowd. Just enjoy yourself. Just go back to the basics. And then that's when you go with the checklist of how are you going to go with it? Are you going passive? Are you going aggressive? Will you be like, and I'm pretty sure these teams has plans from A to Z, or probably even more.
And if I was one of the players, I'd be like, but Neptune, booyahs are fun. Winning is fun.
Eliminations are fun.
Not really, no. Yeah, but then again, I have to agree with Neptune, because the more you let yourself go, the freely you play, the better you get. So I think it happens in every sports. The mentality of going all out and just putting it out there, the sincerity of it is actually what's gonna help you to perform better.
Yeah, the one thing that we actually don't want from any of these teams, and that we tend to see quite often, as sad as it is to say this, is that they wait for the last second to just actually send it. When they got nothing to lose, that's when they're like, you know what?
Falcons.
Yeah, we got nothing to lose. Let's just send it. And luckily for Group B, I mean, you're gonna have 6 matches
Yeah.
to start off with. You saw what happened with Group A. Going into this lobby, Lace, especially in Group A, we saw so much aggressiveness. Are you think it's gonna be the same? Because I'm thinking it's gonna be the same. Aggressiveness is at the top of the chart.
Well, I did talk about that. I said, I think it was even with GD, match number 1, where they hit 17 limbs. They came out incredibly strong, which solidified those future games for them. Did they win? No, but they were sitting in the middle of the pack, you know, a little bit more safe than hitting those bottom 2 on the leaderboard. So I think come out incredibly strong. And you know, we're talking about the teams, double snipers, double rushes, like just see if this works. Give yourself those 2 matches, those first 2, come in strong. Doesn't work, and adapt and make changes through there. But yeah, y'all need to like turn this up because I need to see some action.
Yeah, I mean it's Paris and it's summer, so it's hot outside. Might as well turn up the competition inside as well, right? And as I keep saying,
entertain us.
As I keep saying, I think we've been seeing some changes now. Aggressive way of playing is actually works, and it is what the team has been trying to do in the first group, and I think that's the only way to do it now, since Group B have some dangerous teams in it as well. So.
Yeah, I think what we would expect, especially this is second half of our day number 1, because they've seen a lot of tactics already. They've watched, they stalked a lot of teams right now. Yeah, so they can get more of those strategies on their own, especially if it's in tune with their own personality. And that's what we would expect right now, especially with those, as you mentioned, Gun Dynasty. Who doesn't want to be on the top of the board, like doesn't care about getting booyahs yet, because it's just day number 1. You don't need that for the like compared to Champion Rush. So you can go with that kind of approach and then rest towards the second half.
Okay, well, it's time to see if Group B is gonna be top heavy, or if we're gonna be seeing something different that we haven't seen yet. Group B, Free Fire at EWC 26 starts now.
Our teams have now had a chance to compete right here on the Gadia City grid. And there's plenty more where that came from, Looting.
Yeah, of course, 40 ace players just waiting in the backstage now, and they're counting down the time, the moment, until they can finally get their hands on the game.
Oh, well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
Yeah, and as we saw in the first group, like, there is few surprise, but most of the time the favorites just have made strong start to the tournament. It will be maybe the same on Group B. I mean, we will find out in a few minutes now. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our teams, starting with Miyako!
Al-Ali Esports!
Total Gaming Esports IQ!
Straw Hats Esports!
Lion!
S8UL Esports!
MIB Los!
Team Vitality!
Team RRQ!
Twisted Minds!
Secret.
And finally, Fluxo W7M! This is where your journey begins. You decide whether you dominate or whether you simply survive. This is Freefire at the Esports World Cup.
And which team will come out on top in this Group B? Hey, you know what? It's time to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup Free Fire 2026 here in Paris, France. We made it, Lucifer. We have made it. My name is Husky, of course, joined by Lucifer on the desk, and we will have 6 more games coming up. This time with the teams from Group B, a group with a lot of second places, a lot of podium finishes, but never at the top, a lot of second place curses, a lot of redemption arc waiting to be reignited again.
I really like that we're going to be casting this group, especially because everybody's got to prove themselves. That's the main impact of this group. Compared to our Group A, where we saw the Group of Death, the most difficult group, the toughest of the teams, and you could see it's already top heavy. But I think this is the group, Group B, 6 games, where anything can happen. Everybody has a chance. Yes, Fluxo is one of the favorites, and they are roaring with their fans right here. And on top of it, RRQ, they're somebody who's looking forward to get themselves on the board and not choke.
Yeah, if you want to look at a lobby with teams that have known heartbreak more than anyone else,
exactly,
this is the lobby. This is the group. Fluxo last year in Jakarta in the Global Finals 2025, second place for both categories, both ripped away by Thai teams AGL and Clash Squad, BRU in the Battle Royale after breaking the streak for 2 years straight. RRQ, same thing, EWC 25, 3 chances and they dropped all of it. Recently in the Spring Clash Squad, same thing, came in second. Global Finals 24, 24, they came in second again. So many storylines that they're waiting to complete, and I think this is a very good litmus test for us to find out who has the upper hand, who came in more prepared than everyone else.
And on top of it, like, Fluxo are trying to get to their winning ways. I think what Team Secret did, just in the recent SEA finals that we ended up seeing for Spring, they took it in a storm. They became the champions, and nobody could believe what just happened. I think they are going to be looking forward to replicate that here, because this is Vietnam coming here for EWC. They missed out last year. They want to make sure that this 26th season is something that they can be able to prove, along with, as we mentioned, right, Group A already being the most difficult group. Here there's an opportunity for the South Asian team, something that we did not see a lot in Group A. They missed out their opportunities. It was a very tough lobby out there. They couldn't get out from the bottom 6, but I think here there's a wild chance for the Bangladeshi teams, for the Indian squads, all going up the ranks.
Hey, we have Soul, we have Straw Hats. I think TG is in here. Total Gaming is here as well. I personally, if you ask me, I'm looking at Latin teams, right? I am looking at both MIBR Lost and Lion, especially Lion, because this is a team that has members, as players from Rainbow 7 back in FFW 2025, and one of my favorite sniper players out there, Games King. Young player, young prodigy from the region. He has made a promise that he's going to be the one that goes on that big stage. He gave us quite the performance last year on that global stage, but it wasn't enough to close things out. Now he gets a second chance here.
And I think I agree with you. I think Lion are a team to watch out for everybody else. The 12 lot, 11 lot. And if they don't, he might be a menace in the lobby in its entirety. The other survivors will have a very tough battle to go through. But I think it is another opportunity for young guns. When you already spoke about it, SHUL Esports, they are the guns they are looking forward to prove on a global stage. They've been very aggressive in the Indian lobbies. They've been known as the underdogs, and now they're looking forward to prove in such a stage as here. I hope that aggressiveness right out of the game number 1, like how we ended up seeing Loud, is out here from SHUL.
Yeah, and if you talk about young guns and aggressive players, right? We have people from Fluxo who have also had quite the journey. Even before they were Fluxo, they won their first trophy back in 2022, and then they did it again the year after under the banner of Fluxo with only one minor change to the roster in the sniper role, right? But this this entire squad has been together for what, like 3-4 years now, and they're constantly chasing for new highs. They've came close in recent times, and when you look back at EWC 24 and 25, they didn't really have the best finish. Last year, didn't even qualify for Champion Rush. They were bottom 6 in the Grand Finals, alongside teams like VRU and Falcons, surprisingly. And now I think they are in a very good spot to make things right. Even though you look at how they qualify here, they came in 4th in their region. But I think, you know, a team like Fluxo is a team that is always full of surprises.
Yeah, the surprises and possibilities. I think this season in its entirety for Free Fire itself, teams have had an opportunity to prove themselves, win, like how we spoke about Team Secret, right? They took up an opportunity who nobody in that SCA Grand Finals thought would be possible. Back-to-back booyahs, and something that Fluxo right now can do it for themselves. I think right now everybody is looking and gearing for them because they've been roaring from the very start. Even before we ended Group A, that was one noise that we heard from the very start and from the very beginning. And I think when we talk about the beginnings of all things, I think I want to talk about Total Gaming as well. Okay. This is a squad from India that have been the biggest in terms of names for Free Fire, and they want to prove on the global stage. They have certain recent changes that they're trying to test the grounds itself, and now that they're on an international stage, they would rightfully want to prove their decades of experience right here, right now.
Even for me, it's a very exciting time because it's not technically not the first time we've seen, you know, teams from South Asia and India compete in a regional international stage. We actually saw it for the first time back in 2022, and it's been a long time coming, right? Like we sort of have the same journey as the Aurora Gaming from Malaysia, where it took 4 years since the last appearance on the international stage. So I think, you know, this really goes back to how much they can make use of the unpredictability of this group, right? I think with how volatile Group B is, it is very easy to blow the gates wide open and take that lead. But our experts actually also talked about RRQ's young star runs, right? Conchita mentioned it earlier on. This is someone that has been on my radar for a while. In Clash Squad, phenomenal performance. I think taking over the reins of Abai in that playmaker role has really suited him very well. But like she mentioned, this is also the true test. Can he kind of deal with the pressure, right? Or will he fold?
We will kind of see how it goes for the side of RRQ, mainly because even I was having a chat with Neptune yesterday, depending on what RRQ keep making changes up. They're very adaptable in their playstyle. And Mar, right? He's been the main man who everybody thinks is going to fight from afar, but all of a sudden he's right in front of your face. So things like that, strategies coming out, could be something that we see especially in this group, where we saw Group A had dedicated stuff that they were doing, whether it be the support players, whether it be the rushers or the snipers. There were those specific roles, but in Group B, a lot can change because we have teams who want to prove themselves. Al Ali itself, them here on this stage, they want to prove themselves from MENA, and now here on EWC 2026 Paris, they want to make sure that they are one of the ones in the top 4, especially because it's cutthroat, right? If you don't be at the top 4, you have to go to the survival stage, and if you don't stay in the top 10, you're out of the tournament tomorrow.
It's insane because you look at survival stage, there's an extra 10 games you have to play, right? You play 12 in the group stage, and if you perform good enough, you skip that 10 games. You get the prep for the grand finals. If not, you go to another group of 10 games, and then we have an uncapped grand finals with a 90-point threshold to even have a chance of winning everything. I think at the end of the day, I personally want to see some of these regions, these unproven regions, give us something to smile about, right? Last year, Dragon Esports has proven that in Riyadh. Sure, there were some shortcomings we did discuss on broadcast at that point of time. They're not the best when it comes to gunfights, but one thing that they excelled in is reading the circle. They are making smarter choices, better rotations, and more crisp macro manipulations to outsmart teams like BRU, like Falcons, like Fluxo, and that's why they were even top 6 in the first place. So I think if we can find some of the talents in this pool of Group B teams, it is going to be a very, very interesting day.
It is, and when you say about the smart choices, right, I want to talk about Team Vitality in the Asia Invitational that we right now had. They became the champions, right? They took it away from Team Apex Gaming. Team Apex Gaming had almost an opportunity. KD goes right up on the roof. If that worked out, maybe in the Asia Invitational, we ended up seeing Team Apex Gaming and India getting a crown just before they headed towards the Esports World Cup. But Team Vitality taking that might be a push for them here on the international stage, where they have an opportunity to take another title for themselves, because that might be the high that they'll be riding on.
Yeah, I mean, they almost got that trophy last year, right? It went all the way to a Game 10, and you cannot script this any better. The last 4v4 fight was between them and Evo's Divine. They were also the one that stopped RQ from winning everything in game A, and you know, they were the ones that really gave us that game 10 in a way. So this year, I think Team Vitality, even though they haven't really been at the top, you don't really see them on the podium finish, they have done more than enough to get themselves onto Paris. And I think this is what actually matters in the grand scheme of things.
And mattering for Bangladesh is going to be Straw Hats. I think when we ended up seeing Titan Esports Club, they couldn't step up. We hoped that Blade would maybe have a big day. We did see him try to fight it out, break down the clue walls, but it was just not enough. But on the other end, Straw Hats in the recent performance, even in, as I was mentioning about the Asia Invitational where Team Vitality won, Straw Hats put up a really good performance there. So I think this could be an opportunity for them as well, because we've been talking continuously that Group B is a group of opportunity. If you're able to put yourselves ahead of everybody else, you can get to the top of the charts. You can make it to the top 4 here on day 1 of the group stages itself.
And I think one of the factors that is going to affect which team have better chances is the map rotation, right? We saw it in Group A. It's going to be the same for Group B. And I think you and I had this discussion behind backstage where this feels like it favors the Indonesians. It favors RRQ, Vitality, and Fluxo to a certain degree, right? We no longer have Alpine in the map rotation. So we're looking at Bermuda. We start off good. Then we go Solara, then Curveball, then we go to Purgatory, and then Nextera, Kalahari, Nextera. I think the last 3 maps is going to be incredibly brutal for teams that are not called RQ, that are not called Team Vitality.
And I like that you brought out that this is going to be a really good map rotation, matches that we are going to flow through for the Indonesian teams, especially because when you kind of trace back in time, the teams from Thailand were dominating Free Fire in general, but now Indonesia, who have such a vivid history of Free Fire, are getting back to those titles. RRQ, we were talking about them. They're getting closer. I think that finish that they need, the refining might have just happened right before the Esports World Cup. Same goes for Team Vitality. They've been on the hunt for this title, but they just missed by nick. But this time, maybe hook or crook, they make it happen.
Only thing that I'm slightly sad about that we're not going to see for the next, today and tomorrow is Team Vitality against Falcons, right? In different groups, love to see the Falcon Slayers show up somehow, but good chance that if they both make it, whether it's to survival stage or the grand finals, I think it's almost a guarantee if you just look at public opinion. But I'm a sucker for underdog stories, right? At some point, I'm willing to sacrifice some of these top dogs to get the unproven regions on that big map, right? If you want to trade okay, maybe a bit too much. If you want me to trade Aurora for Straw Hats, I would make that trade.
Agreed, I think that works out. But when you kind of talk about these underdog stories, right? You need to talk about the new regions who have come into the Esports World Cup. That's going to be USA. We've already talked about India. USA, Mia Corp coming into this Esports World Cup 2026. We saw how they played out, and I think out of the lot from USA, they are really good. So going up on this international stage, we've not seen the newer teams prove as well immediately when they start off. But if they can, that tells us the competition has completely changed.
Yeah, actually, it's quite the breath of fresh air as well. Right? I wouldn't have dreamed of having the stakes in Free Fire as well, but here we are. And also a fun thing to point out, a fun little detail that we actually both noticed at the start of the day is that the the shield where you put the key in.
Exactly.
Right? So there's an inscription in the middle, right? And it's written everything, nothing is gained, everything is earned, and it's inscribed in the native language of the team that won last year. So if you rewind or at some point we get a clear shot of that again in the center, you can see the writings is actually in Bastard Indo because he did win last year. Neat little detail. I love it a lot.
And this makes that shield a lot more personal to get it. Right? You have your own inscription for the region that you're going to be representing, your own language that is going to be coming up, and you could get to the totem, which we started at the start of the day. You've seen on the stream itself as we are going to be starting off the Group E games. That is something that these players will be thinking at the back of their mind. A long run of 12 games in total, but today they have to only worry about the first 6 games they play out, how they start off, how they change. And I think for Group B compared to Group A, it's about adaptability, change, be on top of your heels. If you're going to be setting your foot down, it's going to be very tough.
I agree. And ironically, there's still one more team that we haven't highlighted, and it's also a team that a lot of time gets sidelined, but not for a bad reason. That's Twisted Minds, right? This is a team that they have always been doing some of the dirty work behind the scenes. They've always been putting out good numbers, but they're never sort of under the microscope. They're never in the center of the stage because it feels like when they pop off, you get an instant or two of good moments, of good plays, but afterwards, you sort of desire more from them, and it feels like it never happens. And I hope that it changes this year, right? Because this is a team that previously, when we still had one of the best snipers from Thailand, Saming on their squad, it is one of the deadliest teams. It is actually the first team to ever qualify for the Esports World Cup 24 in Riyadh. They were the first team to make it through under the banner of Reverse Grade, and then they became Twisted Mind. But ever since then, it hasn't really been the same, and we are still looking for the spark that made Twisted Minds 2 years later.
Something that is same that we have seen from the very start, even before our start of the team entries, is the energy coming in from the Fluxo fans. They're looking unstoppable. I'm just loving this vibe that they've created for an arena, for the stage that we are at for Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. It looks unstoppable. The energy is just going through veins for everybody. It feels like for us also on the desk, right? Just jump up from your seats, start dancing, vibe to those beats, and go the Fluxo way. They're enticing everybody sitting here to just root for Fluxo.
It's like, how could you not want to root for Fluxo, right?
Yeah.
In fact, even when they lifted out the banner, there's actually like a backstory lore, right? We asked Carol about it, and it was the whole encounter between Fluxo and MIBR Los back in their regular split. And well, guess what? They are both in the same lobby again, and we actually would get a potential remake of that scenario on Kalahari if it does happen, because record has it, MIBR Los has had Fluxo's numbers back on Kalahari until Fluxo decided that they've had enough, and that's where the whole quote comes out. It translates roughly to, dang it, they had us. I can't go any further than that, but you get the idea, right? And it became a quote for the Fluxo fans that they are now flying on that banner, which is nice, right? Like sometimes people think that, oh, this is planned now. I'm telling you, no one rigged anything, right? It falls into place. Who could have expected Team Secret to win Spring? If you ask me, I would say no way.
No way!
I tuned in, I saw them lift the trophy, and I'm like, okay, they won. How did they win? 4 booyahs? Hello?
Yes, I was so surprised to see that happening one after another, and I think that's a similar storyline I kind of expect from RRQ when I was talking about the Asia Invitational, right? They were so close. They were closer than Vitality, even though they had activated the Champion Rush. It was supposed to be RRQ to close it because they made a similar comeback like that, back to back booyahs, and they activated the Champion Rush, but they missed out on closing it, and Team Vitality just did it.
Yep, we actually seen it many times, even from a team that's actually not here, Team Onyx Esports, went back in Spring 2025. We know that, right? They won the Champion Run when no one expected them to do so. Unfortunately, the 25 round wasn't that great for them in Riyadh. I think that is the crazy thing about Champion Rush, which we have plenty of time to mentally prepare for. But you can see some of these teams, they're holding hands, they're making sure that they were actually in a group hug before the walk-ins. A lot of these teams, especially those that are coming in for the very first time, just making sure that they dial in. Right? For the experienced ones like Fluxo, we see Bobs, he's meditating, he's ready to wreak havoc. But like again, for the unproven regions, I'm looking forward to see if they can upset the balance. I think that is the most exciting part right now.
I think the weighing scale is going to be a big imbalance in this group B. You cannot figure out which team's doing better. Right from game 1 to our end at game 6, you will have no clue about it. But as the fans are riling up, it's also time to start our very first game. It is Bermuda for Group B here at the Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris.
Paris, friends, let's continue to light things up because Group B is going to be a fantastic show. And right off the bat, we gotta look at how Bermuda plays out, right? In this case, very generous flight path right down the middle. We should get a decent circle. The drops come in still pretty much from what we expected from the teams that we see a lot. Vitality going to Observatory, RQ going to Remnant Village. I want to see who takes Peak, right? Because usually it's a BRU spot, but BRU isn't here. We're looking at TG deciding to go for Peak. I think Fluxo should go for Cape Town or somewhere that gears towards Sentosa. Miyako also heading that direction as well, but actually Fluxo spreading out.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Fluxo going all over the map. We can see one of the players, as you already mentioned, between Miyako, but most of the teams seems to be a little safe and sound, except for Twisted Minds and RLE Esports. A little bit of a quick battle, first elimination picked up by Exposy, and that's going to be C4, who's already down, and that's going to be Al-Hali already in a disadvantage. Remind Hawk and Simons has to pick this up. They're closer, a quick dash to get the player back up. They expend their ability to get a revive.
Yeah, and I think, in the early game, it is still very much understandable, right? You really don't lose too much. Worst case scenario, you go back to square one. I think for Al Ali, that's exactly what they're looking at, right? Buy some distance between them and Twisted Minds and make sure that they don't lose too much numbers. Unfortunately for them, they can't really fully disengage from this, so now they're going to be put to the test. Can they stand up against Twisted Minds in that early game gunfight?
It's going to be difficult for them. They've already faced a challenge. They had to revive the player, and you can see Twisted Minds have no thought of backing off, and early, I don't see them retreating from this fight. They're stuck here, and it could become even more difficult because the resources in the early game will not be that great, and the challenge is still happening. Twisted Minds have a glue wall right in front. Oscar's raining dash doesn't work over there, but still Exposy tries to bring it back and exchange on an elimination.
And it's Total Gaming that is the one that caused disaster for both squads. I think getting that elimination early on onto the bus, that is going to stop every altercation that has happened to this point and shift the focus of Twisted Minds towards themselves. 3 eliminations early on. Al Hadi gets bailed out of this situation. Everyone lives on, but let's see how far Total Gaming wants to push this.
Total Gaming Esports, Aiku, they wanted this opportunity for a long time. Their team in the making itself needed some fine-tuning with the new addition coming in Water. It seems like it's working out, and there it is, Shanke. He finds one, but quickly traded off by Diamond. So there is answer coming in from Twisted Mind, but they have to be wary. And Mafia looks like he's back in form, picks up Diamond, the man who troubled them. That is another elimination added to the pool, and Total Gaming right at the start get a total of 6 troubling Twisted Minds.
Yeah, took off on a sprint in a marathon and off to a great start. 6 eliminations on the back, and unfortunately for the boss, doesn't really have much resources in his bank. So even a revive would be an impossible task as of now. To make things worse, not much resources nearby that he can go for. At least no coins
This is what I was
in
worried
sight.
about.
You did say in Total Gaming they have something in store for us. Gives me back the feeling of what we saw from Gun Dynasty earlier on, right? It could be that run as we shift our focus over to Lion. Them against Soul, Vitality as well. In their crosshairs, Bank being forced out by the Riptide Rhythm. A couple of shots now from Lion. It's gonna be Joker that finds that, but stolen away.
SAQL Esports, that's Noor, the newest addition for the lot. And he has to prove himself on this stage, but now he gets taken down. It's going to be a trouble. He will also be confirmed. Bunny, he couldn't do much. The glue wall in front of him, Riptide Rhythm being used. Now he's going for the jump shot, but Joker surrounded him. That's not going to work out. Once more, Lion picking up another elimination on SAQL. So the start not great. Troll also down. It's all up to Jack, and he's making a quick run away from this fight entirely.
Yeah, you tempt the Lion, you better be ready. And in this case, Lion were fully prepared to receive that hit. Especially when you're dealing with people like Joker, like Games Kings that we talked about, the young prodigy of Latam, Hacks as well. Sometimes forgotten in the wayside as Jack gets found, jump blast him in the back, and that's another point gone. Twisted Minds secures the second, and they get a full revive, so the boss get the job done.
Thankfully, before going down, SAQL were able to find a revive. Others could have been a very first elimination in this Group B Game 1. Thankfully, a little recovery, even for Twisted Minds, because of what just went on earlier. They were not prepared against Total Gaming. Now they did find an elimination that they're happy about. But the happiest so far, as we can still see, energy, not even a single beat being dropped. That's going to be for the Fluxo fans. But Straw Hats, finally, who had an early difficulty, now picking up pace. They pick a player from Al-Hali, and that's going to be Remind.
And even then, we still have 45 players in the lobby, right? As if no one got taken out at all. Bit of a casualty, but nothing a couple of revives wouldn't solve. Even when you look at the radar, TG moving towards the center very soon. Launchpad being taken by Straw Hats. They're going to leave Graveyard. One of the players does lag behind a little bit, but you do have a reconnaissance squad ahead, and they might end up running into Simox from Al-Ali. They spot him, taking the launch pad out. So Observatory now conceded over to Straw Hats.
I think because this Observatory is around the edge, right? We saw Al-Ali want to get this position, but right now with a lightning bolt, make a call. It might be a loss, have a challenge. That's going to be RRQ that they want to hit on. General is down. Rigby holds the entrance, puts the player. That's going to be Rans down along with a bear. And MIB Lost will be able to recover the players. And this Bolt Maker works in their favor.
Yeah, right off the bat, taking out the captain of RRQ and sending only the young Ma'al on the run. No vending machine in sight. A revival point that is too risky to try and capture with Team Vitality and MIB Outlaws about to square off in that area around Clock Tower. plenty of compound to work with, a lot of low grounds to hide with. But Team Vitality splitting up as well into a 1-2-1 formation. Whereas MIBR Lost, they're going to settle in the compound that they just wrestled away from RQ.
I really like how Vitality is strategizing. They're waiting for an opportunity. They're like the cats who are about to pounce, and MIBR Lost have no idea about it because they just pushed an opponent out of that compound.
Yes.
They chased out RQ, but look at this. Slowly trailing in that same direction is even Total Gaming. There's going to be a helter-skelter breakout happening at Clock Tower now.
Yeah, it's going to be pandemonium pretty soon. We're going to see where the circle takes us, right?
Yeah.
High chance Clock Tower is going to be in the next circle. But where it kind of pivots towards is going to decide where Total Gaming goes, and smack dab in the center, we are getting a very, very nice algorithm for game one.
Yeah.
Starting it slow and tame.
Slow and steady was not how all it started. Multiple teams having casualties, but still all the 12 teams that dropped in Bermuda are still surviving. A major chunk of it, or maybe a team fully being eliminated, can be seen here now at the 7-minute mark. Maal finally gets found, and that is going to be the first team. You mentioned there is no vending machine nearby, and Maal couldn't get closer before getting spotted by Al-Ali.
Bit of a throwback to the recent Asian Invitational that they were in, right? Same thing. Start, it's always not how you start, it's how you finish. And in this case, for Team RQ, they're gonna go back to the drawing board, 5 more rounds ahead, and some of their most powerful maps in the later stages of Group B. So not all hope is lost. Exposé finds the 3rd point for his team as well. Twisted Mind slowing the pace down. I was able to get back on their feet. Decent economy, and even having a very decked out arsenal should this game go late. I think they just cleared out Graveyard, so there's going to be a very good trajectory for them to move on forward. Even better with Lion just leaving where they were.
On the other end, silence still at Clock Tower. I think people can hear the clock making a tick sound. That's how we are seeing MIBR Lost, Total Gaming and Vitality together, and joining that lot is going to be Straw Hats. Slow and steady, everybody want to look for an opportunity, and it's going to be Yago, who spots through the window on the player of Straw Hats, the newest entry team who've made it to Clock Tower. But hey, being at the center, meaning the fight is not going to yet break out. It is only when the circle shifts away from you and you have to make a move is when we see the fight. I think other than that, they'll be just trying to chip away each other's HP. Other than that, nothing else for now.
Yeah, especially in this case, for them, they're going to spread out their manpower, right? You want to control as much area as possible. You do run the risk of getting picked off. We've seen that happen multiple times. If you're up against more experienced team, that's what they're looking at. Some of the weaker chains of the anchor, Diamond, getting another one under his belt, and this is gonna start hurting Lion as Twisted Minds down for round 2, back at Observatory where they dropped in the early game, but more equipped to take on the fight.
Twisted Minds, I really like that they managed to recover, but they're not just completely clocked in. They need to figure it out, and same goes for Lion. A quick jump coming in from Gamesh King. He will get still in another different direction, but not yet towards the circle. He's just moving further away.
Yeah, I mean, one team that has been pretty silent the entire game is Team Secret.
Oh, yeah.
Surprisingly, this is a team on Bermuda. You expect them to come out swinging, get a couple of eliminations before they go off the radar. But so far, this Team Secret right now feels like Fluxo from 2024, where they play an incredibly slow game, and at that point of time, playing slow is sort of how you lose out in the late game. And in this case, Team Secret, they are taking no chances. As you did mention earlier on, Lucifer, Lion not really focusing on getting into the circle earlier on, but now they'll have to make a break for it. The launch pad being used, a couple of Dinoculars ahead of Bimasakti Strip just to make sure that there are no gatekeepers there. And circle pivots towards the southern side, so the journey gets extended, and they might still get intercepted by Twisted Minds.
Now I like the position of Clock Tower. More teams joining that fray. More teams wanting to take control of that arena. It's not going to be easy. Now is when it all breaks loose. Because right at the edge, when the zone closes in, we are for sure knowing that the Clock Tower will not be inside the circle anymore after it shifts.
I mean, the last we checked the radar, Team Secret were at Factory, and they were completely alone, right? Completely uncontested. Maybe Fluxo comes in from the eastern side, but even then, there's a high chance that they will not cross paths. But we did say Clock Tower has a lot of areas that you can play around. High ground, low ground, building, outside, inside. In this case, even the underground tunnel. As our Ali members basically nested there. MIBR Lost continues to make sure that they control the perimeter. Haone instantly finds a pop on the Koja.
That was an opening, but I think they should be able to bring the player back up because this is happening within the compounds. Nobody has clear sight of their enemy, so taking them down is not going to be quick and easy. But as you can see, it's just the waiting game right as of now. 11 teams surviving. If not for Mahal going down, I think we would have 12 teams. 11 minutes into the game, this is Group B, game number 1. I did not expect to see all these teams still surviving.
And we were literally just talking about this in the back rooms with everyone else, right? Like, it really depends on the teams that are playing in the lobby.
Yeah.
Sometimes if they want to play fast, they want to play fast. Sometimes they just decide, we're not going to fight. We're getting the ladder. We're getting the teams that are going to start blowing some smoke. Maybe 30 minutes into the game when the whole lobby is still up. In this case, barring RRQ, who have been eliminated. But aside from that, it's going to get messy. And that also means this is an incredibly volatile late game.
It is. Especially because we already spoke, right? Group A, we know teams are very familiar with the circuit itself. We saw a lot of Southeast Asian teams already taking control of it. The Brazilian squad of Loud also taking control of it. But here, everybody's unsure about the other team. They want to read them, and that is the reason they're taking so much time. But finally, Bazin, he finds an opening on Miyako. That's going to be Biblik going down. Next, Joshua have to figure this out. Leon also surrounding them, so there's going to be a lot more trouble. Miyakov, they're trying to hold them off. Glue walls all across and making sure rooftop becomes their home for the time being.
Leon will have to make a decision right now. The circle is going to start hurting them. They are going to be rested in this corner. But if they don't show themselves outside of the building, Miyakov has a very good idea of where they might be. The Inoculate could also solve that problem. The bigger winner now is definitely a team from the States, as Leon will have to huddle together and figure out a solution very, very quickly in the next half a minute. Fluxo making a big rotation and now running the team secret. And Exposy starts things out by taking out Josper. So Miyako, they have another team to be worried about.
They did lose a player, but they're not worried about the casualty because they have an upper hand. They are on top of the roof. But right now, having an upper hand might be Fluxo. They want to take down Team Secret because they were the ones who made a jump right in front of them. And they're trying their best, but Team Secret quickly with the chrono, the glue walls are trying to keep it going. But PLS1 is down. TQ, he also gets taken down. And now 7, he is gone down. And Fluxo, W7M, put a team out.
The Brazilian Titans, 6 eliminations on to Butchers in. And MT7 stepping up to the occasion as well. We did say, even during one of the series breakdown, series recap, snipers players are integral. MT7 Butchers in. We see Yago step up to the occasion as well. And our team Vitality, it's their turn to make a splash. And they're taking care of their opponents. Only Tro is left alive. He's gonna try and walk away with the stealth bite. As we lose Straw Hats off screen, Lion is also out. And now the lobby is going to start shrinking.
I don't know where Troll is going to make a run. We already spoke about Clock Tower. It's already in a very difficult spot. The vending machine is there, but so are many other teams. And Total Gaming are on top of all of it. They're already in the first floor of things, so they have a better vision of where the other teams are. And Al Ali, we already spoke about them. They are underground. Nobody knows that they are there. They made their entrance. They're holding their control. On the other end of our screen, even Miyakov gets taken down. But wait, Troll, he picks off Dix. He's bringing this down to individual battles, and now Sipang has to deliver. He's trying to put up glue walls. Troll trying to win this out on a 1v1. It's going to be very difficult. Vitality on the last man. His position gets compromised. And Al Ali, they quickly jump in, and Team Vitality eliminated.
Taking advantage of the chaos, Al Ali gets themselves another point. Twisted Minds against Fluxo. W7M right now. A full blown out fight. 12 eliminations under the belt of the Brazilians. Exposy gets Freefire. Butchers in, nails his 8. As MT7 finds the boss from long range. Twisted Minds getting dismantled. MT7 goes for a rescue mission. Bob's the captain back up on his feet. But Twisted Minds not so lucky. Diamond cannot withstand the pressure that puts us in and make it 15 for Fluxo.
Fluxo looking unstoppable. They're still at the edge of the circle. MIB a loss. He finds a player on Total Gaming, but in the meantime, Troll getting eliminated. SETUL Esports, they are out. They only ended up getting 6 points in total. But Total Gaming now, they start stepping out, but Aztec gets hit by Rigby. Yago put him down, Shanky. Total Gaming held this position for far too long. Wota, and then Aztec to fall. That is going to be the end for Total Gaming. Holding that did not work in their favor.
And now Fluxo will take on Ali. Can they eliminate this team from MENA to give themselves that rematch against MIB Outlaws in the opening game? But Ali, they're holding steadfast. They are the ones with the man advantage. And MT7, he needs some help. But unfortunately, MIB Outlaws are in the best possible position. Boss with a nade, takes out C4, equalize the battlefield. Hawk goes down. Ali now getting pressured.
Nades were being tossed by Fluxo, but MIB lost. They turned it around, and Bobs is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult. But also Bobs troubling Al-Hali along with the help of MIB lost. They put out Al-Hali, and now it's the last one standing, Bobs. And it's going to be MIB lost getting the very first booyah of Group B.
What an opener here for MIBR loss. A rematch that we didn't expect to see that soon in the final circle, with minor interventions and an uninvited guest in the form of Al Ali Esports. But at the end of the day, well fought, honestly, by the MENA region, right? Put up a good fight against Fluxo, gave them a heck of a 4v4 skirmish, even took out one of their members before MIBR Lords was even in the conversation. But there's nothing to be disappointed about. Los,
yeah.
They got the booyah. Fluxo still finished second. The fans, they're still cheering on. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, but if this is the very first game and we ended up seeing a fight break out like that, which was, as we said, completely complicated. You couldn't decipher which team had the better opportunity or the better position because we spoke about it. Hey, this team has a compound. Hey, that team is in a good position at the edge of the circle. But towards the end, MIB lost, who did not even seem on our screens a lot. They ended up closing it out, and it ended up being a fight between the Brazilians at the end of this game.
I mean, you called it out, right? You said that Clock Tower is a very good spot to be nested in. And guess who set up shop there first? MIBR lost.
Yes.
They got there first, they caught dibs, and they owned the area.
And I think that's very crucial because even Total Gaming tried to play that out, but the timing when they jumped out, they got spotted because MIBR were ahead of that play. Yes. They were the ones who stepped out of Clock Tower, and that is the reason they were able to take down Total Gaming and put them down in an instant. And I think all the fights that we've seen MIBR take, they've been very quick in converting. Even in this, as we can see, the replay, quick hits coming in from Yago on the sniper. That is the initial approach that troubled Fluxo. They had an opportunity to recover, and on the other end, Al-Ali also troubling them. But Bobs, going to give it to them. Last man standing over there, looking forward to extra eliminations, ends up getting 2 more, and that's going to be a total of 18 for the lot of Fluxo.
Yeah, they get 18 eliminations. MIBR Los gets 14, and in a pretty ironic way, Bobs getting cut down in the hands of his former teammate Yago, who actually won 2023 together as well. So again, a bit of a bittersweet reunion on Bermuda. But what a start we have! I mean, of course, barring the fact that RQ got wiped out first, which is unfortunate circumstances. I'm pretty sure Conchita is losing her mind backstage. But we're gonna take a moment to breathe and let these teams get back on track. And we'll be back with you guys in just a bit.
Is here, MT7. I am so happy to talk to you right now because Brazilian fans gave you a nickname called Baby Goat. Do you really think you are a goat? And why you think you can help your team to win AWC this year? MT7, os fãs brasileiros te deram o apelido de Baby Goat. Você realmente acha que você é um GOAT? E como é que você acha que você pode ajudar o seu time a vencer o AWC 2026?
Trabalhei muito, hoje eu me considero um GOAT aí do Free Fire, né? E, mano, pra ajudar meu time é naquela funçãozinha minha, né? Dar um suporte, derrubar o primeiro, segundo, terceiro, quarto, fazer uns highlights maneiro. E é isso, é básico.
Of course, I consider myself a GOAT because I have worked really hard through all these years. And of course, I'm gonna have a good performance to help my team to win AWC 2026, doing what I do better, being a sniper. Thanks so much, MT7, and I'm gonna see you during the match at AWC 2026. High five. And we are back here, and right now I'm with RRQ Kazoo, Abai, and the coach Adi, who's gonna translate for us. Okay, so last year you guys were really close to the title. You finished in the second on standings. What have changed from last year to this year?
Kita kemarin ada di posisi kedua. Chance apa yang mau kita bawa kemarin sampai sekarang? Maksudnya apa yang mau kita lakuin dari yang kemarin untuk hari ini? yang kita lakuin ya kita pasti lebih disiplin aja sih dari yang kemarin. We must try to more discipline before last season.
Perfect. Okay, we all know Indonesia is a powerful region, and you guys are defending the title. I mean, not your team, but Indonesia in general. Do you think you guys are favored to win this year since you finished last year in the second in the standings?
Tahun kemarin kan Indonesia cukup powerful ya, Pak ya, 1 2 3. Nah, menurut lu untuk season ini gimana? Gue yakin 3 tim Indonesia bakal 1 2 3 lagi. Tapi yang pertama tetap tim RRQ. Yeah, we trust in this season. It seems like last season Indonesia still powerful, and we hope in this year team from Indonesia they still stay on top 3.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the interview. We wish you a good luck during the matches, and I will see you there in the arena, right? Thank you so much, guys.
For RRQ, not really how you wanted to start off the day, being the first team eliminated. Hopefully it's not a caster curse. We'll have to see what's going to happen in the next 5 matches for that squad. But if you're a Brazil fan and you were jumping up there, just playing all those drums, my goodness, what a start for that squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ending the game with top 2 coming from Brazil, it's just something that we'd expect. Because it's simple. Like, Fluxo was dominating it in terms of numbers. Even when they jump in against the opponents, they just are aiming for those squad wipes. So, MIBR lost to some team that we didn't expect to get that booyah as well. So, they were just stalking, waiting in the shadows until that final pounce.
One team that will be kind of stalking and just waiting to pounce on that second game. I know it's going to be some of those Indian squads, because actually one of them, Total Gaming, ended up having one of the best performances that
even with that, like Jump was just, as you mentioned, just going into the sides until he reached Windmill, went in for a revive, and then even in the final phases of the circle, he's like Twisted Mind is part of it. So this is not something that we often see from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but speaking of differences, I'm actually a bit disappointed because we were hoping to see something more from Team Fatality, right? They are showing that being different is actually something that you can do to achieve a better result. But unfortunately, that's not what we see in the first two games. Right now, they are still kind of scattered at the 7th position overall with only 8 elimination points. That's kind of sad, actually.
Yeah, maybe they'll be able to turn it around. I mean, they are practicing something new. We were kind of hinting at it too. We didn't really know how it was going to go. Could have gone great, could have gone bad. But one team that did have a great performance there in that last match was Al Ali, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they don't really expect that kind of performance, though. We're not aiming for Booyah yet. They are just going for elimination, making sure that they are consistent with their placement point. And there was we're seeing a similar pattern here for those who are taking the top of the board. Just stay silent, make sure that you can go for elimination, aggression from a distance. That's what I can say. Go for those elimination out of the snipers. Just capitalize on that. I mean, Solara is one of that map, though you can move fast because it's slide rails, but there's also a lot of elevation that you can work with to get all those eliminations.
I mean, you're talking about be aggressive from afar. Okay, all right, Vitality. I mean, you got 2 snipers. Maybe we'll start seeing that. One team that was able to actually be even more aggressive there in that second match was none other than RRQ, as we're going to be taking a look here at the overall ranking. Fluxo with 38 points. And Fluxo, honestly, Neptune, they started off hot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're getting back-to-back squad-wide. I would say it was still a slow lobby. I would say for the first 2 or 3 phase, but you've seen how well they hunt their opponents. They know the rotation of what will be taken or needs to be taken to choose their fight. They're not going in a little bit too careless at that point, and that has been the strategy of Fluxo right now. And given that there's not so much of the giants, the titans, I would say that's part of Group A. Group B, they are just wrecking it.
Yeah, and I mean, if we talked about that strong start from teams, right? Come out of the gate swinging, and that's exactly what Fluxo did. 15 eliminations, I believe, in match 1, giving them that incredible strong start, and obviously showcasing that on the leaderboard. But Lilas, how can you not be hyped with what's going on for Team Fluxo behind us? Like, we talk about the mentality of players, right?
Yep.
How could you not be hyped having this whole entire crowd just like playing drums and singing your song? Like, it's absolutely incredible, and it's working for them. Like, can I have a crew that follows me around with drums and Slice when I'm napping, like wake me up and stuff? Can I get a production? Can I get that organized? Thank you.
They were absolutely non-stop during the matches. Right now, that's why they're kind of calm, because they're being able to relax a little bit. But going back, we saw RQ there trolling with just 13 points. I know this is one team that you were very high on, Conchita. How are you with their performance so far? You didn't want them to start off slow. They did bring it back in that second match.
Yeah, one thing for sure is that I think we really need to consider talking about our favorite team in the beginning of the show, because there is some serious jinxing going on. It happened with Aurora before, and now it happened with RQ now. Like, what the hell? From now on, I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. But yeah, in all seriousness, I think RRQ, well, the first game, obviously, it wasn't a great start at all. Being the first team to get sent back to the lobby was honestly quite embarrassing for a team in their caliber. But then again, it's what really lit the fire under their asses, I think. Because if we see what happens in the second game, I think they are getting slightly better. They are trying to learn more about their opponents, and that's what exactly what they did.
They're so humble. That's so nice. Like, hey, you guys get some limbs and we'll just get them late. What a humble team. We knew this from the start.
They're getting a breather.
Oh, wow. But I do think that they're learning a little from the mistakes that they did in the first game, and hopefully they're just gonna keep climbing up the ladder. But for now, I'm not feeling it still. I am not. I mean, looking at the statistic itself, 9th position, 13 points, 13 elimination points. What the hell is that?
But then again, I mean, in Southeast Asia, they were dubbed the masterminds.
Yeah, the
so
bomb.
that's a possible reason where she's coming from, the studying their opponents and probably bringing something in. But one thing that I want to see is, we've seen that in game number 2. Mal was left alone, even a sniper. He couldn't defend himself because he doesn't have the weapon. But on Clash Squad, where it's a different mode, he was practicing those CQCs. So if we can bring that to Battle Royale, and that's one thing that they can do, just to make sure that they can survive and not be caught off guard, similar to what we've seen often happen, especially if there's snipers and one left behind.
Yeah, I keep saying that if EFOS has Russia at the center stage, I do believe that Mal should be given more chance to take the spotlight in RRQ, because he actually got what it takes. And again, he's also one of the youngest players that is playing for RRQ. So yeah, I think it's just a great opportunity for him to really shine and do what he's able to do best.
It could be just first game jitters. That's what we're gonna throw up the first game too, because they did end up bouncing back on that second match. Now, as we're getting closer here towards the second half of their series, almost closer towards the end of day 1 of Freefire at EWC 26, we do need to see a bit of a reaction. I know there's some other squads that we want to see a reaction, because we don't want to see what happened there earlier on with Group A. I'm going to be looking. We just talked about them. Team RQ, Team Vitality, and Lucifer. I know you're currently looking as SAUL Esports. You gotta wake them up, Lucifer.
Indeed, I agree, Seven, that SHUL Esports have to pick it up, because Troll individually has done big, but I think the entire name of the game, at least in Group B so far, is that you have to adapt. We ended up seeing Team Secret, who were very silent in the game number 1, instantly adapted to game number 2, and now they're all in, got their booyah already. Even Twisted Minds did not have a great start, but on the other end, Fluxo. So far, this entire lobby of Group B Husky hasn't seemed wayward, running away from somebody.
Yeah, we have slightly tighter margins, right? Like, it's not like after game 2 we see a very top-heavy lobby, which is very good, because I think even up to the 7 and 8 spot, there's a pretty good chance that they can make it in the top 4 by the end of this evening. Speaking of which, I do, want to bring out some of the points that our experts have kind of put out on the table. I think, RQ, I gotta say, Conchita, my heart goes out to you. 3rd time could be the charm.
Could be.
Could be the charm. Vitality, though, that still looking for that magic, right? Again, I think Solara has always been the map that I look forward to for Team Vitality, because I feel like that is sort of what is going to light the fuse for them to come online. But in this case, it was completely extinguished in the mid game, and now it begs the question of where else is Vitality going to able to kickstart that engine?
One thing that we know, where we are heading here for game number 3, that's gonna be towards Purgatory. Whereas heaven or hell, it's time for teams to show up. And maybe, as Seven mentioned, SHUL Esports, they rise to the occasion, picking up eliminations. Yes, like how RRQ did, it's also time for placement points.
Placement points integral if you want to talk about potential tiebreakers at the end of the day. Very rare occasion, but it's always good to have some insurance policy. And in this case, I'm looking forward to see if teams are going to go to Moat House, because when we saw Group A, no teams actually like to go there. You play around the perimeter on the southern side of the Moat House, but if I remember correctly, memory serves, Twisted Minds should go north side, and in this case, they have company in the form of Mia Corp.
Now, Mia Corp have not had a great start so far. They're looking at around 6 points, similar to what Straw Hats. I think these are the only 2 teams that are a little bit of an offset compared to the entire 10 lot that we have, who are looking closer, tighter, as you already mentioned, and the fight already breaking out between these 2. Looking at it, Twisted Mind should have the upper hand, and there it goes. Diamond, he already gets the opening. And that's the very first elimination. But a quick answer back by Nyx. But can he pick up the elimination? Can he confirm it? That's going to be crucial. Kappa trying to use the chrono and confirm the elimination. But it's now working in their favor. They're about to lose another, and Kappa also goes down. More players from Mia Corp dropping one by one in the hunt for just to pick one elimination against Twisted Minds. But finally the opening. Diamond is down, and Nyx answering back towards the sides of Twisted Minds.
This is going to be a tough one, but Jump actually gets eliminated. But the AK-47 of Nyx, and he comes out, Prevail. Now has to take that car away. SAUL showing up to the occasion, blows up the vehicle, and unfortunately there's no escape around this time. as he pays with his life, but at least there is some significant damage dealt to Twisted Minds as they are down to their last member, and we did discuss about this. They love Mode House, but in this case, they are trapped at Mode House.
One thing for sure, just like how we ended up seeing this fight, is you cannot be weighing the scale on just one team. It could change within the blink of an eye. Twisted Minds had the upper hand over there, but instantly turned around Mia Corp and now SHUL Esports. And similarly, Total Gaming have to do some magic right as now. Spotting the player Joker from Lion, breaking the glue wall open. Not the best weapon for Aztec, but he had his teammate on the other end, and Votak pushing him into his crosshair, and they find the knock. Confirmation to follow as well. And Total Gaming this time going a rather aggressive approach at the very start, finding the next knock as well, and that's going to be Aztec.
Sets it up for Water and confirms one himself as well. Total Gaming up to 2. Hacks the third one to get chased down with his Mafia with the Car 98. So make it 3 for the Indian team. But the job is not done just yet. They might have weathered the storm and sent Lion packing temporarily, but RRQ has just shown up in the compound, attracted by the gunfire, the noise of bullets flying in the air. And let's see if Total Gaming can hold a candle to the Kings of Kings.
It is going to be tough. Of how we ended up seeing RRQ without getting any point, going down in game number 1 and instantly in game number 2, 13 total eliminations. If they had placement points, they'd have looked at the top 5. And now they have an opportunity. But Total Gaming, they took an aggressive foot forward. Can they continue that is something that we have to wait and approach for. But Ali, this team from the very beginning have been surprising every squad and now challenging Fluxo, taking the player but sent down. And Fluxo in trouble. MT7's also spotted. Hawk will try to take him down with his crosses. Sneaking through. Can he find the hit on the Car 98? But no, so far. And somehow Fluxo will be able to make a run.
And RQ has done some significant damage to Total Gaming. 2 of them go down. But Mafia responds and Kai and gives himself the third RRQ, shattered in an instant.
Everybody who watches Total Gaming in India, they know what Mafia is capable of. If he is in form, the entire squad will rally with him. And it seems like in game number 3, they've decided. And Maal, again the last man. Neptune spoke about this. Being a sniper, the last man is not at all the best way to play it. If that Suzy passive works out, he has a lot of coins. He does it at this point, but it's only 1300. Not a full squad revive, but he'll still manage to do something because it's the early game.
Yep, and he's forced to backtrack as well because you have Bunny from SAUL Gaming on that low ground. No vending machines inside Ma'ao. With the weight of the entire team on his shoulders, just like the previous game. He's done it once, but there's only a limit to how much revives he can bring back before the weight crushes him. Check back with RQ in just a little bit. Straw has now shown up the compound of Mia Corp, who are just vacating that spot, but you gotta look back at this moment where Ma'ao gets the setup to his team, finds 2, but immediately the response came in from Mafia to get even more damage done.
Wait, Mal? He takes the zip line. Heading back, RQ, he did not get the revive. Yeah, this was a very risky approach. Shanky, if he knew that was happening through the zipline, he could have taken him down. But Maal making a run, Shanky has spotted him, but I think he will be able to manage. No! He gets blocked! Oh! Just in time! Rans and Duts get picked. And they're back in action. They'll be flying up, but almost Shanky got him. And he would have taken that knife and driven through RRQ and out of this game.
Yeah, by his deathbed, he brings 2 of his teammates back and keeps the heart of RRQ beating. And for now, Ma'ao has done his duty. And it's up to both the captain and the young gun to keep that legacy going and see if RRQ can make it further down the road. We're looking at a total of 16 points for now, barring, excluding the placement points. Vitality also, another team that we're looking for magic. And I can't believe I'm saying this, Lucifer. We came into today, and I thought that EVOS is going to be the team that struggles the most out of the 3 Indonesians, but that was not the case, right? EVOS, even though we've only won Booyah, did finish top 4 in Group A. And right now, it's Team Vitality who are struggling the most.
I think we were having this discussion, right? When we were talking about maybe they also themselves were telling us that maybe it was just an experimental phase down in SES Spring. And it actually looks, they are able to deliver results here on the EWC stage.
Part of me actually didn't want to believe it. I thought that I thought it was an excuse.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
But no excuses for Twisted Minds. They almost had control of it, and this time they're taking an approach to a couple of the isolated players from Straw Hats who went all the way to Moat House. Not an approach that we've seen in the recent times of Free Fire that anybody heads in that direction. An isolated, desolated land of Moat House, but Straw Hats, they think that's the safe haven because they are losing players. As you can see, Twisted Minds clear that position at the edge of the shore, and Straw Hats had to go for another revive, get the player back up, and the circle, thankfully for Twisted Minds, move north.
Yeah, actually, a blessing in disguise. PLS1 taking a drop of the reminder, so Al Ali will have to halt their rotation for now. And Team Secret, they're not going to wait. Riding off the momentum of Game 2, where they had a fantastic sequences of events that led to the Booyah. Let's see if they can feed off of that energy. As Al Ali, they've shown us that they can fight, and they will fight back.
They will. They've been at the top of the charts, but so do Team Secret want to get in that direction. This time trying to try and find an opening. So far they've not found. Rather they've found and received damage. They've been forced to back off. And there is it. TQ has been taken down. Now on 7, he's also been spotted. Oh God! He doesn't get anything to say. Had the launcher in the hand and will be launched back into the lobby. Nothing else. Now on 7, he's also spotted. Went to the vending machine and he turns it around with the help of PLS1. And Team Secret, they bring it back.
PLS1 with the build out in the last second to cut down the ranks of Al Ali, who seemingly had an advantage, but falls in the hands of PLS1 as he locks in an ace for his team. The 6th point in this game and the first team to wipe out Al Ali in this lobby.
That was not thought of. I was Al Ali almost looking in control, but anything can happen is what Group B is the game of.
I can't believe it. PLS1 left to his own devices and was able to work magic.
Exactly.
3 consecutive shots to take down 3 individual rushes, running at his teammate. That is the kind of support that we need. That is what defines this current meta, where snipers are everything. They mold the world and they shape the results. And Team Secret now in a powerful spot.
And so is Lion. Rawan with that Winchester. Picking up a couple in his name. Drop the player, quick on the confirmation as well. Team Secret, after finding a full-on wipe, they have another challenge right in front of them. That's going to be Fluxo, the roaring fans right here in Paris. And now they have a challenge in front to try and push out Team Secret. It's not been easy. From game number 2, the pacing, and especially after what PLS1 did. And look at his position. I don't think they have an idea about it. And if he starts hitting, and he does, MAD to B, he puts Bobs down, and trouble already striking for Fluxo. And they cannot get closer. Bobs wants to get closer to his teammate Butson, but it's not going to happen because there's the Bolt Maker also called. Could be trouble here for Fluxo, but there might be a disguise of blessing by Twisted Minds if they decide to take a fight with Team Secret.
Potential 3-way fight here. Team Secret having a bit of a compound to work with, and on top of that, a vending machine right at their doorstep. So any emergency supplies or revives can be achieved. And Fluxo now going to step on the gas. PLS1 out of there with the launch pad to reconvene with the rest of his team and completes the rendezvous. So dodging a bullet, but putting themselves in the vicinity of Twisted Minds. But fighting one team is better than 2. Fluxo could take this opportunity to get a couple of free points.
That was one of the smart moves coming in from Fluxo to make sure that they go behind the sniper and not give him position. And now Twisted Minds have the advantage of it because all the players from Team Secret have been crunched. They've been forced to be together, and Twisted Minds like this. Diamond on the flank. He spots the players, but Fluxo, KO! He puts Diamond down from afar. This is the problem. When you let another team take control of a position, especially in the circle, they feel a lot more confident. And now Fluxo, that's what they're feeling. Now they're chasing the players. Bobs, the man who was knocked by Team Secret, is now wanting to revenge for that action.
Yeah, Fluxo really pushing forward right now. They had control of the stage zone. They could play gatekeeping, but they wanted more. And in this case, thankfully for Team Secret, nothing of value was lost. Even the vehicle wasn't completely wrecked, so they could rotate up to the high ground. And in fact, right now, because the circle doesn't hurt as much just yet, Team Secret could set up shop on this high ground and actually scout out the area before making a future rotation. There's also a zip line that they could utilize in times of emergency, but the decision will be made to cross past the northern side of the map and get around both Twisted Minds and Fluxo.
This fight has been going back and forth. Twisted Minds trying to kind of itch towards Team Secret and Team Secret as well. It happened in the previous game, but right now it has to conclude. Because if Twisted Minds do not get taken down, then it's going to be Team Secret. Flash Freeze being used. The dash coming out from the bars, but he couldn't find an opening. And there, PLS1, he turns it around. He puts the player diamond down and he's in trouble. Jump the bars as well as Exposy need to do something. But it's only Exposy who finds PLS1, but maybe it's a little too late.
A bit of a consolation prize right there for Exposy, but still the rest of Twisted Minds have already been eliminated and Exposy joins them in the grave. And Team Secret finds another wipeout here. First starting with Al Ali and now following it up with Twisted Minds. They should have no problem bringing their teammate back. There's a vending machine right in front.
Yep.
And right in the safe zone as well. And they can get there on time. Seems like everything is laid out for Team Secret to potentially make it to the final stage again.
Could be a back-to-back. Not something that we've not seen. We've already seen in Group A that happened. Maybe Team Secret try to replicate the same for their own. And there is the revive. But on the other hand, Fluxo, it seems like they've found players from SHUL and they're troubling them. And on top of it, RRQ find Mia Corp. And that's going to be an end for Mia Corp. They've not been having a great start at all here in Group B. They've been at the bottom of the charts. They need to pick up pace. But Fluxo, they've been picking it up. They're at already the top of the charts. The only thing that they're missing is the Booyah. Game number 1, they're very close. Game number 2, they couldn't. They got taken down. But now, if they fight Team Secret and put them down, the challenges for Booyah will be swept out.
And this is round 2. They put Team Secret in a very uncomfortable spot, but Team Secret conquered that hurdle and now are back for revenge. Gio with the push on forward, Gluon goes down, but instantly from Captain bombs at the setup, and Fluxo have cut Team Secret down to just PLS1, who was brought back early on. But can PLS1 get the bailout again? Doesn't seem like it is going to be a reality this time. Fluxo coming out on top.
PLS1 again quickly running away. He was the saving grace. Yes, an ace was found, but now no challenge for him to take the player down. He had to go out of the zone. An extra effort that he has to put and win it out. But on the other end, the team who's putting a lot of efforts after getting their very first Booyah here in Group B. That's going to be MIB a loss. They did lose out a player, but they already have 8 eliminations. Playing inside the circle, but Koja with the dually puts the last player of SHL Esports down. It's not working for them yet. They've not found their winning ways. These young guns are missing their player, their captain Prince, and they are not able to yet adapt in such a high competitive pace.
And a different story for Team Vitality this time, racking up double digits in terms of elimination as Yago cleaned up the remnants of Team Secret. No more back-to-back this time. 5 teams remain. Fluxo looking incredibly healthy, same as Vitality, as both teams have gone on a tear. But there's a very good chance that we see RQ run up the causeway and into Total Gaming, who are controlling both areas. MT7 finding a sneaky one from behind. Abai right into the fire. And of course gets the burns to a crisp.
That was a very quick save coming in, and that's the reason I was talking about how crucial Mafia is. He lets them all rush through and back again into the game. All 4 men standing, Total Gaming ready for this Final 4 standoff. MIB a loss are the only team who have a 3-man playoff that they have to go against the 4 lot of all the survivors we have.
Will be the first time on the world stage that a team from India gets a Booyah, and how close are we to that, Lucifer? Dreams can come true, and we're taking a step at a time. Total Gaming has to face off against MIB Outlaws, and Haone is the one that gets the upper hand. The Winchester, Zebank, up against Fluxo on the other end. VSS doing a magic there, but Shanky has been brought back up. The nades now come true. Riptide Rhythm unleash. Yago in danger, but still putting up a bit of a resistance to pin down the members of Total Gaming, but they're in the face of MIB Outlaws. General takes out Water. The members of TG cut down to just 3.
General bringing it down to a 3v3, troubling Total Gaming, and now Total Gaming with the zone closing in. They are forced out of space. MIB Outlaws are able to hold their own. Aztec gets taken down by Yago with the sniper. Confirmation coming through. Shanky a little too late to just find a knock there. And MIB Outlaws for India, who wanted to see if there could be a Booyah. They put those dreams to rest for now. And MIB Outlaws are not stopping there. Yoga again once more picks up on Budzin. That's going to be on Fluxo. And MIB Outlaws might be looking forward to another Booyah. And Yago already at 7 total eliminations.
And Koja speeds up that process. The nade takes out Bobs. And unfortunately, Diggs is now going to be in the crosshairs of MIB Outlaws. Haone with the rush as well. Team Vitality, they actually have more members. Diggs with the rush through. Getting tagged but not down just yet. Jago with the confirmation. Someone needs to stop this guy. He has won a world championship in this banner, and the Team Vitality is letting him run loose. Jago again. With Fim on the survive, looking for a conversion. General leads the charge. Team Vitality getting picked apart, and everything set up by Jago. MIBR lost with the second booyah.
It looks like Brazil is here in EWC for the title, taking it away from SEA, taking it from any other region because they've been looking for it. They have conquered the world stage once, but EWC is something that they've been missing for a long time. And what a game coming in from MIBR Loss, especially Jago. A man to hold his own on the sniper when players are rushing. 8 total eliminations on his own.
Insane performance. Last year, when Los was on the cusp of victory, they were the only team from Brazil that had a chance to win Champion Rush. They were denied. But that time, Jago wasn't with them yet. And he could be the missing piece. He was one Magic Squad that FFWS Global Finals in 2023. He was the one that showed that Skylar still has value when everyone else has forgotten about that character. 2024, he got dispatched, not a part of Fluxo. MT7 took his spot and won that trophy. But right now, under the banner of MIBR Loss, he is reminding everyone who he used to be.
This is just incredible to pull off like this, and especially when we have teams who want to make sure that they get their very first booyah. MIBR Loss already having 2 of their own. And look at it. It just seemed like point and shoot for him. That was the POV for us. It didn't look like he had a bit of an hassle. He had to look for opponents. They were right in front. Just put up the scope, and the players were taken down one after another. And you can see the happy faces of MIBR Loss. That's another victory that they get for themselves. A booyah that will be written in their overall rankings to put them on the top of the charts.
They've technically already won the tiebreakers in a way, right? 2 booyahs is not easy to achieve, but if there's a team that has put ahead, I think we just found it. MIBR Loss, really just incredible performance, right? We were looking for teams to hit the ground running, but we are also looking at the same time for them to close out strong, because that what matters the most. And I think MIBR, they have the recipe for both of their category.
Yeah.
They hit the ground running, and they closed out strong 3 games in a row.
Right now, see, we've done with almost the halfway, if you want to call it. Yes, we have 12 games in total, but at least for day 1 of the group stages, Group B has played their 3 games. They should have understood the whole lobby. Now, if you take one team out, there's 11 other teams that they have to understand of what they need to do better off. And let's hope they start doing better, because right now, they are taking a quick breather, and they will be jumping back into the lobby. So you guys don't go anywhere.
We book Esports World Cup.
We're between some of our matches right now, so I decided to run up here and catch up with Nonstop Gaming. Talk to me a little bit about what it's been like co-streaming here from EWC 2026.
Yeah, I think the setup is literally crazy, and the vibe of the whole stadium is literally good. And this is the first time, like I streaming, this time I selected for the co-stream, and this is the first time. And you know, the 3 Indian teams are there, and hopefully they will do very, very good. We are expecting a very, very good matches. Let's see.
All right, now tell me what it's been like being in Paris this year.
Yeah, I think, I mean, might be it's about we are lucky that the Bastille Day, I think yesterday we saw the Eiffel Tower and the fireworks and the many, yeah. There is a very, very good show, and we have been like, we are very lucky to have the EWC and the same thing happening in the, I think around same day.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, you can be biased in this question, okay?
Okay.
Who is your favorite to win the whole thing here for Freefire?
I think for sure, I want that our team will win. So we have like 3 teams: Asset 12, IQ Toll Gaming, and Team Apex Gaming. So I don't like for Team Apex Gaming, it's not a very good start, but hopefully they will come back tomorrow because today we score only 41 points. But let's hope for best for the Asset 12 and IQ Toll Gaming, because I think they did a very good start, but we have like 4 games remaining. So let's see.
We still have not only 4 games remaining in this, but lots of gameplay left so far in Free Fire. So we'll have to see how everybody does. And I don't want to take you away from your chat for too much longer. So thank you so much for chatting with us. You know, enjoy the rest of the series.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, it's Face and Kachita here to bring you more of the storylines from Free Fire. And I think Buriram United Esports better watch out because MIBL just got their second booyah.
Yeah, that was amazing. 3 games and 2 booyahs. That is quite something for MIBR. But also, we need to talk about Team Secret, because for a second there, I thought this was going to be their game. They wiped out Al Ahly and then they wiped out Twisted Minds. And if I remember correctly, they won the FFWS Spring 2026 by getting consecutive booyahs, back-to-back booyahs. And I thought it was something that they would actually achieve again on the 3rd game. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case because MIBR are surely the strongest contender now.
And I mean, Team Secret and Twisted Minds kind of are forming this little bit of rivalry, if you've noticed. In those first couple of matches, it was them in that final zone. Then in that previous game there, they had an altercation in kind of the northwestern side as well. But it looks like Team Secret just have that little extra secret sauce to be able to take out Twisted Minds, and they don't seem to get their footing.
Yeah, but speaking of MIBR, once again, that last circle, girl, that was so intense. That was crazy intense. And to see that they're now at the 4th place with 31 points, 18 elimination points. I think you're right. Buriram United Esports better watch their back. I mean, we still got 3 games to go. Anything can still happen, right?
And if we've seen it in Free Fire. So, you know what? I feel like it might be happening. Can they get a 4th? I don't know. It's going to be a little bit exciting, but to be able to achieve that sort of thing in the starting rounds, I mean, MIBL, y'all better be watching them because 3 booyahs is coming their way. But of course, I know we're very much itching to get into those next matches. Lucifer, do you think MIBL is going to be able to achieve that 3rd booyah?
Yes, there could be another opportunity here for MIBR. They've been looking really good. And the action that they brought in, they've put themselves on the top of the charts. A total of 62 points, 37 eliminations. And as you guys already pointed out on stage, that maybe Buriram might have to watch out. Yes, Evo's Divine, they're not have to be worried about, but a close competitor very soon.
Yeah, very, very close. In fact, MIBR was actually a big competitor to BRU last year in Ria.
Yeah,
you know,
there you go.
It's coming together, baby. It's coming together. That's what makes Free Fire such a competitive and fun esports title. A lot of times, and that's why it's hard to escape the allegations that hey, we predetermine some of these things. As I gotta say, it's so intertwined right now. You can step on any part of the machine, and something will fall into place. But one thing that has yet to fall into place is where do we place RQ again?
I'm not sure. I think we have to ask Conchita as well as Neptune again, because they've been the ones who've been talking about it. And hey, I don't know if there's a jinx, but maybe something that we will look later towards. But I think there could be an opportunity where RRQ now recover, right? They've had an idea what Team Secret is doing. MIB lost on the other end on a spree. Looking forward to Yago of how he's been sniping across, and Fluxo almost getting to all the top 4s in the final fights.
And we did say that the second half of the matches for Group B theoretically should be ID favorites. Theoretically should be RQ and Team Vitality that gets put under the microscope. Again, Nextera, Kalahari Nextera, it starts with here. And honestly, I think on Nextera, I look at RQ. We're not looking at number 1 placement stats, but it's good enough, right? It's good enough to suffice for RQ to give us something to be happy about. I think same with Team Vitality. Lion going over the Intellect Center, a very less desired spot. But we also have S8UL against Straw Hats. Actually, Straw Hats are very spread out.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate, very early clash that we're seeing at Deca Square happen right now. And Straw Hats are already looking at the bottom, and it seems like it could be trouble. But as we look at our stats, we can see SATUL are the ones who are dropping the numbers, and SATUL, they are also close to those bottom two that we've been talking about. And teams need to now start worrying, because as we have reached the halfway mark, if everybody doesn't start jumping in to figure out if they start losing points, it is trouble. They'll miss out on opportunities. They'll miss out to getting back towards the top 4, or at least staying in the 10, because if they're in the bottom 2, they will be eliminated.
Yeah. I think at least in this case, we saw a bit of a disengage. That spot was taken over by RRQ as they fill in the void. So now RRQ is Straw Hat's problem. SAUL escaping with one remaining member. Pincer Tech coming in. We get a quick replay of this earlier clash that we saw on the radar. And unfortunately, SAUL just hit the ground running slightly slower.
Yeah.
And the Mini Uzi can make a lot of difference in this early game. And unfortunately, these 1v1s didn't really go in favor of SAUL. Straw Hats coming out on top with 3 points. 4 points, in fact.
I think there was a better rebound between the players of Straw Hats, and especially their abilities, their skills coming into play. But right now, the action keeps striking. Straw Hats did not have enough time to get back their resources to go for the fight, and RRQ, they had enough time. They're picking up the players. They confirm 2 of them and get to eliminations. Nil is also stuck. Riptide Rhythm, and that is going to be his defenses blown open. And with that, that's going to be a 3rd elimination. And we were mentioning, where do we place RRQ? This is where, always looking at eliminations, they somehow find it. Placement points is something that they have to add on to this aggression.
I mean, they're the masterminds after all, right? Maybe they have some grand plan that we haven't figured out just yet. And for a good reason, because if we figured that out, we probably would know the results. Maybe India Multiverse RRQ, somewhere out there in the wild, they have it all planned out. But Team Secret is a team that started off slow, but the past 2 games have had great performances. Maybe not so great in Game 3, they did kind of fumble in the middle, but we also got to give props to the teams that took them down, right? MMBR loss was quite the force. Total Gaming as well, finishing 4th on that map. As they say, Total Gaming, Mafia shows up on the feed, taking out Bunny. Fluxo also in that altercation, as Diamond gets gunned down as well. Team Secret with the 3rd.
It seems like a lot of flurry eliminations are happening. Vitality also picking up on Fluxo, MT7 out of the play, but instantly Vatsin gets the player revived. So it's just back and forth for the time being, and the player who just got revived just got picked mid-air. So Fluxo have another effort to add on to go to the vending machine. But Mafia, the man who picked up the elimination, spots another opponent right in front of him. Riptide isn't being used, but Extra, he's better because he had the max 7 and his teammate as a backup. And Mafia's down. So Total Gaming having this separated approach did not work for them to get another additional elimination. However, Straw Hats seems like they're recovering. They've had 5 eliminations so far at the start of this game.
And the revives keep on coming, right? We see so many bodies drop, so many points acquired by different squads, and yet we still have 43 again. It's gonna cycle. We're gonna cycle through these numbers for a while. As Jump finds a trade with him and the Team Secret, losing on numbers just a little bit. In the last game, they had to rely, and they could rely on PLS1. And here comes the savior. Diamond has that location locked down. PLS1 deny the pickup. Is still going to come in onto it. The shoulder is showing. And fully denied. Tristan Mice this time will not let Team Secret walk away scot-free.
Unfortunate. 2 different angles in Team Secret. They get trouble. TQ as well as Nan7, they're the last survivors, and I think he might be taken down. Nan7 is also spotted. Diamond with his AUG puts him down, but the trouble is not done yet, because Miyakop, they entered into this fight. They want to bet in terms of eliminations, because they've not had a great game so far in the start. 3 games done. This is game number 4. Miyakop need to get back to those eliminations, need to get back to placement points, and they've found 3 so far. And Twisted Minds, they've now taken a little bit of a silent approach with the boss. I know he is worried and spots the player while he was completely unwary of another team being available or for a fight, and instantly the boss puts him down, and Miyakop suffered a loss. But another team who suffered a big loss is going to be Team Secret, who are now swept out.
The boss now finds a second challenger, which is Nick. And he turns around and finds Josper. Another body slam in the face of Miyakop. But the boss is hit on a one-man mission. John Wick style here. Can Nick find him though? I mean, the boss could still do some heavy damage, and all with the absence of his teammate. So can you imagine the amount of chaos they could rain on Miyakop when the rest of Twisted Minds complete that rendezvous in that area? MIBR lost, playing on the outskirts this time, at the coastline. SAUL in front of them, and Rick B relays that information. The Dynamo clears. Spot is slightly ahead, confirming the presence of no one. So now they can focus on the members of SAUL.
Oh no, big trouble. SATL Esports already receiving big damage. And everybody lost are closer than they think. Rick B, he puts the player down. He knew what was happening. So he had already gotten closer to the haystack. And as soon as SATL decided to maybe go for a flank, the player instantly gets shut down. And Troll and Jack are now stuck in a building. Bunny way too far to help out. Troll will be taken down. Jack will be very soon found out. And Bunny, all he can do is run away, go for a revive. But Jack, he's thinking he wants to step out. Maybe look forward to an approach if there is save. But I don't think there is going to be a save button here for his teammate. All he can do is try to buy time for Bunny. Yeah.
And as long as Bunny can get out and get that revive, his job is done. Jack putting up a valiant fight. The result goes over to MIBR, lost 10 eliminations already. Just short of minute 7. We just see the standout player, was Yago, in the previous game, who clocked in 9 eliminations on his own. And so far, I mean, MIBR loss have been outclassing Fluxo, right? I mean,
yeah.
As much as, again, I big fan of Fluxo, big fan of the legacy. Recent times, MIBR lost, ever since the loss in Riyadh last year, has really fueled something in them. You see the fire burning. And not to mention with Yago's addition to the squad, this team has powered up.
Big time. And we might be looking forward to another opportunity for MIB, a loss. We saw the stage also talking about the same thing. But one team that I do want to see who have opportunity is going to be Lion. And now they spotted Joel. And he was just out in the open, running across these tracks like he owned it. And Lion instantly put him down. In this game, Lion also has 4 eliminations. Seems like they are trying to move in the direction of finding a lot more elimination. But I'm surprised that we've not yet seen any elimination from Gamez or Games King, because he's been the MVP for their team. Rather, it's been Hax who's been picking up the weights on his shoulders.
Yeah. And it's something that I think they need to dig deeper to find, right? In this case, they could start with getting solid confirmations onto Team Vitality. Makes it 5 now. Again, you call back to Games Kings. Last year on the world stage, he has been a pillar of his squad. One of the youngest player in the entire tournament, but also one of the most gifted long-range players. In a meta where snipers were sort of shoved aside, and he was the bright star. Right now, everyone is looking at him, and all eyes are on him, and yet still leaving more to be desired. Axe Tag kind of traced himself for 1. Total Gaming up to 2. Launch pad available to disengage from Lion.
Lion now getting hit upon by Total Gaming. Shanky puts Joker down, but quick trade coming in from Gamez. That's not going to be a confirmation. Oh, finally it is. So they do also lose a player. So even Total Gaming had to go for a quick revive. And Vota is the one who did that. Lion on the other end, they want to chase the player who went for the revive, the vending machine. And it's going to be Vota. He gets spotted. Winchester in hand for Hax, but he gets taken down with a rush coming in from Vota. And Vota all alone trying to hold himself off. Now Games King, he's closer, and Vota will be finally taken away because Joker from afar with the sniper puts him down.
Yep. Good attempt there from Vota to really keep Lion pinned down for the rest of his team to kind of recuperate themselves. So he gets revived regardless. So TG back to full force. This game's again slow. I mean, game 3 was the game that had the faster pace.
Yeah, it did.
Now we're slowing down a little bit. I say we slow down just because we still have 39 players in the lobby. We cycled through plenty of reincarnations at this point. We've only lost 2 teams, Straw Hats and Team Secret. Everyone else pretty healthy.
This lobby of Group B itself tells you of how different from Group A this entire set of teams are.
Yes.
Because there, everybody was very hungry for eliminations, fights, back and forth. But here, everybody wants to read each other, understand each other, because they all know elimination is not the biggest threat, but it's about going into the finals directly. You mentioned about it. Miss that survival stage 10 games and walk into the finals, prepare better strategies and be ready for it. That's what they're eyeing for, and that is getting difficult for some of the teams to figure out, even though we are at game number 4.
Yeah, even when we look at the numbers, so far some of the accolades of these players, right? Yago, 3rd in line with the most eliminations. He has 13 in total, and 9 of the came from the previous game. Total Gaming now facing RRQ. Wota, who just came back into the lobby, got removed again. And Total Gaming's members cut down in half. Shanky might have to hold the fort here.
And they're not in the best of the position. Aztec, who just went in for the revive, his position's compromised. Fluxo are going in for the chase. Shanky, he can't do anything because if he steps out, then another casualty strikes. And there it goes. The players in midair, Al-Ali, they pick out Vota once more. So nothing is working here for Total Gaming. Aztec, the man who went for the revive, he will also be taken down. And the bell is not ringing in the favor of Total Gaming. They were closer in the previous game, but in this game, they're still not able to figure out what works in their favor. But Vitality, they had to figure out, made a jump, but right into the crosshairs of Twisted Minds. 13 eliminations already, and they're looking forward to a lot more. And with a VSK, Exposy gets one more added to the team.
Bit of a distraction there that could give TG a breather to pick themselves back up and kind of put the pieces back together. But 11.5 minutes in-game time, there's really not much space to work around as Aztec gets brought back. Twisted Minds looking at 13 eliminations, RQ sitting right across, and also Fluxo in the vicinity as well. We did see the circle earlier on, centering around Boxing Gym and Decker Square, where MIBR Lost has basically hunkered down on the southern side of the safe zone. It could give them a good entry, get a couple of points under their belt, but I'm looking at Al-Ali again.
Yeah.
Last game was the only game that they didn't make it that far, but now, in the 12-minute mark, Al-Ali will have a good chance to prove themselves once more.
Right now, before Al-Ali, we have Fluxo, who have another challenge. They've always looked closer to a booyah, but they've never converted yet. This is game number 4, match number 4 that we're witnessing, and they still are trying to figure an approach where they'll be successful. But look at Lion. They knew that the flight with Fluxo will not work out in their favor. They wanted to rather be in the circle, quickly take the vehicle. Whether it gets destroyed or not doesn't matter at this point. Get to a compound, call it a safe haven so that you can fight out here on Nextera, because as we still see 12 minutes of the game, it's about to be 13. The circle's now slowly about to close in the next 30 seconds, and every team is going to be forced to fight out, and it's getting closer to Deca Square, and if the fight goes to Deca Square, it's just open lands.
Yeah, I mean, that's a gate crash if I ever seen one. But Lion keeps themselves safe, safely tucked in a compound that will keep them afloat for just a while. But this rotation of Twisted Minds might put them in front of MIBR Lost. Total Gaming in the fight with Lion. And the jaws of the Lion clamps down. Total Gaming eliminated in an instant.
This is the reason we were talking about the compound, and Lion were very smart to act about it. Total Gaming did start off, but it did not work out. And now, after Total Gaming, it seems Lion have found their jaws with a lock-on towards SATL Esports. The fight is a little too far that's happening, but they're still able to hammer them down. That tells you of what Lions are also looking forward to. A recovery of a game. But recovery is not yet happening for Mia Corp. Fluxo find the last man, and they put an end to their run. And now RRQ also jump into this flagship battle of taking down SAQL. On one end there is Lion, on the other end RRQ. Bunny gets hit, Noor right now in trouble, and Jack becomes the last man standing. Can he be the jack of all trades? I don't think that's an opportunity for him to ask or even deliver on in such a small position with so many teams still surviving.
You did say there's a risk of fights getting caught out in open areas when the circle shrinks, and it's currently the reality that some of these teams have to deal with. As the circle starts closing in, the blue will force the movements of Lion straight into RQ's compound. The Riptide Rhythm doesn't really dissuade them just yet, but big nade from Captain Dunes sets it up. Bobs also firing from behind with support from Gio on the high ground. Lion, no more.
Jack at least gets one in that mix, an additional elimination for SATL Esports, but Bobs with that M60. Brilliant stuff being done, but SAQL, they're not safe yet. The last man standing, Jack, he was initially kind of seen by Fluxo, but Fluxo, as the zone's closing in, they know they're not ready for this fight with Jack. They cannot just try to pin him down. Rather, they just jump in front, and Jack, he is peppering them down. Bobs is also knocked. 2 players from Fluxo in trouble with a quickly recovery. Having the Tiva as an advantage does help you in the nick of time.
But Gio was able to find him at the very edge of it. And that was enough to take him out of the equation. As we go down to these 5 teams, and all of them have a full squad left standing. Right out in the open is Fluxo and RQ ready to receive and challenge them up front. Abai leads the charge, and instantly RQ finds himself in the thick of it with a couple of knockdowns. Runs also steps up to the occasion. And the Jitters completely eliminated, and so does Fluxo.
RRQ, we were mentioning about them, talking about them, and now they place themselves in the top 3. This is what they wanted. They had placement. They did not have placement on their elimination, but Yago, stop this madman from MIBR Loss. He is just shooting players down like they're standing still targets. One more, Remind gets confirmed. And now MRBL lost in trouble as Maal finds General. Rigby close by, Rawan getting closer. Yago has to be the saving grace. He has to pull them from the jaws of death from RRQ.
And I think it's very doable. Hawk could also be the X factor. Rigby gunned down again by Rans. Simokes is there. Al-Ali with his save. If they make it far enough into the game, they can be one of the contenders. And here they are in top 3. With less members to work with, but enough to threaten RRQ and give MIB Outlaws some breathing room. And this seems to be the reality right now. Those glue walls need to be taken care of because they need line of sight. And Hawk is making it incredibly difficult for RQ to focus on the task at hand. So Rez gets sent in to eliminate Hawk from the equation. And now MIB Outlaws makes it closer to the compound. But Ma'au, great on his shot and right on the money, focuses down General. And MIB Outlaws down to just 2.
It's trouble. They tried to tread the line as fast as possible, use that distraction, but it still did not work out. There was only one knock, and Abhay and Rans are in front of the game. They're already super aggressive. Rawan has already received damage. What magic can Yago do? He's out in the open. This time his sniper doesn't sing of any songs to look forward to elimination. It's going to be RRQ, Rans and Duts finding the very first booyah for Indonesia.
And the captain holds the hands of the young blood and leads him to the first booyah on the world stage. And that is the exact motivation that you need for RRQ. And unfortunately for Ali, another heartbreaking loss in the final circle. And it's starting to show something that needs to be kept in check because we've seen them in the top 4. We've seen them at the podium, at least for the round itself. But it's about closing it out the game. We've seen the exact same performance from Dragons Esports last year. When it's not about the rotation, they're pretty smart about it, but it was about how you take those fights. And in this case, they are outgunned by their adversaries again.
As you can see, it seems like the plan over there in the last fight did not go in that direction. It could have been something else. They did not have to, or they did not intend to take the fight with RRQ. I think that's where everything messed up, and that is the reason we see the player a little bit heated up. That is not what we wanted to do. RRQ were already busy with MIBR loss. We had to just time it perfectly, and if Al-Ali did it, they could have another opportunity for their own booyah. But RRQ, we have to give kudos to them as well of how well they held themselves when the fight instantly turned from MIBR loss to somebody they did not even think that was so close by, and they held themselves. And instantly, on one end, how Fluxo, their fans have been roaring for so long. Now instantly it turns around to RRQ fans, and they're happy.
Yeah, I mean, again, you say that you have to stop Yago, and Yago was stopped in a different way, right? By eliminating everyone around him. But again, when MIBR took the opportunity of a distracted RRQ to make that rotation, RRQ, they understood the urgency, right? They took care of Ali as fast as possible and made sure that they still have eyes on the rotation of MIBR loss, and that gave them more than enough resources and intel to get this booyah.
Now, with Al-Ali already performing in such caliber, right? This is not a game they have to be upset about. Yes, emotions are high because everybody understands that every game is going to be crucial. Even Seven was mentioning, right? Consistency is going to be very crucial when you're in the group stages, especially if you want to make it to the grand finals directly. I think that's what Al-Ali thinks, and that is the reason we see emotions completely high at this time, especially of a game so close to a booyah. Nobody wants to miss or mess it up, and I think it does happen. That's what RRQ, for example, the first 3 games you barely saw them. 13 eliminations was the only explanation of RRQ being in the overall ranking. But now the booyah tells that there is chances of making a comeback. You have to just reset.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day is how you kind of finish the run, right? There's still chances left, and speaking of chances, we're gonna give this team some room to take a breather and readjust themselves for the upcoming game. So don't go anywhere, stay with us, we got more to come.
Welcome to Gdia City, an activation right in the heart of the Esports World Cup. And let's be honest, you can't miss it. It is so bright, it looks incredible. This activation, we have VR, we have consoles, and we have simulators that you can take part in. It's so much fun. If you're going to the Esports World Cup in Paris, make sure you come down here. And my friend Luti is over here, my stunning co-host. How are you feeling?
I'm into golf now because football is over for me.
Oh dear, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's see how accurate you can be in this golf simulator. If there's one thing that I know, it is being a dad, gaming, and golf. And so this is my third one. Let's see your accuracy on this one. 82.3%. Luti, let's see if I can beat you.
I hope for you. I hope for you. Okay, Bunny, basically now it's your turn. And in life you are doing two things. Hosting and playing golf. So hopefully you're gonna do better than me.
I mean, you're not wrong. If I don't beat you, I'll be really upset. I'll probably have to quit golf forever. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. Here we go.
It is your time.
It is my time.
Okay, that looks a little bit better than me, I have to say.
Ah, yeah! The sword goes back in the sheath at 90%! Barney Banks absolutely bringing this one home. It's okay. You can focus more on golf. I'll focus more on football for now. But for now, Lauren and Lace, it's your time.
I hate football.
All right, Barney, you had to show off those golfing skills. But for everybody currently watching, don't forget to join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Register on the EWC website. It's pretty straightforward. There's going to be a QR code at some point. Make sure you scan it. Join up, earn reward, score points, and we might end up interviewing you on the final day. And that sounds pretty sweet. So make sure you join it. There you go. There's the QR code. Go scan it right now. Because one team that has been able to step it up in a big way, especially this last match, RRQ. RRQ. Conchita.
It's about time. Honestly, it's about time. And yeah, we still have 2 more games to go, right? So this is actually a good way for them to reset, to find that rhythm, to find that, I don't know, bond that they're finally showing. And again, like I said, Mal turned out to be the saving grace of the last game for RRQ, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Miles is one of those that at this point, I think even the pressure is not facing him anymore.
Yep.
Because there's so many times in previous competition when he's going solo, he will just be going down that quickly. It did happen a few times from the earlier games, but now because he's the one who's bringing that energy to the table right now, I think there's a lot more that we can see from RRQ.
Please don't talk to me about RRQ.
Oh no,
They heal lows. Girl.
No, honestly, Carol, I was concerned because I really thought that it was going to be another booyah for MIBR. I was like, enough!
It would have been the third one.
Yes,
Remember,
the third
at
one.
the beginning
Right?
of Group B, I asked, can anybody maybe mimic what Brewer ran? And we were saying it, honestly, in a joking manner. Because nobody expected to see what happened in Group A here in Group B. And Carol, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. The fact that that squad got so close, Brazil in Group B, they're looking good.
Oh my gosh, they are doing an amazing here at AWC. And the funny thing is that during the grand finals in Brazil for Fire World Series Brazil, they were almost the champions. The thing is, the format, the champion point, didn't give they the opportunity to have their final booyah and go for the win.
I think
But
that's
they were
why
the best team of the day.
I think that's why we're seeing them just go after those wins. They want to make sure that when they go to the finals, they're going to be ready to get those booyahs. Because right now, it's working out for that squad. One squad, honestly, consistency. We were talking about it earlier. We're seeing it once again here, not only with the step up of RQ, not only with the performance of Brazil, Ali. Oh, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, one of the players of Al Ali has been reminding us why they are champions of their region. I mean, it's just like refreshing that we're seeing one team that is keeping the balance of both placement and elimination, and it's bringing themselves higher in the table. Hopefully, it's high enough to get to that top 4 because there's a lot who's taking the top 3 right now, and the lead is increasing.
Yeah, but one thing that I did realize post-match was that there was an obvious tension at the Al Ahly table. Maybe there was some sort of miscommunication. Maybe there was a couple of bad calls between the players. So that's something that they really got to watch out for because consistency, it has something to do, obviously, with chemistry. So we have still 2 games left today, and yeah, let's see how they handle the stress now.
It happens, right? You don't want to see teammates starting to maybe not go the same path in the first day. To save that for the last day. Actually, don't even save that for the last day, because then that will be finals. But the overall ranking, Los right now over Fluxo, Twisted Minds as well has been forming great. RRQ, as we mentioned, Ali, all the squads are doing great. But talking about some tension out there, we got the Fluxo fans behind us, and I know that there's some tension between those 2 Brazilian squads.
Definitely there is this competition between Fluxo and Los. It's like, how can I say, it's a romance that never ends. Yes, because we got Iago. Iago used to play with Bobs, Jill, and MT7 right now plays with the Fluxo, right? With Butzin as well. And Iago used to be their sniper. And then after the Freefire World Series back in 2023, Iago left the team, and right now they got MT7, which MT7 is the best sniper in Brazil. And probably that makes Iago so mad that right now Iago is stepping up here at AWC, and man, he's the best player today.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Iago, when the last time we saw them, he was just making highlights of his own. And, well, I would say even when MT7 stepped into Fluxo, he's also making them win those fights. So, I guess with Iago, MT7 rivalry, or let's say for the team rivalry, they will be very close in there on the battlefield. There's still a lot of storyline that can unfold out of this, but judging from the scores that they managed to maintain right here, even before we end this day for this Group B, the lead is pretty much sure enough for MIBR loss. So I don't know what miracles will happen for the other teams who's trying to catch up, because imagine, RRQ guys, I know they just had RRQ, they just had their Booyah, but they're still far away, like around 27 points.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty hard for them to catch up, and I cannot deny the fact that maybe today will be the day for the Brazilian team. So, Carol, I think you can smile and be happy about that just today.
Is that good for you?
At least I'm admitting that today is really the day for MIBR lost as well as Fluxo. But then again, if we're talking about the rivalry, I'm not really sure. One thing for sure, though, Taylor Swift should really write something about those two, MT7 and, of course, Iago. It is a love story, a complete love story of Free Fire.
Or maybe Ariana Grande. Thank you, next.
They're trying to find out who's going to be big brother, who's going to be little brother. Iago definitely doesn't want to be little brother. I mean, we know his stature is going to be outside of this frame. From all these squads, I mentioned it earlier at the start of Group B, and we're just so close to it. I want to see where you guys stand on this. Does Los end up getting another Booyah and goes for that 3, or is Fluxo gonna stop him? Carol?
Man, I think Los is stronger today, so probably I would say they would go for definitely for the 30 Booyah. And one thing very specific about Fluxo is like they got this nickname in Brazil, the boogeyman of endgame, because they only go for endgame. What they are doing here today, going for eliminations, get more points for eliminations, that's not something they used to do in Brazil, because we like to say they do like skinny booyahs. Oh. Because it's booyahs with not a lot of eliminations, you know? So it's surprising to see that Fluxo have this kind of performance here today, but definitely Los look stronger.
Hey, I like that input. Now, quickly, Neptune, is it gonna happen or is it not gonna happen?
I don't know, because so far for Fluxo, they did manage to get in the top 2 without any Booyah, but if they can steal it away from MIBR loss and equalize it like 2-2 before the final, by the end of this day, then there's a lot of things that can happen at this point.
And Conchita, for you, I want a yes or no. Which one is it gonna be?
I think I'm just here for the vibe. I'm happy with either of them. I'm just here for the drums, the music, and of course, I would be happy to see any Brazilian team take this.
Let's go. Well, let's see if it's gonna happen. Husky, Lucifer, what do you guys think? Can Brazil, especially Los, can they get that 3rd win, 3rd Booyah, or no?
Well, I personally think yes. Vamos, go all the way. You know what? screw the third booyah, get the third and the fourth booyah, right? Let's close it out. MIB Allos all the way. It's a day of celebration for Brazilian teams. Fluxo, MIB Allos, you name it. They are here to light up Group B. And now it is for every other team to prove that they are worthy of stepping up to the occasion and giving MIB Allos a worthy challenge.
I think Husky's mantra in the entire day so far has been vamos. He is just rooting for every Brazilian squad out there. But I think there's a mix that RRQ just brought in the previous game number 4. And that one reason tells me that there could be a change happening in this game of Kalahari. The open lands of the Sniper's Haven and Nest that they love to target on in Yago. He's already been doing great, and maybe he opens up at Maal. He's also finding his winning ways. Conchita and Neptune, they mentioned about it. So maybe RRQ, they get another booyah back to back.
I mean, we've highlighted Yago for the entirety of the Group B matches, right? Most damage dealt, most eliminations so far, 21 for him alone. And then they have Haone has 15, so 36 eliminations shared between two of them. Well, guess what? Yago is on the map again. But for now, to be total gaming against Lion. Fortunately, in the 1v3, Shanky stood a no chance. So 3 points for Lion.
Wait, what just happened? I mean, Al-Hali?
Was it lost? I think it was lost. It had to be.
Yeah, this is why, like, even they were mentioning on the desk, right, that hey, that was a heated argument. There was something of a disagreement between the players, and this is what happens when emotions run high and you are not ready to kind of bring a reset. You instantly lose upon a good game that you are able to deliver. And now Al-Ali going out so early is a big surprise.
Yeah. And I think on top of that is also, perhaps even when you get the reset, you get a very unfavorable drop, right? You get wiped out by a team like MIB Allos. That has got to hurt, so that's double the damage on the mental side. And this is the different part, the secondary part of competition at the highest level, right? We're not just looking at skill, we're looking at the mental aspect, the psych. How do you kind of recover from a loss? And I think, at least in this case for our lead, they have plenty of time to talk about that.
But on the other end, Lion, while they did push a loss towards Total Gaming, now there's the Indian counterpart of SAQL. And they put the player down quickly. That's going to be Bunny acting on hacks and instantly confirming as well. So Lion, who thought that this position is completely clear, now there's another challenge. There's still one player here at Santa Catarina who is not yet giving his position away. That's going to be Games King, Gamez King. Can he change the fact, or does he call reinforcements here for Lion and look forward to something big? But something big that's done is going to be from Team Vitality's Koja. 4 eliminations already, and I think while we were talking about RRQ, while we've been talking about MIB loss, I think Vitality need their end of a bargain chip where they can coin it and call themselves a 1 booyah game at least for today.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they actually got to a decent start, right? They took out 3 members of MIB Allos, who just got brought back, so that they did slow down one of the front runners of this lobby. But they themselves now on the receiving end of a couple of lead, courtesy of their own comrades from Indonesia, RRQ. And runs a newfound confidence from the previous game, right? Like, just able to lead him in the battle and kind of just reinforce the fact that he is one of the best. This is kind of what we always need from some of these newer players and their first appearance on the big stage, right? Just the fearlessness. And that's what Rans has brought. We're gonna check out here. We did say that MIB Allos basically decimated our lead and it didn't even look close.
Yeah, we just dropped. We were about to shift from the flight path and this is what happened. Hot, he's still trying to hold it off, but there's too many players from our MIB loss, and now too many players even swarming Lion in this fight. They're trying their best, but they're unable to hold it off, and that's still a challenge coming in from SAQL. Yes, they've been dabbled a little bit of a damage, but they're able to hold themselves off. Hacks again will be confirmed. Jack picking off one more, and Joker, he is going to be the last player who also gets picked off. And SAQL Esports, off to a start that they needed to eliminate a whole squad. It finally happens for them here in Kalahari.
On a map that usually has a slower tempo, we lose 2 teams 4 minutes in. Yet the volatility of this lobby continues to rear its head. A hit list put up. Vitality onto GU. Team Secret, we will revive for now, but they won't have time to kind of get the plans together with Twisted Smiles dropping by. And Diamond is on the hunt. A couple of Team Secret players nearby. Diamond might get sandwiched by Exposy on the low ground. And Huang Nam getting tagged as well. Nan7 dropping down to join with the rest of his team. Twisted Mice actually keeping quite the distance as they call down the storm.
whenever a fight between Twisted Minds as well as Team Secret happens, it doesn't go in anybody's direction. They end up having casualties, and eventually both of them get eliminated of the lobby. So I am a little wary about this action. Twisted Minds are actually getting closer to Team Secret. The position is known, and especially for Team Secret, the trouble is they lose PLS1, and then there is a lot going wrong. But right now, PLS1 with the max 7 puts the bars down. He tried to make a jump and it doesn't work out, and now he changes his weapon to take players from afar, pushing the side of Twisted Minds back, and Diamond had to go to the vending machine, revive his players, but he's completely surrounded. He cannot do anything. However, he puts PLS1 down, but before going down himself, he gets a whack to PLS1 as a confirmation.
Yeah, greeted out a little bit. Would have been better to use that primary, but at the end of the day, still getting the job done, and at quite a hefty cost. Total Gaming, on the other hand, Shanky will need a bit of time to patch himself back up. We have Troll on the other side of the open field with him, S8UL having one of the better starts today. Same as TG, both with 5 eliminations, and in fact, with TG, they're a lot more spread out. Mafia taking some shots as well, but also doing some reconnaissance. Make sure that the rest of his team can follow him. There should be confirmation that Troll is nearby.
After their game number 1 and 2, I think finally we are seeing a little bit of a change in Total Gaming. They're picking up eliminations a little more proactive, they're looking a little more confident. A little mess up happened at Santa Catalina, but we can brush that away. It does happen to everybody in the initial drops, but they managed to recover. But SATUL, they managed to recover even bigger, and that's the reason they are not caring of who's in front of them. And yes, they don't know who is, but they will look forward to eliminations. They're a very elimination hungry team, and so far they even pick up one player from Total Gaming.
I think proactiveness is the key word here, right? A lot of teams, if you play not to lose, you're eventually going to lose the teams that play to win. And it's going to be an oxymoron for majority of the time, but it has been a reality, and that's why, you know, winning these gunfights are eventually going to be the cornerstones of getting that booyah and maybe a trophy lift at the end of the journey. And the end of the tunnel right now for Team Vitality is that they are in the center of the circle, right? They have Bayfront that they can control, and a map like Kalahari, having Bayfront under your influence is actually a pretty good area to kind of park yourself under. What surprises me is that RQ didn't immediately go to Refinery.
Exactly.
Right, they're actually playing on the outskirts of that area.
Both Refinery and Command Post are almost looking empty. No teams are taking control of it. They're letting others try to get close by. Surprised to see that, but at least at Shrines, it seems like the fight keeps going on. MIBR lost. They thought this is going to be a stronghold, but right now Straw Hats having the position of the verticality, using the terrain advantage, they're trying to put them down. But General answers back, puts shots down, who is also being taken down. It's up to Extra and Nil, but they're afar. They're so on top about that they cannot be able to easily help their teammates out. But Nil at least trying to hold ground, and he's going to challenge Yago. He's been the man with the big rifle, the long barrel, and he delivers once again. Will not let MIBR loss fall down.
Not at all. And at the cost of no casualty, they should be able to retrieve Rigby in time before he bleeds out. So MIBR loss with 8 points under the belt continues with a full squad. Aztec is brought back for TG. Fluxo now under the storm, having to deal with the Miyako West. Quite made a bit of noise in the previous game. Didn't make it until the end, but does draw some attention to them and reminded that they are also part of the competition here. But the Santa Catarina is going to be the hard one with the stronghold basically controlled by Fluxo. Especially Bobs here, who is going to take that move to join up with Butchers in. They could now go for the push.
Carol mentioned, right, they're the boogeyman, but they're a skinny boogeyman, if you would want to talk about. Are they going to get closer to that? Fluxo have always been a step in front of the race for a booyah, but they've never gotten closer to it. They've always missed those last opportunities, even if they have a man advantage. But right now, they are troubling Miyakov. However, Kappa and Ripley, they put players from Fluxo down. They're turning the tides around. It's working out. They confirm players as well. Butson has to go on this 1v1 and win it out. MT7 on the other end. He is troubling SATUL. A little bit of a wavered approach coming in from Fluxo, but they're still able to hold off Miyakov.
Yep, and it goes back to what Carol mentioned earlier on, that MT7 was regarded one of the best snipers from Brazil. Today still outperformed by Yago, but has some moments of brilliance, and that was one of it. Fluxo is beaten and battered. Only half the roster remain, and S8UL shows up. Butchers in getting chased left, right, center, 4 to 5, but there's no way out of this one. Jack and Tro with a couple of eliminations on their own, and MT7, the star of the show, now sent packing. With a vending machine right in front of them, but with multiple members of Mia Corp gatekeeping that area.
the approach of taking two-pronged fights is always problem. You end up sending your resources in two different directions, and if both of them fall, you are left completely alone. And that's what's happening here to MT7. Mia Cop on the other end, it was only Fluxo they had to fend off. They were able to, they got the player back up as well. So MT7 in a very varied position. He'll not be very comfortable in even going towards the vending machine. Kappa right below him. And he and his entire squad is relying for MT7 to get closer to the vending machine and get that revive. And he does. He gets Bobs. Kappa could have held the vending machine, but he doesn't now. MT7 has an opportunity, runs right to the weapon of Niggs, and having, come on, an SMG in such a close range, you can't do anything against a weapon that plays the sniper role.
Yeah, there was no way out of that one. I honestly thought that MT7 would just hold that spot and try to take a 1v1, right? So probably didn't have intel of where the second member of Mia Corp is, but at least the captain is brought back to lead the team, in person again on the field. Team Vitality with 5 eliminations and 4 of them from Koja. Yago able to sneak through, but that shot ringing through the eardrums of MIB Outlaws. It's gonna give them a bit of intel of a secondary enemy nearby. And it's important information for MIB Outlaws because they will have Twisted Minds to contend with in just a little bit, as the Indonesians now might clash. And the last time they met in Kalahari in EWC last year, it was Vitality that denied RQ of a trophy lift. Now it's gonna be some of that rematch. It feels like deja vu from a year ago.
Team Vitality, they've been getting closer to the titles but never been able to lift it off. And this could be an opportunity that they might have to write on their own. Yes, it is tough, especially in stages like this. At least when we had the last EWC season, it was 18 teams, but now the competition is even tougher. 24 teams, you are just put in one group, you have 12 games to play, and Team Vitality has still not picked up enough to get to the top 4. So the distance is more compared to RRQ. If you talk about it, RRQ are even further down because they messed up in their initial games.
Yeah. I mean, both teams have come second a couple of times, but RRQ has been there more often. It's definitely a sour spot to be in. Mia Corp actually being in a pretty good position in confinement. There is the blue that they are baiting in right now, but we see the binoculars used on the southern end. Gets to just cut through the open field, but completely avoid Fluxo, who are on the lookout. This could put them in a spot. If they continue that rotation now, they could end up intercepting Team Secret or maybe S8UL.
I think a team to watch out, especially here in Kalahari, is S8UL Esports. They've been taking proactive fights, but this time now they're getting a challenge, and that's going to be Team Secret taking a jump as the circle shifts dead center. All the teams are getting forced to be close to each other. 9 teams in total, 12 minutes so far in the game, 36 players still surviving. Fluxo have only 2 eliminations, but we spoke about this. Team Secret, they were the ones who tried to go in for a bang on a surprise, and TQ is able to deliver. He's trying to put the players down. He wants to look forward to another player from S8UL, but the glue wall blocks it. Jack will be able to recover the player, but can they find another knock? No! Jack and Noor say no to the players of Team Secret. Start confirming them one by one, and now Team Secret are in trouble.
Team Secret funneled to a choke point and entered the shooting gallery of S8UL. Bunny does get dropped, but S8UL have more members as Cho gets called in. It's a 3-4v, 2 players, 1 and none. Getting cut down, Cho sliced them in the ribbons. And S8UL with a hell of a performance on Kalahari, 13 points and counting.
That was big to hold off, and this is the reason I said here on Kalahari, watch for S8UL Esports, and they are now delivered. They slice and dice through Team Secrets, but now they have another challenge. It is their own counterpart. That's Total Gaming. But seems like they're deciding to move in 2 different directions, and that is maybe the best for here in Kalahari. In the meantime, we spoke about it, RRQ, right? Their initial games did not work out, they messed up, but right now they've taken the lead on the overall ranking compared to Team Vitality, and Team Vitality, it feels like they've been holding far too long and not getting a lot of points, whereas RRQ, they've been delivering.
I mean, if you want to talk about a team that moves faster overall, it's always going to be RRQ, right? They sort of get the engines rolling out slightly faster and a bit more consistent, whereas Team Vitality, it really comes down to what the weather feels like. It gotta be a sunny day if you want Team Vitality to put up some numbers. And so far, the sun still shines as Joe takes up Yago's head, but no confirmation on that just yet. The rest of MIB are lost now. And again, intel of multiple teams in front of them, and look at this bird's eye view. This is gonna be a nasty fight, waiting to implode on its own. Diamond even popping a shot onto Bunny, but again, no confirmation there for Twisted Minds.
Look at how the circle moves. It's just moving center to the entire big zone itself. It's never giving an opportunity for any team to take it as an advantage. And now still RRQ and Vitality are inside the circle, so they'll be happy about it. And look at them, they're holding the teams on the eastern end from getting closer. And that's going to be Miyako. Already at 12 eliminations, they want more, but all of them are getting stolen by Team Vitality. The deed is being done by RRQ, but the ones who are getting the elimination is Team Vitality, along with MIBR loss.
Yeah, RRQ work hard, but Vitality worked smart in that exchange. And Miyako, rightfully so, written out of this game. I mean, Twisted Minds, this is a slower game for them, right? 4 eliminations and counting. You have Vitality on the second floor, and that blue wall is the separation that prevents chaos, and RRQ continues to put on the numbers, this time with help of MIBR Laws, taking down the members of Fluxo. Total Gaming shows up, getting blasted mid-air as Aztag loses the exchange to Bunny, and Bunny will get his third.
Total Gaming, they don't have the zone. The zone's closing out. They don't have enough space to work with, whereas SHUL Esports, they've looked so confident in this very game. Fluxo, the last man standing, gets eliminated outside the zone, did not have anywhere to move. NT7 going out, the entire squad of Fluxo is done for. This is one of the first games where Fluxo do not make it to the top 4. This tells you of how cutthroat it's become right now as the zone's shrinking. Mafia also gets eliminated. Players from Total Gaming are falling, but SHUL, they're able to hold their own, and now they've gotten to the same building as RRQ.
We're talking about potential dreams. Total Gaming came close in top 3. Now SAUL in the same position, 6 teams remaining, and they are ever so close to that first big step. Of course, for Total Gaming, they have lesser members to work with, so the odds are slightly lesser. Yago removed as well by a grenade from Twisted Minds. As Vitality, they're gonna share the same building as Twisted Minds themselves. And now we see that clear separation, but guess what? Where the circle is moving. The Indian teams, they're gonna have a good chance to rotate.
They have to be quick on it because Vitality, they're already troubling MIBR, lost from getting ahead. RRQ on the other end, they'll be able to spot SHUL Esports if they're quick in their run. But Twisted Minds, I really like how they're holding the compound. So Vitality, they might be in trouble in case they decide to step out because Twisted Minds, they're already ahead of the game. They're going to be the ones who will try and defend the entry. MIBR lost, the last is Survivors, General and Rigby. Can they do something different? Yes, they do. They take the roof approach, make a jump, but they do get damaged a tad bit. But SHUL, while they change the building from RRQ towards Vitality, the boat maker being called, they have the challenge of the zone shifting. They have to quickly make a move.
Yeah, and for MIBR Lords and Twisted Minds, they're going to be one of the cause dips on the center. Koja taking out dudes as well. In the meantime, SAUL, as much as they're slow on the road this time with that rotation, but they didn't make the more passive choice to play from behind, and it could work in their favor as TG now bleeding now. Shanky no longer able to be rescued, and Water about to be constricted, suffocated by the blue. And the RRQ as well, removed from the equation. Rigby with confirmation onto Water. We're almost down to the final 3 teams with MIBR Laws barely hanging on with 2 members left.
Yeah, somehow they jumped on the roof and they're still surviving. And thankfully, RRQ ended up becoming a target for everybody. Every team started shooting them down. Everybody got bits and pieces of RRQ in that fight to eliminate RRQ. But how this fight concludes is going to be very crucial. 17 seconds in the clock, and the entire zone is going to start shrinking in. No team wants to get out except for MIBR Lost, but finally a challenge coming in from Vitality. General is down. Rigby is the last man standing. He doesn't have enough space. SHUL on the other end, they're moving further away.
And SAUL, Exposy actually caught Tro as well, and so is Jack. Vitality now joins in on the hunt, and SAUL might just meet an early demise here unless they can wrestle their way out of this. You have Diamond to take care of. He is alone, but he is an anchor for Twisted Minds, barricading himself with the glue wall, knocked down by Jack. And even for Rigby, he still wants a piece of the pie in case he ever gets removed. But SAUL, they held strong just for now.
I don't know how they did it, but they're able to for the time being. But the zone's about to close and they had to make an exit. Use the glue wall, but now it's a very small compound that they have control of. There's nothing else. Every other team is right in front of them who have a better position, a better compound. Even Rigby, who's the last man standing, has an entire compound, a window through see-through. Whereas Vitality now, it looks like they are the lords above. They're standing on the rooftops, having vision of everybody, and Sibang starts it. Bunny down, Troll down, confirmations following one through. Twisted Minds with Exposy picking up confirmations on SHUL Esports, bringing down to their knees. Jack going down, the last man standing. Vitality and Twisted Minds join hands together to take SHUL down.
Only Nor made it to safety, but Vitality knows exactly where he is. Twisted Minds wants to beat them to it though. It's still an extra point for themselves. The boss on the low ground, it might have been a fatal error as Nor now books it. with a baseball bat in hand and a glue wall to keep himself safe. This could be a distraction there. Vitality preoccupied by Twisted Minds. Nor now found out by Joe, but Joe will have to work for that if he so wishes to. But Vitality, 4-man strong. We were looking for magic. We were looking for them to step up to the occasion. And this is that moment that Indonesia, they come in late, but better late than never, as the boss will be the only one that has a chance to take down Vitality. But the Hornets will not be denied. And Team Vitality brings themselves a booyah.
What a game coming in from Team Vitality. We were talking about it, right? While Brazil is taking all the initial games away, it seems like Southeast Asia finally finding their ways to victory, especially Indonesia. RQ to follow now with Team Vitality. Brilliant game. I think even the rotation, the position they were holding in that final fight, as we saw, we spoke about MIBR loss, right? Them taking the rooftop. But unfortunately, they did not have the numbers. If they did have what Vitality did, looking like the Giants about the Davidson, the Goliath fight that was happening, it could have been MIBR loss, but Vitality played it to perfection in that final fight.
And we even said that this feels like the deja vu from 2025 back in Riyadh, right? Where Vitality was the one that denied the trophy leap on Kalahari, which was a map that people usually look at RRQ, usually look at EVOS, and again, it's Kalahari that delivered them their first booyah in Paris.
Much needed. A lot of expectations on Team Vitality in general. Everybody is looking forward to it. We spoke about it. Asia Invitational, they took it away. That is one title, but they need the biggest of all titles. Esports World Cup 2026. They're here in Paris. They do not want to miss the opportunity. And finally, they've delivered. We were talking about the comparison between RRQ and Vitality. While Vitality were initially ahead of the race, RRQ picked up with their very own booyah. And now Vitality have gotten a step closer. We have to only take a look at the overall rankings, which will tell us, has Vitality beaten RRQ now?
Yeah, I mean, this is a trophy that is the only missing piece of from the BRU cabinet, right? But for everyone else, it is the first piece of what is going to be a complete puzzle of that golden road. And for the Hornets here, they've had quite the run. I mean, even you look at the faces of the Twisted Mind members, they know they've been bested. This was a game that was incredibly hard with how Team Vitality played out that final circle. And then talk about the hint about the double sniper, and we saw that play out as well when they took care of SA Duel.
Very crucial. I mean, for SA Duel to hold their own in a position which is not great at all, that compound is very small. I mean, if anybody tries to hold their position there, they're bound to be taken on. Thankfully, maybe Vitality did not have launchers or anything, because yes, a lot of resources got expended there because multiple teams were present and a lot of fights took place. SATL also, you have to give it to them, they held their own in such a small spot, took down the player of Twisted Minds, and I think that was also the reason Twisted Minds did not have NS reinforcements going into that final fight with Vitality. If that reinforcement was there, maybe Twisted Minds could have gotten their own booyah.
Yeah, and with that being said, we are approaching the final round, but anything before the final round deserves a bit of a breather, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a bit with another Nextera round.
হেই আসসালামু আলাইকুম গাইজ, কি অবস্থা সবার, কেমন আছেন আপনারা? আশা করি সবাই ভালোই আছেন। আপনারা দেখছেন অ্যাপিএক্স স্পোর্টস অর্গানাইজেশন, সঙ্গে রয়েছে আমি রাহিদ। আজকে হচ্ছে চ্যাম্পিয়ন রস ফরম্যাট অ্যান্ড সেখানে 6টা ম্যাচ হবে, সেখানে আপনারা 3টা ম্যাচ ইন লাইভে দেখতে পারবেন। চলে যাব গেম সিনারিওর দিকে অ্যান্ড সেখানে কোন কোন টিম পারফর্ম করবে, কে কতটুকু ভালো পারফর্ম করবে। প্রথম 3টা ম্যাচে বারমুডাতে শুরু করব, শেষ করব কালাহারিতে অ্যান্ড অবশ্যই তারা নিজেদেরকে ধরে রেখে একটা বেটার পারফরমেন্স করতে চাইবে। অ্যান্ড অবশ্যই আরি প্রোডাকশন, আজকে প্রোডাকশন বাইরে রয়েছেন। প্রথম ম্যাচ বারমুডা, সেকেন্ড ম্যাচ পুরগতরি, থার্ড ম্যাচ কালাহারি হবে। কালাহারি কারা করবেন সেটা আমরা লাস্টে বুঝে যাব। শুরু করতে চলেছে বারমুডা দিয়ে, বাট অলরেডি চলে যাচ্ছে সেই গেমের দিকে। ও মাই গডনেস, বারমুডা স্টার্ট হয়েছে অ্যান্ড প্রতিটা টিম নিজের মতো করে ল্যান্ড করতে চাইবে। কে কোথায় কিভাবে ল্যান্ড করবেন আমরা সেটাও এক নজর বলতেই চাইবো, বাট ফাইট হবে দুর্দান্ত ভাবে। বাট অলরেডি দেখতে পাচ্ছি ইউসি ল্যান্ড করেছে এবার মার্স ইলেকট্রিকে গিয়ে লুটপুট কমপ্লিট করবেন। অন্যদিকে ইটিএক্স রয়েছে জার্ক এন্ড অলসো দেখতে পাচ্ছি তারা রয়েছে মিডের সাইডে অ্যান্ড তারা বেশ দারুণ কিছু লুট এখান থেকে সিকিউর করছেন। 37 প্লেয়ার এই পর্যন্ত লাইভ রয়েছে, বোধহয় অনেকগুলো ফাইট হয়েছে, আমরা বোধহয় সেটাও লক্ষ্য করব। বাট ফাইটিং সিন কেমন হবে সেটাও দেখতে হচ্ছে। বাট দেখতে পাচ্ছি রয়েছে টিম আনশু নাকি এটা ভাই, টিম কিলার রয়েছে, সেখান থেকে টিয়া অ্যান্ড অ্যাটাক সেখান থেকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি টক্সো রয়েছে। কানেক্টেড, ওয়াও নাইট শট করেছে কানেক্টেড, নকডাউন নিবে হান্টারকে ফিনিশ করেছে আর ওটা এলিমিনেশন এখান থেকে যুক্ত হয়েছে। 41 প্লাস সার্ভাইভ করবে, বাট অলরেডি লাইটিং মোড অ্যান্ড অলসো বলট মেকারে বোধহয় ইউজ হবে, যে বলট মেকারটাকে ব্যবহার করে তারা এখান থেকে নিজেকে গুছিয়ে রাখা ট্রাই করবে। বাট রিভাইভ করতে চান কিনা, বাট একটা প্লেয়ার তিনি গেমের মধ্যে এন্টার করতে পারেননি, সেখানে রিভাইভ দেওয়ার কোনো ওয়ে থাকছে না। বাট দেখুন কিলার রয়েছে, থাকবেন এখান থেকে সিনকো 1 অ্যান্ড এবার নকডাউন না হয়েছে কিলারের সাইড থেকে। কিলারের অ্যাকুরেন্সির কোনো ঘাটতি নেই, তার অ্যাকুরেন্সি আমার সাইড থেকে অনেকটা বেস্ট থাকে, কজ তার পারফরমেন্স আমি বারবার দেখেছি। বাট অন্যদিকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি আরো কিছু প্লাস থাকবে। এখনো পর্যন্ত এর অনেকগুলো অ্যাথলিট অ্যালাইভ রয়েছে, ফ্রন্টের দিকে তারা রয়েছেন এখনো পর্যন্ত। মার্স ইলেকট্রিকের সাইডে ভেন্ডিং মেশিনের কাছাকাছি অনেকগুলো প্লাস থাকবে। চকস্টোকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি তারা পজিশন চেঞ্জে ট্রাই করেছে, এক ধাপ করে এবার সামনের দিকে এগিয়ে যাবে। রয়েছে 39 প্লাস বাবি অ্যান্ড হাই গ্রাউন্ডে আরো একটা টিম বোধহয় এবার আসতেই চলেছে। দেখতে পাচ্ছি এখান থেকে রয়েছে জোরদি, আর একটা টিম রয়েছে কানেক্টেড অ্যান্ড ইউসি সাইড থেকে সাগর রয়েছে, বাট নক হয়েছে এখান থেকে রিয়াদ, ফিনিশ হয়ে যাবে কিলারের সাইড থেকে। আনাদার ওয়ান এলিমিনেশন এবার তিনি যুক্ত করতেই চায়, বাট লোয়ার গ্রাউন্ডে একটা হাই গ্রাউন্ড ফাইট হবে, সেই ফাইটের মধ্যে নিজেকে ধরে রাখার একটা ট্রাই করে যাবে টিমসরা। বাট অবশ্যই টিম আনশো তারা কতক্ষণ যাবত একটা ভ্যালুয়েবল পারফরমেন্স তাদেরকে বের করে আনবেন সেটা আমরা লক্ষ্য করতে চাই। হাই গ্রাউন্ডে একটা সোলো প্লেয়ার সার্ভাইভ করছে, একটা ভালো পারফরমেন্স তারা করতে চায়, বাট মুকো তারা স্পট আউট করা হয়েছে, সেদিকে গিয়ে যাওয়া ট্রাই করবে। নাইস শট বাই কিলার, নিয়েছে নক, বাট এবার সাগর দ্য লাস্ট প্লেয়ার সার্ভাইভ করবে বোধহয় এই মঞ্চের মধ্যে। অবশ্যই আপনারা দেখছেন অ্যাপেক্স গ্লোবাল এন্ড কেমন লাগছে গাইস অবশ্যই কমেন্ট বক্সে জানাতে ভুলবেন না। দেখতে পাচ্ছি টকটো সামনে গিয়েছে, নাইট শট বাট নো, সাগর নিবে নক, সেদিকে টকটোকে, বাট এবার সেনকু রয়েছে, সেনকু ড্যামেজ যাবে। M590 সঠিক কম্বিনেশন এন্ড সেখান থেকে সাগর কেনা হবে, নক এন্ড টাউন ফিনিশ করা হবে। এবার কিল ফিডের মধ্যে আরো একটা এলিমিনেশন এবার তারা যুক্ত করবেন। এবার যদি বলা হয় দ্য আরএস এর কথা, সেখান থেকে টর্নেডো, সেখান থেকে রয়েছে ইজুকো, থাকবে লাইনিক্স রয়েছে, সেখান থেকে রায়হান মিলের সাইড থেকে তারা রোটেশন না ট্রাই করবে। 36 প্লেয়ার এখনো পর্যন্ত রয়েছে লাইভ, তারা কতটুকু নিজেকে ব্যবহার করবেন বা আজকে একটা ভ্যালুয়েবল পারফরমেন্স এখান থেকে ড্রপ করতে পারবে, সবকিছুই আমরা দেখা ট্রাই করে যাবো প্রপারলি। বাট দেখতে পাচ্ছি অন্যদিকে পিকে টিমটা নিয়েছে একটা ফাইটিং সিনারিওতে রয়েছে, ওয়ার্ডেন নকডাউন ট্রাই করবে, আরেকটা প্লেয়ার ওপেন গ্রাউন্ডে আসতেই পারে, বাট 4টা প্লেয়ার একটা কম্বিনেশন থেকে ব্যবহার করছে। 39 প্লেয়ার এখনো পর্যন্ত রয়েছে আলাইভ, সেখান থেকে ইমন কিলটাকে ফিনিশ করেছে, আরো একটা এলিমিনেশন এবার তিনি যুক্ত করতে পেরেছে। বাট পিকে সাইড থেকে ডমিনেশন করে আস্তে আস্তে তারা এবার কিন্তু পচিনোকের দিকে এগিয়ে যাওয়ার একটা ধান্দা করে যাবে। বাট 42 প্লেয়ার, বাট প্লেয়ার যেন কমতেই চায় না আজকে। লিটারালি গাইস প্লেয়ার কমছে না, সেখান থেকে প্লেয়ার কমতে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। প্রতিটা টিম নিজেকে ব্যবহার করে একটা ভালো পারফরমেন্স ড্রপ আউট করছেন। লিটারালি দেখা যাক আজকে লাস্ট অবধি কেমন হবে ফাইটগুলো, আমরা সেটাও এক নজর দেখতেই চাইবো। আপনারা কেমন ফিল করছেন আমরা কিন্তু সেটাও এক নজর দেখতেই চাই। বাট দেখুন আজকের ফাইটিং সিনারিওগুলো বোধহয় আরো একটু আনপ্রেডিক্টেবল হতে পারে। দেখতে পাচ্ছেন ওদিকে ফাইট হয়েছে, সেই ফাইট তারা থামতে চায় না, সামনে কারা রয়েছে বোঝা মুশকিল। বাট ওপেন গ্রাউন্ড একটা প্লেয়ার একটা ম্যারাথন দৌড় লাগিয়েছে, যে কোনো মূল্যে তিনি বাঁচতে চায়, বাট অলরেডি তাকেও বোধহয় করা হবে এলিমিনেটেড কিনা। বাট নো, সেখান থেকে ইউএভির ব্যবহার করেছে, গ্লোব প্রোটেক্টর করতে চাই, বাট কে এটা ওকে টিকজো রয়েছে, সেখান থেকে টিকজো বাঁচতে চাইবেন, বাট শ্রাবণ হয়েছে নক, ওয়াও আরেকটা টিমের এগেইনস্টে ফাইট নিচ্ছেন বাট এখানে ইলাইট এসে থেমে গিয়েছেন উই ডোন্ট নো হোয়াই বাট ফ্লেক ফ্রন্টে যাওয়া ট্রাই করেছে নক নিয়েছে ইমন নাইস শট ক্রিয়েট করেছে আর একটা বেগে যাওয়া ট্রাই করবে হাতে রয়েছে অ্যাফক নাইসের মতো ওয়েপেন চার্জ হয়েছে লাস্ট শট ক্রিয়েট করতে হবে কেমন চার্জ হবে ইমনের ডাবল নক ডাউন বের করবে নাইস শো ড্রপ করছে পিকে সাইড থেকে ওয়ার্ডেনরা বাট আজকে অ্যাপি অলসো বেটার পারফর্ম করতে চাই রয়েছে থেকে নাহিয়ান রয়েছে থেকে টুটো বাট হাই গ্রাউন্ড থাকবে আরো একটা সোলো সার্ভাইভার বাট তিনিও কিন্তু আজকে বাঁচতেই যাচ্ছেন বাট কোথায় যাবেন সেটা আমরা লক্ষ্য করতে চাইবো বাট আকাশের মধ্যে অনেকগুলো প্লেয়ার থাকবে রায়হান এবার নক না ট্রাই করবে একটা প্লেয়ারকে নক নিয়েছে বাট আরেকটা প্লেয়ার এবার ফ্রন্টে ল্যান্ড করবেন বাট একের পর এক গ্লু মনস্টার ব্যবহার করেছে একটা গ্রেনেড ছুড়ে দিয়েছে এই গ্রেনেডগুলো অপোনেন্টের কাছে গিয়ে ফুটলেই যেন অপোনেন্ট শেষ হবে দেখার রয়েছে এখান থেকে শাফিন তিনি কিভাবে এবার এলিমিনেট হন বাট অলরেডি দেখতে পাচ্ছি একটা ভালো প্রোভাইডিং এর সিনারি থাকবে বাট ও হোয়াট আ চার্জিং নাইস শট বাই শাফিন করেছে নক বাট রবিল অন্যদিকে নকডাউন হয়ে পড়ে রয়েছে 32 প্লেয়ার সার্ভাইভ করছে বাট আর একজন একটা প্লেয়ারকে হারিয়ে বসলো বাট এবার 32 প্লেয়ারের মধ্যে দেখার থাকবে কোন টিমের সাইডে একটা ভালো কিছু দেখা পসিবল বাট অন্যদিকে শাফিন ইটস 1v1 একটা ব্যাটলের মধ্যে ফেসে যেতেই পারে কজ একটা সোলো প্লেয়ার এগেইনস্ট সোলো প্লেয়ার ফাইট না ট্রাই করলো বাট টুরজো একটু অন্যদিকে থাকবে বাট দেখতে পাচ্ছ অন্যদিকে ব্রিং টুরজো নক হয়েছে অ্যাটমিক্স এবার কিন্তু নকজনের পোষে রয়েছে কষা রয়েছে অ্যাসিড রয়েছে এবার কিন্তু লুফি নক হয়ে পড়ে থাকবেন লাস্ট প্লেয়ার একটা ফাইট নিবে বাট অপোনেন্ট টিম এবার কারা যারা কিনা এইভাবে করে অ্যাটাক করছে নিজেদেরকে বেশ দারুণ ভাবে ম্যানেজ করতে চায় বাট ব্যাক সাইডে দেখতে পাচ্ছি একটা সোলো সার্ভাইভার বোধহয় এগিয়ে আসতেই যাচ্ছেন অন্যদিকে আমরা গ্রিন টিমকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি একটু ব্রডকাস্টার আমাদের একটু ইস্যু হচ্ছে নাম পড়তে একটু প্লিজ আপনি ঠিক করার ট্রাই করবেন বাট এবার কষা তারাও কিন্তু আস্তে আস্তে করে গিয়ে যাবেন ডার্ক রয়েছে ইয়েস ডার্ক থাকবেন সেটা দেখতে পাচ্ছি আজকে ওয়াটা এম 79 এর চার্জ এন্ড আনাদার ওয়ান বুলেট করে দিয়েছেন বাট সেই বুলেটটাকে এবার তারা কাজে লাগাতে পারবেন বোধহয় এবার সোল আসলো সোল করেছে অ্যাটাক দুটো প্লেয়ারকে এবার তিনি ফিনিশ করবেন লাস্ট শট বাই লুফি আনসার করেছেন এন্ড কিলার করেছেন কিলজাকে একের পর এলিমিনেশন তারা কিন্তু যুক্ত করতে যাচ্ছেন বাট লেটস সি কাটা টু সাইড একটা বেটার ফাইট এখান থেকে এঙ্গেজ করছেন বাট অনেকগুলো এলিমিনেশন তারা এখান থেকে গুছিয়ে রাখতেই চায় বাট এবার তারা মুভ করবেন কোন দিকে যাবেন কিভাবে তারা নিজেদেরকে গুছিয়ে রাখতে পারবেন অন অ্যাভারেজ আমরা সেটাও দেখা ট্রাই করে যাব গাইস এন্ড বয়স একটা ভালো পারফরম্যান্স টপ আপ করতে হবে একটা বেটার কেস সিচুয়েশন এখান থেকে ক্রিয়েট করতে চাইবে প্রতিটা টিম বাট অলরেডি দেখতে পাচ্ছি সাথে প্রায় 29 প্লাস সার্ভাইভিং করছেন তারাও কিন্তু আজকে নিজেদেরকে গুছিয়ে রাখবেন বোধ হয় কেন জানি মনে হচ্ছে বাট পচিনকটা আজকে অনেকটা ভালো এরিয়া বাট লেফট হ্যান্ড সাইড থেকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি কিছু লেফট হ্যান্ড নয় রাইট হ্যান্ড সাইড থেকে কিছু প্লেয়ার তারা চার্জ করতে চাচ্ছেন ড্যামেজ ড্রপ করা ট্রাই করেছে বাট রাইট হ্যান্ডের দিকেও অনেকগুলো প্লেয়ার থাকতে পারে বাট লেটস সি রাইট হ্যান্ডের দিকেও অনেকগুলো প্লেয়ার রয়েছে বাট টিম আনশু তারা আজকে প্রবাবলি একটা প্লেয়ারকে হারানো সত্ত্বেও বেশ দারুণ একটা অ্যাকুরেন্সি মেনটেন করছেন কিলার একটা প্লেয়ারকে ইমনকে নেবেন নক বাট পিকে অনেকগুলো এবার প্লেয়ারকে হারিয়ে ফেলেছে 28 প্লেয়ার এখনো পর্যন্ত সার্ভাইভ করছে বাট এখান থেকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি সেঙ্কুর অবস্থা তেমনটা ভালো নয় সেঙ্কো অনেকটা ক্রিটিক্যাল মুভে রয়েছেন বাট যে কোনো মূল্যেই তাদেরকে এবার সার্কেলের মধ্যে এন্টার করতে হবে এমন একটা চ্যালেঞ্জ তারা নিয়েছে বাট ফ্লেক্স ওপেন গ্রাউন্ড হয়ে বা তিনি কিন্তু সাইকেলের দিকে এগিয়ে যাওয়ার ট্রাই করবে লং থেকে স্নাইপার চার্জ করবে 125 ড্যামেজ গেছে আদার শট গেছে কিলার ওয়াইপ টাচ করেছে পুরো টিমটাকে পিক আপ হয়েছে ওয়াইপ আউট বাই টিম আনশু হোয়াট আ ব্যাটল হোয়াট আ চার্জ হোয়াট আ মাইন্ড ব্লোয়িং সার্ভাইভিং বাট একটা কম্পাউন্ড এবার ধরে রাখতেই চাইবে দ্য টিম আনশু বাট 29 প্লেয়ার এখনো পর্যন্ত যেখানে অ্যালাইভ রয়েছে তারাও নিজেদেরকে গুছিয়ে রাখার একটা ধান্দা করে যাবে কে পারবে লাস্ট অব্দি ধরে রাখতে নিজেদেরকে কে পারবে একটা প্রবাবলি একটা ভালো ব্যাচ এখান থেকে এঙ্গেজ করবে আমরা সেটাও কিন্তু অবশ্যই দেখে ফেলার ট্রাই করে যাব আপনারা যারা এখনো পর্যন্ত লাইক করেননি মেক শিওর লাইক করে ফেলবেন বাট গাইস এন্ড বয়স দেখুন তাদেরকে এক নজর তারা যেভাবে করে মুভ করছেন বাট দেখতে পাচ্ছেন ওদিকে রাহান স্যার রয়েছে আর রয়েছে এদিকে টর্নেডো রয়েছে এখান থেকে ইজুকো থাকবে লাইনিক্স রয়েছে তারা প্রায় 30 প্লেয়ার সাফা করতে চাচ্ছেন বাট এবার টর্নেডো একটা প্লেয়ারকে উদ্দেশ্য করে রবিউলকে করবেন নক এন্ড ফিনিশ করেছেন অলরেডি বাট প্রতিটা টিম যেভাবে করে তারা পজিশনের দিকে ফোকাস দিয়েছে আমার মনে হয় আজকে আরএসটা বেশ ভালো একটা ডমিনেশন এখান থেকে করলেই করতে পারে কজ তাদের কাছে একটা ভালো অ্যাডভান্টেজ রয়েছে ম্যান পাওয়ার অ্যাডভান্টেজ এন্ড অনেকগুলো এলিমিনেশন অলসো রয়েছে বাট অপোনেন্ট টিমের অবস্থা কেমন হবে সেটা বোঝা মুশকিল বাট একটা ভালো পজিশন তারা যদি ধরে রাখতে পারেন অবশ্যই তখন একটা সিওরিটি পাবো এই টিমটা হয়ে গ্র্যাব করবে কিনা অলরেডি দেখতে পাচ্ছি সামনে একটা কম্পাউন্ড রয়েছে সেই কম্পাউন্ডের মধ্যে হোল্ড করাটা ইজি হবে না কজ সব দিক থেকে প্রেশার আসবে সব দিক থেকে অ্যাটাক করা হবে বাট আরএসরা যেন আজকে কোনো কিছু ধরে রাখতে চায় না তারা অবশ্যই নিজেদেরকে গুছিয়ে রাখা ট্রাই করবে এক ধাপ করে সামনের দিকে এগিয়ে গিয়েছে টিমটি সামনের দিকে শুধু এগিয়ে যাচ্ছেন না, একটা ভালো মোড়ে তারা একটা বেটার পারফরমেন্স এখান থেকে ড্রপ আউট করবেন। লেটস সি তারা কতটুকু এখান থেকে ড্রপ আউট করতে পারে বা কতটুকু একটা বেটার কিছু সিনারি এখান থেকে ক্রিয়েট করবেন। বাট অলরেডি পিকে সাইডে একটা ফাইট হয়েছে, সেই ফাইটের মধ্যে দেখতে পাচ্ছি তার দারুণ সিচুয়েশন এখান থেকে কমপ্লিট করবে শাফিন। লুটফুট থেকে তিনি কমপ্লিট করছেন, লুটফুট শেষ করে তারপর কিন্তু তারা মুভ করবেন। বাট সেদিকে আর্মকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, সেদিকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি এদিকে সাইন্টিক্স রয়েছে এদিকে তো ওকে ওয়ারান নেম, বাট স্পাইডি রয়েছে, অপটিমাস রয়েছে, বাট এই প্লেয়ারের নাম কি গাইস? ডেটন। ওকে আই থিঙ্ক সো ইয়া ডেটন রয়েছে ক্যান্ডিডেট, এন্ড তারাও কিন্তু প্রায় নিয়েছেন 4।
তো কি অবস্থা সবার? সবাই কেমন আছো? আশা করি তোমরা সবাই অনেক ভালো। আজকে চলে আসলাম আরো একটি নতুন লাইভে। ইউটিউব সার্ভারের গ্লিচ কারণে আমরা ২ টি ম্যাচ মিস করি। ২ টি ম্যাচ মিস করার কারণে কিন্তু আমরা ২ টি ম্যাচ লাইভে দেখাতে পারিনি। প্রবলেমটা হলো গিয়ে ইউটিউবে মনে করেন যে আমাদের যেই ফ্রেমটা সেই ফ্রেমটা কিন্তু এখন চলতেছিল না। যার জন্য কিন্তু ইউটিউবে সেই ম্যাচটা কিন্তু লাইভ করা সম্ভব হয়নি। তার জন্য আন্তরিকভাবে দুঃখিত। এটা কিন্তু ইউটিউবের একটা গ্লিচ যার জন্য কিন্তু আমরা সেই যে পরবর্তী ম্যাচটা এবং বারমুডা ম্যাপটা এটা কিন্তু লাইভ হয় নাই। তার জন্য কিন্তু আমরা সোজাসুজি চলে যাবো আমাদের ৩য় নম্বর ম্যাচে। ৩য় নম্বর ম্যাচ কিন্তু অলরেডি তো কালাহারি ম্যাপে হয়ে যাবে। কালাহারি ম্যাপে কিন্তু আমরা ৩য় নম্বর ম্যাচ আমরা দেখতে পারবো। ৩য় নম্বর ম্যাচে কিন্তু আমরা নতুন একটি সিনারিওতে আমরা আরও ২টি ম্যাচ আমরা লাইভ স্ট্রিম করবো, যেখানে কিন্তু আমরা আমাদের পরবর্তী ম্যাপ রোটেশনে কিন্তু আমরা মুভ করব। এবং বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু আমাদের যে ৩য় নম্বর ম্যাচ কিন্তু হবে কালারি, এবং চতুর্থ যে ম্যাচটা হবে সেটা হচ্ছে গিয়ে নেক্সট রান। পরবর্তী ম্যাচ আমরা নেক্সট রাতে আমরা দেখতে পারবো। নেক্সট রাতে আমরা কীভাবে আমরা কভার দেবো না দেবো সেটাই আমরা আজকে দেখবো। এবং দুটো ম্যাচের জন্য আমরা আসলে আন্তরিকভাবে দুঃখিত, কারণ একটাতে আমাদের কোনো কিছু করার নেই, কারণ এটা ইউটিউবের একটা গ্লিচের কারণে কিন্তু আমরা 2টা ম্যাচ কিন্তু লাইভ স্ট্রিম করতে পারিনি। তো সবাই কিছু মনে করবেন না। তো করেই সবাই বুঝতে পারতেছেন যে ইউটিউবের একটা গ্লিচ, তাই সবাই মনোযোগ আমাদের এই পরবর্তী যে 2টা ভিডিও আছে আমরা সেই 2টা ভিডিও পরের মতো আমাদের এখন আমরা ম্যাপ ভিউ যেটা হচ্ছে কালারির আমরা কিছু সিনারিও দেখতে পাচ্ছি। এখানে কালারি ম্যাপের কিন্তু ম্যাপ ভিউ আমরা এখন দেখতে পাচ্ছি। এবং এই ম্যাপ ভিউর পরে কিন্তু আমরা আমাদের 3য় নম্বর যে ম্যাপটা রয়েছে আমরা সেই ম্যাপের দিকে কিন্তু মুভ অন করবো। আমরা সেই ম্যাপের সব কিছু করার চেষ্টা করবো। এই ম্যাচে আমরা আমাদের যে টিমগুলো রয়েছে সেগুলো কীরকম করতে পারে এবং কীরকম খেলা দিতে পারে। দেখতে দেখতে কিন্তু আমরা দ্বিতীয় ম্যাচের সামনে নেক্সোর সাথে কিন্তু একটা প্লেয়ার নেক্সো কিনতে পারবে, সেই প্লেয়ারটিকে ডাউন করতে দেখতে দেখতে কিন্তু এনআরএসে কিন্তু একটি প্লেয়ার কিন্তু ডাউন করে দিল একটি প্লেয়ারকে। আমাদের যে কাঙ্ক্ষিত যে দেখতে পাচ্ছি এনআরএস সেটা কি নো রোলসের কোনো টিম নাকি সেটাও বলা যাচ্ছে না। নো রোলসের কোনো প্রক্সি টিম নাকি, কারণ আমাদের টিমের কোনো এই যার জন্য কিন্তু আমরা সেটা বলতে পারছি না। সামনে আর একটি প্লেয়ারকে অসাধারণভাবে কিন্তু আমাদের নেক্সো নাম কি এনআরএস নেক্সো কিন্তু অলরেডি 1 কিলে কিন্তু এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট কালেক্ট করে নিয়েছে। এখন আমরা সামনে যদি দেখতে পারবো যে এনআরএসের সামনে আরও কোনো প্লেয়ার কিন্তু ড্রপ ফাইটে কে এঙ্গেজ হতে পারবে না, কে এঙ্গেজ হতে পারবে না। যেই দেখতে পাচ্ছি এনএস হান্টার কিন্তু অলরেডি অন্য পাশ থেকে কিন্তু কিল শুরু করে দিয়েছে। দেখার চেষ্টা কিলফিটগুলো দেখার চেষ্টা করবো। আমরা যদি দেখতে পারি যদি এনআরএস এর হান্টার এসটিএফ এর যে ক্যামে চলে যাবে। এসটিএফ এরকম ফর্ম ডার্ক সোল্ডারে কিন্তু আর 2টা প্লেয়ার অ্যালাউড রয়েছে, ডার্ক সোল এবং ডার্ক লুফি। তারা কিন্তু এখন ফ্রি রিভাইভের আশায় এখন ফ্রি রিভাইভ দেওয়ার চেষ্টা রয়েছে, কিন্তু 100 দূর এখন আয়রন স্পাইডি তার সামনে কিন্তু অলরেডি প্লেয়ার রয়েছে। এবং এখানে রয়েছে কিন্তু টিএ কিলারের ক্যামে রয়েছে আমরা। টিএ ফুল রোটেশন কিন্তু দামি যে টিএ ফুলের টিম কিন্তু রয়েছে টিএম টাক্সকো টেনকো এবং একজন এই নাম উচ্চারণ করতে করতে কিন্তু আমরা এখন বোরিং ফিল করতেছি, যে এরকম নাম তারা দিচ্ছে বলার বাইরে। আমরা যদি ফাইটিং সিনারিতে দেখতে কোনো জায়গায় ফাইটিং সিনারি হচ্ছে না, আমরা যদি এখন সামনে গ্যাপের ভিতরে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে 3 নম্বর এবং 9 নম্বর এবং 4 নম্বর তারা কিন্তু ফাইটে এঙ্গেজ হয়ে যাচ্ছে। আমরা সরাসরি 9 নম্বর টিমের ডার্ক সোলের ক্যামে চলে যাবো। এবং ডার্ক সোলের ক্যামে থেকে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে তারা কিন্তু উপরের সাইডে রয়েছে, এবং উপরের সাইড থেকে কি তারা কোনো এনিমিকে গ্যাদার করতে পারবে না কি সিকিউর করতে পারবে, আমরা সেই জিনিসটা এখন দেখার চেষ্টা করবো। বলতে মধ্যে রক্সানের সামনে কিন্তু এনিমি রক্সান কিন্তু আরেকটি প্লেয়ারকে নকডাউন করে দিল, এবং সেই এনিমির কিলটা কিন্তু সিকিউর করে নিল। এখন রক্সানের সামনে কিন্তু রয়েছে আরেকটি প্লেয়ার। এখন আমরা যদি পরে দেখি যে রক্সানকে কিন্তু সেন্টার ক্যাটার নিয়ে ফাইটিং ফাইট করে কেউ ড্যামেজ দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করা হচ্ছে। এখন আমরা দেখবো এখান থেকে কি তারা কিন বেঁচে ফিরতে পারে না কি পারে না। এখানে বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু ডার্ক অ্যাকশন এবং ডার্ক এসকে কিন্তু এখন ডাউন হয়ে যায়। ডাউন হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে কিন্তু তাদেরকে এলিমিনেট করে দেওয়া হয়। আর টিম হচ্ছে কি ইউসি, তারা আশেপাশে। এবং আমরা যদি দেখি যে বল কিন্তু প্লেয়ারদেরকে রিকল দেওয়ার জন্য কিন্তু এখন বেন্ডিং মেশিনে চলে এসেছে এবং বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু প্লেয়ারদেরকে অবশ্যই প্লেয়ারদেরকে রিকলও করে দিয়েছে এবং ফাইনাল কিন্তু বর্তমানে কিন্তু তারা এন্ডিং করে নেয়। পরবর্তী রোটেশনের জন্য তারা এখানে অপেক্ষা করতেছে এবং ফাউন্ডেশনের জন্য দেখতে পারি যে ফাউন্ডেশন কিন্তু টিএম এর ফুল টিম কিন্তু ফাউন্ডেশনে রোটেট করতেছে। রোটেট করার কারণে কিন্তু আমরা কিন্তু তাদের নামের ট্যাগগুলো দেখতে পাচ্ছি, কিন্তু টিমের কোনো ইনফরমেশন না থাকার কারণে কিন্তু আমরা তাদের টিম নামগুলো বলতে পারতেছি না। তার জন্য কিন্তু আমরা খুব দুঃখিত। এবং এই এটা আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে এখানে একটা ফাউন্ডেশনের আশেপাশে এনিমি নাই, তার জন্য কিন্তু তারা কিন্তু রিল্যাক্সে কিলার তারা কিন্তু করার চেষ্টা করতেছে লুট করে। কিন্তু তারা এখান থেকে মুভ করে পরবর্তী যে পরবর্তী রোটেশন নেবে তারা কিন্তু যে আইজিএল এর মাধ্যমে ডিসাইড করবে কোন দিকে যাবে এবং কোন দিকে যাবে না। সামনে রয়েছে কিন্তু রায়হান স্যারের সামনে কিন্তু একটি প্লেয়ার 125 ড্যামেজ। রায়হান স্যারের সামনে কিন্তু একটি প্লেয়ার, সে কিন্তু একটি প্লেয়ারকে এখন স্পট আউট করেছে এবং মুখ্য ক্যারেক্টারের জন্য কিন্তু এনিমি প্লেয়ার হয়ে এনিমিকে কিন্তু ড্রোনের ভিতরে দেখা যাচ্ছে। সামনে কিন্তু টর্নেডো টর্নেডোর সামনে একটি প্লেয়ার, টর্নেডোকে প্লেয়ারটিকে মারতে পারবে না পারবে না সেটাই দেখার বিষয়। টর্নেডো বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু রায়হান স্যার কিন্তু এখন এনিমিটাকে ডাউন করে দিল। রায়হান স্যারের এই স্নাইপিং স্কিল স্নাইপারের জন্য কিন্তু সেই এনিমিটাকে কিন্তু দূর থেকে কিন্তু ডাউন করে দিল। এখন বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু তাদের উপর কিন্তু বোল্ড মেকারে কিন্তু একটি ইউজ করতে পারছে যে বলতে রবিউল কিন্তু তারা কিন্তু ফাইটিং সিনারিতে জড়িয়ে পড়েছে এবং রায়হান স্যারের এবং আরএসদের সঙ্গে। এবং সামনে যদি দেখতে পাচ্ছি যেমনি জারেস ফ্লেম এবং শাকিন তারা কিন্তু অলরেডি কিন্তু দা মেজে কিন্তু মুভ করার চেষ্টা করতেছে। সামনে যে 2v4 এই সিনারিতে কারা হবে আজকের এই ফাইটের উইনার, আমরা সেই ফাইটের উইনারকে খুঁজে বের করার চেষ্টা করি। আমরা যদি শাফিন কিন্তু অলরেডি কিন্তু শাফিনের সামনে কিন্তু আরেকটি প্লেয়ার আমরা যদি দেখি সেটা কিন্তু তার টিমমেট নাকি অন্য কোনো টিম সেটা কিন্তু বলা যাচ্ছে না। যদি দেখি যে তরিক এফএফ কিন্তু তাদেরই টিমের প্লেয়ার। এখন আমরা যদি দেখি তার একটা ফাইটিং সিনারিতে তো জড়িয়ে গেছে। এবং আমরা যদি দেখি শাফিনের সামনে কিন্তু রয়েছে আরএসদের ফুল টিম ভার্সেস শাফিন তরিক এবং রবিউলকে কিন্তু এলিমিনেট করা হয়েছে এবং জারেক্স ফ্লেমকে কিন্তু নকডাউন করে দেওয়া হয়েছে। ফ্লেমের সামনে কিন্তু রয়েছে 4-4টি প্লেয়ার কিন্তু এখন রাশ হচ্ছে হুকগানের ব্যবহার। শাফিনের কাছ থেকে কিন্তু আমরা হুকগানের ব্যবহার দেখতে পাচ্ছি। হুকগানের ব্যবহার করে কিন্তু সেখান থেকে বেরিয়ে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করতেছে। যদি দেখি যে আশেপাশে গাড়িতে কিন্তু তার উপর রাশ করে দিচ্ছে এবং রাশ করে দেওয়ার কারণে কিন্তু টর্নেডোর হাতে কিন্তু তার কিল দিতে হলো। শেষ পর্যন্ত সে এখান থেকে বেঁচে উঠতে পারেনি। কিন্তু আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে তরিক সে কিন্তু অলরেডি কিন্তু মোমোর থেকে কিন্তু তার টিমমেটদেরকে রিভাইভ দেওয়ার জন্য চলে এসেছে। এবং আমরা যদি দেখতে পাই আমরা কি এখান থেকে তাদের টিমমেটদের রিকল এবং রিভাইভ দেওয়ার কিন্তু প্রসেসকে সম্পূর্ণ হতে পারবে নাকি পারবে না, আমরা সেই জিনিসটাই দেখবো। সে কিন্তু এখানে রিভাইভ না দিয়ে কিন্তু সে কিন্তু এখান থেকে আবার দা সাবের দিকে মুভ করতেছে। আমাদের তো মনে হচ্ছে সে কিন্তু দা সাবের দিকে কিন্তু গিয়ে এলিমিনেট করবে, যাতে নিজের টিমমেটদেরকে রিকল দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করবে। কারণ সে কিন্তু তার টিমে কিন্তু একা সার্ভাইভ করতেছে। একা সার্ভাইভ করার কারণে কিন্তু তাদের যে কোনো এনিমি কিন্তু সহজে রাশ করে ফুল টিমকে ওয়াইপ আউট করে দিতে পারে। এবং বিষয় আরেকটা জিনিস দেখতে পাচ্ছি যেখানে পিকে কিন্তু মুহূর্তে কিন্তু রিভাইভ দেওয়ার জন্য চলে এসেছে। এবং এইদিকে কিন্তু আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে তাদের দুইটা টিম আরেকটা টিমমেটকে রিভাইভ দিয়ে দিল ডিসিআর ফ্লেক্সে কিন্তু রিভাইভ দেওয়ার ফলে কিন্তু তাদের টিমমেটের কিন্তু আরেক টিম ম্যান পাওয়ারের ঘাটতি পূরণ হলো। এবং আমরা দেখি এই জায়গা থেকে কিন্তু আরেকটি টিম চলে গেছে এবং আমরা দেখে কিন্তু আমরা ফাইটিং এঙ্গেজ হতে দেখতে পাচ্ছি। ইউসি সাগরের উপরে কিন্তু মাথার উপরে কিন্তু এনিমি কিন্তু ইউসি সাগরকে পারবে না। ইউসি সাগরের তিনটি প্লেয়ার কিন্তু অলরেডি নকডাউন হয়ে পড়ে। যে লাস্ট প্লেয়ার হচ্ছে জোরো এক্সি কি পারবে এখান থেকে বেরিয়ে যেতে নাকি তার টিম এখানে ওয়াইপ আউট হয়ে যাবে। জোরো এক্সি কিন্তু এখন রিভাইভ দেওয়ার জন্য কিন্তু চলে এসেছে ভেন্ডিং মেশিনে কি জোরো এক্সি রিভাইভ দিতে পারবে নাকি পারবে না, আমরা সেইটাই দেখবো। এখানে জোরো এক্সি দেখতে পাচ্ছি ইউসি সাগরকে কিন্তু রিভাইভ দিয়ে দিল এবং ইউসি সাগরকে রিভাইভ দেওয়ার মাধ্যমে কিন্তু তার কিন্তু এখান থেকে মুভ অন করে চলে যেতেছে। মুভ অন করে চলে যাওয়া তার জন্য একটা বেটার সিদ্ধান্ত। তার কারণ হচ্ছে কি যদি এখানে সে থাকে তাহলে কিন্তু তাকে কিন্তু যে কোনো টিম সামনে যে টিমটা তাদের সঙ্গে ফাইটে এঙ্গেজ হয়েছিল তারা কিন্তু তাদেরকে এলিমিনেট করে দিতে পারে এবং তার জন্য কিন্তু তার টিমটা কিন্তু আরও বড় বিপদ হতে পারে। এবং সামনে ইউসি সাগর কিন্তু ল্যান্ডিং করতেছে। সামনে আবার টোকেন আমরা যদি ম্যাপের ভিতরে দেখতে পাই যে সামনে কিন্তু টোকেনও রয়েছে এবং সেইখান থেকে তারা তার টিমমেটদেরকে কল বা রিভাইভ দিয়ে দিবে। এবং আমরা যদি দেখি সামনে যেই এটা অন্য কোনো টিম ইটিএক্স অটোমিক্স কষাই ইটিএক্স অ্যাসিড লুফি এক্স আমরা যদি তাদের পজিশনগুলো দেখি তারা কিন্তু ফাউন্ডেশনের ঠিক উপরের সাইডে রয়েছে এবং আমরা যদি দেখি ফাউন্ডেশনে কিন্তু এনিমি এনিমি রয়েছে কারণ হচ্ছে কি ফাউন্ডেশন কিন্তু রিভার পয়েন্ট আমরা বারবার দেখতে পাচ্ছি এবং কিন্তু আমরা ইটিএক্সের যে পয়সা তাদের কিন্তু এনিমিগুলোকে স্পট করে নিয়েছে এবং এনিমিগুলোকে ড্যামেজ দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করতেছে এবং সামনে যে জায়গাগুলোকে কিন্তু ওয়াইপ আউট করার চেষ্টা করবে কারণ যা ওয়াইপ আউট করতে পারে কিন্তু তাদের কিল পয়েন্ট বাড়বে এবং এনিমি কিন্তু আজ দেখতে পাচ্ছি সিজন সামনে কিন্তু 34টা এনিমি অ্যালাইভ রয়েছে এবং অ্যালাইভ এবং আরেকটি প্লেয়ার কিন্তু তাদের হার্ড কভার নিয়ে চলে এসেছে এবং সামনে প্লেয়ার এবং আমরা যদি দেখি এখানে কষাইয়ের উপর
কিরে ভাই কাজটা গেল কই
কষাইয়ের উপর থেকে কষাই কিন্তু 4-4টি কিল কষাই কিন্তু এবং এসিড এসিড কিন্তু তাদের একটি গোলের জন্য কিন্তু তাদের দুইটা প্লেয়ারকে নকডাউন হতে হলো নকডাউনের কারণে কিন্তু তারা আবার একটি ম্যানকে হারিয়ে ফেললো এবং ইটিএক্স এসিডের সামনে কিন্তু আরেকটি প্লেয়ার এখন কিন্তু বল মেকার ইউজ করা হয়েছে এখন বল মেকার ইউজের ফলে কি হতে পারে না হতে পারে আমরা সেটাই দেখবো এখন আমরা যদি আরএসটা কিন্তু এখানে হ্রাস করে দিয়েছে এবং আরএসদের সামনে কিন্তু অটোমেক্স কিন্তু চলে গেছে এবং আমরা যদি দেখি যে কষায় কিন্তু সেখান থেকে বেরিয়ে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করতেছে এবং আমরা যদি আরএসের যে মুভ আরএক্স আমরা যে আরএস এর সামনে আরএস টর্নেডো কিন্তু অলরেডি টর্নেডো লাস্ট প্লেয়ার আরএস কিন্তু লাস্ট প্লেয়ার রায়হান স্যারকে পারবে সেই প্লেয়ারকে ও নো রায়হান স্যার অসাধারণ যে এম8 এর হেডশটে কিন্তু তার কিলটা সিকিউর করলো এবং তার যে এখন বর্তমানে যে দরকার তার হচ্ছে কি ম্যান পাওয়ারগুলোকে রিকল করে দেওয়া কারণ হচ্ছে কি তার কিন্তু অলরেডি আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে তিনটে প্লেয়ার কিন্তু এলিমিনেট হয়ে গেছে যে ফাইটিং সিনে জড়িয়ে গেছিল এবং ফাইটিং সিনে জড়িয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে কিন্তু 3টি কিল কিন্তু তারা করতে পারেনি যার জন্য এখানে কিল পারেনি এবং সামনে দেখতে পাচ্ছি রায়ান স্যারের সামনে কিন্তু আরেকটা প্লেয়ার কিন্তু রাশ করে দিয়েছে এবং রায়ান স্যার কিন্তু ক্যারেক্টার ইউজ করার কারণে মর্স ক্যারেক্টার ইউজ করার কারণে কিন্তু সামনের দিকে চলে যেতেছে সামনের দিকে চলে যাওয়া সামনের দিকে চলে যেতেছে রায়হান স্যার এবং রায়হান স্যারের কিন্তু ফুল টিম কিন্তু এখন ফুল টিম কিন্তু ল্যান্ডিং করে নিয়েছে ল্যান্ডিং এর জন্য সামনে কিন্তু ইজুকি ও নো টর্নেডোর হেডশটের সামনে পরাস্ত হয়ে গেছে টর্নেডো কি বিএসএস কি লেভেলের হেডশট মাত্র টর্নেডোর সামনে কিন্তু আরেকটি প্লেয়ার রাশ করে দিচ্ছে এবং রাশ করে দেওয়ার ফলে কিন্তু
kill. Dominating.
তো টর্নেডোর থেকে আরএসদের টিমমেট ইজুকে কিন্তু এখন ওয়াইপ আউট হয়ে গেছে কিন্তু রিভাইভ দিয়ে দেবে ইজু বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু ইজুকে কিন্তু ব্যাটেল ফিল্ডে কিন্তু নামিয়ে নিয়ে আসলো এবং ব্যাটেল ফিল্ড যদি আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে আরও কিন্তু আরএসদের দখলে এবং আরএসদের সামনে মনে হয় যে আমাদের এনআরএস করতে পারে এনআরএসের যে মিনিংটা আমরা সেই মিনিংটা না জানার কারণে কিন্তু আমরা বলতে পারতেছি না কোন এনআরএস এনআরএস বলতে কিন্তু আমরা নোরুলসকে বুঝি এখন আমরা সামনে আইএনআর আমরা যে টিমগুলো রয়েছে আমরা অন্য যে টিমগুলো ডার্ক লুফি কোন জায়গায় আছে দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে এইদিকে ডার্ক লুফির আশেপাশে মনে হয় কোনো এনিমি রয়েছে যার জন্য কিন্তু আমরা ডার্ক লুফি কোনো এনিমি ডার্ক লুফি কিন্তু অলরেডি স্পট আউট করে ফেলেছে এবং ডার্ক লুফি পারবে এখান থেকে বেরিয়ে যেতে না বলতে কিন্তু নো রুলসের হাতে কিন্তু ডার্ক লুফিদেরকে কিন্তু এলিমিনেট করতে হলো এবং তারা চলে গেছে লবি এই ব্যাটেল ফিল্ডে তাদের কোনো কাজ নেই তারা এখন লবিতে যা বসে থাকবে লবিতে যা বসে থাকে নেক্সট ম্যাচ প্ল্যানিং তাদেরকেও করতে হবে তার জন্য কিন্তু অত্যন্ত পারদর্শী কিন্তু খেলতেছে রায়হান বিভিন্ন রোলে কিন্তু তাদেরকে দেখা যায় কিন্তু সে হচ্ছে এই টিমের স্নাইপার প্লেয়ার রায়হান এক টিমের তারই একমাত্র এক ইউজ যাইতেছে যদি টিম নো রুলস কি হবে আমরা যদি করি শাফিন এমনের সামনে কিন্তু তার টিমমেট এমনি ফ্লেমকে কিন্তু রিভার দিয়ে ফ্লেম অলরেডি কিন্তু ফ্লেমকে রিভার দিয়ে দিল চ্যাটে ফ্লেম কিন্তু রিভার পাওয়ার পরে কিন্তু মেডকিট করে কিন্তু তার লাইফের হেলথ ক্লিয়ার করে নিচ্ছে এবং সামনে রয়েছে কিন্তু যে প্লেয়ারগুলো যে শিক্ষকে তারা অ্যাটাক করার চেষ্টা এবং আমরা যদি আবার রঞ্জিত দেখার চেষ্টা করি রঞ্জিত দেখে অ্যাক্সেলারেট কিন্তু তারা অলরেডি কিন্তু ফিনিশ করে দেওয়া হলো অ্যাক্সেলারেটকে এবং সামনে যে রয়েছে পিএক্স এলআইটি এবং পিএক্স ওয়ান্ডার এবং ডিসি আর ডিস্টার ফ্লেক্স তারা রয়েছে কিন্তু শাফিন এবং উপরে আর হচ্ছে জেরক্স রবিউল কিন্তু উপরে উঠতে গিয়ে কিন্তু গানে ইউজের মাধ্যমে নিচে আমরা তো তৌকির এফএফ কিন্তু জুনের ভিতরে কিন্তু প্লেয়ার জোনে কিন্তু এলিমিনেট হতে হলো তৌকিরকে। এই একটা ভুল খেলার কারণে কিন্তু তৌকিরকে এলিমিনেট হতে হলো এবং সামনে যদি দেখতে পাচ্ছি আরও টিম ড্যামেজ বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু তৌকিরের ফুল লাইন আপ কিন্তু অলরেডি ওয়াইপ আউট হয়ে গেল পিকে এর হাতে। পিকে ফ্লেক্স অলরেডি কিন্তু একাই করেছে কিন্তু 4 কিলের কিন্তু পিকে আছে পিকের ওয়ান্ডার 9x রয়েছে এবং ফ্লেক্সের কাছে রয়েছে 4 কিল এবং আমরা যদি এখানে দেখতে পাই রায়হান স্যার কিন্তু একাই 7 কিল দেখতে কিন্তু আরও মাত্র 12টা এনিমি এলাইভ রয়েছে। 12টা এনিমির মধ্যে কিন্তু আমরা যদি দেখি যে কোন 12টা টিম যে এলাইভ থাকে সেটাই আমরা দেখবো। এখন নো রয়েছে 4টি প্লেয়ার এবং আমরা যদি দেখি এখানে রয়েছে আরএসদের 4টি প্লেয়ার। এখন আমরা যদি দেখি রায়হান স্যার সে কিন্তু তার পজিশন নিয়ে নিয়েছে এবং আমরা দেখি আরএসের 3টি প্লেয়ার এদিকে এবং আরএসের এই একটি প্লেয়ার সে কিন্তু বাম পাশে রয়েছে এবং আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে মর্স ক্যারেক্টার ইউজ করার মাধ্যমে কিন্তু আরএসের এই প্লেয়ার রায়হান স্যার সে কিন্তু তার টিমমেটের কাছে চলে আসছে এবং আমরা যদি ওপর দিকে যদি দেখি পিকেরাও তাদের কিন্তু পজিশন নিয়ে নিয়েছে এবং পিকের 4টি প্লেয়ার মানে যে 4v4 একটি সিনারিও এই ম্যাচে তাদের যাবে এবং আমরা সেই বিষয়টা দেখার চেষ্টা করবো। আমরা যদি দেখি পিকেরা কিন্তু এনআরএসদের উপরে অ্যাটাক করা শুরু করে দিয়েছে এবং পিকের এবং নোরলসে কিন্তু রায়হান কিন্তু যে একটা পজিশন এখান থেকে কিন্তু তার টিমমেটকে ব্যাকআপ দিতে পারে তার ফলে কিন্তু এখানে তার টিমমেট কিন্তু বুয়া পাওয়ার চান্স কিন্তু অনেকটা বেড়ে যাবে কারণ সে তার সামনে কিন্তু রয়েছে এবং দুইটা ফুল একটা টিম এবং এখান থেকে সে কিন্তু ফায়ার দেওয়া শুরু করতেছে এবং দুইটা প্লেয়ারকে কিন্তু দুইটা শট কানেক্ট করে দেওয়ার পরে কিন্তু এনআরএস টর্নেডো কাজ করা শুরু করে দিয়েছে। এনআরএস টর্নেডো কিন্তু অলরেডি একটা এনিমিকে কিন্তু ডাউন করে দিল এবং ডাউন করে দেওয়ার ফলে আমরা যে দেখতে পাচ্ছি এনআরএস টর্নেডো কিন্তু অলরেডি কিন্তু তার যে মোকো ক্যারেক্টার ইউজ হয়েছে সে মোকো ক্যারেক্টার ইউজ করার কারণে কিন্তু দেখতে পাচ্ছি ও নো এনআরএস টর্নেডো সাধারণ লেভেলে হেডশট বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু সে কিন্তু একটা টিমকে কিন্তু ওয়াইপ আউট করে দিল। সামনে রয়েছে কিন্তু আর দুইটা প্লেয়ার এখন লাস্ট প্লেয়ার এখন টর্নেডোর আরএসে কিন্তু আর মাত্র একটি প্লেয়ার এলাকা এইটা হচ্ছে 1v1 সিনারিও। এখন আমরা যদি দেখি এখন 1v1 সিনারিও কে এবার করতে পারি রায়হান স্যার কিন্তু এখানে রয়েছে কিন্তু আর এখানে কিন্তু রয়েছে কি আর্টিকেল রয়েছে এবং রয়েছে কি ডাবল এম2বি দেখি সে কি মারতে পারবে না সেটাই দেখার বিষয় বলতে আমাদের রায়হান স্যারের উপর কিন্তু ফুল ড্যামেজ রায়হান স্যার কিন্তু ইতিমধ্যে কিন্তু ওয়ার্ল্ডে খেলতে চলে এসেছে এবং এই ওয়ার্ল্ডে খেলতে কি রায়হান স্যার কি মারতে পারবে না এখন দেখতে কিন্তু রায়হান স্যারকে কিন্তু তারা ওয়াইপ আউট করে দেওয়ার কারণে কিন্তু তারা এই ম্যাচটাকে বুয়া করতে পারলো না। বুয়া নিল কি এনআরএস এর কিন্তু এখন
hello.
তো পরবর্তী যেই ম্যাচ আমি তাই কাস্টিং করতে দেই, আপনি স্টার্ট দিয়ে দিন, সমস্যা নেই। পরবর্তী যে ম্যাচটা রয়েছে সেক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু নেক্সটার এখানে কিন্তু আমাদের পয়েন্ট ব্রডকাস্টারের কাছে কিন্তু মনে করেন যে এক্সট্রা যে পরবর্তীতে 3 ম্যাপ, সেই ম্যাপে কিন্তু শিডিউলটা নাই, যার জন্য কিন্তু আমরা এক্সট্রা যে 3 ম্যাপটা সেটা কিন্তু আমরা দেখতে পারতেছি না আপনাদের। পরবর্তী ম্যাপ কিন্তু নেক্সট রাতে অনুষ্ঠিত হবে। আমরা যখন নেক্সট ম্যাপের দিকে মুভ করবো আমরা দেখতে পারবো ব্রডকাস্টার কখন আমাদেরকে নেক্সট ম্যাপের দিকে মুভ করবে এবং ব্রডকাস্টারের আমাদের পরবর্তী ম্যাচ আমাদের নেক্সট বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু আমরা দিকে আমরা মুভ করতেছি এবং আমরা নেক্সট ম্যাপে যেই সিনারিওগুলো রয়েছে আমরা সেই নেক্সট ম্যাপের সেই সিনারিওগুলোকে আমরা গ্যাদার করবো এবং যদি আমরা যে একেবারে যে কি অসাধারণভাবে যে ম্যাপ দুটো রয়েছে আমরা সেই ম্যাপ দুটো দেখতে পেলাম এবং আমরা কিন্তু আমাদের এই প্রোডাকশন যে 4 এক্সট্রা আমরা সেই এক্সট্রাতে কিন্তু আমরা ঢুকে গেম প্লে উপভোগ করার চেষ্টা আমরা যদি নেক্সট রাতে আমরা গেমের আমরা যদি দেখতে কিন্তু সব টিমকে আমরা যদি দেখি কোন টিম ড্রপে এঙ্গেজ হয়েছে এবং দেখবে 10 নম্বর টিমে কিন্তু ড্রপে এঙ্গেজ হয়ে গেছে এবং আমরা 10 নম্বর টিমে কিন্তু দিকে চলে যাবো এবং তারা বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু এদিকে কিন্তু সামনে একটি প্লেয়ার এসপিআর এর এসটিএফ এর 1.9 তার সামনে কিন্তু একটি প্লেয়ার দুইটা প্লেয়ার সে কিন্তু দুইটি প্লেয়ার উপর কিন্তু একা রাস্তা তার নাকি এম 590 দিয়ে 100 করার পরে 200 কিন্তু সে ডাউন করেছিল আর এস একটি প্লেয়ারকে এবং সামনে আরেকটি প্লেয়ার সে প্লেয়ারটিকে মারতে পারবে না বলতে না বলতে আর এস দুইটি প্লেয়ারকে কিন্তু সে একাই কিন্তু এখানে ফিনিশ করেছিল এবং এসটি এর 1.9 সে একাই দুইটা কিল কিন্তু সিকিউর করে নিল এবং দুইটা কিল সিকিউর করে নেওয়ার কারণে কিন্তু তার এই টিম তার পজিশন গ্যাদার করে নিল। এই প্লেয়ারগুলো রয়েছে টাকো টাকো এর আশেপাশে এনিমি ড্রপ ক্লাসে আছে আমরা সেই দেখার চেষ্টা আমরা যদি দেখি সামনে আরেকটা রয়েছে আইআরএন ডেটোরের সামনে আরেকটি প্লেয়ার রয়েছে সেই এটিকে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে অর্ধেক কিন্তু এখন কিন্তু টাকো কিন্তু তার উপর রাশ করে দিয়েছে এবং আমি দেখি সামনে প্লেয়ারটি এসে মারতে পারে আমরা বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু আর এস টর্নেডো কিন্তু একদিকে এনিমিকে ডাউন করে দেওয়ার ফলে কিন্তু ডাউন করে দিয়ে এবং টাকো কিন্তু আরেকটি প্লেয়ারকে ডাউন করে দেয় এবং আমরা যদি দেখি এখানে কিন্তু আরও আরেকটি টিম কিন্তু আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি সেখানে আরেকটি টিমের মধ্যে কিন্তু এদের মধ্যে ফাইট হবে এবং সেনকুই কিন্তু সামনে কিন্তু আরেকটি প্লেয়ারকে ডাউন করে দেয় এবং সামনে কিন্তু টাকোর সামনে কিন্তু সারপ্রাইজলি এটা অ্যাটাক করে দেয় কিন্তু এটা আগে আসলে বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু টিএ হ্যাকশনে এসে কিন্তু আরেকটি টিমকে ওয়াইপ আউট করে দেয় এবং আরেকটি টিমকে ওয়াইপ আউট করে দেয় ওকে ওয়াইপ আউট এলিমিনেট করে দেয় এলিমিনেটে ডাউন করে দেয় ওয়াইপ আউট এলিমিনেটের সবটি বিষয় না করে তার হয়তো প্রফেশনাল লেভেল ব্রডকাস্টার না যার জন্য কিন্তু একটু ভুল ত্রুটি পারে তাহলে তার জন্য কিন্তু আপনারা সবাই ক্ষমা করে দেবেন এবং আপনারা এই ফার্স্ট টাইম ব্রডকাস্টিংটা উপভোগ করেন এবং দেখতে দেখতে কিন্তু টিয়া কিলারের কিন্তু তার লাস্ট প্লেয়ার কিন্তু অলরেডি লাস্ট প্লেয়ার তাদের টিমে কিন্তু লাস্ট প্লেয়ার হচ্ছে সে কিন্তু এখান থেকে বেগে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করতেছে। এখন আমরা যদি সামনে একটি গাড়ি ভেহিকেল থাকার কারণে সেই ভেহিকেল দিয়ে কিন্তু বেগে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করবে এবং ভেহিকেল দিয়ে বেগে যাওয়ার ফলে কিন্তু তার টিমমেটদের কিন্তু উঠু যে রিকল প্রসেসটা রয়েছে এবং কোনো এনিমি সামনে না ফলে সেই উঠু রিকল প্রসেসটা কিন্তু কন্টিনিউ করতে পারবে এবং সেখান থেকে টোকেন কালেক্ট করে নিচ্ছে টিমের জন্য। কিন্তু এই টোকেন কালেক্ট করার জন্য কাল না হয়ে যায় কারণ হচ্ছে কি অন্য টিম যদি লঞ্চ প্যাড অথবা অন্য কিছু এখানে চলে আসে তাহলে তার জন্য বিপদ হয়ে যাবে, এখানে পজিশন নেবে না নেবে না সেটাই তার দেখার বিষয়। দেখি যে এসটিএফ দিয়ে আমরা যদি আইএনআর স্পিডি এবং আইএনআর অপটিমা অপটিমা দেখি এবং তাদেরকে দেখতেছি আমরা সে কী লেভেলের তাদের রিভাইভ দিতে পারে না কারণ বলতে না বলতে তাদের দুইটা টিমমেটকে কিন্তু এখান থেকে সুন্দরভাবে রিকল দিয়ে দেয় এবং আমরা যদি দেখি এখানে আইএনআর এটোন এবং স্পাইডি অপটিমা আছেন সাইটেক্স তাদের কিন্তু রয়েছে এখানে তারা কিন্তু স্পিডে বাগ হয়ে রয়েছে এবং দেখতে পেয়ে তার আশেপাশে কিন্তু প্ল্যান করার সামনে ঠিক সামনে বাই অ্যাসিডের সামনে করতে হয় জিপ লাইনটা দেখা উচিত ছিল, জিপ লাইনটা না দেখার কারণে কিন্তু ফিনিশ হতে হয়, তার জন্য কিছু করার নেই। এখন আমরা যদি অপটিমাসকে দেখি, অপটিমাস কিন্তু স্পাইডিকে আবার রিভাইভ করে দিল, রিভাইভ করে দিয়ে কিন্তু আমরা যদি দেখি আবার এখানে ল্যান্ডিং করতে পরবর্তী যে নাম দিকে বিং টু আরএস ব্যানসন, বিং টু যে আরএস ব্যানসন কিন্তু অলরেডি 4-4টি কিল তাদের টিমে কিন্তু 4 স্কোর করা হয়েছে এবং এপি রায়হান এবং এক্স স্পিড তাদের কিন্তু কোনো কিল সংখ্যা কিন্তু তারা যোগ করতে পারেনি, তার জন্য কিন্তু টিমের কিন্তু যেই কিলের যে পয়েন্টটা কিন্তু 4 পয়েন্টে রয়েছে এবং তাছাড়া বাড়তি কিল কোনো সম্পন্ন হয়নি। আমরা যদি আরেক অন্য পাশে যদি দেখি, অন্য পাশে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি ইউসি সাগর কিন্তু একটি কিল এলিমিনেশন পয়েন্ট নিয়ে কিন্তু রয়েছে এবং সামনে আরেকটা দেখতে হচ্ছে লুফিদেরকে কিন্তু আমরা ফাইটে এঙ্গেজ হতে দেখি এবং লুফিদের আমরা সেটাই খুঁজে বের করবো। লুফিকে আমরা লুফি কোন জায়গায় আছে? ও নো, আরএস এলিমিনেট হয়ে আর্লি এলিমিনেট হয়ে গেল। ডার্কদেরকে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি, ডার্করা রয়েছে কিন্তু আমাদের যে ব্রিজ রয়েছে সেই ব্রিজের পাশে সামনে কিন্তু একটা বেন্ডিং মেশিন রয়েছে এবং আর্সেনাল রয়েছে। এখন আমরা যদি ডার্কে পুরো লাইনআপটাকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি, ডার্ক সোল X7, ডার্ক এসকে, ক্যানন, আয়ান, তারা কিন্তু অলরেডি এখানে রয়েছে। তারা কিন্তু এখন আর্সেনালটা ওপেন করলো এবং আর্সেনাল ওপেন করে কিন্তু এখানে কিন্তু তারা একটা হার্ড কভার নেওয়ার চেষ্টা করবে, কিন্তু আর্সেনাল হার্ড কভার নিলে কি না কি কারণ যে কোনো গ্রেনেড অথবা ফ্রিজার মারলে অথবা যদি লঞ্চার মারে তাহলে কিন্তু এই একটি কাচের একটি বেড়া জাল রয়েছে সেখান থেকে সেটা কিন্তু ভেঙে যাবে। ভেঙে গেলে কি আর করার, ভেঙে গেলে তার গ্লোয়ালদের বেশিক্ষণ বেঁচে থাকার কোনো উপায় পাওয়া যাবে না এবং আমরা যে এখানে উপরে চলে এসে উঠেছি। সোল কিন্তু অলরেডি একটা প্লেয়ারকে সোলের সামনে রে ভাই, সোলের সামনে একটি প্লেয়ার আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি। সোলে কিন্তু এখানে আরেকটি টিমকে কিন্তু ওয়াইপ আউট করে দিল। এখানে আরেকটি টিমকে কিন্তু আরেকটি প্লেয়ারকে কিন্তু নোটিস করতেছে এবং সামনে যে প্লেয়ারটা রয়েছে সেই প্লেয়ারটার যদি আমরা নাম দেখতে চাই যে সামনে প্লেয়ারটা কে হতে পারে, আমরা যদি ডার্ক এসকে এবং আমরা যদি দেখি সামনে প্লেয়ার কয়টা রয়েছে এবং সামনে আমরা একটা প্লেয়ারকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি এবং একটা না সরি এখানে তিনটি পিকে প্লেয়ার, পিকে এলাইট, পিকে ওয়ান্ডার্ড এবং রয়েছে পিকে ফ্ল্যাক্স। একটা না বলতে এখানে 4টি প্লেয়ারই 4 দিকে পজিশন নিয়ে ছড়িয়ে ছিটিয়ে রয়েছে। এখন আমরা যদি 4টি প্লেয়ারকে আমরা এখানে দেখতে পাচ্ছি এবং 4টি প্লেয়ার কি আমরা এখান থেকে বেরিয়ে যেতে পারবে নাকি পারবে না সেটা দেখার বিষয়। এবং পিকে ভার্সেস ডার্কের একটি ফাইটে আমরা যদি দেখে বলতে পারছি যে তারা কিন্তু অলরেডি হার্ড কভার নিয়ে চলে এসেছে এবং ডার্কে যে প্লেয়ারগুলো আছে ডার্ক তিনটি প্লেয়ার কিন্তু অলরেডি কিন্তু পিকের উপর রাশ করে দিচ্ছে এবং সামনে যদি দেখি যে ওয়ানডেড কিন্তু এখন তার লাইফটাকে ফুল করার চেষ্টা করতেছে এবং ওয়ানডেড এবং ফ্লেক্সি মিলে কিন্তু তার টিমমেটের উপরে কিন্তু ডার্কের উপর কিন্তু রাশ করে দেওয়ার ট্রাই করতেছে এবং তারা কি ডার্কদেরকে এখানে এলিমিনেট করতে পারবে নাকি ডার্কের হাতে তাদেরকে এলিমিনেট হতে হবে এবং বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু ফ্লেক্স কিন্তু অলরেডি কিন্তু একটা প্লেয়ারকে ডাউন করে দেয় এবং ডাউন করে দেওয়ার ফলে কিন্তু এখানে ওয়ানডেড সেও কিন্তু আরেকটি প্লেয়ারকে নকডাউন করে দেয়, এলিটও কিন্তু আরেকটি প্লেয়ারকে নকডাউন করে দেয় এবং আমরা দেখতে কিন্তু ডার্কের যে তিনটি প্লেয়ার, আমরা ডার্কের তিনটি প্লেয়ারকে কিন্তু আমরা লবিতে পাঠানো দেখতে পাচ্ছি। লবিতে এখনো যায়নি, ব্যাটেল ফিল্ডের উপরে চলে গেছে, যেটা বলতে গেলে আকাশের উপরে চলে এসেছে এবং তাদের যে একটা লাস্ট টিমমেট রয়েছে তার লাস্ট টিমমেট কি পারবে রিভাইভদের সোলকে আমরা দেখার চেষ্টা করবো যে সোল কোন জায়গায় আছে। সোলকে যদি আমরা দেখি যে সোল কিন্তু এখন কর্মপিয়াতে রয়েছে, এমনি এখন ফার্মটোপিয়াতে কিন্তু সেখান থেকে বেরিয়ে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করতেছে তার টিমমেটদেরকে রিভাইভ দেওয়ার জন্য, কিন্তু সে চাইলে কিন্তু ভিতর থেকে রিভাইভ দিতে পারতো যদি তার কাছে টোকেন থাকতো। মনে হয় তার কাছে কোনো টোকেন অ্যাভেলেবল নেই, যার জন্য কিন্তু সে এখানে রিভাইভ দিতে পারিনি, তার জন্য মাই ব্যাড। তাদের কিন্তু এখন টোকেন কাল করতে সামনে কিন্তু আবার সামনে কিন্তু একটি প্লেয়ার রয়েছে কিন্তু ডার্ক সোলকে নোটিস করেছে নাকি নোটিস করে না সেটাই আমরা বুঝতে পারতেছি না। এখন দেখতেন কিন্তু সে কিন্তু এখানে রিভাইভ দেওয়ার জন্য চলে এসেছে এবং যতদূর মনে হয় সেই প্লেয়ারটা কিন্তু এখানে পিছু নেবে, কারণ হচ্ছে গিয়ে ডার্ক সোলকে কিন্তু কনস্পেড ইউজ করতে দেখতে পাওয়া যায় এবং আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে এখানে কিন্তু আর কোনো এনিমি নেই ডার্ক সোলের সঙ্গে এনিমি দাঁড়াতে সে কিন্তু এখান থেকে রিভাইভ কন্টিনিউ করার চেষ্টা করবে। রয়েছে কিলার কিন্তু সামনে যেখানে রয়েছে সেখানে কিন্তু আমাদের ডার্ক সোল বর্তমানে কিন্তু অবস্থান করতেছে। ডার্ক সোলকে কি তারা নোটিস করতে পারবে না কি পারবে না? এক্সেলারেট কে রে ভাই তুমি? এক্সেলারেট কি ভাই? এক্সেলারেট একাই 5 কিল, রাফি 4 কিল, সাগর 2 কিল, জোরো 2 কিল। ভাই রে ভাই তাদের মোট কিল পয়েন্ট কত? এখানে রয়েছে মোট কিল পয়েন্ট 4 আর 8 আর 5 13, 8 আর 5 13টা, তাদের একাই 13টা কিল রয়েছে। তার মধ্যে কিন্তু এক্সেলারেটের কিন্তু একাই 5 কিল রয়েছে এখানে এক্সেলারে তাদের সামনে দিয়ে গেছে, মনে হয় গিয়েছিল যে ডার্ক সোল কি তার টিমমেটকে রিভাইভ দিতে পারবে নাকি পারবে না সেটা পরে দেখার বিষয়। আমরা যদি দেখতে পারি যে এখানে সেই লঞ্চ প্যাডটাকে ইউজ করবে, তারা ইউজ করবে নাকি করবে না আমরা সেটাই দেখবো এখন। দেখতে দেখতে কিন্তু লঞ্চ প্যাড ইউজ করে নিয়েছে। লঞ্চ প্যাড কিন্তু সর্বপ্রথম যে রাফি ইউজ করার কারণে কিন্তু রাফি কিন্তু চলে গেছে এবং জোরও কিন্তু তার স্নাইপারের যে অ্যাঙ্গেলটা রয়েছে সেই স্নাইপার অ্যাঙ্গেলটা ক্রিয়েট করে নিয়েছে কি অসাধারণভাবে স্নাইপার অ্যাঙ্গেল ক্রিয়েট। এবং সামনে একটি প্লেয়ারকে কিন্তু রাফি ফুল ড্যামেজের চেষ্টা কিন্তু বলতেন সাগর কিন্তু একটি প্লেয়ারকে নকডাউন করে দেয়। এবং সামনে দেখতে পাচ্ছি আরও টিম কিন্তু এঙ্গেজ হয় এখানে উপর থেকে কিন্তু সেই ফাইটিং যে সিনারিওটা দেখতে পাচ্ছি এবং বলতে জোরোকে কিন্তু নোটিস করে নেওয়া হয়েছে। জোরো কিন্তু নকডাউন হয়ে গেছে এবং সামনে কিন্তু রাফির সামনে কিন্তু একটি প্লেয়ার রাফি কি পারবে এখান থেকে ক্লাসগুলো বের করতে। রাফির সামনে একটি প্লেয়ার না বলতে রাফিকে কিন্তু রাফির ফুল টিমকে কিন্তু ওয়াইপ আউট হতে হয়। টিএ কিলারদের হাতে কিলার টাকসুম সেনুই বারবার বলছি সেনুই তাদের সামনে কিন্তু আরেকটি প্লেয়ার মনে হচ্ছে আমি দেখতে পাচ্ছি। তাদের সামনে যে প্লেয়ারটা রয়েছে হ্যাকসন কীভাবে ডাউন করতে না হ্যাকসন কিন্তু ডাউন করা কিন্তু তার টিমমেট কিন্তু ডাউন করে দেয়। এবং আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি রিভাইভ প্রসেস কিন্তু চলতেছে ভিতরে লাস্ট প্লেয়ারটাকে তারা কি ওয়াইপ আউট করতে পারবে না সেটাই দেখার বিষয়টি। নো রুলসের ক্যামে চলে এসেছি যে আমরা টিয়ের ক্যামে চলে যাবো। টিয়ের ক্যামে যদি দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে কিলার অলরেডি কিন্তু সেনকুই তারা কিন্তু যেই টিমগুলো রয়েছে সেই টিমগুলো কিন্তু এলিমিনেট করে দিয়েছে। এবং আমরা যদি দেখি এখানে কিন্তু ফুল যেই দুইটা টিম রয়েছিল সেই দুইটা টিমকে কিন্তু তারা লবি ছাড়া করেছে এবং সেটা কিন্তু তাদের নেক্সট ম্যাচের লবিতে পাঠিয়েছে। এই ম্যাচের লবিতে তাদের আর কোনো কাজ নেই, এই ম্যাচে তারা কোনো কিছু করতে পারবে না। তারা এই ম্যাচ থেকে পুরোপুরি লবি অথবা কাস্টম রুমে চলে গেছে, আর কোনো পাওয়ার নাই। এখন টিএ কিন্তু তাদের পজিশন কিন্তু মিডল একটা পজিশনে দখল করে নিয়েছে এবং সেই মিডল পজিশন থেকে কী করতে পারে না কি পারবে না এটাই দেখার বিষয়। এখানে কিন্তু তারা ল্যান্ডমাইন পেতে রেখেছে। এখন আমরা যদি দেখি নো রুলসে বারবার আসে এনআরএস মানে তো নো রুলস এনআরএস বলতে এনআরএস শিহাব আছে তার কিন্তু লাইফ কিন্তু এখনো ফুল হয়নি। তার লাইফটা কিন্তু এখানে ফুল করতে হবে। বলতে না এনআরএস কি ফাইটিংয়ে জড়িয়ে গেছে নাকি সেটাই তো দেখার বিষয়। এনআরএস কিন্তু একটি প্লেয়ার সামনে কিন্তু একটা এনিমি রয়েছে এবং সামনে যে প্লেয়ারটাকে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি সেটা কিন্তু মার্ক করেছে এবং সামনে যে প্লেয়ারটা সে কিন্তু মোটস ক্যারেক্টার ইউজ করার কারণে কিন্তু তাকে ইনভিজিবল অবস্থায় ভিতরে দেখা যাচ্ছে। কারণ যে সীমানা রয়েছে সেই সীমানার এরিয়া যে 30 মিটার তারই ভিতরে রয়েছে এবং সামনে প্লেয়ারটাকে মারতে পারবে নাকি পারবে না সেটাই দেখার বিষয়। মনে হচ্ছে কি নোবারিকার হাতে কিন্তু সেই প্লেয়ারটাকে এলিমিনেট হতে হয়। বলে যে নোবারিকা সে কি মেয়ে নাকি ছেলে সেটাই বোঝা যাচ্ছে না, কারণ যার নামটা কিছু না মেয়ে টাইপের নোবারিকাকে আমরা দেখতে পাইছি যে নোবারিকা কিন্তু এখানে তারা কিন্তু আবার নোবারিকা রেলক্সি তারা কিন্তু এখন এখান থেকে বেড়ে যাচ্ছে কিন্তু সামনে না যাবে ভালো, কারণ সামনে যে ঘরটা রয়েছে সেখানে কিন্তু একটা টিমকে আমরা এর মধ্যে কিন্তু পজিশন নিতে দেখেছিলাম। যদি দেখি এখানে রয়েছে শাফিন তরিক রবিউল ফ্লেম তাদের সামনে কিন্তু আর একটি প্লেয়ারকে দেখতে পাওয়া গেছে এবং তারা কি সেই প্লেয়ারটাকে মুভ অন করতে দেখতে পেরেছে নাকি পারে নাই সেটাই আমরা এখন বুঝতে পারতেছি না। যেহেতু তারা এখানে পজিশন গ্যাদার করতেছে তার মানে তারা এনিমিটাকে নোটিস করার কারণে কিন্তু সেখানে কিন্তু তারা ফাইটিং যে সিনটা রয়েছে সেই ফাইটিং সিনে কিন্তু জড়িয়ে যাবে এবং এখান থেকে তারা কি ফাইটিংয়ে কি জড়াবে নাকি ফাইটে জড়াবে না সেটাই দেখার বিষয়। আমরা এখন সামনে দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে আইএনআর একটি প্লেয়ার নামটা করতে একটু ঝামেলা হচ্ছে দেখতে যে আইএনআর একটি প্লেয়ার তাকে কিন্তু ওয়াইপ আউট করার চেষ্টা করেন। তার কিন্তু একটি প্লেয়ারে কিন্তু এলাইভ আর ডার্ক জেননের কিন্তু কিন্তু একা এলাইভ রয়েছে এবং আমরা যদি দেখি যে তরিকও কিন্তু এখানে রয়েছে তরিক এবং সামনে রয়েছে একটি জেননের সামনে আশেপাশে কিন্তু এনিমি পাওয়া পায় না। তাকে বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু আমাদের ঠিক নিচেই রয়েছে কিন্তু এনআরএস ফুল লাইন আপ আমরা এখানে দেখতে পারবো কি শাফিন তরিক ভার্সেস এনআরএস সান সিটি। যত আমরা দেখি যদি গিল্ড এক একজনের একটা তার গিল্ডের নাম দেখেও টিম নামগুলো বলা যাইতেছে না, এক একজন এক এক গিল্ডে থেকে আসছে। ও নো ফ্লেমের অসাধারণ একটা হেডশটের কারণে কিন্তু সামনে যে প্লেয়ারটা কিন্তু হেডশটে নকডাউন করা হয় কিন্তু দুঃখ অসাধারণ সেখানে কিন্তু তার টিমমেট তাদেরকে খুব দ্রুত কিন্তু রিভাইভ দিয়ে দিবে, কারণ তাদের ফুল লাইন আপটা কিন্তু ঘরের ভিতরে। তো ঘরের ভিতরে ডাউন করে কোনো লাভ নেই যতক্ষণ না ঘরের ভিতরে তোমরা রাশ করবে। তার জন্য তোমরা ঘরের ভিতরে যেভাবে হোক ঢোকার চেষ্টা করো, না হলে কোনো কিছু কাজ হবে না। এখন আমরা যদি দেখি যেমন কিন্তু পজিশন পয়েন্টটা ধরে রাখা দেখতে দেখতে 13টা টিম, আর 13টা টিম, সরি মাই ব্যাড, 13টা টিম নয়, 13টা প্লেয়ার অ্যালাউ রয়েছে। আর জেনন কিন্তু অলরেডি কিন্তু 2 কিল, জেনন 2 কিলের এবং জেননের 2 কিল। আমরা যদি দেখি বাকি যে টিমগুলো রয়েছে টিএ, তারা কিন্তু অলরেডি কিন্তু 3টা মনস্টার ট্রাক নামিয়ে নিচ্ছে। আরে ভাই তোমরা কি ফুল ম্যাপের মনস্টার ট্রাক এখানে নিয়ে আসছো নাকি? আর আরেকটা শট রে ভাই, আরেকটা শট করলে হয়ে যেত। টিএ কিলার আরেকটি শট ভাই, আরেকটি শট আমরা তোমার কাছ থেকে দেখতে পারবো নাকি পারবো না। সেনকুই সে কিন্তু আরেকটা প্লেয়ারকে ডাউন করে দিল এবং আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি নো, আবার শট নেই, এক শট আর লাস্ট শট ভাই, লাস্ট শট। না 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 ভাই, কিলার কি করতেছো তুমি? কিলার রে ভাই তুমি কি করলা? এটা কি শুধুটা ছিল টিএ ডাকসো সেনকুই এবং হ্যাকজনের কাছে কিন্তু আমরা 5টি কিল আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি। মনে হয় যে জোনটাই তাদের দিকে, এর জন্য তারা ঘরের ভিতরে মুভমেন্টটা করলো। আমরা 13টাই প্লেয়ারকে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি, যে তার মানে এর ভিতরে কোনো প্লেয়ারকে আমরা এলিমিনেট হতে দেখতে পারিনি। এখন নোরোজ আরে আবার নোরোজ বাড়িতে, এখন আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে এটা মনে হয় জেনন হবে, ডার্ক জেনন হবে, কারণ আমরা ডার্ক জেননকে কিন্তু এখানে আমরা দেখতে পাই গত ম্যাচে গত জায়গায় দেখতে পাচ্ছি। ডার্ক জেননের কিন্তু রাশ করে দিয়েছে এবং এনআরএস কি পারবে সেই ডার্ক জেননের কিলটাকে সিকিউর করে নিতে? এনআরএস কি ভাই, এনআরএস পারবে না দেখি। এনআরএস সামনে বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু এনআরএস এর যে প্লেয়ার নোভারিকা তা সে সিকিউর করে নেয়। নোভারিকার সামনে আরেকটি প্লেয়ার বা নোভারিকা রিভাইভ যে কোনোভাবে রিভাইভ দিয়ে দাও, নাহলে কিন্তু হবে এই জায়গায়। বা টিমে দেখে রিভাইভটা অবশ্যই দেওয়া দরকার। সামনে কিন্তু আরও প্লেয়ার রয়েছে এবং উপর থেকে কিন্তু টিমগুলো কিন্তু উপর থেকে অনেক প্রেশার দিতেছে। উপরে যে টিমগুলো রয়েছে তারা কিন্তু সেই রকমটা হায়ার অ্যাডভান্টেজ রয়েছে, তারা কিন্তু উপর থেকে চাইলে কিন্তু ইজিলি হেডশট দিয়ে কিন্তু মারতে পারে। এবং আমরা যদি দেখি তিনটি প্লেয়ার কিন্তু এদিকে এলা বেরিয়েছে এবং নোভারিকা বলতে না বলতে একটা হেডশট মনে হয় দেখলাম নোভারিকা থেকে, কিন্তু যেটা সবিউলের হাতে কিন্তু নোভারিকাকে ডাউন টাক্সোর কাছে কিন্তু ডাউন হতে হয়। টাক্সোর হাতে ডাউন হতে হয়, এখানে মাই ব্যাড, কিছু করার নেই। টাক্সো লাস্ট ম্যাচ, আমাদের লাস্ট ম্যাচটা দেখি এখানে কি হয়। আমরা যদি আবার লাস্ট ম্যাচে শাফিন 4v3 সিনারিও নাকি উপরে রয়েছে 3জন প্লেয়ার, তিনটি প্লেয়ারকে আমরা এখানে দেখতে পাচ্ছি। 3টি প্লেয়ারকে এবং পারে না। এখানে আমরা উইনিং দেখতে পারবো না বলতে না বলতে কিন্তু ডাউন বলতেছে, ডাউনের পথ। এবং আমরা যদি দেখি এখানে কিন্তু রয়েছে কিন্তু আরেক ফ্লেম কি এখানে ডুবে যাবে। ফ্লেম 3v3 রয়েছে এবং 3v3 ফাইটটাকে তারা কি কোন টিম বের করতে পারে, আমরা সেই ফাইটিংটা আমরা দেখবো এখানে। আরে ভাই ঢুকো না ভাই, ঢুকো ফাস্ট ঢুকো। কি রে ভাই, যে ইনসেন্ট ফাইট হইতেছে, স্নাইপার যে তৈরি করেছে সে কিন্তু ইজিলি দূর থেকে কিন্তু ওভার করলে কিন্তু টাকো ডাউন টাকসো ভাই, টাকসো ডাউন হয়ে গেছে, এবং দেখতে সেট বই ডাউন এবং হ্যাকসনও কিন্তু ডাউন হয়েছে। এখানে হ্যাকসন কিন্তু আবার ডাউন। এখন আমরা যা একটা প্লেয়ারকে আমরা এখান থেকে দেখবো। ও নো, হ্যাকসন ভাই এটা কি করলা তুমি ভাই, এটা কি করলা? যে লেভেলে হেডশটটা ভাই বলার বাইরে। তুমি এখন দেখা যাচ্ছে 1v2 অ্যাকশন কি পারবে এখান থেকে বইটা নিতে, এটা কিন্তু এটা ইতিহাস হয়ে যাবে। অ্যাকশন তুমি আমার কাছ থেকে বইয়ে আশা করা যায়। অ্যাকশন বাই ড্যামেজ কাউন্ট করুন। আর বলতে না বলতেন তোরই সে কিন্তু এই বইটা কিন্তু বেয়াদার করে নিল। এবং আমরা দেখতে কিন্তু আমাদের যে 3 নম্বর ম্যাচ